Kebab, couple beers, but not before your game.
Not before the game. Now you're a food guy, so have you found any like cool little cafes that I could dip into after this interview?
No, not yet actually. No, I haven't found anything. I'm sure there is. It's Cologne's cool city, so there definitely is. I just haven't really had the time to look. I'm a busy man now.
Busy man, you're getting ready to beat them, right? Those guys walking over there. Look at them. You reckon you got them if you have to play them again?
Yeah, probably.
Good. I hope so. They're scary. I told Erky to, say a couple of, fighting words to him. Tell Mara to tell him to back off a little bit. So, it's a closer game. And map pool wise, give me a quick take on Vertigo. I noticed you guys have been banning Dust too. Should we expect that to still be the case going into this, or have we flexed it up a little bit?
We play all 7 maps, so can't really say anything yet. Don't want to give any clues right now.
Hell yeah. Well, no clues given, but maybe we'll get some insight when the games are done. Thank you, Chris.
Let's chat about your stand-in player, not this guy. I want to talk about Saw at Blast because he's not with us. So I'll walk over here. You've got to score him out of 10. What was his score out of 10 for overall performance?
9.
That's very nice. You're being very nice. Would you also go for a 9 out of 10?
I think from what we expected from him, it would be up there in those high numbers.
But I'm sure, because he's not here, that there must have been some things he was lacking. Now think about one of your feedback sessions with him, where he sat down and told you all what you need to improve on. I want that same Saw energy, except now you get to focus it in on him. So what does Saw need to improve on as a CS player?
I think it's mostly about the mechanical skills of the game. Yeah, he has been out of the game for a long time, so what can you expect from him? But he was the best flasher in the whole tournament, so I think that's big respect for that at least.
Nert, do you have anything to add to this?
I think experience, game awareness, aim-wise, clutching ability, and he's not watching radar. He needs to improve with a lot of things.
I see. Oh, we're getting more. Let's go.
Yeah, Oping. We wanted an Oper, but he never bought the Op in the tournament. So
it was very disappointing. I was there.
That's why I didn't give him 10.
I mean, he kept saying it's a you problem, not a me problem with the Op. And we're like, what the fuck? What do we do then? I was like, GG.
But now you have a replacement. Warriors here. I mean, it can't be easy coming in. I said Warriors here and he's run away. Where is he gone?
I don't know.
Okay, well, he's not. You have a problem. You don't have a Predator. You might have to go get Saw.
Yeah.
This can't be an easy situation for the team. Yeah. It's got to be super frustrating. What have you spoken about as a team? What is the plan? How much time have you had to prep to not have Dexter here?
Well, obviously it's disappointing because we practiced a lot with Dexter. We even started the season earlier, and it's so unfortunate that he cannot be here with us and also in Copenhagen. But yeah, right now we cannot do much. We have to accept what happened and just try to do our best with Voro.
And have you had any time to even really practice with him?
With Voro? Not at all. We met him yesterday for the first time, so we just went through some basic things and we will just play our game, I guess.
Don't worry though, because Saw is at the hotel and he won't get to see this until after they've had to bring him back to play.
Have you ever trained anyone here in capoeira? Capoeira. Yo! Okay, I know nothing about capoeira. I've been thinking about some jiu-jitsu. I've been thinking about getting into a martial art. Could you teach me a basic capoeira stuff move?
It's only the Jinga.
The Jinga, okay. How do I Jinga?
You do like this? No?
Okay, wait, so transfer back. Oh, it's like I'm about to break dance. Yeah, okay. So like this?
And you can kick.
I've seen the cool, like the full. Yeah, I'm not ready, but
I did it like a long time ago when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So do you follow the same kind of story of you played a lot of sport, got injured, and then started to play Counter-Strike? Was it like that?
No, I was not injured, but I used to play a lot of sports, football, of course. But I started to play Counter-Strike when I got my first PC, a long time ago.
Okay, yeah. Any other sport histories in the back here? You look like a football player, Safe. I don't know. You look like you play football.
Soccer in college.
I knew it. I just say he's got the look.
In the States. Yeah.
So you played college soccer?
Yeah, but it was It was like community college, so it was not a big deal. But
well, still a big deal.
Yeah. I used to like it. Yeah, I used to play a lot.
Yeah. So does Counter-Strike just scratch that kind of competitive itch?
Yeah. And I miss playing soccer, but it's okay. Football. not
Looks like
soccer.
you still go outside and touch grass, though. You know.
Yeah, not that much,
Not
you
that
know. Yeah, just afraid to get injured, you know.
fair.
So yeah, but I miss it.
Yeah. Insani, you played any sports, bro?
I did judo for like 10 years.
fight.
Nah.
Capoeira versus judo, ultimate showdown.
So I did like 10 years of judo, and then I did a little bit of volleyball as well. And then I came to CS.
So the Counter Strike kind of it gives you that same feeling. The sports.
Yeah.
100%. And you can just kind of, do you feel when in Counter Strike, you know, you have that same, you prove that you're better than someone else? Was it like that in judo? Because that's one-on-one, right?
Yeah, I think it's kind of different because in CS you are on a team and in judo you are individual. So I think it's kind of different, but the competition in itself is like the same. You know, you have to be better than your rival and stuff like this. But yeah, that's good.
I want to touch on maybe the Yalla event because that was pretty rough for you guys, right? When it was in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, that was not so good. And then the Sky Sports one. What did you feel was the problems there?
Yeah, to be honest, it's the two lands we did, one in Arabia and one in India. It's very different that we can face here, like in the big tournament. The things was a little different, the setup, etc. It's not an excuse, but also we didn't play really well, and the format also it's B1 every match, etc. So it was not
a bit random.
A bit. Not random, but the better team on the day can win. Like it's B1 is sometimes tricky. So yeah, I think here it's better for us. The format, the computer, the environment, everything. So I hope we're gonna show good Counter Strike like we did in Major. So it's important for us to show good Counter Strike, at least for me. And
I think for everyone.
So yeah, the goal is to play good here.
Okay. And in terms of playing good, when did you guys get back to practice?
We just started, I think, when?
When?
I think we started really fast.
Okay.
Right after the tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Right after the tournament. What we just gave 1 day break, and after that we just started to play again. Okay. Because like when you lose, you need to get them back in the shape. Like there was some missing also, like from the players. We were not feeling the game like we were supposed to do. So we just keep playing and trying to catch the time.
Was it frustrating for you guys to go through that? Because it felt like you guys were on a rise and then it kind of slowed.
Yeah, like I mean, for me, it's like a bit frustrated me because what we showed and what we showed what we're capable of, but we couldn't manage to do anything after that two tournament, and that like anger, frustration, a bit sad, you know, and that's why like we were like personally I tried to do the things for myself like individually more, so maybe I can change the day, you know. It's like I think everyone in the team feeling the same. We shouldn't lose anyway. That what he said, like there was like a bit issue with the condition wise and everything in the tournament, but it's not an excuse because our opponent had the same opportunity. So yeah, that was our. In the end, that was our bad, and we should just keep on track and back again in this tournament.
And this tournament, Cologne is obviously always very special. Play inside, how confident do you feel for that? Because I look at this and I think this is where Eternal Fire should be guaranteed to go through.
Yeah, like I'm confident about it. Like anyway, we played against the Falcons before, and we managed to beat them many times. And we can do one more time, and after that one more game, and we are in Cologne. So, and I never played in the Lanxess Arena. Wow. And that's like my dream, one of my dreams.
See, in my mind, I was thinking you did it on the Mouse time, but yeah, maybe not. Damn.
No, we were also being eliminated from the group stage in Cologne, I think, when I was in Mouse. So we couldn't manage the LAN finals, but I hope we can do it now.
He was just telling me you've been playing really well domestically. How good do you feel your chances are for Cologne? Do you think it's easy to go through the play-in?
No, of course not. It's not easy. Yeah. But we are working so hard, and like in the major, we show that we are capable of doing great stuff, and we are here to show it.
I'm glad you mentioned the major, because at the major, people kind of saw pain and they were like surprised of how well you guys were able to do. Do you feel like you're at that level now or better?
I guess we are better as a team and like individually as well. But now we are not like a surprise anymore, I guess, because of the results of the major. So it will be nice.
And just looking at not being in Europe before boot camping, is you feel like that maybe is something you want to do in the future, maybe after Cologne or something like that?
I thought it was something that we need to do, but in major we didn't, and it went well, you know. So it's not like something like you need to practice in Europe, because in Brazil the level of the practice it's good right now. Like some years ago it was like not so serious, but now today it's very cool.
Okay. And looking at the whole team, the whole experience of coming to Cologne right now, can you feel the same bit of magic like you had at the major?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like so, like the team like so connected. We have Snowzy. It's like the first. It's the first big event, I guess, from him. So it's really great seeing him like the shining in his eyes, you know, like this. It's really cool. It's really cool.
And okay, summer weather's not too bad here. So the weather's good for you guys in Cologne?
The what?
The weather.
Yeah, for sure. It's like hot. It seems like Brazil, you know. So we are in home. Like,
Nice. Had any good food yet?
Yeah. The breakfast today, actually. The breakfast.
You got anything you want to do while you're here in Cologne? Anything outside of Counter-Strike?
Eat some good food, like the German ones. You know, try some German ones. I went here just once to the boot camp, so I didn't didn't meet some players, you know. So it's going to be good to know the German culture.
Yeki, still nose to the monitor, man. Have you tried a recline?
Actually, last game I played a little bit further. I saw all the hassle on Twitter, and I was like, okay, guys, okay.
Was it an accurate representation of what it looks like to you in game? Like, how do you
No, that was actually funny. That was super funny, especially the game when I went 114, right? So it was a little bit rough. I felt sad.
Yeah, well,
but let's not talk about.
Let's not talk about that. No, especially because everyone's been looking pretty damn good, pretty damn happy as well, understandably. How is this transition into integrating 2 new players into the roster, and how is this first tournament vibe? I hate the word vibe, but I'm using it. It seems like the vibes are great right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a thing from both sides. Obviously, like Russ and Torb Mitter did a really great job of integrating the new players on the team, but also kind of like work from them. Justin is staying up late, like every evening, working, talking to Russ about how he can improve, because he switched roles as well. He's not necessarily the full lurker that he used to be playing, and he has a lot more responsibilities in this team. And obviously, Ultimate with like crazy shots and. It's just a little bit unfortunate. I think he was a little bit sick at the start of the event, so it was like a little bit maybe stressful. Sure. And but he's getting better now, so I'm glad about that.
Hell yeah.
Okay, welcome to the 1xBet tier list. We're gonna go and talk about the top 24 teams and rank them from 1 to 24. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, 24.
Easy one, right? The local heroes.
Alternate attacks.
Yeah. I mean, these guys, they better be glad that they're from Germany.
Local heroes, though?
Yeah. I mean, no chance, right?
That's good, but at least they're in the tier list.
Yeah, I mean,
24.
I'm not, and you're not, so.
That's true. Okay, 3D Max.
You're going to throw 3D Max on the second last?
I can't put them ahead of Saw.
Bro, they just won an event, no way. So I'm arguing 2 teams here, right?
Oh.
Either Imperial or FlyQuest.
Okay, I'll give you FlyQuest. I don't know if I can
Want to
give
go
you
with
Imperial.
FlyQuest?
We can go with FlyQuest.
FlyQuest.
And then you have to give up on 3D Max now.
What do you mean? They're so much ranked higher than all these teams.
You can't, but who are you going to put them over?
They won against the Mongols.
Yeah, but who's not beating the Mongols right now?
Bro, we please look at the South American scene before we throw it.
The South American scene?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm not saying they're bad. All these teams are great. Let's just get it out of there.
The problem is we thought Pain was bad, and then they went to the major, and then they were amazing.
You seriously want to throw 3D Max at 22? Bro, do you know how many French fans is going to come at us and be like, do you guys even watch Counter-Strike?
Well, they're crying all the time anyway, so.
Yeah, I mean, they have Apex as their leader. So let's go. Okay, 3D Max. Now you gotta look at South America, bro. Can we get Imperial in there? Thank you. Imperial in there, and then MRBR.
And then MRBR, fine.
Yeah, bro. 3D Max when they watch this, and they be like, yeah, you guys are under these guys. Okay, now we've gotten pretty far already, I would say.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Now the question is, who's the fraud?
Yeah, I think Saw coming in now.
Yeah,
I mean,
unfortunately.
if we spoke a little bit earlier, this Saw so much above Freedom X, that's insane.
That first major just ruined our expectations for everyone.
Okay, sure.
Them, Saw, and Payne, I don't know.
Yeah, Payne. Let's go Payne.
Okay, we can take Payne.
We actually got to grab one of the teams from the opposite bracket, I think, Heroic. This is assuming that there's a stand-in, right? I think that's...
With a stand-in, it's got to be below Payne. We'll switch Heroic and Payne.
There's two options right here, right? It's either Big in my book,
yeah,
or it's Eternal Fire.
Okay, Eternal Fire.
And now it's gonna be...
unfortunately, it's 9Z. They're gonna be decent.
Yeah, I mean...
They're probably gonna be decent. But
are they gonna be better than Complexity, Falcons, Fury, or Big? I think Big
could
should
be better than Big.
Yeah, Big needs to go in now,
I think
right?
Big needs to go in now, unfortunately. What a story, though, if they won.
And now 9Z, right?
9Z.
Bro, we have... Wait. Mongolz is getting way too high.
Relax.
Yeah,
We're not at the Mongolz yet.
Yeah, but they're getting to the area where they should be.
We can talk about the Mongolz soon.
We can talk about it now.
After Furia.
We believe in the Furia guys not having the best tournament, so you want to throw in Furia?
I do, yeah.
At this point, Mongolz needs to go in. Like
you can't put Mongolz below Falcons.
Falcons did a decent showing at Blast. Let's be honest.
Why are you doubting Mongolz so hard?
They lost to
they got second place in India.
I mean, I know, and they lost to the guys who put at the third last for 3D Max.
How many S-tier tournaments have 3D Max won this year?
No, one, or is it like to consider the India tournament like they didn't even pieces that
No,
work?
it's a yellow joke.
Okay, so you want to throw in the Falcons?
We gotta respect Mongolz.
Fair enough. I think it's crazy. You'll go with it. If your DMs are being spammed, that is your fault.
Yeah, that's fine.
Can we talk about the Mongols now?
Talk about the Mongols now. We have to start talking about them. What about, are they going to do better than Complexity, who just fell apart?
Yes.
They are going to do better than Complexity. So
no, they're not going to.
Oh, they're not going to.
Complexity is going to do
Okay, well, I disagree, but you already let me put them so high, so we'll do Mongols now. They're creating a groundswell right now of decent runs, some bigger runs.
Yeah, but like they should just win that event.
They're impressive at IEMs.
I know, but they should win. If they really were a top team, they should have won that one in India. I'm just saying it. I'm not sure how, if there was like any AC in the playing room or like all the...
I bet you anything Complexity lose in India.
They didn't even show up, bro. They would have quit.
They didn't even. They're quitters. They didn't even try.
Yeah.
So, well, Mongols are in at 11. That's fine. And then Complexity?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, this is where it gets interesting. Astralis? He's mad about it. He's upset about that.
No, I'm not upset. I'm just thinking about it.
Yeah.
Realistically, with the thing we've only seen, I think Liquid can also get in. So I know they beat Navi, but they have like three series.
It could be a honeymoon.
Bro, the honeymoon argument, I'm gonna buy it for this one. I think Liquid, realistically, I mean, they have the potential to go...
That's fair. Liquid first, then Astralis?
Yeah, let me just see what's going on up here. Let's get Liquid down there. And then there's an argument. Here we have a discussion. VP or Astralis. I think those are the only two options.
That's true.
VP
are
has
a little
been
bit
pretty
disappointing.
Ass.
Yeah, they are a little bit.
They lost to like Big. Like I think VP needs to go before
Astralis.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, you know what? That's fair. I'm down with that. Astralis are actually more like trending up. VP trending down a little bit.
Yeah.
Not a great sign so far.
And now I'm gonna say something that's gonna be surprising you a little bit.
Don't say. Oh, that's the world ranking as well.
I think VP is actually above Astralis on the world ranking, but I think that's realistic, right? I'm not gonna be having them as like.
FaZe are lucky to be 6 right now.
Yeah,
I mean, look really.
There's actually an argument that you can make that Astralis and them should be relatively close.
This is like the weakest we've seen FaZe since like that period after Antwerp where they didn't win, but they're still competitive. But yeah, they're not winning big BO3s anymore.
No, I think FaZe here.
This event's gonna be so important for them.
Yeah, especially if you consider like the team has never functioned with the new lineup. Like they've never gotten that gift from actually winning, so people feels like motivated. Now they're just constantly in the cycle of, oh, we attend the tournament, go to the playoffs, go home. You know, Heroic did the same like 1 or 2 years ago.
Yeah, FaZe had all those top 2s and they burned a lot of energy. So we'll throw in FaZe then. And now it gets really interesting.
I think if we consider
Should we start
like,
from 1 now?
No, still 5. Like if we consider this is like a LAN tournament inside an arena and this is who is supposed to go all the way.
Yeah.
I think we realistically could put Mouse here at 5th.
Mouse at 5th?
Yeah, I mean, inside an arena, they have not shown like great signs. That's my only concern. Like
thinking about that, I just don't think it's been like they had that, like the Copenhagen Major was kind of unfortunate, right?
Yeah.
That quarterfinal. So it's not like they had that many chances. And then the Pro League was great. And then, you know what I mean? So they're still really strong.
And like,
Yeah. There are 2 worrying signs.
And this is the top 5, right? So they still have a very realistic chance of like making it.
I'm still going to have to put them over G2 for now. I don't...
Power ranking coming into this tournament, I think G2 has been one of the best teams. I'm not saying they're going to be 1, but like they're better than Vitality on paper. If we just look at like recent results, and then we also take into consideration they have so much experience.
That's true, but they're also honeymoon as well, like in the same way.
Yeah, no, but they played the EWC. I think that just matters most. They was really tested on the map pool, went all the way to the grand final.
Yeah,
lost anyway, but I mean,
yeah, they did play a lot of BO3s.
We can argue for this one. I mean, I think Mouse is great. Like, is the rock paper scissors best of one? Okay,
rock paper scissors. Rock paper scissors.
Fuck. Well, sorry for you, G2. You're going in on 5th. Wait, and now we have a new argument.
Well, how could it be a new argument for you if you're going to put Mouse in 5th?
Oh, no mind. Yeah. Wait, we forgot.
Why? Who were you thinking? Vitality?
Yeah, Vitality. Yeah, actually, like we just neglected Vitality. Was even a 4th. We just thought Saiwu was like the number 1.
I'm down to put Vitality.
Yeah, let's go. I actually forgot Vitality in this conversation. I actually picked
Bro folded under no pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we should probably have talked about G2 and Vitality instead.
Yeah, both matter, yeah.
Do you want to revisit that one?
I think, unfortunately, like, we haven't seen Mouse play, so we don't know how much worse they would be. Mouse at Dallas was really worrying, because, like, that was a group stage. It wasn't even the playoffs. But I didn't think that was going to happen again. In terms of complete odds of making it to the, like, winning the entire event, I feel like I still would pick Vitality. Probably, yeah. It's just that Vitality's current form means that we think Mouse will probably be 3rd coming into this, but a big bet on if they're going to play well in playoffs.
It's also a high ranking. I know Mouse has done well.
It's a very high ranking.
But like 3rd for Mouse is really high.
It's high, yeah. But you lost rock, paper, scissors, so
yeah, that's fair enough.
5th. Navi number 2?
Yeah, I mean, it's not that Navi is worse, but I just feel like if I have the matchup between Navi and Spirit, I feel like Spirit's just going to win it like 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah,
most of the time. So it just feels a little odd to have Navi as the number 1 and they won EWC.
I think Spirit.
But yeah, I think Spirit is like on their best day, the best team in the world, right?
Yeah.
So Spirit number 1 for me and Navi 2nd.
Yeah.
Now we can, I assume, revisit if there's anything.
I mean, this looks really solid.
I'm just gonna be honest. We have to switch around with 3D Max. They can't be 3rd last, bro. The Mongolz is almost top 11, and they are 3rd last. Like, what's going on over there?
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess like recently Mongolz not incredibly good trend.
Listen to this one.
Yeah.
3D Max switch with MRPR, and then 3D Max is also gonna have a conversation about Saw and 3D Max.
You're coming for Saw, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Saw is... I'm remembering the old Saw, right? The major Saw.
Aristos.
Yeah, Aristos.
They just kind of froze up.
Yeah, I mean, Saw is also too high.
Saw is too high. So you want to put 3D Max over Saw?
Yeah, 3D Max over Saw, yeah.
Okay, fine. Let's do 3D Max over Saw. That's fine with me. I could use more French fans.
Yeah, farm them.
Should we respect Big more? They did get better by the day, at least. And then Cologne, I mean, if there's any advantage. Remember what G2 did in Dallas with Stewie.
Oh yeah, the home.
Big in Cologne.
You want to put Big above 9C?
I think this is a good, solid list. Happy with it?
Yeah, I still think Mouse 3rd is high, but I'll respect it. On a group stage game, like where no pressure is applied and they just have to play like their best Counter-Strike against each other, I think Mouse is potentially even higher than Navi, right? But they're so inconsistent in their way of playing.
I think we're going to Jim Pat masterclass here at Cologne.
He is one of the best players in the world right now. It's pretty sick.
Thanks for doing this with me.
No problem.
Top 24 power ranking coming into Cologne.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to
fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
For thousands of years, Cologne has been the meeting point on the Rhine. From the Romans to the Franks, it's been a convergence point for all the visitors from around the world. And in the last 10 years, it's been part of that modern pilgrimage to this cathedral from our esports fans. 24 teams are vying for one of the most prestigious trophies in Counter-Strike. Welcome to Cologne.
We start with stage 1. 16 teams in a double elimination bracket. 2 losses and you're eliminated, you're going home. 2 wins and you march on forward to the second stage, where the stakes get even higher. Here awaits 8 of the world's best teams looking to fight their way to the Lanxess Arena, where only 6 will have that honor. This is the Intel Extreme Masters, Cologne.
This is the Cathedral of Counter-Strike, and over the next several days, it will be a place where dreams are made or shattered as teams face off in the hope of earning their spot amongst the roaring crowd in the arena.
Many players have tasted success inside the cathedral. Just think of Twist, Naf and Elige back in 2019. Fallen, now at the helm of Furia, doing the double with SK back in 2016 and 17. But the score is now reset. Stage 1 of IEM Cologne 2024 is their first hurdle, and one that only half of today's teams will make it over. And for a select few, an extra allure. The prospect of playing in front of their home crowds in the Lanxess. So we caught up with Big to see just how they're going to be making it back to the playoffs for the second time.
Cologne, Germany, Big Clan all coming together. And we do have our very local team when it comes to this, but it's a new, fresh-looking Big. But I want to see for you, Tabson, how important is Cologne? How much does it mean for you?
For me personally, of course, it means a lot. It's my hometown. It's for everyone German player. It's the major itself, and it's a privilege to be here. So for us, it means a lot, and we will show that it means a lot to us.
And in terms of that, you've made lots of player changes in recent times. We've now seen a coaching change come in as well. If we think back to when you were in the grand finals of Cologne, I know it was quite a way away, but how far do you think you are away from making that dream happen again?
To be fair, we are far away, but the tournament is long. It's step by step. We are in the play-ins. We have a lot of games to go on, and I'm also really positive that we can go through and we can go far.
And in terms of that, do you think you should get past the first stage with ease on your current level?
We will not take it as easy, but of course there are many good teams, especially also FlyQuest, Mongolz. So in our group they are really good, and we just take game by game. And I know I have faith in the team, and I have also belief in myself that we can go through definitely.
Don't stop believing if you're a big fan. Let's see if they can get the job done against FlyQuest.
Oh yes, there's certainly no easy road to the Lanxess, but it's a trek that will be beginning today. For over a decade, we've been returning to this historic city, but for the first time in Counter-Strike 2. Speaking of 2, I've got 2 very talented gentlemen up here with me who are equally as excited as myself to be diving into Cologne. Maniac, Bubsky, pleasure to have you with me. This is a great event to be starting off, right?
Oh my God, listen, every time we kick off Cologne, every time I feel a little special about it. It is such a unique event in the calendar. The year of Counter-Strike has been explosive up until this point, and now we get to really taste the new season in 24.
Yeah, I mean, I like this place. I have a little bit of a trauma from this place. I lost this.
Yeah, you want to share?
Yeah, the semifinals 2-22, losing a 4v2 against Nico and Honda, losing the semifinal to potentially go to the grand final of Cologne. Yeah, that hurts a little bit.
I mean,
but I'm glad to yourself brought me back.
Maniac, you know a little bit about losing. in Cologne, don't you?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you for reminding me of the major, of course, 2014, semi-final, third map, 16-14, and then having to see Get Right Cry and the trophy the rest of my life. Yeah, of course.
If I've done my maths correctly, this is your 6th time back here, 4th as an analyst. That's pretty nice,
so
right?
we're talking player and talent combined?
Twice as a player.
Yeah.
4 times as an analyst. You're talented, Matthew. I think we can say that.
Thanks. This is how I like to start my day. Yeah, we're
Bring
starting
you
to have a history.
down and then pull you right back up.
Sounds like
love
a
that.
romantic song. Any romantic song.
We've got quite a lot of teams to be diving into today, as we're going to be starting off in stage 1. This is the top half of the bracket. We've got another one coming your way very shortly. Any names here, Bubsky, that you're really piquing your attention out of this first selection of teams?
I mean, we spoke about Big, right, being the home grounds of this cathedral, right? They've gone to the playoffs once, but we also have Alternate Attacks, a history with, like, an organization with rich history inside the German scene.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's my time. Alternate Attacks is my time. 2012, 2013, 2014. But obviously now things are slightly different. We have the rest of the bracket for stage 1. Obviously, a lot of eyes on Liquid and how they've kickstarted their campaign within this new roster. Twist at the helm as a captain. It is going to be tremendously interesting. The Mongolz, obviously a team on the up and up. We're hoping to see them make it to stage 2, keep making a dent into Counter-Strike top level, and what a place to do it in Cologne.
Bubsky, tell me how Team Liquid did at Blast. Did they surpass your expectations?
I think they surpassed everybody's expectations, and it was also
beating
crazy.
Navi like that.
Yeah,
Kidding
beating
me?
Navi, and also seeing KDN to analyze the games afterwards was kind of unique, right? I mean, it's a hard situation. I think Liquid have been in a spot where they were forced their hand into doing something. It clearly didn't work with the mindset of what KDN wanted to do. And now all of a sudden you have Twist as an IGL. Everybody said it's going to be fail. I also think short term it's relatively easy to plug into that role, but it's the long term effects.
And I like that you mentioned short term, because that's why we can get excited about them. We know they're not exactly ready, but because they've had this incredible start, maybe they carried it over to Cologne with all of the teams that we have on our screen right now.
So it sounds like Liquid are your favorite Matthew coming out of stage 1, or
Favorite
anybody
for what?
else?
To make it to stage 2?
Yes.
Yeah, I would definitely put them in some of the surefire team to make it to the next stage here in Cologne. That is absolutely for sure. We glanced over it, but Falcon's Eternal Fire to start stage 1?
That's
Like, you're kidding me? Like, that in itself, that packs a punch and a half. Both of these teams could very much have an application strongly to stage 2.
I mean, there's many of these teams who has realistic expectations of going through, right? But it's not going to happen because there's so much quality in terms of all these teams.
And speaking of quality, it only gets higher when we move on into stage 2. They're going to be playing in a few days' time. They've got 3 days to, be relaxing, maybe get some practice in, watching out for the other teams that are going to be coming for them. Any names here, Bubsky, that really stick out in terms of, favorites, maybe underdogs?
I mean,
negatively,
I'm going to highlight Virtus Pro. I think they're in a group where they can not expect to go through with the play they've shown recently. Mouse is also in a period of time where they need to show they are able to play with inside an arena. I think group stage, they've proven time and time again that they can be one of the best.
You don't want to play them in a group stage.
No, exactly. And you kind of want them to take that next step, right? I think Jim had a great showing at EWC, so I think the potential for this squad is so much.
Yeah, and some of these teams, some of these household names of Counter-Strike, some of them limping into Cologne, bleeding into Cologne, trying to stop the hemorrhage. Talk about FaZe, struggling, Vitality being up and down, no trophy in the cabinet quite yet. We're going to have to keep an eye on them.
On the opposite side, G2. I mean, the fact that they made it to the grand finals of EWC after making 2 roster changes, bringing in a new in-game leader, I didn't expect that, Bubs.
No, I don't think anybody really did. I think everybody within the community and the sentiment was that, Snacks, what are you doing here? You have no deserved right to be inside this roster. No, but I mean, I think everybody was coming in with that expectation, right? That Huxi was somewhat of a decent IGL. He just needed the tactical things to go up in a higher note with the addition of a new guy instead of Nexa. But for surely now, he's proven that he can actually play a decent T side. I think he gives a lot of freedom to his players. And I think this is what's going to bring G2 forth.
I think Snacks has a whole lot of pressure on him because all of the other players are stepping up. Like, you're thinking about Nico is rising to numbers which we used to see in CSGO. Monesi obviously always in the conversation for best player in the world. Mongolz is a huge firepower upgrade to Nexa. So now if G2 were to not succeed, then all the eyes would just go straight onto Snacks and so, hey, listen, little buddy, this is you right now. Everybody's looking at you. We're going to have to hold that one.
And I think that's fair enough when we're looking at, the Intel Grand Slam discussion, because guess what happened just before the player break, Matthew?
No.
G2 won Dallas, which means we get this lovely symmetrical
But you know what I mean,
here.
right? You know what I mean.
It means Falcons are going to win here. I didn't have that on my bingo
can't
card.
believe Falcons is going to win IEM Cologne. And there's really nothing you can do against math. Like if you ever watched the Da Vinci Code, it's everywhere. It's in the world. It's in the universe. It's in the particles around us. Nothing could beat symmetry, which means that Vitality would win Pro League. Oh, but, all right. Eventually we go back
I'm
there.
okay with that, but then they've already blew all their chances.
No, they're never
going to
win the Grand Slam.
Yeah, they're never going to do it. Who do you think has the most realistic chance of actually taking the trophy here, Bubsky?
I'm gonna go for a little gamble here. I think Mouse potentially.
What? What?
I mean, Mouse? Has a little chance. I mean, let's be honest. Like the Grand Slam is one of the hardest things to achieve. Right? Only a few teams have done it. I think they're in a position where they've actually started to get an amount of experience you would need from this roster over the long course. I don't see them doing any changes. Therefore, I also think they're gonna have the smoothest of runs compared to the other teams.
I know what you mean. The problem is if you want the Grand Slam, you need either Katowice or Cologne in one of these championship events. And we're yet to see that from Mouse. We're yet to see that. If they win here in Cologne, I will apologize profusely. But I
realistically,
feel safe.
don't you think they're like a top 4 for this one?
For Cologne or for the Grand
like
Slam?
One of the top 4 favorites.
I mean, they're top 4 to make it to the top 4 and lose against whoever's in there, right? That's
Okay,
just like
that's the argument.
they're like the bouncers. They're the bouncers of the top 4. They let you know if you're on the list or not, and that's it.
The most
they don't get into the club.
unsuspecting
They don't
bouncer
dance.
in the world would be Shuey. I think. Imagine him not letting you into a
he can
club.
have a little bit of gravitas. Like
Yeah.
he can have like deep voice.
I would
like,
need to see some
He's got the
ID on
mind,
COE.
Anyway, speaking of, young guns, newcomers, we've got 33 of them coming to IEM Cologne this year. Beautiful faces up on the screen. Donk, obviously, going to Katowice for the first time earlier this year, winning Katowice.
Yeah, how did that go?
Earlier this year. Do you think they've still got equally as much a chance coming into Cologne?
Personally, Spirit are my favorite to win the event. Like this is the team currently that we have the most sort of assurances in how high their level can be at a top event. They've done it in Katowice, they've done it in London once again. A couple of fresh faces. It's always funny to see the mismatch of new players at an event. So you have on one hand Gravity from 3D Max. Of course, he's dipping his toes into the top level of CS. He's enjoying all these moments. And then you have Roman, and in Seoul playing Counter-Strike for as long as I have been, and then still that's a first. So I think that's a nice little sort of horizon we have within this.
You know what's extra exciting about this year? Bubsky, I'm going to let you take the wheel because no more best of ones. Only best of threes. I love that so much.
Yeah, I mean, the argument of why teams go out, right? Players always complain about the BO1s, BO3, respectfully so. They don't have to stand up for 14 hours a day doing a broadcast day, so therefore they only want the best chance of actually advancing, right? I think they're in a period where we can actually expect a tournament of this caliber to give the best chances to the best teams.
Yeah, this isn't about us. This is not about us. We're not the main characters in all of this.
I was standing on both sides of the coin, right? I've tried the player. I don't understand. Why are we not playing BO5, BO3 all the time? We need to get the games in.
I think it's time we make like a banana and split because we've got the A stream, we've got the B stream. Over on the A stream side of things, it's going to be big, taking on FlyQuest. B stream could be the Mongolz versus Saw. Coming at you after this break.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
That's simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Welcome to Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, day number 1. It is the play-ins and it all begins now. A chance to find yourself in the cathedral of Counter-Strike. What an absolute vibe. Our first game is the Mongolz up against Saw, and we're getting right into the action bright and early because no more best of ones. We're getting straight into those best of threes. I am super hyped. And let me introduce you to the B stream. The B stands for Bubsky. It stands for Blair. I didn't think this through. It stands for B stream host. What's up, gents? How are we doing today?
I think you're a badass yourself right there.
Badass?
I'm doing great. Listen, it's Cologne, right? It's one of the few events where, you know, no matter how many years we've been doing this job, you wake up with a little bit of butterflies in your stomach. I have it, and I think everyone else here in the arena playing here does as well.
Yeah, especially we just saw how many unique faces is at here at Cologne, right? It's going to be the first time for many of them. It's probably also going to be the last time for a few of them, right? So it's a unique moment in your career that you can really cherish on whenever you finish.
First time in Cologne for you as an analyst, Bubsky?
Yeah, I played it twice. One time analyst now. The playing side of things we don't talk about. I had a little bit of bad experience back in 2021, but here on the desk it's a little bit better.
For now.
He was moaning about it earlier. We're grabbing a cup of coffee. He's like, man, this place brings me some pretty bad memories. So hopefully today's gonna kind of, you know, nullify or delete those nightmares you had once upon a time.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad anymore. I did the Katowice and I had no experience there with like in the arena or anything, but here it hurts a little bit worse.
Let's hope that we can ensure that PTSD is gone, but no promises because the last time Blair and I were on a desk, it didn't go well for the third analyst. Let's get into that first game that we're going to be doing. It is Saw up against the Mongolz, and interestingly enough, I was standing right here last year for the Mongolz, and very different opinion about this team as to what we might have now.
Where is Cadian? Who's the sacrifice? Trying to swing around the corner, but Cadian will deliver. 5-1.
I mean, this is a classic Cadian, right? He's out there flaming the opponents, giving a little warfare psychology there.
A little bit of warfare psychology. Ended well for him though, right, Bubs?
Yeah, I mean, he ended off being at the desk of Blast, and now they are sitting here at the Cologne biggest stage.
How is he even catching strays? You know, we were talking about the Mongols over here, but no. I mean, I think it's a great, a great clip to kind of start off talking about his Mongols team when they came in over there. You know, there was a plucky Asian team. They're about to take down some of his big names. You can see it was a very close-fought affair as well, where they did eventually lose to that heroic team. But now they're coming in a whole different form altogether here, this particular Asian team.
That's the thing, right, Blair? I mean, Mongolz is not... Last year, they were the upsets, right? They were the team that we weren't expecting much from. And
Look at us now.
This year...
Look at this uptick. Look at this uptick right here. To start the year, you know, they're just outside the 20th, top 20 ranking, if you look in HLTV, ESL, or Valve, you know, and then it's just been an upwards trajectory. And I can safely say right now with full conviction that they are the best Asian team to have ever come out in the modern era of Counter-Strike, not counting 1.6, of course.
No, of course. There was a period where Tyloo was actually also relevant, right? But I wish my stock portfolio looked like this. I think Mongolz is also in a period where they really want to take it to the next step, right? They've certified themselves to be at events like this one, but what is the next? Is it the playoffs? Do they actually think it's realistic to step inside the Langs Arena?
Yeah, I agree.
What do you think it is? I mean, are they ready for playoffs, or are they still figuring out their consistency?
I feel they're still figuring out a consistency right now. I feel they've kind of hit a plateau a little bit where they're trying to break through as being this team who are kind of gatekeeping, you know, nipping at the heel to the top 10, the S tier team, so to speak, and they have managed to do that. Right now, it's about trying to prove that these rankings they're having, I think they're ranked 6 or 7 right in the Valve rankings, for example, top 10 in HLTV, that they deserve this. They're a team who can consistently take down teams below them and also make some of the teams above them sweat quite a bit more, where I feel they're just lacking a little bit right now.
Yeah, and the only point I have about Mongolz right now is the Sky Esports event, right? They were here in India, or not here in India, but over in India, right? And they played mediocre Counter-Strike. I know there was a lot of circumstances around the event making it suboptimal, but it's just an event you must win if you're Mongolz, right? If you actually want to have a realistic expectation of going inside an arena in the near future.
Hear me on the back of the Sky Esports thing. I obviously saw them at ESL Challenger as well before the player break, and they did not look like the Mongols we expected. Do you think also all the traveling possibly getting to them? I know that like they don't have the easiest route to these events as some of the other teams.
I feel, I think they mentioned in an interview as well, there's a lot of travel happening back to back to land, so I can forgive them for that. And the Challenger was obviously also the final event of the season, right? But coming into this one, we saw them, considering the circumstances of the event in Sky Esports, they still managed to make it to the finals. But the way they just disappeared in 3D Max, we can't afford to have that here in Cologne.
No, and this route they have taken, it reminds me a little bit of what we did back in Mad Lions and Trick, right? You go through the online tournaments and then you start just grinding all lands because you need those points to get to the big tournaments, right? I remember playing so many, back then it was DreamHack Opens, right? And all these small events everywhere in the world, and it just stresses you out a little bit and it limits the amount of opportunities you can make to like define your playbook even further to play against the best team. So it's like a never-ending cycle if you don't get out of this.
What's interesting, I was in the shuttle from the airport with the coach of Saw, who is obviously going up against Mongolz, and he actually did say to me that's something that the tier 2 and tier 3 teams struggle with, is they are grinding so many events that there's no time to take a step back, look at your playbook, prep your play, do all of that. So maybe something Mongolz are suffering from?
Yeah, this is the issue. If you're not either a partner team or like top 10 team, you have to play the DreamHack Opens to make sure that you actually get an invite for this one. And it's just, it never stops, right? You constantly get these in your DMs like, hey, do you want to attend this one? And then you're kind of like, okay, but then we're gonna having 2 online tournaments at the same. Like we even saw Cloud9 at Blast. They played at the start of the day, and then in the evening they played different online tournaments, right? And I think this just the realistic expectations of what is going to be happening much more in 2025. Like all teams need to be very more careful about which tournaments they choose.
I want to move the conversation on to Saw, of course, because the Portuguese lineup is one that we want to focus a little bit on. Let's find out how they're feeling as we get into the first game.
Saw is about to play their very first best of 3 here in Cologne, and I'm with Materius to talk about the team and the state of the team. But the first question I do have to ask is about Barry. How is his Portuguese getting along?
Well, his Portuguese, it's not so good right now, but we are trying to teach him some words. But it's not so important, I think. So we are good right now talking in English in some moments, so all good until now.
I was talking to him, and he was saying how you communicate in Portuguese when you're in the rounds and in the game. So I guess it's after then that you confer and talk about everything that happened in the game, or how does it work exactly?
Yeah, when he has some questions at the end of the rounds or at the end of the practice, he asks what happened here. And sometimes he just asks if we talked good or what was the problem. But it's not a real issue right now. But of course it will be good that he could understand, because sometimes we go a little bit crazy. Yeah. So yeah, it's working, but in the future maybe we can improve on that point.
I mean, it's only the beginning. I want to talk about Saw a little bit and your year, and where do you see it from your perspective? Because I think getting to the major and that performance was something that was really, really awesome. But I guess people have been wondering, when are you going to get that new peak, or when are you going to trend upwards again? So how do you feel about the form of the team now?
Well, I think we are playing really good. The end of the season was a bit tough for us, because I don't know if we are not so used to be on these stages, and people felt a little bit tired. But it's not an excuse. The big teams are playing every tournament. They don't have time to practice and to play, and we just play some tournaments, but we kind of lack on that. But right now we have a lot of energy, and we just expect good things.
Awesome. Good luck and obrigada.
Thank you. Obrigado.
It's really curious to me how this team is working out with Barry, bringing in an English-speaking coach. I do find it somewhat fascinating. But Babski, I mean, you've actually played with Barry, so you have a little bit more insight for us.
I mean, he is the second hunt in Denmark. I think he played with loads of the players that
I don't know if that's like the base.
No, I don't think you want that to your name now, but back in the day you probably wanted, right? He was the second most popular IGL within that tier 3, 4 in Danish Counter-Strike, right? And I think he brought up many talents throughout the years. The thing is, they probably brought him along to actually get a little bit of a widened vision on how we actually want to approach the map, right? I think there's no way he's going to be able to dictate anything mid-round or come with like great suggestions. But like overall, Saw is in a period where they peaked already. Everybody figured them out. They saw what they came with. Their playbook was thin, and now they were screaming for help. Like, somebody with the experience, come and help us. And that was Barry.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. His impact while the game is happening, I think, is going to be very minimal. Maybe chipping a little bit, talking about some of the prep they've done overall, but he's not going to be finding a lot of impact here. We're not speaking even the language and not even understanding what our opponents are doing. Heading to the map pool here. Look, for Mongolz today, they obviously have the superior map pool. I would imagine Mirage obviously being taken out. It's a map Mongolz do really like to play, but I'm not a big fan of it overall. I think Ancient should be coming in here, coming out from the side of Mongolz. Nuke shouldn't be the surprise from Saw, and maybe the decider heading into middle of the pack. kind of inferno maybe, or a dust 2.
And it's also for Saw, right? They've had a whole player break. They probably ended it a bit before other teams just to ensure that they were actually coming into Cologne hot. They knew it was one of their best chances to get a lot of points, to secure themselves into the challenges for the rest of the year, some majors as well. So there's a lot at stake for this team.
So we're waiting to find out. There we go. It is Anubis from Saw. Here's my thing. They did take a little bit of a break from tournaments.
Yeah.
So time to deepen the map pool, time to get those strategies that could have possibly been the play there.
Yeah, I mean, this happens with a lot of teams nowadays, right? We see them come through the ranks, they come up top 20, okay, we see their face, people don't really respect them as much, and then they go into tier 1 opposition and they get anti-stratted the hell out of there, right? They don't know what to change. That's so easy to read in mid-round situations, and at that point, you're just funneling your same strats over and over and over again, and you don't have time to improve because you're playing all those online tournaments. Therefore, you need a coach with experience. You need somebody to step in there and actually make a difference long term.
I like this pick coming in from Saw, actually, right? I kind of expect them to go for Nuke. It's a map they usually go for all the time, but it's a map that Mongolz are willing to play as well. Anubis and Ancient are the 2 maps that Mongolz got absolutely just curb stomp on by 3D Max as well. So hopefully Saw have done their homework here with Barry, sitting behind them.
Maybe Barry, obviously using that strat, looking at this, kind of seeing what the opposition is, prepping. I know that he has mentioned before that the Mongolz is a team that is difficult because they have such a dynamic playstyle and they can change it up. But it seems to me from the veto, and also I have been told by pro players that sometimes we read too much into the vetoes, but I'm going to do that anyway for the sake of this pregame, that maybe there's a little bit of a gameplay coming up from Saw going, okay, we've seen what the Mongolz do on Ancient, we've seen them on Anubis, let's work that way.
I find it so funny they say we read too much into vetoes, and I've seen teams completely shit the bed when it comes to the vetoes, so maybe you should be paying more attention to vetoes if you ask me. But yeah, I agree. If you're looking at just a map pool, I think Saw it's favoring Saw in a way, but I'm looking at the individuals. I'm talking about just the shooters on the side of Mongolz, and I'm sorry, man, pound for pound, the Mongolians are just better here.
We also have to take into consideration Mongolz is stepping into an area where they will be clear favorites in matchups, right? At the January, at the start of the year, everybody was probably the favorites against Mongolz because their seeding was quite mediocre and all their results was not that great. But now they're stepping into an area where they would actually be considered favorites in matchups, and that changes the dynamic inside the server quite a bit. You kind of have to play a little bit different. You have to approach the games with a little bit more care and show your map pool in a different way.
For me, like speaking of players, right, for this team, we're looking at players like Senzu and Techno and Blitz. We know they could deliver even last year. But 910 and Mazino, even I was calling for a couple of their heads. I mean, Mazino, you're struggling a little bit. He was a very young player, of course, hard rolls as well, and 910 is the opera, missing a lot of shots he shouldn't be missing. But their ascent in form this year has gone hand in hand with Mongolz in the top 10. So those 2 players, for me, all eyes on them to deliver here in the biggest stage.
How does Mongolz consistently make a roster change and just find players that pop off? Because we spoke about this at the start of the year. We were like, oh, they've made a change. Right? And then they bring in this talent. And I'm like, why are we all missing this? Because there's clearly a selection of players there. But none of this actually matters because now we have to get into game. Right?
Let's go.
Time to start. First game of the day here at IEM Cologne. And it is time to hear from Moses and his current co-caster.
Yes, that would be Dinko. Thank you, Sam. Welcome to Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024. For the 8th time, we're kicking off the pathway to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. And we're going to open it up with Saw taking on Mongolz here on the B stream. What's up, Dinko?
Yo, what's up, Jason? That was a great death segment from Bubsky and Sam. So I'm looking forward to this one.
And that other one.
Yeah, the new host. Well, Saw versus the Mongolz. This is going to be a fun game. I mean, this is a whole load of news here in Cologne because we've got a bunch of players from Saw who made their first major this year, and now they're all attending their first Cologne. So this is a very exciting time to kick off the play-in.
Yeah, different periods that the desk highlighted. Obviously, entering that major in Copenhagen earlier this year on a bit of an upswing, had that wonderful run from 0-2 down in the group stage in the Swiss system to make it into the playoffs, and then obviously a very nice Blast Showdown as well that was conducted online. And then ever since then, we haven't really heard from them. Ever since then, they've dropped off a cliff. And I think Blez's right. If you look down the 2 rosters, Mongolz, player for player, is going to outshine you and outskill you, and then that puts you in a world where Saw, they need Ujirx, they need Erisdose to have just pop-off games today.
Yeah, they definitely do. And, we were looking at the Mongol side of things, and they were starting to build towards the end of the tournament break, right? And they got a big championship from their own perspective. They won a trophy for the first time. And then suddenly, coming out of the break, they maybe had some of the results they weren't hoping for. lost to Furia at EWC. They lost 13-9 there. Usually, they've had the number over Furia a lot in big competitions. So they're hoping that they can recover from that loss at their previous event in the final and then get the ball rolling here in the play, and they generally have a good track record at Colognes and Katowices.
Well, I think the thing with the Mongols is like it's great. You know, you go out, you win Yala Compass, you get that trophy. You obviously are winning most of the things in your region as well. But it's not about that for this team. They're nice little confidence boosters. But this second half of the year, it really feels like the Mongols. From an outside perspective, we've been so impressed with their rise, how they've been playing, how they've looked coming out of the Asian region. But you really need to cement yourself if you're Mongols now in the second half of the season as one of the best teams in the world, as a team that can compete and challenge for trophies and can be dangerous to the favorites of the events. And Cologne is a good way to establish that. Cologne is one of the events that puts your name on that map and shows us that you've taken that next step. And that's what Mongolz is going to be aiming for throughout this week.
Yeah, I mean, they first sort of burst onto the world scene at Katowice all those years ago. So the fact that was their first real test, it got people thinking about this squad, and they continued to keep it going despite making a lot of roster moves throughout the years. So we've got the young Senzu coming into his first Cologne too, and when you sit in that hallway, it's different. You know you're at a big event when you see this hallway, just every team just lined up throughout it, and there is going to be the sense of pressure to kick off that first day.
Sure, and Mongolz was here last year as well. 4 of these players will know the experience of being in Cologne. They were playing with Hasteka last year. He's obviously been switched out for Senzu, so roster looking good. Mongolz coming into this game ready to go and get Cologne started on the right foot. They'll be starting on the T side of Anubis, taking up against Saw.
Kicking off Cologne, and it is going to be a quick play in towards water for Ujurks. He's going to be fighting down towards Dark, wanting to take out 910. Sprinkle some damage, can't quite get the kill. But this is a heavy A setup. 3 players positioned over here for the CT side of Saw. Mizinho is going to fight it first. Flash is good, but he can't get a kill because Aris Dosse is quick on the trigger.
He spotted 3. Have to imagine they're going to pick up the pace towards this other bomb site now as well, because they're close up. They have the control, but I mean, still spread across the map, so they don't feel like they have the numbers to trade effectively and smartly. Now they've got to drop and fall into it.
Now coming through Dark, Steps being hurt by Ujurks. He's got a chance, but he's missing shots. He's not looking crisp this morning. 910 taking him out with that P250. Oh, missed shots all over the show from both of these B defenders for Saw, and that's Mongolz into the site easily.
Yes, Saw, even the 2 defenders, they even backed off to play it a little bit more passively to buy some time, but not able to land anything or slow down Mongolz with any effect, and they have complete control of the pistol now.
There's no kit available. These 3 retaking players, 910 perforates the head of Muthera's. Story finally getting something on the board here. But it's all come crashing down to the pistol for Saw. Strong start from Mongolz.
Yeah, nice and easy. Saw not able to really react to that in time whatsoever. Even though the opening kill goes in their favor, the stack of 3 players towards the A site is caught out, and an easy call to just hit that B bomb site with some pace to it. 1-0. Pistol is on the board, and we're going to get a second round buy out of Saw.
Straight to it. Story's got the scout out. In that sort of patch of good form that you were mentioning earlier, Jason, it was Story who looked really sick with his AWP and CS2. Seemed to adapt very well to the new game, and I'll see if he can get the ball rolling here in Cologne. He's got the scout out first.
The scout out.
Yeah. And that's
there
a good
it
start.
is.
910's down. Great start.
Had this in the pistol round, the man advantage. We'll see if they can capitalize a little bit of aggression into the back 10. Mizzino's ready. Spots out the second one, and Mutiris just has to back away as quickly as possible. So evened up off the aggressive piece.
AK picked up. Senzu now making his way through the canals, and at this point, Blitz will be pretty happy with the space that he's got until that peek from Roman. He didn't quite clear out to his right side, and these MP9s are working out. It's a fantastic start to this force buy from Saw. Mongolz are down to just 2 players.
A little bit sketchy in the mid-round, though, isn't it? 2 individual fights. No one available for Mongolz to trade or work together in any of those battles. Just solo moves in middle, solo moves in dark, and man, this has gotten away from them. Mizzino's going to pick up the bomb and come all the way back around, join up with Techno, but it's just a contact play, all that they have left to him.
Oh, timing for Ujurks couldn't have been worse. He just turns his back, and as soon as he does that, Techno arrives.
You can see why. There's no one there with him to watch anything. Oh, that's the bomb, and it just gets in.
Just about gets away. Now Roman at Dark is trying to cause a couple of problems for them, delay that bomb from getting into the site. Techno goes to address Muterus, and now he hears those steps charging down his way. Techno turns, gets that kill locked in. Grenade will go out towards B-Man instead, but Mizzino's head's been spotted. Roman takes him out of there, and it's all on Techno. He's got a 1v2 that he can't stop Story, and that is a big force buy win from Saw.
Story opens it up with a pick on Techno through Canals and closes it down with a final kill to allow the defuse. That's a round that really got away from Mongolz. Those are rounds you cannot let slip away in that fashion. Made it way too easy to find some of those individual kills in the mid-round and a good recovery. You have to imagine with that plant, Mongolz gonna have some kind of a force up, something to say in this round. We'll keep our eye on that. That kind of, because I think it felt to me like it happened a little bit in the pistol round as well, which is why they weren't as fast-paced after the initial spotting of the stack. But Mongolz very spread around the map, meaning they can't actually double up on the positions of their attack.
Well, they've gone for the force buy as well here with the AK out on Blitz. He'll look to be the hero. Story, he can gather info on multiple players spotted in mid. That grenade is not effective, and he's getting pushed. He's calling for his teammates to now adjust this A setup because there is quite a lot of pressure now being thrust through middle off the back of this Mongolz attack, and they're coming through camera. Snapshot on the Story. It's 9-10 down with that Tech 9, and now as Darcy plays on the fountain, and he looks to drown. He actually burns away. 9-10 down in the site, and 2 players left for Saw. This back and forth that's begun at the start of Cologne. The pendulum is in swing. And Mutor is coming in from heaven. This retake attempt, 9-10 has eyes on it. And he's looking to strike that right between the eyes, but Mutorus gets away. Bullets don't connect, and this is still possible with a kit on the back of Mutorus. They need a kill soon, and with Blitz picking that one up on the AK, it is 1 HP for U-Jerks. Falling back, getting to safety, looks impossible, and now winning the round is as well. 2-1. This back and forth is sick.
Well, you gave the hero AK-47 to Blitz, and he gets you 3 kills across the round, so it works exactly as designed. A little bit of a pace change, an uppercut from the Mongolz, very fast to split that A bomb site, and that one hurts for Saw. After a second round conversion, these Tech 9s find plenty of space and give Mongolz the lead and the economic control back.
Last bullet as well. That's nice from Blitz.
That ain't too shabby, is it?
Nope. Well, here we go. Force buy again. I love this. This is a great start. To wake you up in the morning.
Yeah. We saw Saw getting out of their shuttles with their pillows in
Yeah, they had a nap in the shuttle, that's for sure. A couple of those players getting on in age, Jason.
It's early for esports hours.
When are you going to start bringing your pillow to the casting desk?
I'm not that old yet.
Yeah, we'll give it a few months.
Apparently this hotel has a pillow menu. I've
never heard of a pillow menu, I'm not going to lie.
You can order a firmer pillow or a softer pillow.
Yeah, I understand the concept. I just can't believe that there is one. That's pretty sick. What would you go with?
More of a firm pillow myself.
Yeah, gotta be firm. And Senzu confirming to his teammates there is presence in dark. Lots of footsteps. In fact, Senzu only manages one on the AK. It's a swift upgrade here for Saw. Are we back on for another round win here off the back of the force fire? It's taking the first steps in that direction. There's Darce in middle. Blitz will handle business.
Saw's really making some aggressive mid-round plays.
Looks like they made the wrong one here.
Yeah, this time it just kind of loses them any sort of advantage they have. Bomb is still isolated a little bit on its own. It's going to start joining up through canals, and the B bomb site wide the hell open. And you have to think, if this bomb goes in and gets planted, it's time to save if you're Saw and just try again in the next round with what you can bring forward.
I hear that surely soon, and now with the bomb being planted, Techno charging out towards top middle. This is the chance for a kill for Saw, but they are just hanging around. Story's MP9 should get this one locked in. Techno's offered up one, but they're so far away from this. And so they will now just take those weapons into the next round. 3-1 lead for Mongolz.
Oh, spotted a little leg. Mutiris with that AK-47 is happy for the fight. 9-10 probably shouldn't be giving him any more chances. And indeed, he'll just back away for a second before getting frisky.
Yeah, their money ain't that good either right now. We've got, over on the A-stream, is Big making their debut here in Cologne. A team that made the final all those years ago.
All those years ago.
Squad. And they're looking to try and bring this new German roster into a strong Cologne. But the front runners, I think Mongolz is in that conversation out of the play-in right now, Jason. But are you on that camp? Do you think Mongolz are one of the squads that should be making out of the play-in?
That should be making out of the play-in, certainly. I think it'd be just another kind of... We've seen them, we're kind of wondering right now, I think, if they've hit a plateau. And that's what we're looking for them to prove to us in Cologne, that they haven't. That there is another level that they can get to. If they don't, that'd be a massive problem. But in this group, with Saw, with Big, with FlyQuest, and you're the Mongolz, who's a team that's been rising and doing so many good things throughout the year, this should be a relatively simple path to get into the next stage of the tournament.
Story. Oh, timing nearly works out from the spot. Senzu out towards the bottom of those stairs. Muterus will take the first kill of the round, though. And the hero AK-47 doing work for Saw. And he wants to get active, goes aggressive, and gets caught in the open.
That's what I'm talking about. So many of these mid-round pushes. This one works for Story. Actually, this two work for Story. Double kill, but they can wrap around him now into the 8-bomb site.
Yeah, Story's just trying to hide now. His teammate closest to him is Ujerks, and he's not close at all. He's only got a USP. So Story decides there might actually be a gap, a timing that I can move away from the fountain and deep into A main.
I think he's thinking, I wonder if there's an AK-47 on the ground I can upgrade to.
And that would be quite nice too. Story's just worried about rugs at the moment, and currently he's getting flanked by Techno, who's coming in from a side that Story is not ready for just yet.
And look at these positions. This is actually kind of cool from Mongolz. They just pause and wait. They know the rotation's going to have to come in. If they plant the bomb, Saw knows exactly where they are, but now you've kind of gotten these advanced flank positions and you can just sit and wait, and they've opened up a great opportunity for themselves to convert a 4th round.
Yeah, that was great composure from Techno, realizing that
he gonna come back.
Story would have to come back, right? He has to come back into main. And now it's a USP and an AK to come back into this round, and there is no kit, no utility left here for Saw. Just about trying to do some damage again to these Mongolz players. And Techno rounds that corner, Mag 10, unable to get one, so it's the AK to clean up the rest, and a 4-1 lead now for the Mongols.
Good start for Blitz as well, 8-1 as he closes the 5th round. Moving forward, Saw going to finally have the first full buy round. It's been an exchange of force buys back and forth. This one almost getting done with just a saved MP9 that has good effect. But Story will have his op. M4s are brought out with smokes and utility and Molotovs. Saw starting to put together more of the nades they need. But I still saw in that round, I mean, yeah, you have a couple weaker buys. Still saw that push in Canals after the opening kill, right? You still saw like Story gets the double kill on the push in A main. You're still seeing some of that like mid-round aggression out of Saw that's been punished in some of these rounds.
Do you think it's just because they've kind of always had compromised buys in this half so far? Like they haven't had like a real solid full buy yet.
Maybe a little bit, but they did it in round 3 too when they had the the advantage. I think a lot of it has to do obviously with the CT side of Anubis, that teams feel like being that aggressor and being the one who can kind of peek and get information is very important to track the movements of the team across the map.
So finally, rifles in every player, and the AWP is out for Story. 9-10 looking to battle that AWP on the other side of things early on. Story rings that shot out, and oh, he's down. Nice shot through the air. 9-10 takes him out. Now Techno goes on the back of that. Goes into the site, but it's not clean from Techno. Senzu has to trade it out. Mongolz still ahead by 1, but they follow that up with 9-10 and Mazinho, and it is utter collapse for Saw. And is just destroyed.
So much pressure applied off that opening pick from 9-10. Techno's walking in, and as he's fighting and as he's making his presence known, Senzu's coming in from Canals as well, and this time the pinch is timed perfectly from different angles. And Story's got to be punching himself. I just got done saying this is the first full buy Saw's had in this whole game, and Story just jumping over the smoke for a little bit of information, gets his face ripped off.
This could start to become a very difficult first half for Saw very quickly.
This could snowball out of control very fast, you're right.
Does feel like the signs are pointing that way at the moment. As I'll say, hearing those steps, I mean, the one weapon you don't want to have saved over is the FAMAS, and it is down as well. So not a single player saving their life here, Saw. 5-1. For the Mongols, and money is in the bin again for Saw, so likely to see a few upgraded weapons here, but this is a great shot from 9-10. He was prepared for the movement of the AWP because he rung out the shot a little bit earlier. Tough scenario here. We're now looking at an incredibly likely 6-1 scoreline. It's crazy to me watching Muterus. It feels like Muterus has just been around for such a long time, and only when CS2 comes out, a new version of Counter-Strike, does he make his first major, does he go to his first Cologne. Must feel like everything's happened all at once for him.
I mean, the images of them qualifying for the Copenhagen Major were incredible to see how long they've worked for it, how hard they've worked for it. To have that finally come through was beautiful for them.
Especially because how close they were before, and VP taking that away from them, but And they're in Cologne, and it doesn't look like they have that same momentum behind them.
No, well, I mean, look, when they qualified, and at the best we've seen them throughout this year has been, you know, Ujurks and Erzdosse really being the engine for this team. Stories up there having impact as well, and that obviously hasn't come to pass yet here in this opening map of Cologne. And we'll see if they can ignite something. Now it's just pistols, a couple players with armor, but Mongolz this round have been very patient. Haven't spread too thin, haven't tried to do anything early. They've let the utility run out. They've let Saw use all the Molotovs and all the smokes to block the choke points. Now it's just about battling, and they don't have the weapons for it.
Mazinho, solid work. Controlling the AK at range, not that easy. And he cleans up 3 players in front of him. And now finally money back for Saul, but they've got to start winning rounds in the CT side right now.
Yeah, they're running out of time to get their feet planted. They'll try it again. Story's like, all right, this time I won't be jumping over a smoke. Round 8.
So Mongolz have no one positioned outside of B early on. They're going very heavily towards the A-bomb site.
Pretty standard defense as well, 2-on-2, although Erzdosse is leaning towards the middle part of the map. But as soon as Story spots something with this AWP, an early warning system, there can be 3 defenders here with the quickness.
It looks like the AWP is positioned perfectly to at least get one, but getting away might be the tough part. He gets in behind Fountain, has to combat close quarters and gets taken out by Mazinho. AWP is only good for 1 kill. Erzdosse receiving a lot of damage, winning that rotation from his teammates. Now he tucks himself in the corner, hoping that a distraction from bricks is enough to allow Erzdosse the element of surprise.
Yeah, but Mongolz is trying to force this way too much. They had a chance after that 1-for-1 trade with that smoke up that they could have backed off, but it's right back. 3-on-3, and now certainly Mongolz have to think about another part of the map. They know the rotation will be here. They know it's going to be overwhelming odds.
Look how low they are on 2 players hit. 8 HP for Blitz, 4 for Mazinho. But at least there's like a full minute left on the clock to play with, so they can slow it down. They can stay composed. You can see Saw have split this defense up already. 1 in each main part of the map. 1 in middle, 1 A, 1 B.
I'd almost be surprised if Blitz doesn't just come back to the A-bomb site with the bomb. At the moment, they're parked up looking for pushes. Here's a little round of utility. Okay, so they're going to fake it. They're going to take everyone off the B-bomb site. They're going to let Blitz do this on his own, but he's only got, what, 8 HP? Like, they need kills here. If they don't get kills here on this push, it's all over.
Well, Roman out the back of the cake. It is one on Mazinho. 9-10 doing his best to drop the second, but he can't. So it's all on Blitz in a 1v2. You say it's all over. Well, Blitz will have to try and step up for this big clutch. He's planted. He's going into the temple. Perhaps aggression. Perhaps an unexpected position. Could get this into a 1v1 fight, but they've slowed down. Now they'll group up together. Mura's not ready for this, but the low HP will cost Blitz. He needed an instant headshot, and without that, he is too easy to take down.
I think he was putting together as well. Heard the footsteps of the second player, and he was trying to formulate what kind of a move he was going to make after the kill and just didn't actually secure it. Still, 3 kills. Money's still going to be a really big problem for Saw, even though they do recover the AWP, drop some weapons over to teammates, and Mongolz with this plant obviously going to be buying. Good smoke deployed by Saw to shut down this hit, not letting Mongolz stream out wide up to the pillar after the trade. Yeah, get hyped up.
Yeah, something to be positive about for Saw finally. Problem is, Mongolz built up a lot of money, so their buy is back again, and it's strong, and they've got leftover cash. Oh, Senzu, uncomfortable things heat up for him, and he gets evaporated by Ujurks. Advantage here with Saw.
Good deep Molotov and aggression behind it, double peek to secure the opening kill. Muterus going to be burned out of his location.
Not nice from Muterus. At least he doesn't have to round that corner, but still not a comfortable spot for him. Flash is coming out. Oh, he starts to spray wildly. Techno able to take him out. Now Story, this is committed with the AWP, and okay, Story. He writes his own with that no-scope, and he's got a chance now to go forward. This is ridiculous from Story. Sick hold in middle. He puts himself in danger's way. It turns out he is the danger. Mazinho's left alone, and this round feels done.
Almost able to break through. Aggressive, assertive play from Story pays off. He's even going to get a quad kill. Just hold the angle. Mazzino's going to swing right into it. 4 kills for Story. And he's got Saw into this map. Things should be a little bit easier for them as they have some money. They can rebuy, they can replenish utility. And this is the best they've looked all half. Timeout from Mongolz.
Still have enough money to get another good buy here for the Mongols. It's 2 gun rounds in a row going against them though.
I love those jerseys.
They're so good.
They're nice.
The gold foil.
That's brilliant.
Mongols have always had pretty cool stuff though.
Yeah, well, I mean, when your logo's Genghis Khan, that's, you know, it's a good starting point.
It is a very good starting point.
It's a pretty sweet starting point.
Like, yeah, well, you can't just embrace that, I suppose. Going into battle with that is pretty sick. And the Mongols now out of their timeout. Back to the AK-47s. And Story is starting to be very dynamic. He's changing his starting position. He's over towards Dark. Making it unpredictable for Mongolz to play around this AWP.
It's a good point. We've seen him in plenty of different locations. He's picked off at the B-bomb site the first time. Saw him at A main going 1-for-1 in middle the previous round with the quad kill. Now playing canals, so trying to make sure Mongolz is always going to be a little bit worried about where he's positioned. Smoke a little bit off. But it's still going to pull a push from A, and Mazzino handles it, even dropping down, prepared for the fight, and now an A split is on. Mutiris is going to have to push forward after this kill, but he can't find it, and that should be the round.
Yeah, it does feel like it. Oh, 910 was trying to cut those rotations off and seal the deal. Still looks like it's very likely with that follow-up utility coming in.
Yeah, there's still another smoke available for Mazzino he can chuck out, but I don't even think Saw is going to think about going for this. Already parked at the B-bomb site is Ujurks, going to be joined up by Roman. Story's going to be there as well. So 7 for Mongolz on this T side of Anubis. Led by Blitz, 12-3.
Yeah, Blitz is off to a real heater. It's good to have an IGL that's capable of fragging so heavily.
It's interesting, completely separate topic.
Okay. I was like, all right, you're following up. What's so interesting about that?
I have no transition for that one. Just move along.
All right.
Just because, I mean, we had the interview from Mutiris, and he's kind of made his comments. End of the season was tough for us, but the big conversation, or part of the conversation focusing on Barry, you know, someone who's coming in doesn't speak the language. And I've had a couple of those, right? Like, you know, I think the big one would be Devil Walk with Bad News Eagles. Or
Peacemaker with Tyloo.
Yeah, and it's fun seeing all the teams and coaches who have kind of gone down that route are all saying the same thing. Is like, it's fine communicating outside the game in theory, right? Like when we have the time to talk about things, very valuable. But when we're in games, all he needs to know is when we're losing our shit, like whenever we're freaking out, and that's when he needs to rein us back in. But he doesn't need to understand, you know, all the details of the communication.
Sometimes it's hard to know for the Mongols, though. Imagine standing behind them. You know, you don't know their emotions. When they win their biggest match ever, it's the same as losing. Ooh! Story boosted up a tower of terror as he looks down on Mazzino. And that's Saw ahead on players here with a lot of time still left in this round. And the Mongols shaping up for their final attack already. It's going to be into this B-bomb site.
Roman took a lot of damage from a Molotov in towards E-Box earlier, so he's got to go passive. So this B-bomb site is available for the taking, or is it? Instant headshot.
It's big from Roman. Now Techno charged into the fight. 910 with him. And if Techno was able to find that follow-up into the cave, then this would have been completely back on. But it's a 1 versus 2. It's doable here for 910, especially with that utility. It gives him crucial seconds to play with for the plant. Now going through the smoke, Muters makes a wild maneuver. And fortunately for him, Aris Dose comes through Dark at the right time to get the trade, but that could have easily gone the other way.
He had to force himself into that fight for the trade as well. He ran through the Molotov. All that damage is from Flames, so that's almost a 1v2. Or I should say a 2v1 given away to Mongolz. Awkward time for Arisdose to get involved, but he salvages the op after all is said and done, and we're heading into the final round of the first half and a second timeout from Mongolz. They really want number 8.
2 timeouts in the half for the Mongols, and 8 rounds, obviously, very doable. Well, the problem is, their money is actually broken right at the end here to a very fragile state. So they're going with the AKs on 2, Khalil out for Techno, and the rest will have to play with pistols. So I've done a decent job at recovering this half. If they get 5, that's actually more than I was expecting from them based on how the first few gun rounds went. Big part of that is obviously a massive step up in performance from Story since that AWP came out on him.
Well, the past 4 rounds, right? They've won 3 of the last 4, but it did look like they were just getting buried there for a certain time. So shout out to Story. It was his quad kill in middle with the AWP that kind of got this started, got them fired up.
Now it's Mongolz getting buried.
Bombs outside the A bomb site. This looks like it'll be a split. They did win a Tech 9 low buy round with 1 single hero AK-47 earlier. It was faster pace, but same concept. And there's a lot of real estate for Mongolz to work with in middle.
Murus. Utility at the ready here. Camry's got just a slight pixel where he can spot them crossover, and he'll toss that Incendiary down, and now they come right through it. He didn't get his gun out. It's a little awkward, and Aris Dotse once again having to bail Murus out of this hole, but he can't get the 3rd kill. Techno's already at heaven, so he's cutting this rotation off as they come back in. Looks like Mongols are staring at a chance for 8th rounds if this fight goes their way, and Techno annihilates you jerks. Now keeping both of these remaining players of Saw out of the fray at the moment. Techno just stands up at heaven and shuts Saw out of this round. Roman must attempt it, and both of the remaining players of Mongols are low. They're damaged goods, and Roman goes charging right into Techno, who pretty much single-handedly secures that 8-4 scoreline for the Mongols. Extreme Masters Cologne and 2024. And we've got ourselves Saw versus Mongolz in the opening day of the play-in. And it's 8-4 currently. The Mongolz leading the way over Saw. They were able to find a little patch of form in that first half, but it's not enough to feel confident about the Portuguese just yet, Jason.
No, not at all. But I think too, like they took some untimely losses right in that first half. That first gun round, full gun round, I think at 3-1 or 4-1 when Story gets picked off with the AWP. Would have been nice if they could have gotten started earlier. Let's see what Mongolz is going to have on the CT side. Story's come to play today. He's got the right pillow.
Yeah, he's definitely got the firm pillow right now. And that P250, that's why you pick it up. On the T-side pistol, we got some range on it. Mazinho just getting a one and ducking out. Story's still trying to fight and keep them pinned back at dark.
And he's doing a good job. Mazzino's the only one here. He's like, hey guys, help.
Yep, please
somebody.
Come. Oh, Muterus now senses timing on Techno with all the steps to come through dark and take him out. Story, it's an elevated position to try and fight mid, but Blitz charging down those steps, making noise. He sees the shadow, goes for the fight, but Story just annihilates him. Muterus is pushed all the way through to spawn, and so he's got that kill on Mazinho. That's the round. Saw have won the pistol. It'll be 8-5.
That P250 controlled so much in the middle part of the map, preventing them from shifting around and sliding between the bomb sites as well. The little bit of a fake towards the A bomb site really threw that defense into chaos. Mongolz never got a good read of where Saw was heading. And so it's game on. Saw take the pistol within 3 rounds now at 5-8. And they can close this gap. But it really is all about Story at the moment, 14-10. We have not seen that kind of rifling strength out of the Saw squad just yet. They'll need it in the second half to complete this comeback. This is the map pick of Saw. Up next is Ancient, picked by the Mongolz, obviously, and Dust 2 would be a third and deciding map if we need to get there. It's nice having BO3s on day one.
Oh, dude, it's so sick.
We're normally cruising through one mappers.
Yeah, usually it's like BO1s and we're done, but we're doing BO3s all the way through today. And if you missed that news, well, there you go. Now you've got plenty of best 3 action all throughout the first few days of the play-in. 910 crawling his way up through the darkness and up into the fight with Roman. So half of his health gone off the back of that shot with the scout. He's getting peppered and finally destroyed. Story sends that bullet through the smoke.
He's really going for it. Oh, smoke blown open. Blitz almost down. Again, just spamming that scout. And I think now is when Saw just start to move in behind the cover of that smoke. And Mongolz will have to take these weapons into the next round. They can't do anything to challenge here. So 6-8 is now the scoreline, or will be the scoreline in, what, 50 seconds, 45 seconds?
I'll say 46 seconds.
It's no counter. We can't actually test this.
Someone at home, keep count right now. Get your stopwatch out. And this is, that save call might make that problematic. So there's 6 rounds for Solid, and way back into the game now, picked up off the back of a solid start in the second half. A lot of Counter-Strike today. We've got 4 BO3s on this stream and the other.
8 best of 3s today.
That's a lot of Counter-Strike.
That's a lot of best of 3s. There's Dose. Oh, he's going to end up dying. I'm surprised Senzu doesn't just grab that AK-47 and bail out. He knows he's getting wrapped behind, and it all goes to waste. A couple decent kills at the end. 2 rounds now separating these teams, and Mongolz on a full save.
Speaking of save,
yeah.
Do you think Liquid is going to save the region now, Jason? North America have got a couple of teams here in the play-in. Is this finally time we see them come back?
Way to tie that together.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what they've got. Obviously, it was wonderful watching the Blast Liquid with the run that they had. Being able to replicate the win over Na'Vi not once but twice was sweet. Really good T-sides from Twist and Liquid at various moments. Ultimate had his big moments. Yakinder was looking revitalized. Naf is still looking like a beast.
Your second LAN for Tier 1 being IEM Cologne for Ultimate, it's gonna be fun. This is about to be very quick though. As soon as that Mac 10 rounds the corner through dark, should get some extra money. And It's all destroyed now for the Mongols. Defense 8-7. The gap is now just 1 round. And that's a massive start here for Saw. You just can't let Mongols come into the first gun round and win it comfortably. Ever since we shouted out Blitz for how many, I think it was 12 and 3 at one point, he just hasn't got a kill since then.
Yeah, it's been a little bit quiet over there, hasn't it? Let's see if they can get their CT side started immediately. Keep this lead in their favor. Up on 9-10. Everyone else has rifles with full utility, so looking good for the defensive setup. No kits, which is a little bit of a bummer. Yep. But if you never let them plant, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. The mentality is you just got to win before that happens. And the flash for Blitz. He's about to set up an aggressive maneuver outside of A main right now. It was Dosse caught by the flash. Here's a follow-up chance from Mazinho. And he absolutely wrecked Story. Muteris can't really fight because he's the bomb. If he goes down at the bottom of the stairs, it's completely over. So he doesn't overextend, he doesn't peek, but that's Saw down 2 players already, and it doesn't look like they're going to get to plant right now, Jason.
No, Senzu's in a good position as well. This is being watched by 9-10 with the ult, but he can't win the fight. But that's the bomb. Muteris, if he tries to cross over, 9-10 will definitely pick him off.
Here comes Techno now. He's up, trying to defend Dark. It's one quick headshot from Techno. 9-10 went down, but Techno cleans up the rest. And Muteris now with the bomb has to beeline in towards the A side. And the time it takes to try AWP, it's actually allowed that adjustment for Mazinho to come in, so he's rotated over.
How did 9-10 lose that? Oh, did he get a leg shot?
Yeah, must have done, yeah. Muteris 16 health.
Yeah.
Limps into the site, does not get the plant, and the Mongols will pick up the round.
Did chuck away the AWP.
That's big.
So a little bit of economic damage, forcing that rebuy, and actually they can't even afford it at the moment.
That was really cool for the Mongols. I like that aggressive A play.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like that was expected whatsoever from Saw. First gun round, they probably have an idea of how they want to start this T side, what they want to attack, and to try and kind of set up things they can exploit down the road, and weren't prepared for the aggressive flashbang from Mongolz to get that opening double from Mazinho. 9-7. Second timeout used by Saw, both teams with 1 remaining.
Unable to tie up the game in their first attempt here, Saw. Once again, the gap extends in favor of Mongols. The AK is still good on Saw, still enough to get a good buy.
This is the last buy that Saw will have. After this, it's kind of a save. I mean, depending on how many rifles they bring forward or plant or how many kills they get and they want to force up. But this is where, like, that hard work of bringing the scoreline back.
Same could be said, though, if they win this round for the Mongols, right? They don't have a whole lot of cash left over for the CTs.
This feels like, is Saw going to keep it competitive, or do they have to kind of embark on a comeback again in the last stages of this?
Oh, this is a little awkward because Senzu thought he had a bit of a gap to spot out Muteris, and they just cross in, blow up in that smoke. Now the attack is coming in from 2 fronts of the site, and it's an utter collapse here for the Mongols B defense. It's just a heads-up play into that B bomb site from Saw. Just split it as early as possible. And that is Saw just crashing down upon them.
That's some awesome utility work from Saw as well. Like 2 defenders at that bomb site, obviously an E-box that we saw, and back, on platform just get drilled with grenades as Saw is coming in. Like, catch them full on. Nothing Mongols can do. It's gone the other direction, and Saw will indeed keep it close. They can fight and claw. Mongols at a breaking point with the economy. Next round's going to be real weird for them.
Yeah, well, not even just keep it close, keep it clean too, right? They're 5 players up right now.
Yeah.
That could change with this fight coming down on the beach, but this will help grow that economy and stabilize things for a little further. And Mazinho doing his best to remove some weapons. Not bad. He nearly took 3 with him to the grave. When he's out of there and Mongols don't save a single player, money is down to 3.5k average. They'll be upgraded pistols, but truly no buy.
I was gonna say,
want to go for it?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing as you. I was like, no way they should kind of force this one. And also, I think it's a little too early to burn your 3rd and final timeout. But if you're gonna go for a buy here, it feels like you'd want to go for that timeout to have the moment to talk. So they do invest on Blitz. They keep enough money in the bank. He's the only one who really invests this much money. Everyone else is staying pretty chill. So once again, a hero rifle. It worked for him the first half. Let's see what he can do here on the CT side. Nothing.
Oh, that's pretty clean from Roman.
That's very clean from Roman.
Oh, that M4. It was in his hands.
It was an idea. It was there.
Not for long. Some ideas crash and burn. And they can't get that M4 back. So, surprisingly, the game is tied up now. Seoul got a good start on the T side and starting to really rack up rounds.
All they've done at the moment is replicate the kind of success that Mongolz had in the first half, right? Like they're kind of both teams even keel on how their T sides have performed, which is big early start, exploiting low economy for the CT side. And Saw showed us they could kind of figure it out and plant their feet in the first half to put some rounds on the board. They got 4 CT sides, 4 CT rounds, and Mongol's going to have to do the same thing. And certainly Roman's going to be able to rack a couple more kills up. Quad kills so far. And Techno's sliding back like he wants to give him a chance for the ace.
And so we're all thinking.
This is weird. I mean, this is kind of crazy when... The success of Saw that we've seen this year was mostly predicated on like Erzdose and Ujerks having disgustingly strong rifle performances. Right now it's Story, obviously, who's been there this whole map, but Roman and Mutiris are the next guys. The two kind of engines that you think about with this team aren't putting a whole lot in at the moment.
Well, I'm going to say that's probably the first ace of Cologne. I don't know what's happened on the other stream, but definitely our first ace.
You can be confident in that one, I think.
Roman picks it up. All 5 kills locked in. The Roman Empire begins.
How'd that end? Pretty good?
Germans kind of ended it, so, you know, he's coming back. He's back. No Empire lasts forever, Jason.
No, certainly not.
The Mongols know all about that. Is their scoreline? No. Falls away completely.
Now we're going way, way back.
Tied up 9-9. And a timeout for Saw here.
See what they've got. Off again in the hands of 9-10. It's back. Blitz has to descend to the MP9. But still a strong buy. And that's the final timeout for Mongolz.
Mongolz in their T-half attempted just a straight-up A play at a similar point in the half and didn't go so often. They were stalled out. Seems like it's a similar situation here for Saul, but they're just charging right through. Story got caught by flashbang. Mazinho does pretty well. But his teammates are not committed inside of the site with him, so they're going to actually get blasted out of there.
Oh, that's a tough kill to take. Tough kill to take just as you're about to line up for the retake. Mazzino gave you a man advantage, and you've handed it right back. Blitz has swapped to the AWP. The big strength of this is going to be Techno coming in on the flank.
Here comes Senzu through storage. Looks to pack them up, but it is Ujerks that'll take Senzu out of this round, and Saw's post plan is looking like it is going to come out on top. Roman's focused on camera, but he's got to realize now Techno's coming in from main. They're trying to find a kill here, but they're not picking it up. They haven't been able to find even a foothold in this site to climb their way back into it, but Techno finally strikes. Blitz with that shot back. It's all Mutiris, and it all falls apart for Saw, but time is the enemy, and there's not enough of it for the Mongols. They're going to get out of there, and that is Saw to head to 10 rounds. They've now taken the lead on Anubis, and it is not clean. It is very close, but no kit stops the Mongols.
This T side from Saw is looking really, really good so far. They've been successful pretty much everywhere on the map, exploiting B with a sick execute in the previous gun round. Now, even though Mazzino gets a double kill, they still have such a strong position when they get into this bomb site, able to hold off for any idea of a retake. Looking real good in this second half, and Mongolz is scrambling. 6-1 run since we switched sides. 6 of the last 7 in the favor of Saw.
But I think that post plan is a little warning to Saw of how quickly it can fall apart right at the end. That gotta tighten things up once that bomb goes down.
Ooh, aggressive peek, like the first gun round.
Oh, flash is good. On the spam through the wood, he can still go for it. He's actually committing to this around the corner. Mazinho, I don't know how he's got away with that.
Oh, repeat.
Oh my god, 910 goes into that fight, and he actually wins that kill back. So, off the back of the craziness, it's a 3v3. I really don't know how Mongolz have managed that, to be honest.
It's so mental. I can't believe Mazinho actually swung for that deep out of A main.
So, yep, no one's expecting this. I'm just going to run.
Best case scenario, that's 1 for 1.
Well,
the defense is spread thin. 1 at B, 1 in middle, 1 in A. And they have no intentions at the moment of joining up. So Techno, you're calling for support because you're on your own. Blitz can shift over, but he'll be blocked off by smoke. And Saul is being oh so patient.
Right now it is oh so quiet.
Give him a flashbang.
910 goes back. Nice shot. Roman taken out with no problems. 45 seconds left. And 910 will drop back to Cake. Another position taken.
They're trying to execute a fake a little bit off that B pressure, so they didn't want the flashbang, but obviously leaves them very exposed to 910 holding an angle.
Oh, unfortunate. That Molotov forces 910 into an uncomfortable spot. Now Story goes for the peep, but 910 nails that shot. Turns his back, his blitz. Goes down. 910 doesn't defend him. And Muterus now is left in a 1v2. 20 seconds left. 910 crosses into the open with a USP in hand and the information possibly that Muterus was low, so finished him off. It is now 10-10. We're all tied up again. And this opening game, it is so back and forth.
It's getting brawly now, too. I don't think either team
has... wild plays. Like Mazinho, the crazy at the start of this round.
Yeah, that was a bit much. No timeout to slow this down at all, so these teams are just kind of, play on. Mongolz, no money left in the bank. Blitz with 14 and Mazinho with $1,300. That's it. Same with Saw. Big swing round for how the later stages of this map will go.
Ooh, Aristose, does he sense a gap? Does he feel like there's an opening, but his own teammate just mollied that opening off? So he can't really take the pathway wanted. That stalls him out. Senzu to drop him from jail. Roman locks Techno up, and Molotovs coat the back of the platform. It is absolutely brilliant from Saw, entering that B site. Once again, perfect utility, making it uncomfortable for the Mongolz. And they can't do anything about it.
No, it feels like because Mongolz have been playing so much more passive at this B bomb site on the CT side compared to Saw, like the avenue to get your foothold on these executes is there for Saw, and that's what they're exploiting. They're getting in with 1 kill and then having the angles to keep the defense deep in the choke points. And Saw just battering down this defense.
It's not like you have resources to fall back on here either if you're Mongolz.
No, you got the resources you have is the AWP and the M4. That's it.
Blitz can get an M4 as well, but it's tough. It is very tough now for the Mongolz. Lose this, and the first map is very likely going in favor of Saw. This is Saw's map pick. They want to come out swinging in Cologne. It would be considered an upset if Saw were able to take Mongolz out today. Actually, it turns out it's a really good buy here for Mongolz considering what they had. So they'll maximize everything, get the AWP 3 kits as well, and M4s on every one of their riflers.
Yeah, that full losing bonus really helped them out. Saved weapons, allowed them to drop some M4s over. You must deliver here.
Oh, timing. Blitz gets caught. Muterus up top. Just takes that headshot on the flick on over.
And that should be the sign, too, that there's an AWP covering for that kind of a push.
Story goes down. Senzu able to get rid of him. It is a 1-for-1 start to this. If Story had won that fight, 5v3, and we're looking at 12 rounds for Saw. But this is still doable now for the Mongolz, but a step too far from Senzu.
This time they're getting kind of lured because they've been punished with passive setups at this B bomb site. They're trying to maintain that aggression and trying to maintain position in towards E-Box and Dark, but man, they're just getting forced back. Saw playing it so well and patient for those pushes.
Oh, big shot.
Huge trade.
And now it's a 1v2 at 910. It's going to blow open that smoke inside of Dark. Doesn't see anybody behind it. It's not an easy situation here. Oh, he's actually had a random bullet there on Muterus that's come out on top. Muterus took a step forward. Now dropping back to the platform is Ujerks, but he could have gone anywhere. And 910 has used his incendiary already. He can't clear out that position. 910 goes for the smoke, and now so close to the kill. But regardless, it is 12 rounds now for Saw. Map point on Anubis.
12 rounds and nothing saved over for Mongolz. Everything's going to be a reinvestment. They should have a decent buy. But the way that Saw has come back into the second half is so impressive. Mongolz defense is nowhere to be found.
It did feel like with the inaccuracy of Udrex there was suddenly a chance to win that 1v2.
And he made that footstep that 9-10 swings to. Yeah, the little bit of luck goes his way. It was there.
Sometimes you need it just to win these maps, these closely contested maps.
Oh, missing a lot of nades, missing kits, which has already had an impact in this map.
Very tough. And that B strike, when they go in for this execute on the B bomb site, it has been so good from Saw. And if you have nothing to combat that, if you have nothing to slow them down, this could be a walk in the park for Saw. A walk into the B bomb site, because 3 players from this defense positioned at A, only 2 defending the B bomb site right now.
And it's such a luxury for Story with the AWP. He's just like, oh, like you guys are out of utility, huh? Nothing smoking this off. I'll take the opportunity to just park here for 30, 40 seconds.
Just got to worry about a split, but the push is coming. This is aggressive from the Mongolz, trying to get proactive. That kill from Senzu allows them to not reveal that aggressive maneuver, so Dose doesn't have info that there is a pack of players now making their way through the water.
They're being so patient because there's a flank coming in through Temple. Udrex basically has to do everything. He needs 2 kills here to crack this open, and he's been spotted. Good awareness from Techno.
Yeah, that is great awareness to have eyes on that, and now this B bomb site has everybody ready to hold, ready to push through to 11 rounds. Back and forth, these fights go down though, and the numbers are starting to edge out just slightly to the Mongolz, but Mazinho pulls out the sidearm, and the confusion as Saw walk into a heap of players, and they get stopped at the door. This map is not done yet. In fact, we are staring at a possible overtime.
Yeah, we really are. P250s, Tech 9s, 1 AK-47 on Roman with no utility. Mongolz have just barely held on here. One final shot at it. But here's the thing now, with this kind of a buy, you have 4 Tech 9s and an AK-47. Surely you get a little crazy with the speed.
Yeah,
surely you get a little crazy with the pacing, and they've been I'm not going to say slow, but they've been measured throughout this half. Man, an uppercut here, a pace change could be really brutal for Mongolz.
No, it doesn't look like that's happening. He's spread out, and the smoke blows open. 9-10, taking 20 damage off it.
I don't know. Look how much control they have in mid.
Good now accelerate into this A plate. Mazinho utility severs off the attack. As Dose commits beyond the fire.
The only one to commit beyond the fire. That's a little... He didn't call off the push where the rest of his teammates were like, no, wait. He was already going through.
Yeah, he's definitely ready for that. Minute and 8 seconds left as this attack is about to come in towards Mazinho. And his M4, oh, here's a step. He's ready now. He's got that M4 out, and he goes into the fight. Mazinho gets one, Blitz with the other. And now he's got to realize that camera's a possibility. Udrex charging down towards him with a Tech 9, and it is overtime, ladies and gentlemen. The opening map here on the B stream, unless Roman can stop them and pick up a last-second victory. He's going to get that bomb back, and he has got time.
Man, Saw could never actually... They were never able to actually take control and be the ones to pull the trigger on that hit. They got stalled out after Dose goes down going through the Molotov, and then from there it's the Mongolian defenders who can actually step forward and take a chance and come up with a plan and put a stop to everything. Overtime on map 1 here at the B stream of IEM Cologne.
Mazinho has a couple of great rounds here over on the B bomb side, and just breaking apart any potential for Saw to get into the A site. That's going to be frustrating for Saw to get to map points and just watch it slide away. You had Mongolz with no utility. You had the chance, you had the perfect opportunity to knock them down. Now money, no longer a problem for either of these squads. Saw with a standard.
I wonder if we're going to see Saw like kind of move into this with how much space they got in middle in the last round. I wonder if they noticed that, because they've abused B so many times that I think the Mongolz, that's why you see third defender parked there pretty much, the first 30 seconds of this round so far, is they're so concerned at how weak that B defense has been that they're taking resources away from middle, which opens up the opportunity to split. And there was never presence, never information And this defense just gets wiped out.
Ooh. Yeah, it's a great start here from Saw, and it looks like it'll be a fantastic finish. As Story had eyes on the beach. Just on the other side of the map. Now, see Mongolz with Blitz still at B. Techno's just hanging around for an exit kill. But 13-12. Solid team effort across the board here from Saw. You've got Roman, 22 kills. Muter's 20. Story's one away from getting 20 himself.
So 19?
Yeah. You know, you gotta vary it. Numbers are boring, Jason. Different ways of saying it. Could have had like 21 kills and got a team kill, you know?
Techno's 3 away from 20 if we want to play that game.
That's how we're just gonna measure everything now, I suppose. 19 away from 20. 13-12 though. Saw's chances reopen in overtime. Double up setup for the Mongolz.
Senzu's had a really rough game.
I gotta try something.
Might be just a straight up lack of confidence of like, I'm just getting swung and peeked and can't do anything, so give me the ult.
He's many kills away from 20.
Yeah.
Senzu. Getting back into the site. He's gonna play from the platform at Glizzy.
Mongolz stacked 3 players at the B bomb site last round early on. And they've now double stacked in middle because that's been exploited a couple of times. So Saw is tactically a step or 2 ahead of this Mongolz defense.
Senzu sees the hand of his chosen victim, but not enough to extend around that corner for that AWP to strike. Now Utility is starting to heat things up for Senzu. Get out of the fire. And he does. He peeks in for the kill. Second shot not connecting. He has to go back to this, and now he's under so much pressure because he's running out of bullets in that, and the grenade will finish him off. Senzu tries to stay alive as long as possible. This flank. Oh, Blitz didn't have his gun out in time. Ours Dorsey catches the perfect timing to go and get rid of that B flank.
Oh, and he's picked up the bomb now. Had to drop away. Will they be aware of Mazzino? He's had a great game so far. He'll continue.
Yeah, he's really found himself a good spot there to stop that bomb from getting over. Muter is now with a 1v2. Separates it into this final fight against 9-10. The AWP close quarter combat is not a comfortable spot, but 9-10 does not care about that. Ties up the game 13-13.
Uteris could sense there was a little aggressive push coming on that plant. That timing was there, but 9-10 gets way, way closer than he expected off that fake tap. Back into the double up setup for the Mongolz, and who takes the lead going into the second half of overtime?
This really has been a brawl pretty much the entire game so far. And that's a great start for Saw, but there's a second op waiting for you.
There's individually been some sloppiness, which tends to happen in the brawly games, but we're seeing a lot of repeats.
Oh my god, 9-10, no way. What is this? What is this play? With the AWP, a missed shot. And yeah, that is kind of the expected result. And he goes down. Mazzino now at camera, trying to make up for it, and his spray is wild and undeadly. It is now Techno and Senzu in a 2 versus 4. What the hell happened in this round, Jason?
That's what I'm saying. When it gets brawly like this, like you see like a lot more like risk taking, and I think that's one thing the Mongolz haven't been able to calm down here on Anubis throughout both halves.
Well, at least it was interesting.
I don't think Story needed to take that re-peek. 9-10 didn't need to make that push.
Not at all, but it is.
But here we are.
Yeah, here we are, and it's Saw in the lead again, 14-13. Looking for 16. That's the magic number here today. There's Story, that first kill. Yeah, we didn't get to see the re. But yeah, I'm sure there's the what the heck is the Alper doing it here? Saw struggled at the start of the CT half, mainly because they didn't have a good buy.
Both teams, right? Both teams really struggled at the start. I mean, Mongolz struggled pretty much the whole way through into the last few rounds.
Yeah, but now Saw is starting with all the resources. Maybe the CT is going to be a little different. Might get to see a stronger face from Saw, enough to perhaps get them out of this first map with a victory, and that is a beautiful opening move from Utrecht, charging through the water, charging through the canal, right into the opening kill. As Dosse goes to the double pump, and it's this time 9-10 that will fall.
Oh, executed just so perfectly, exactly as Saw draws it up. 5-on-3, and now they've got 2 players in middle ready to handle this final push.
Muris ready around that corner. M4 should be getting one in sack. It's Story Sniper that strikes first, and the Mongols are collapsing here. It is looking increasingly likely that they're going to be ripped open by the Saw. 1 round needed. They've got a couple of chances here.
What a nice push. All the utility is showing signs for that kind of a push, that kind of a collapse. But dual-pronged from Saw, up canals from A main as well. Huge advantage provided, and then an easy cleanup. 2 chances to close out this map.
Barry's liking what he's seeing.
They had 2 chances in regulation as well. This is going to be 3rd and 4th opportunity to just take the first map in the series, move us on to Ancient.
They got to do it this time. It'll break Blez's heart to watch the Mongols fall in the first map, but there's hope. It's best of 3s here, Jason. No one of those BO1s. There is still obviously the opportunity with the map pick of Mongols coming up next. And this could go again. This could go to OT once more. Why not kick off Cologne with a multiple overtime extravaganza?
Well, Story's been good throughout this map with the AWP. 3 defenders here at the bomb site as the execute comes in. Story doubles up.
Yeah, that is one way to start off this round. 3v5 for the Mongols to try and recover, and it does not look likely at all. That might be the end of this chapter. This Anubis will come crashing down on the Mongols. It is 16-13 for Saw. And it is prolonged for a few moments longer.
Did Roman just go for a knife?
He was, that is the rule. You try and close it, and now you give him chances. 9-10, 2 kills back. He does have the bomb. He does have a small chance, a very small chance, because Utrecht covers off that window, and finally, this first map is over. It is Saw that come out on top. Anubis, their map pick locked in, and their debut here in Cologne is a victory over the Mongols on map 1.
There we go. Saw taking that first map. It was their map pick, so not unsurprising, but also forcing us into OT was a good one. And a great way to start day number 1, game number 1 here at IEM Cologne.
Oh yeah, for sure. Right, you're looking into this matchup heading into it. We did allude to the fact that when it comes to the map pull, it is going to be slightly favoring the side of Saw, and we could see for the Mongolz some of the issues we saw from them heading into Cologne. We're talking about Sky East, we're talking about, you know, back in Yala as well. Sorry, EWC as well. The map pool isn't the best right now, and that was something which is being abused time and time again. Especially that B bomb side on the CD side from Mongolz, man, that was just a leaky cauldron.
Yeah, it was, and I think one of the factors why it was actually so bad is Sensu, right? I think he had a rough map, rough showing generally speaking, and he is one of those players where you think to the Mongolz that he will be the determining factor of why they should actually even advance from this stage of the tournament, right? I think he is by far their most talented player, like individually speaking. I think he has the most moments, but it just felt like he was a little bit uncomfortable in that situation. He was forced into a lot of duels where he was often traded out.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem with Senzu, and I completely agree with you, he is, you know, pound for pound, I feel the most talented rifler player in the server right there. But when it comes to playing dark, you know, that Khan's position on the B bomb side, it's all about getting the timing right, being aware of where you might get, you know, bullied by utility. Someone might be pushing in the smoke. So many times you just catch him getting caught off guard with his pants down. But if it was just a very fair one-for-one deal, he'd probably come out on top. So that's something where I feel like his position on that map, it's been a bit of a struggle city even in the past as well for Senzu.
And we're taking a look now at the Mongolz overall, right? Because coming into this particular game, there was an expectation that they're a little bit more cohesive, that they're a little bit more decisive. And at the start of this map, it looked that way. It looked like they were far better prepared.
Yeah, I mean, they have a beautiful couple of moments. Hopefully we can get up around that showcases what is that Mongolz is actually good at. I think they're in a round where they're actually forced to do a force buy. They don't have the best money. They've actually just lost a pretty horrific round. So all of a sudden they're set in a position where they kind of need to do at least something. And we see this A main smoke, right? And people will think like, well, why does that matter? Because if you look inside the middle area right now, Analyst is communicating, they smoke their main, but look at the pace that they're putting in the middle area. Right now they're forcing their way through the smoke. Story is forced to go back, and now look at the A split. In this situation, he would normally tell Analyst, okay bro, you need to push A main because I need some space here to work with, but he's not able to do that due to the smoke from Messinho.
And one thing I love as well is from Mongolz, right? Not really respecting that smoke at mid from Story as well. They're like, this is the call, we're going to be going in. There is a timer on how long that smoke's going to be blooming on towards that A main position. So just push on in, good spacing as well. So the T side from Mongolz, I think they had some pretty good, you know, pocket strats coming in for some of the half buys. They had a pretty good idea how to approach it. The CD side though, it was lackluster.
Uncoordinated, that's what it looked like to me on the CT side. Lots of like these like errors that I wasn't expecting from the Mongolz.
I mean, the problem comes on the B side. I think we mentioned it a couple of times, but there was no synergy between the guys on B. Like, they forced out rounds just starting 1-1, and you can't play that way. The only rounds where they actually was relevant on the CT side is when they forced the A main place or the middle area, right? When they just stood back on that B side and let Saw execute on them, they lost time and time again. We even saw Sensu picking up the orb towards the end, and that is a scream for like, I'm not feeling my game, please help me the orb. And it didn't really work either, so it's just an interesting fact of how can they actually solve solutions mid-round a little bit better.
I think whenever I've seen Senzu pick up the secondary off of the team, even in Mirage, for example, that's when they are always in a bit of a struggle city. And just to highlight the difference between how Saw approached that CD side, there were at least 3 or 4 rounds where they go for that B main control, try and go for an info play right there. Mongolz, apart from the early aggression outside of A main, where they won a couple of rounds because of that, we rarely, if ever, saw a concerted effort in getting info outside of main, outside of A main, outside of mid. It'd be just an individual just poking his head out and getting his head blown off, right? So issues for Mongolz, but in the end, I have to give credit to Saw. They didn't crumble under the pressure. Some of the individuals really stepped up as well.
When you say the individuals, let's talk about the one individual that popped off. That was the one that we need to focus on. I would say the decisive game changer for Saw, Babski.
Yeah, I mean, Story is one of the reasons why Saw has actually had such a massive downfall. Man. Yeah, this one was crazy. I just screamed in the back room, what is this money? See? I mean, I think it shows really some sick plays, great movement as well, really confident in his duels. But he's been one of the players where we looked at Saw and he's had the biggest downfall. He is the orb of the team. He needs to dictate the pace a little bit better, and he surely did it in this one.
Oh, for sure. And especially, you know, when you talk about his team, and we did touch upon Analyst also, we talked about U-Jokes and how, you know, they need a little bit of help coming in. And sure, Story, he was a stand-up player for me as well when it comes to the AWPing prowess. But even Roman and Muturist, right? They didn't disappear from the server. They were chipping and putting the numbers as well. And considering how close the scoreline was, it could have gone either way. But everyone, you know, just chipped in for the side of Saw. It was a concerted effort overall.
the scoreline was very close. And obviously Mongolz was able to push it into OT. Do you think that's going to make a difference when we move to their map pick? Is it more just a moment of Mongolz going, hey, we made a couple of mistakes, we need to fix this? Or do you think Saw is really in contention to be able to push this out?
I mean, realistically, I think it's pretty hard for Mongolz to actually prepare for Anubis. They didn't know what Saw was going to bring, right? They've not played a tournament for quite a bit, so they've sat on the sidelines, prepare a lot of stuff. They knew they were going to play Anubis probably 2 weeks ago, right? So I think it's a good showing from the Mongolz still, but they just really need to dictate the pace a little bit better now, because now they're forced onto their own map. And this is the issue with the BO3 format, right? If you're going to that Team B seeding and you're picking you let your opponent pick, you lose. Now you have the back against your wall, right? You really need to win now, or else you're going to go down to the lower bracket.
And one thing which, for me, gives me more faith in this Mongolz team is in a recent past when they faced off against Astralis, for example, in Abu Dhabi and some of the better teams, I've seen them down a map. It completely destroyed a map one, but they're always able to bounce back. And Ancient is a map where they have, I feel like it's their best map actually, apart from Inferno, I think it's the second best map. So I think it's going to require a miracle here for Saw to pull off the 2-0. Map 3 is coming up here, Sam, I'm just calling it.
Is the miracle called Berry? Because has he potentially, I mean, there's so much tape on the Mongolz on this map. Is this could this be the winning formula for Saw, or am I just dreaming and hoping way too much, Babski?
I mean, back in the day when Barry was relevant as a coach, right? He was also on the Sprout roster. I mean, he was actually doing a lot of good stuff. I remember Star, if many people remember back in the day, had great maps against Vitality. If he was one of the reasons why he could get Star to such a great level on this map, he surely must also be able to find one of the players on Saw roster to do the same, because this lineup is filled with talent. Like those three guys, the trio of the new people, they have talent to go further than this. Then we see Materius and Roman, this is the experience, right? But now you have a third guy who has a second opinion about what we're doing. So hopefully you can get a guy like Erdostosh or EU Jerks to actually go on that banana and actually make a difference.
So is it going to be a 2-0?
Hopefully, if I'm going to be biased, I'm going to hoping for my Danish friends, and then it's going to be a 2-0, but I know this guy will probably ask for a first.
3-mapper, come on, just move on.
I do like a little bit of conflict just for fun to start your morning. Right, just to recap very quickly, Saw has taken the first map in this best of 3 series, the first game here on the B stream for IEM Cologne. We will find out if they can wrap it up in a 2-0 after this.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Well, success for Saw on the opening map of this best of 3 in day 1 of IEM Cologne. Anubis is theirs, but now we go to the battleground of Ancient, and it's time for the Mongols to try and recover in this series. If they want to force Dust 2 in this series, Jason, it feels like there's a chance, given how close that first map was.
I mean, yeah, definitely. And I mean, given what we know Mongols can do, I think that was a rough first map for them. I don't think they looked as sharp as we've seen them in the past. I think they got lost a little bit in some mid-rounds, some aggressive plays, some individual plays. They kind of got away from some of that fundamental teamwork. And let's be real, Saw worked them on the T side, tactically outplayed them, helped obviously by a weak bomb site defense at the B site, but still outcalled, and we were a step ahead through most of their T side half. Now on Ancient, we get to switch things up a little bit, and there's Roman to kick things off.
Yeah, it's a switch up with that kill on Senzu. Now Aristotle goes into the aggressive play on Techno. Those Jewel Berettas gunslinging their way down the B lane. 910 has the play that really could have stepped back into the round for the Mongols, but that was it. And now they're left with 2 players locked out of B, and Stories cut the rotation off to the A side of things. So this is a tough start. Saw have had some really sort of aggressive CT setups throughout this series so far, and that's another one, but using the pistol.
Yeah, they haven't really enjoyed sitting back on their heels and waiting, have they? They've kind of gone and taken things.
And Mongols have kind of struggled with that so far throughout the series.
Good pistol round, aggression down middle. Little help from the dualies in lane. And that's a pretty simple pistol round for Saw to take and open up with.
Look at them, Barry, look at them.
So Mongols not wanting to get into a forced by war. They weren't even close to a bomb plant, so standard second round eco after that.
I wonder what Barry thinks about when he's just listening to Portuguese this whole time.
He's just enjoying a good game of Counter-Strike, or maybe he's on Duolingo during the game, you know?
He's looking at his note cards.
That's the thing, Duolingo, I don't know if you've ever tried it, Jason, but that little bird is the most passive-aggressive creature in existence.
I've heard that. I've dabbled. I've never really committed myself to the Duolingo experience, but I've heard stories.
As an American, you don't need any other language.
No.
Muterus mutilates them. Aristotle there with him, and a 2-0 start for the side of Saw. How many Saw movies are there, Jason?
Oh man, I don't know. I'm not into that style. I think there's like 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Aren't there? There's a ton.
There might even be more Saw movies.
There might actually be like 9. I think they've gone a little bit crazy.
I knew they typed in Jaws movies. No, they should have stopped after 1.
How many Saw movies you got up there?
6.
Bang.
There you go, Jason.
Right on the money.
That's why if you ever need a question answer, you go to Jason. Blitz with that easy opener on towards Muterus. Story's trying to get aggressive with that MP9, trying to free him up a little bit. Here comes a second as Udrex that goes down. Very fortunate. Oh my goodness, I thought they were going to get a second kill there through the wood, but somehow that MP9 gets away.
This is where that aggression is kind of a bummer for Saw, because it's like, yeah, you have so many of these MP9s, you want to do something, maybe you can catch them off guard, get a little bit close, but you've also like just kind of, an opportunity's gone away from you to do something unique with those, and actually Roman brings it back into a doable situation, but Story had already started cheating over towards the other side of the map. Aris Dulce is pushing up. Maybe they can get this kill in middle if Mazzino doesn't find the escape route quick enough, but it's going to be the first round for Mongolz. Ooh. Cue that Jaws music, Dinko.
Dun-dum. Dun-dum. Bum, 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 bum. Here comes.
I really sold you out with that one because they were so far away from each other.
Yeah, it's like a very long.
I was hoping you'd keep it going. It was really a social experiment.
Yeah, you're just trying to embarrass me in front of all these people.
In front of all your closest friends.
Yeah, there's actually, I embarrassed myself. There's actually 10 Soul movies, so not even 6. There's 10.
I was right twice. I was right when you were incorrect, and I was right when you were correct.
See, I was just backing you up, Jason. The most recent one was last year.
Yeah.
That one looks messed up. Don't watch it if you're not the legal age, I suppose. Just Just thrown out there. I don't know if there's any legal repercussions of that.
Yeah, because underage kids have never gone to see R-rated movies.
Never.
That doesn't happen.
I watched Saw when I was a child. I'm kind of fine. Oh, over on the A stream, it was quite a comeback from FlyQuest. So interested in seeing that result.
Yeah, both opening games going to overtime, both opening games close affairs. Love to see it.
Oh.
A taste of what's to come all week.
Oh, yeah. Rifle on rifle action, finally. 9-10. Ooh, random bullet from Roman. He's not too far off of it. The mid control now being established by the Mongols. They'll smoke out red. Peeking off the ledge.
Some of these...
Oh, there we go. Finally, one comes through the smoke.
Yeah, but all the close ones were coming from the... We saw them from the Saw perspective. They were almost there, and it's just Senzu who delivers it back. Good kill for him. He had a very rough opening map of Anubis, especially at that B defense. Seeing if he can bounce back here on Ancient.
Uterus. Ooh. Did he just see a tip? Oh, he's seen two now. He lines them up. It's actually a bit of a team kill going on down there. A little cannibalism here in Cologne.
But there's no A defense anymore. It's all on this push. Shadow shows. Techno's not ready for the second, but it's still a recovery mission for Roman and Arisdose. Bomb in middle is a little dangerous from Senzu, but he's going to make the path. There's no kit on the CT sides either.
Oh, Arisdose, does he go through the smoke? He does. He keeps coming. And Senzu is aware of that possibility. So 3 kills for Senzu in the round. Roman to come back into the 1v2. It must be a retake attempt if he wants this. And there's no kit on the back of Roman, so he knows he has to move quite swiftly. There's no utility either to help him out. And that kit has been detected over towards Cave. So Roman now walking his way into the site. Mazinho still at default. He'll peek intermittently towards CT, but he's going to fall down. Roman somehow gets the chance and absolutely wrecks Mongolz. That is a 1v2 that they want to get back, that they want to replay. And for Saw, it is 3-1 after a ridiculous round from Roman.
Oh, Senzu trying to be, I think, too good of a teammate there to ensure he gets that trade off the fight.
Could have just hid behind the big old box.
You got the time of that bomb for you. There's so many positions Roman had to worry about. He pulls a clutch out of nowhere. And that's going to be frustrating for Mongolz. Such a well put together round that still manages to slip out of their grasp. It's a timeout called by Saw. Yeah, he's like, well, why? Why'd you let me do this? Are you guys okay?
All right, cool. Thank you, guys. It felt like they actually both players had the chance to shoot him first too. They were pretty inaccurate, especially Senzu in that last fight. I mean, the bullets are firing past him.
It's a tough one to take early on.
That's very frustrating.
So timeout out of the victory just to get everyone calmed down and centered and talk things over. Barry knows the money still isn't good for the CT side. Still right on that edge that they don't want to be pushed over. Mongol's going to buy right back up with the plant and a losing bonus that's building. Deep doors smoke. Nice.
Nailed it. There's also a boosted alone towards his fastest rotator is Muterus, and he doesn't have a significant weapon here.
It's the weapon, and it's a lack of utility as well, right? There's no counter flashes. There's no nade to throw into a choke point when he comes over. There's no Molotov to prevent them from swinging wide. So much is on Arisdose.
He's the only player with utility, and he is now seeing the shadows. He knows there's multiple players inside of A now. But is Arisdose able to shut them down? That is the question. Utility coming in. He wants this fight. He takes the first. The second is even better, but this one's from Story, who's rotated over towards the temple. Now Muterus swings into the donut, spots out the 3 remaining players. They can now ready and steady themselves for this final attack into the A bomb site. Smoke is up. Story's canceled out. Now Arisdose goes for the leap into main, knowing that it's clear, but that grenade will find him. It searches him out and draws these numbers to a 3v3. Blitz gets annihilated. Roman rolling in again. 9-10 with a 1v3 left inside of the site. And that flash is caught him perfectly into the open. Big shot back on Roman in the donut. And now it's 9-10 with one more to get. One last kill. And he can't get it done. Story with a USP. It is so close. It is so competitive. But once again, it's Saw.
They're so lucky to get out of this round. This is back-to-back rounds. They're fortunate to have the wins. The 1v2 from Roman and now this one, because I don't know how they misread the situation. That's what it felt like to me. Arisdose gets these 2 kills in main. From here, you have to be thinking, we don't have anyone in middle. They're probably splitting through Donut. The MP9 kind of runs out into the open, gets eliminated. The AWP had started to shift away and rotate back towards middle, back towards the B bomb site. It didn't really feel like they were aware of the potential for danger coming from Donut, so the recovery is critical.
And that's got to feel like one of these rounds again for the Mongols that they felt like they had a chance in, and it goes the other way. You're getting a lot of frustrating rounds just thrown at you time and time again here, and this is a tough situation to find yourself 1 map down and now 4-1 down on your map pick. A tech issue, it looks like, at the moment, so we'll try and get that one fixed as soon as possible and return to the action. Mongol is not able to communicate in this scenario. You're just going to have to sit and stew in their own self-pity.
Might be a good thing, you know?
Could be a good reset.
Might be a good thing, yeah. Just let everyone have their, count to 10, deep breaths.
In through the nose, out through the mouth. Yeah. You doing any breathing work or anything sort of like in the mornings? Connor's been doing knee washing.
Knee washing.
Yeah, because you can't move your knees left and right that often, so he's like doing little circles and movements with his knees.
What do you mean you can't move your knees left and right?
Like, it's not, well, you can, but it's not like a very common move to do this, right? The sort of pendulum with your knees.
Okay, I got you.
So he's saying you need to move them in that direction to wash your knees and get all those clicks and cracks out.
Sure.
Recommend it, Jason, for a man of your experience.
Okay, yeah. I'm glad you took that route.
Yeah.
No, I don't really have a morning routine in that fashion of breathing. I don't wash my knees.
No? Gross.
Seems like... Well,
I thought it was a tan, but yeah,
I
now
guess
I can
that's
see
an
it's
awkward
dirt.
phrasing all around, isn't it?
The admin's on the job. The Mongols. I want to go to Mongolia and just see the little boot camps of players that they've got going on over there, because it feels like, oh damn, the Mongols 2 years ago pop onto the scene and you think, wow, this is a great collection of players, and suddenly they make some roster moves. You think, okay, it's not going to be as good as it was before, and then they bring in a random player you've never heard of in, and he's just sick, and they're all 17 years old, Jason. They're just fragging.
It's been one of like the great revelations of this team is just like, how many players can you guys actually find in Mongolia? It's like they don't have the luxury of other European and American teams that can go out and find someone even from a different country that still speaks the language. Like, that's not available to them. So yeah, they're kind of playing this scouting game on nightmare mode, and it's panned out for them for most of this year. It just seems they've hit a little bit of a hitch lately.
I think they're in one of those big hitches right now, though, in this game, so lots of work to do to get back into it. This does seem like a bit of an extended tech issue. We've got the best in the biz, trying to figure it all out.
They are. This tech team is a well-oiled machine. I give it 3 more minutes.
It's good you had checked your watch there, Jason.
Yeah. Started the
timer. Oh, bubble gum.
That's not a bad bubble.
That was a good bubble.
And to blow a bubble like that, you have to commit to bubble gum. It's not like the minty fresh stuff. That's like
you're getting the 1 second flavor, then just flavorless mush in your mouth.
I'm here to blow bubbles and shoot headshots, and at the moment I've only got bubbles.
Bro, all the cool kids used to blow bubbles. Now that I haven't seen. When's the last time you've seen someone blow a bubble of chewing gum?
I think Alex had to do it at Pro League last season for a skit. So that was the last time I've seen someone, and we had to film it, we had to record it like 6 different times, so he ended up putting like 20 pieces of gum in his mouth because he had to keep refreshing. You know, when the sugar runs out of gum, you can't blow the bubbles. You lose the proper consistency.
Yeah, it's all science, and we haven't really figured it out after years of bubble gumming. But
we figured it out. It's the sugar.
Yeah, okay. We need more sugar then. More sugar. You're right. I had a bit of a shock when I arrived in Cologne because I walked down the hallway and we're all on the same floor. It's kind of cool. And I was meeting up with Blair for some lunch, and he said he's in the room next to me. So I'm like, okay. So I walk up. I'm standing outside his room, and I'm hearing rap music. I'm like,
I might have got the wrong room. This can't be blood, right? There's no metal, there's no screaming, there's no
Mongolian throat rap.
Yeah, it's just rapping. So he comes in, he opens the door. It's just Connor and I standing in the hallway. Blood's got a snapback cap the other way around, listening to rap music. I'm just like, what the hell have you done with Blood? What's happened? If he's been away for like a few weeks and this is what's happened to him, he's changed.
Yeah, hello fellow kids.
Exactly.
I listen to hip hop.
Yeah, next he's gonna be blowing bubbles. It's South Indian rap as well. It's something I've never heard before.
Beautiful.
Yeah. I think he's running. Oh, we're all back and ready to go. That tech issue is now resolved.
Within 3 minutes.
Yeah, within 3 minutes exactly. Hit stop the count. And let's get into this one. MP9's on 2. One for Roman, one for U-Jerks, and a FAMAS for Aris. And up the other side of things for the Mongolz, it's 2 AKs, a Galil, and 2 MAC-10s. But this time for Saw, they have a bit more utility, but it might not matter because here comes this B rush, straight up B play, out of the tech issue, into the site. U-Jerks goes down, and what a sight to behold for the Mongolz. They just destroy the initial defense, and they follow up on the AWPer. It's a quick call, and one that has worked out very well.
That might be some of that experience they've gained at the top competition. That fast-paced pace change out of a tech pause where you know the opposition can't really talk to each other, can't really get any plan, and maybe miss a detail. And that works perfectly to get them back in the right direction.
Not only that, but it also smashes open the economy game again.
Yeah,
right?
it does. It breaks them.
Saw's money's all messed up, so they're going to go for some Kevlar, a couple of upgraded pistols, but nothing really all that comfortable. And you're going to shrink the gap to just 1 round off the back of that. So great work from Mongolz.
Letting some of this defensive utility expire and be spent. 3 smokes still for the Saw side of things. Oh, that's a way to start things off. 910's gonna get one. Roman coming through the smoke, trying to take advantage of a little chaos, is punished, and Mongolz have control of the map.
Story, not exactly how we wanted it to go. Techno with the MP9 cuts open the real last threat. And that bomb goes down. So Mongolz will be on 3. You mentioned that tech issue possibly helped coming at a good time for the Mongolz. It seemed like it really has. They've stalled out Saw.
It's an awkward situation for Mazzino that he's found himself in, that he's put himself in.
Yeah.
By his own volition.
Yeah, well, his teammates are going to pay the price. I don't know how. How has Mazzino just survived that?
I don't know.
That's crazy.
Just blowing bubbles and having a good time.
It's just, can't believe, it's just sick. I bet that tastes like absolute shit as well, man.
Oh, at this point, he's probably just been chomping on that every clutch round.
Yeah. Get him a sponsorship right now. 2 pence bubblies.
You know, Twist really doesn't get enough credit for bringing the gum.
Yeah, that's true.
Gum into the professional scene.
He used to be really, really aggressive with the chewing. USPs, that's all they got. It's about to be tied up.
I want him to blow a bubble in a 1-on-1.
And just pop it as he gets the final headshot.
That'd be the next level flex. Just blowing bubbles as you're clutching.
Yep. Great thing is, you know, he's just a young kid from Mongolia. But here in Cologne, he's a superstar bubble blower, headshot extraordinaire, 17 years old, Mazzino. I want someday to have an interview with someone that isn't Techno. That would be great. If we get someone else on the team.
Nah.
Maybe we gotta learn.
It's fun.
We can learn Mongolian.
Sink into the meme.
Techno is going to be probably have the most interviews of all time. Whoa, Techno now with that kill on Roman, and that is 4-4. It is all tied up.
All right, Saw, can you guys recover out of that tech pause? It's been 2 different teams. The momentum completely shift out of that tech pause. That kind of like delay in the action allowed Mongolz, you know, Blitz to think up some plans. get some things going.
It didn't really help that the money just completely disappeared after one round out of the tech issue. And they're calling their own here. They're calling their own tactical timeout. Because they got the money back. They got to fix what has gone wrong. Yeah, that's great music.
That's what Blow is listening to when he showers.
Yeah, this is it. This morning, it's getting all sudded up. Suddy Sudan.
Sudsy. You're missing the Z on that.
Sudzy Sudan.
Yeah, there you go.
Try and say that 10 times fast.
That's not an easy one. I don't know if I've ever used his first name. He's just always been Bleh.
Yeah, he is just blah. This is quite a lovely play. Double play through a main aggression thrown into the mix. This is what Saw have been rocking all series long. It's a 1-for-1. The op goes down, but it's picked up by Arisdose, and that's not a good angle. Not at all. And Mazinho pops him like a bubble. It's nice and easy for him. 4-3.
You can tell Arisdose was not really familiar with that angle when wielding an AWP. Didn't exactly know
where did I go with this?
Where the head was going to be appearing, where to stand. And it puts Saw in a weird situation. Now, he spotted one in the middle. He's going to be calling out that Donut's open.
Yeah, Muteris knows that he's got to deal with the threat.
Actually, this defense isn't bad, all things considered. 2 defenders here against 3 players attacking, and a pretty decent crossfire with Muteris way back in the corner. Oh, okay.
The second player rotated off, and then Muteris got annihilated looking the wrong way. So it instantly goes from looking pretty solid, like there's a big chance for Saw, and then suddenly falls away to absolutely nothing. So that's Mongolz. Despite losing the first player, they're going to go up 5-4 now.
Yeah, looking really good now on this T side of Ancient. They have taken complete control, and they are picking apart this defense. They're exploiting some of the aggressive pushes and plays from Saw. 5 in a row now for the Mongolz. Excuse me, 4 in a row now for the Mongolz.
Oh, that's the shot. Oh, that's so rough. Techno just jumps up onto a slight ledge and Donut, and that's enough of an elevation to let him see the head of Muteris and just pop it.
To give him the business.
Yeah, just give him that business. Senzu, he's already up ramp. There's no utility being tossed down here. No fire to make it uncomfortable. So he'll just chill out in the beehive.
Saw could feel the pressure of that the double Molotovs into the site. Drops that smoke to delay things, but it's the only utility they had. Mongolz happy to just chill for the moment.
Yeah, they have the ability to go for another execute into this B bomb site if they wanted, but the bomb is going back elsewhere. So they went for a B execute, drained all the utility that Saw had. Now that that's all gone, they can just go for the double pump. They can go somewhere else. They can go back to the B side if they desire. Plenty of options now for Mongolz. So much time as well to do it. Here's 9-10. Oh.
They'll hear that scope, they hear the footstep, calling out that the boost is here as well. They're gonna, they want a double swing on it. That nade forces him back for the moment, but Arisdose comes right back in.
Dude, I thought Arisdose was dead, and he somehow comes away with that deagle shot. Shouldn't be getting too much more here, Saw. Blitz defends bottom B ramp. Roman dropping further back. He's actually got an AWP to play with now, so this could get a little more hairy for Mongolz. But missed shot, and nice and clean for Techno on that transfer over. He gets 3 at the end there. 6-4 Mongolz. Yeah, after that tech pause, they have just been on top completely.
Yeah, not slowing down whatsoever. Another buy, another chance for Saw to create some difficulty for them. Round 11. High fives all around.
Big part as to why they were finding success in the CT side of Anubis was the fact that Story's sniper started being so influential. Well, he got taken out first in the previous gun round, and now he's being burned out of position. He is stuck in cubby. There was nowhere for Story to go. And he has got to realize that, yeah, it's a little scary now.
Roman's gotten picked off making that play like 3 or 4 times in this half so far. It ain't working for him. Story's going to go down mid, completely controlled by the Mongolians. And what do you do? What do you do if you're Saw?
Lose this round.
Techno spotted 2. He's saying 2 in red room right now. They're looking for that 3rd player at the moment. Utility forces him back, and he's going to be
player
found.
spotted, yeah. He's called it over to 910 then. Mizinho's allowed him to turn for that kill. Now Ujerk's spotted out, not taken down on the first attempt. Mongolz just playing with the foot right now. They're not even playing for the objective to get the bomb down. They just want to take Ujerk's out of here. And this is starting to become a nightmare for Saw.
Yeah, what a reversal out of that tech pause. Because Saw, I mean, maybe I shouldn't say that, because Saw did win like 2 of the rounds they won in that little streak to go up 4-1. It was the 1v2 clutch that Mongolz blew more than Roman won. Even he was, questioned and being like, what are you guys doing? And then after that, it was kind of a misread of the situation that they were just barely able to recover at the end of the day. They were kind of fortunate to get away from. So, I mean, Mongolz now just really just cranking up the dial on them.
There's 2 rounds where the AWPs come out and the gun rounds for Story and absolutely had 0 impact as well. Oh, great work from Techno. Distraction to pull Muros' attention towards elbow, and then he just instantly takes a kill off the top of the ledge. It is utter collapse here for Saw in this first half. It is going to be an 8th round for Mongolz, picked up in very easy fashion.
Yeah, I think the formula for Saw, the reaction has been kind of one-dimensional throughout this half. Is like Mongolz is going to take mid control. They're going to battle for it, go for some trades, get some picks. And then there's going to be a rebuttal from Roman in Jaguar that we've seen a number of times. This time there was an aggressive takedown B ramp, so Mongolz had an idea that they were going to be coming through the smoke. Everything's been under control. Mongolz have known where to look for that second contact, that second play.
Story biding his time. It's a nice rapid shot on towards Senzu.
Give me one more.
Time is starting to tick from no kit on his back. That is a problem when he goes right into 9-10. Unless there's a massive T-side showing from Saw, we are looking destined for map 3 in this opening BO3 on the B stream here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne.
The Mongols end the first half on a 7-round streak, punishing Saw over and over again out of a tech pause. Saw could never find their groove again in that first half. They're going to switch sides. They're going to switch over to offense going up against the Mongolian defense. But this is looking like it has map 3 written all over it as Mongols have showed up to play.
Ever since that bubblegum came out, it has been round after round for the Mongols. And we are expecting more of the same. We'll see if pistol rounds for Saw have been good, Jason. That is one thing you gotta say. That last round, pistol round was pretty sick from them. So maybe they've got something up their sleeve here.
Well, we got that P250 on Story. Oh, we found a target out in the open. Senzu's gonna tuck tight. Techno pushing up, eliminated by Glock.
Oh, that's a big shot back from 910. Story's down, and that bomb is now setting its sights upon the B-bomb site instead.
I wonder if they could hear that running in through Jaguar and Cave.
Oh, that's the bomb. It needs to be careful here. Roman just jumping up and down, trying to dodge it. Blitz turns back on a dime. Straight from the boxes to elbow. And now Mutarus in a position of power in the cave, but he maybe unleashes a little bit too early, but he still goes out. He still gets one. Traded out by Senzu. It is now all U-Jerks left in a 1v2, and there's a Kit alive. Nearly dead. 9 health left on 910, but Senzu assassinates U-Jerks, and it is a 9th round for the Mongols, so even the pistol rounds aren't safe anymore for Saul.
Really critical shots from Senzu. The 2 headshots as he comes coming in through Jaguar and Cave. Those are massive kills and trades to get up, especially up against those Glocks, especially when your teammate gets gushed. Good recovery. Mongols lose the first player, but some fine shooting after the fact, delaying the bomb a little bit longer, buying a few extra seconds for your teammates to get close, and Saw burn their 3rd and final timeout so early in the second half. 8 in a row now for Mongols. It was a 4-1 run for Saw to start this map. There was a tech pause, and then it's all Mongols from there. Bummer.
It's more of an issue for Saw.
We've all been there.
Yeah, we have. Well. This is quite ominous. Could be a very quick second map here. Up next is Dust 2. That could be a fun final map.
Yeah, that could be an especially with how brawly Anubis got. You get something
how many
like that
aggressive
on Dust 2.
moves would be having.
Also, you'd look at that and you'd just say, I mean, kind of how the pregame went too, is like if you go down that list, you have to feel like the Mongols have an advantage in the individual
it's true.
ability.
Definitely right now.
And they certainly have the momentum and the confidence, all the confidence in the world that 8 rounds straight can give you. Eat it.
Beat it. Down to 47. Saw committed to the B-bomb site. They have no mid control. And this has allowed Mazzinho to climb up onto the ledge, which makes this round very difficult for Saw. Because they have to deal with a double setup outside of the cave entrance, and they do not get much closer to the site at all. It is an absolute massacre in the B lane. Goodbye, Saw. That one is done.
All right, so when they get contact, they're like, we're just going crazy.
Yeah.
We're killing everything. Techno and Mazzinho combined for all 5 kills on that cave and mid setup. So that final timeout goes to waste. Creating a plan for the Hero AK-47 on U-Jerks, and they don't even get to put it into action. 6-round lead and 3 rounds away from Dust 2.
We might not get to see any T-side rounds from Saw, to be honest, at this point. Ooh, missed shots on the Deagle. 910 sends the grenade after him, but Rasdorse took a few steps back to safety. Techno took some damage early. Mongols now know what they're up against. They now know that the pesky Deeks were on the other side, not giving them any chances. And as I say that, Blitz walks into the open and gets annihilated.
I'm glad you said it, because I was about to say the same thing. I like the way that Mongols is playing this more passive, more chill, and then all of a sudden you start seeing the swing out into the open, the swing out into mid to lose a player. All of a sudden it gets a little bit sketchy, and 910 traded off, and there's a chance. There's time, and there's an M4, although Senzu has gotten so close.
He's running now after it. Bomb plant is cancelled, and Senzu realizes, yep, he's got off it, so now we let Techno come in from Donut instead. As Darcy trying to draw attention, or rather
his attention is trying to be drawn towards Donut. He'll go into that fight against Senzu and CT, and they recover it, but yeah, got a little hairy as soon as I said they were playing well. 11-4 now.
And those are some of the elements that made it look a little awkward on Anubis as well, is those kinds of, like, maybe, you know, going out to the open a little bit too much, a little overexposed, a little bit too eager to find a fight, to push into a fight. Hasn't really been an issue because they've just been so dominant in this second half, but you saw a little bit of what the weakness can provide here. Double molly down mid. Mongolz wanting to make sure that Saw can't just bust into map control in the first 20 seconds.
Oh, Techno going through the smoke, steps surely being heard. It's an awkward fight, but it's Roman that comes out on top of the first. Mizinho, effective trading from below those boxes.
Senzu's going to get pressure. They're just going to march right up. With that kind of, with no mid control with the lost player of Roman, they're just going to challenge, and they find a bomb site pretty damn free.
Yeah, Senzu unable to get a kill there, so that does put Saw into a comfortable spot now with his post plan.
It might be crazy, but if you don't get a kill soon, you might want to consider saving if you're the Mongolz. You have such a massive lead that you can risk going for this, but why give them the advantage of economy? Why hand them over? Why voluntarily give up some of the advantages you have?
Yeah, it's so unlikely that they would even get close to the retake attempt, so a decent save of the 3 players staying up, and obviously the AWP being involved in that save is the key. 9-10 secures the kill on the exit. Now they know what they're up against, and he keeps re-peeking. He really wants to damage them, and they lose the AWP because of that. And it's picked up by Blitz, and he'll run away. So 2 players save for the side of Mongolz. But a 5th round for Saw, the first step of a long road back into this. But at least it's been taken. It's got to feel at this point with such a big lead that the Mongolz eventually do just close out Ancient.
That's why I kind of mentioned the save too, especially with the amount of money they had built up. Like another full buy out of that loss. Running low on funds now, but you have so many advantages. Economy is just one of them. Good first kill from Blitz. Arisdose comes through, but Mongolz once again holding strong, and anything Saw wants to try and get done quickly is ineffective.
Ujurix, the smoke fades away, and Mizinho will get his victim revealed to him.
All right, so second map, very much one-sided.
We had a full book in the first little short story here, and hopefully map 3 is somewhere in the middle. This is a long save.
A very long save. I think he's just waiting for a push. I think he eventually challenges, right?
He just wants a
At the moment, he's
overstep.
open for, he's open for a mistake. And I mean, they've been given a couple of them throughout this game.
Well, it's more disciplined here from Mongolz. Here comes that first chance, that first fight, and a few steps taken back. Techno gets around the corner, but can he get away? It's jumping. It's gymnastics. And Techno eventually will go down. Senzu to clear him from the site. It is now 12-5. Mongolz 1 round away.
Yeah, a little bit more of what we're looking for out of the Mongolz in this tournament. This has been a clean map out of the opening start. After those initial hiccups in the first 5 rounds, Mongolz have never looked back. No timeouts for Saw. They used their third, I think, like after the second round or the first round of this half. So they've just kind of been playing on the fly, trying to work themselves back into this map, and it obviously hasn't worked.
Swinging out from the cutout is Blitz. Saw lose their first player here, and they could lose a second swiftly, but Senzu decides to clear left corner first and ends up getting caught by a big swing from 9-10, is punished by Story, and they're into the B bomb site. They don't have the bomb with them, but that could be a problem.
And now it's cut off. Yeah, this is a real problem. Blitz can't transfer back. Would have been incredible.
Okay, Story!
And now into a one-on-one.
Oh, it would have been another ace for the side of Saw. Story was able to collect just 1 extra, but now it's a 1v1. Mizinho against Arisdose. Story has put them in a position where he's done almost everything. And now just 1 more player to collect.
As Dorsey gets back to the bomb, there's still a minute left on the clock after picking that bomb up.
You won't expect this push from
But this
Zeno.
is a heads-up fight instantly coming his way. He's looking the wrong way. Mazinho will pull the Mongols through 13-5 on map 2. A recovery in this best-of-3 series. And this battle will be decided
Still
on Dust
chewing
2.
bubblegum.
Still got the bubblegum. The Mongols and Saul continues after this.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out.
Well, we have a series on our hands because Mongolz was like, sit down, Saul. We're now in our territory. Ancient is ours, and we're going to show you exactly why we are here and why we are pushing hard, and possibly the favorites, I think, in the play-ins, one of those favorites anyway. So Saul getting a little bit schooled on Ancient from the Mongols.
Oh, absolutely, and I didn't really have a doubt here coming to this map. Sure, initially the first few rounds looked a little messy. A 2v1 loss comes to mind at that A bomb site, for example, from the Mongols. But apart from that, they really stepped up and just completely shut it down. And you could clearly see how much more comfortable the individuals feel as well on this map as opposed to Anubis on the CD side, where there were individual plays being made. They weren't working together, so to speak. Here it's like when they're working together, it feels like a hive mind where everyone's on the same page, and Saul didn't really have anything going for them.
Yeah, and the good part about this game is that Sensu is not really coming alive, right? It's the 9-10 and the Techno guys. Those guys we have questions about, who are all of a sudden performing to a level where we don't really expect they normally tread, right? If you can make these two function on a higher level, surely this roster has more potential.
So I'm very curious if we look here, because I feel like this is a juxtaposition to the first map where we said, oh, Mongolz is making like a couple of mistakes here and there. I felt like in the space of Ancient, it was more Saw making a couple of errors that allowed Mongolz to push forward.
Yeah, I think it was obvious that Saw wasn't the most comfortable team on this map. I think they made a lot of mistakes in crucial situations. I'll actually go through it later at one point. And one thing that you just can look at is when they have force buys, you can just see that they're so distinct. On like the B is just doing something, and then over on the A side, like good teams, they work as a unit, right? Those guys on B who do something, that coordinates with the guys on middle and A, right? They do something together, then maybe they stack A, they do something, but I didn't see that from Saw.
So you mentioned there that you wanted to break it down a little bit later. I figure it's later now, Babsky. Let's do it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, let's jump into it, right? I think it's a very interesting round coming in from Mongolz, right? They're doing very basic stuff. So let me just highlight the thing. They have a force buy on the CT side. They're trying to like just do a normal round, right? They need to do something. They're doing the fast lane control. We can see that the Mongolz is doing a relatively normal default with just molotoving off top banana, right? This allows them not to push instantly, but look at the guy in the middle area, number 3. He should be coordinated with the guys on B, but at the point in this round, he's just forcing it all by himself in this area when he's middle. Let's see if we can continue the clip. They're going through, they're going for the middle play, and look at number 3. He's being isolated due to the fact that they can't push on B, right? He's running through the Molotov, he knows he needs to help, but they just go out mid, get the entry, and then they lose the round solely off that. Now they're trying to force it by going through the smoke and be like, oh shit, we lost mid, guys, we need to do something. This is an issue. Imagine how good this play could have been if they just waited on, like in the middle area and just played it a little bit more defensively, or even leave A.
I feel like it also comes down to like desperation overall, right? Because at this point it was Mongolz running away with like I think a 5-round streak or something, and it was so desperate where they went for this call and they're like, okay, we need to make this happen. And as you pointed out, pushing in through ramp, for example, then all Mongolz had to do was just hold the angles, free easy kills coming in from them. And yeah, it did feel very uncomfortable because this isn't what we saw from them on Anubis. On Anubis, they seemed to always have the right idea. You head into overtime, the pressure's really on. They didn't quite lose the cohesion they had. But here in Ancient, yeah, they were made to sweat by the Mongolz.
Do you think that's like a little bit of an experience thing, right? Is when these tier 2 teams kind of step up into a space like the Cathedral, when the pressure's on and like a Mongolz is getting aggressive and in your face, like you mentioned, when it's not their map pick, they're kind of going, oh, we're not quite sure what to do here, maybe questioning themselves a little bit.
Oh, absolutely, and this is something which I think was Mutrus who mentioned in the interview as well, right? When it comes to these big stages, the teams aren't still as comfortable as well. The only last time they had a good run was at the major, when they had some pretty big wins and whatnot. But apart from that, they have kind of fallen off in a couple of the S-Tour events that they have played as well. Pressure clearly evident here for the side, and they better wake up real quick because one map left now.
So it worries me a little bit with the one map left because the first map was very close scoreline wise, right? I felt like Mongolz kind of maybe woke up late. That was what it felt like. Early morning start, had to get into the rhythm. Now we see them in the rhythm. We move to Dust 2. That might be a little bit scary for Saw, Babsky.
I mean, it's hard to say much about Dust 2, right? It's a relatively new map, even though it's been a couple of months since it's been introduced, right? And Saw has had a long break. They've actually played quite a bit of Dust 2. I remember playing Remake Omens against Roman and Materials, also with Fox back in the day.
That's a long time ago.
That's a long time ago, I know.
You were like, what, 12 or something?
Yeah, I mean, 10 probably. I wasn't even old enough to be drinking Monster, but I was sitting there on the stage, right? And I played against these guys. Fox was always the determining factor if these guys would win, right? Now they have 3 caliber players who are, I would say, on the same level as Fox was back then. Probably a little bit of overrated player back then. But now these guys, they're sitting with relatively much about our experience. I think they're at a point where we can actually expect them to dictate a round or 2.
You say that. On the other side, though, with the Mongolz, I feel like the Dust 2 is so well suited to they're very aggressive, don't know what to expect, going to throw something out style of play.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, for Mongolz, I don't think they have to do any crazy curveball plays overall, right? When it comes, yeah, you can talk, you can sing praises of Story and U-Jokes and Arosdos and everything, but when it comes to Dust 2, it's a very simple map. Nothing's really changed overall. And when it comes down to just taking the duels, you could see on Ancient over here, you could see Nineteen just taking fights at will. You could see Techno really waking up as well. Everyone is having just an easy time taking these comfortable duels, so to speak. And Dust 2 kind of presents itself that way.
Yeah, I mean, small changes make a lot of difference, right? I know Dust 2 is relatively the same on paper, but just closing off T-Spawn allows for so much more CT presence, right? We often see now teams standing on top mid Dust 2, waiting, because they're so scared of the short pushes. Now the box is also added, gonna change a lot of dynamics, especially on those force buys. The lower play is often an issue. It's so uncomfortable for the T-Orb to go down in that suicide and be boosted, because if a guy maybe baits for you and then jumps over and then you kill him, you have all the space in the world to actually operate in the middle area.
I feel like for Saw, the win condition here is going to be on the CD side. I'm not sure which team's going to be starting on the CD side here, but when they get to the CD side, if they play too safe, too passive, give space to Mongolz to do what they want to do, I think they're just going to get run over. So they need to get in their faces, especially when it comes to contesting mid in particular. But a lot of teams make this mistake. They just prioritize this mid control on the CT side, just kind of giving up the extremities. Mix it up a little bit. Go for a little bit of long control, a little bit of pressure. Keep the Mongolz guessing all the time. I think that's the win condition for the side of Saw.
And an interesting fact is also the box that is added on short allows you actually to take long and still pressure short, right? Back in the days, you would always have to sacrifice B to do it because you needed to get the orb up there or the M4, whatever you wanted, and then you would kind of only be 2 on long. Now you actually have the option to go 3 long and make the mid player go up short and do an instant mid play from the start of the round. There's so many possibilities just with the
bad of a box, and I think this is why Counter-Strike is one of the best games. Like, small things matter so much.
A small little
Yeah, we don't need a big update to change the meta, you know?
We don't need any operations, we don't need any
need new
skins.
agents and any of that. We just need a tiny little new box being added, boom, the map's completely different.
Don't you find it? I would just go off on a tangent because hell, it's fun. Don't you always find that fun? I'm like, this game has just lasted time and time again with very small tweaks because the fundamental gameplay in Counter-Strike is just...
The thing I will say about like the late round scenarios is very much the same, right? We see the B splits, we see the short splits with the same amount of smokes. Yep. The only thing that has changed with that little box right there is the CT retake. Once they do those retakes on A, you actually see the possibility of now them challenging the short guy before actually just going up the ramp and get headshotted by Bit.
Take your agents, throw them out the window. We don't need them. We got the best game right here and one of the best tournaments because it is IEM Cologne. The fight for the Cathedral is well underway. Mongolz up against Saw. We're going to that third decider.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
The Mongolz versus Saw rages on, and we're going to map 3. We've got Dust 2, and it's a Mongolz comeback that seems very strong right now. A 13-5 victory on Ancient. It's hard to go against the Mongolz closing this series out based on that kind of performance.
Yeah, I mean, the individual skill on Dust 2 can be a really deadly affair. I think you're going to have to get back to a Saw like on Anubis that tactically outplayed them, especially because we haven't seen it. I mean, the first map was quiet from Ujurks and Herzdoshe, who are kind of these big rifling presences on Saw. They're going to need him on this map. Like, you absolutely will. They haven't had a big game just yet. Everyone on Saw kind of got deleted on Ancient. Here on Dust 2, coming in, you're going to have to tactically outplay him, and I think you're going to need a little bit more firepower to contend with these Mongolz players.
Well, a gathering of 5 troops heading long. Not committing it any further, though. They're going to hang around and wait for this mid-aggression, and that is coming their way. That's a free kill offered up by 910. This long fight going down. Mizinho has the card for cover, but it's gone now, and he's dead. Arsdotse out of the headshot into the 5 versus 3. Blitz doing his best to defend from Goose. He's done damage, but eventually gets traded, and now a 4 versus 2. Saw charging towards this A site. Doesn't seem likely Mongolz get back into this. But you can boost yourself up again. So there we go. He climbs on up. Techno falls on down. And Senzu is now overrun and overwhelmed. Saw surely going to grab this pistol. Some nice shots out the door of that. But it is closed on him.
I think one thing that we're kind of seeing from both these teams in these 2 maps is, or now heading into this 3rd map, is CT pushes are coming.
Yeah.
Someone every round is going to push something.
It's true. You're going to see a lot of CT aggression. Saw love it. Mongolz have been just throwing some wild maneuvers in there. It's going to be a force buy for the Mongolz. They want to get the scouts out. They got 2. 1 on Blitz, 1 on 910. Blitz has been tagged down to 3 already. Yeah, already forced to be passive, which is not what you want from your scout at this stage. You want him to soften up a couple players so the Deagles can clean them up, so the scouts can clean them up, maybe the HE a little bit later. But obviously one of them forced to be passive, and giving control of the mid-ramp, of the mid-catwalk, all the way over to Saw means those scouts going to be neutralized for some time until the final play comes in. There's some of the softening up. It's done by Blitz. Get some revenge upon Story. Saw have been successful in taking short. Mongolz have set up to allow them to take this short control and hoping that they can fend them off from Carr and Goose. But the bomb is starting to drift over to the B side of the map, and a decent amount of defense here. You've got Techno close at the B entrance, but Muterus is now slipping through that mid-smoke. In combination with Ujurks has taken 2 kills here to open things up for Saw.
Oh, there's a tag, but just not enough stopping power on this hit, especially with the follow-up missed shot. Both defenders are split in an easy one for Saw. Damage across the board.
So close to getting a kill, but not going to happen for them. That's frustrating.
Where do you play on this map, Dinko? We join a matchmaking game.
Spawn.
You play
usually.
Only spawns.
Yeah, that's kind of what I do. I like going short. That's my favorite position.
Your favorite position is short?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's sick, especially with the new little boosty boxes. You can get there so fast.
True. The little boosty boxes?
Yeah.
That's what you're going with?
Yeah, the little boosty boxes.
All right.
Taking long spawns fun as well. I like just getting in the fight, Jason, you know? Or either get headshotted or you get a sick opener.
Yeah, and if you get into the fights early, you don't have to think about anything.
And then, you know...
Don't have to read the game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you die, then you get to go on your phone.
True. God, you're a horrible teammate.
You know, you gotta get the...
Is that what you're doing when you're dead? You're just looking at your phone.
It's constant stimulation, yeah. Scrolling reels and TikToks and all kinds.
The ADD generation.
What do you play? You little B anchor?
I think I've played everything on this map at some point, but I think generally I'm an A player.
Oh. Well, here we go. The one league, the one true weapon available for the Mongolz.
Oh, this MAC-10 should be able to chew him up if they can turn that corner. Good cover from the AK-47, sets that up, but Techno puts him down before Story can farm too much cash. No issues, 3-0 for Saw. We're going to see what Mongolz look like with the rifles out for the very first time. in a little bit. I thought they were going to both peak. Thought this is where they were just like, you know what, screw it, let's peak.
If we could edit it in post, Jason, it'll keep
yeah, exactly.
We can make it look sick, you know, if we shrink the time down.
Yeah.
Well, then we've missed the sick Deagle USP 2v4. Never mind. Deagle's dead. Now just the USP.
It was close, though.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. Not at all. 3-0 start for Saw. Now, if you're Saw, you're just sitting there and you're praying that you never, ever see a tech issue.
Yeah, don't do it to us twice. I think it was actually their tech issue as well.
Yeah. If your sound just goes out, keep playing.
Just play with it.
Yeah.
Mic doesn't work, play with it.
Yeah. Ooh. I respect how long this is going to take. It's worth it.
I don't.
Honest also. It's good to have Dust 2 back in the map pool for Cologne. Some very memorable moments on Dust 2 at this event over the years. The one that sticks in my mind is the one when Simple tries to knife Nitro through the mid doors and then gets punished.
That's right, and they come all the way back from a crazy scoreline to win the game.
Yeah.
Obviously the graffiti, the Apex peeking mid against 3 or 4 Fnatic ops.
Yeah.
And Auto Snipers is up there.
Yeah, that's definitely there.
The opening round inside the Lanxess in Cologne 2015 was a knife.
Oh, wow! I don't remember
a pistol
that
round.
long ago.
It was crazy. It was insanity. That's how the Cologne legacy and Lanxess started.
Wow, these guys, this new crop of players, have a lot to live up to then. Day 1 of the play-ins. Story's Sniper challenging that of Senzu. And it's a double op setup. It's out really early here for Mongolz, but it's worked out in terms of that initial kill at least. Senzu walking away with it.
And the nice thing about that now, especially with the first kill, is you can park that op at the B bomb site. Saw will probably be hesitant to go up against it, and that other rifle can be a little bit more mobile.
And then you got the other op here, but it's dead. The primary choice. Unable to land his shot, and Blitz has to clean up the mess that's left behind. Certainly will do so. Now just 2v3. It's a round that Saw can get back into as they charge up through short. If they win this fight against Mazinho, but they don't. They don't win that duel. And it's just Roman now trying to get back into a clutch here. He's taking a little bit of damage off the top. He's down to 51. He's so worried about that player on the A ramp. But he knows he's got to worry about the possible flying through short. The play up through the ramp itself, and then the smoke fades away, and Blitz will collect his 3rd kill of the round. So fantastic hold and recovery there from Blitz.
Yeah, really good round from Blitz. The nade is perfect that he throws right into the pathing of Saw. That peek over at the railing, tough to handle, especially when you're eating utility damage on the cross. But other than that, not a bad entry from Saw from U-Jerks to take down 9-10. Just a better play from Blitz down the stretch. Mongolz on the board, and they recover the double op setup.
Story. Oh, close to the flick up to the platform. Techno gets caught in the open. Now as Dorsey just punishes him. He missed the timing on getting to the back of the platform.
I guess he pulled a smoke out when the op fired because he wanted to block it off, but 9-10's found the equalizer. One out middle, though. They're not ready for it. Mongolz caught snoozing.
That's sick from U-Jerks. He puts them to sleep, and a lovely transfer down to that second player. Mongolz down to just 1 remaining member. And that plant goes down inside of the site. 4-1 from Saw. Great bounce back.
Yeah, and I mentioned Saw was probably going to have to tactically outplay Mongolz on this map. I don't think that's like any kind of like tactical masterminding. I think you're seeing some of the things that we've seen through Mongolz throughout this series is forgetting a few details here, like losing a little bit of focus. That's a couple players. I mean, the opening kill is a player in transition to back platform, pulls out a nade right in the open, gets eliminated. And then you have 2 players at the B bomb site who are kind of choosing where they want to position and where they want to move to and get caught unawares as well. So Mongolz better focus up moving forward because they're out of money. They're knocked back to the Stone Age after this loss.
Oh, Mazinho. Yep, he's down as well. U-Jerks with a sharp round. That's going to fire Saw up. They're enjoying this battle on Dust 2 so far. This is 9-10's play up short. They kept Mongolz in the early fight, but U-Jerks had already got by. He'd already got through those mid doors. They're looking a little flustered for the Mongolz.
As you mentioned, down to just pistols at this point. Arisdotse charging out long, close to a kill there, but couldn't quite get rid of 910. Although things aren't exactly comfortable for 910 at the moment. Fire forcing him up into the open. He's only got a USP, and eventually he is taken out by that AK. No one left around A. Definitely no one at car, that's for sure.
Nice, easy, relaxing cross of long. 5-1 for Saw. Looking great.
Yeah.
And I mean, now you have, again, another thing I mentioned, not to toot my own horn, but I'm going to do it
Come
anyway.
on, Jason, pull your own horn out.
You jerks. 10-1. Like, that's what we've been waiting for. That's what we didn't get on Anubis, even despite a victory there for them. But you have one of those like star kind of potential riflers that you've been trying to build up within this organization, logging a really good performance to start this map, and that's got to have you feeling good. Yeah. Not only the volume of kills, he's had a couple of good decisions. He's got to feel really good about walking out mid and just grabbing a free double. You're going to start feeling confident, and when you're at this position as you jerks, you're going to be testing more, right? You're going to be challenging more. You're going to be willing to take a few more risks because you've got a bit of confidence under your belt. And that can be a huge tool for Saw.
Look at you jerk singing your own horn. That's great. That's great, Jason.
Well done.
I'll sit on that for a little while.
Yeah. Thought of that one last night.
Yeah.
Wrote it down. You're going to use this at some point.
Yeah, I gotta get that one in. Everyone's thinking it. Timeout taken here for Mongolz. Not of the technical variety, the tactical one. And they got the AWP out. The big old green in the hands of 910. He had one kill so far, and that was the
push-off catwalk.
Kill,
yeah, the double-up setup that they brought out with Senzu and 910 got him a kill, but wasn't all that effective. He was picked off over at long during the catwalk execute. See if he can have a bit more influence in the early stages of the round. Ooh, op clash at the long corner. It's a classic, and 910 gets blind, fires off the shot. Story's going to take the opportunity to step out a little bit deeper. Preemptively smokes the Molotov, but uses it as bait. He wants the Mongolz to think someone is out at the blue box in the corner, and everyone from Saw has vacated the area, but it's keeping 3 defenders here. It's keeping the counter utility being thrown. It's keeping Mazzino a little bit nervous.
This is really cool from Saw. If they get a move on it, if they move swiftly on this, they could get into that B-bomb site. And they're setting up for this B attack. There's still 2 players committed to this for the Mongolz. Ujark's trying to sell a little bit more attention towards the A-bomb site itself, but it's coming now. And Techno's ready from the platform. Peeks out, flashes are good. Just an onslaught of utility. He's been bombarded, he's being burned away. And Techno under so much pressure, eventually taken out of the fray. It's now 4 versus 2, a minute left in the clock, and Saw in the B-bomb site. That's a sign to save. You're not getting back into this. It's 6-1, and the Portuguese are just destroying the Mongolz right now.
Yeah, that's a tactical outplay. But look at the small detail, just how much that smoke on the Molotov baited Mongolz into thinking that there was presence and pressure from long A. 3 defenders kept as far away from humanly possible from the execute Saw was setting up at the B-bomb site. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from Story, beautiful stuff from Saw. Well, their woes might continue. We've been hoping we'd see a little bit of a recovery from Mongolz after so much of the promise they showed in the first half of this year, in the first season of it.
Dude.
Tapered off a little bit, but we were wanting to see them bounce back here at Cologne.
Unfortunately, they're playing like this. A lot of people thinking they're going to be like a shoe-in out of the play and into the group stages. But you're looking at the Mongolz as possible competition in the future if they can't get through Saw. There's a lot of decent teams in the play. You know, there's a few teams that could cause them a lot of problems here.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid's in there.
Yeah, but I don't expect them to be in the lower bracket, though.
True, but pain is no joke. I'm just going to throw that one out there into the world.
You're just readying your expectations for later, Jason.
Look, I don't think anyone at the moment should feel comfortable going up against a Biggie's Era or a Biggie's Era team.
Well, you're definitely going to feel comfortable going up against a Mag 7. And that's all that Techno has in his hands.
Basic catwalk control for Saw. Molotov to burn out the stairs.
smoke for the cross at Cat.
And just applying pressure, not committing behind any of this. I don't think they have a whole lot of information of where and what's on the map quite yet, so they're trying to bait out some of that intel, and Ujerk's probably found a little bit more than he really enjoys, down to 38 HP after the nade. And once again, a little bit of fake has succeeded. They've pulled Senzu off the boost and out into the open, which should be an easy-ish kill.
Body shots start landing, you start to get uncomfortable with that Mag 7. Oh, Techno really should have done more with that, but Blitz, his Deagle, blasting right through them, and this could get a little uncomfortable. It is starting to get uncomfortable. Bomb does go down. Mazinho's come in with that MP9 to the mid doors, and suddenly it's Roman and Arosdoce trying to pull this one back, but Arosdoce surely has done it with that double kill. Roman's left alone. Fire goes down to the window, and he'll change his position given the extra seconds to play with. But they're going for this now, Mongolz. They've got some weapons to play with, but they've got no kit, which means time is limited. Time is ticking. And Roman not giving away his position, hiding behind the box, close to Mazinho, comes out with an AK, and now just one player left. His time is ticking on. He needs to get it done here, Blitz, and he gets back to it, but not with enough time. Blitz will run away. Everybody falls on Saw, but it's still a 7th round win.
All the credit in the world to Arosdoce. That is a nice control of the spray at long range from double doors at boxes all the way through CT spawn. That double kill was critical to set his teammate up to win it out at the end. Senzu somehow pulled that one off, and it got really, really sketchy from here. Saga, for the first time, really feels like their tactics stalled out at the point of attack. Felt like Mongolz was going to be able to crunch in middle very effectively. And just enough is done to give him a chance. But those little silver linings of like, oh, we got it close, oh, we almost got, those don't matter for Mongolz anymore. You're down 7-1.
That's what I did in the climbing gym yesterday.
What's that?
Got close. Got close.
Close but no cigar?
Yeah. And that was a victory to me. 9-10 peering over the top smoke. Rings a shot straight through. Not gonna connect to anybody. Ujerk's has been a real threat going through these mid doors, and because of his previous round success, he's so confident to just spearhead this attack.
Yeah, there's an opera on the angle. Ooh, he just gave it up.
Now he's come back. Here he is again. Story's dead.
That's bomb.
Overcommitment from Senzu. Now they can focus on the AWP, but dealing with the threat of an AWP is a difficult challenge. And now 9-10 is drawn over to look over towards the B tunnels. And now he's under so much pressure from multiple sides, eventually overwhelmed. Bomb goes down again inside of the B bomb site. This time, a 2v2 retake.
Mongolz players, Blitz and Mazinho, are so far away considering the bomb was dropped on the first kill. And now Mazinho's never going to be ready. Never going to be ready. The barrel shows, and Roman's got one in the post plant. There's no kit either on Blitz. Mazinho didn't have one either. This round's done.
Wow.
This series might be done.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the Mongols have life in them.
Which is weird to think about.
Yeah, because they were just so dominant on Ancient. Well, indeed. Senzu just swinging here, giving that kill back. He had a crossfire with the AWP as well up window. And he could have used. Great T-side. This is the second timeout being used for the Mongols. Coach Mara trying to have his say and somehow find a pathway back into this game. Everyone's talking about Snap Tap, but what about the pillows, Jason? Seem to be working out right now.
Yeah, you know, some people enjoy the pillows. It's been a tradition as old as time itself in Counter-Strike. You think they're the hotel pillows or like personal pillows?
Dude, at this point, the fact that they use them at every event, I wouldn't trust, you know. Not every hotel has a pillow menu, so you gotta bring your own sometimes.
Right, and maybe the hotel pillows won't give you the kind of lumbar support you're looking for from a custom pillow.
Exactly, and that is the top-tier analysis we need right now, as the smoke, or rather, story play, is going right into towards Senzu. Ujerk sending grenade up around that corner to try and soften up that tower of players.
I love this play though. Again, it's like understanding the situation. You got to pick in middle, and then you spotted 2 boosted on catwalk. Immediately out middle and apply pressure. Look how it's pulled the defense. 3 defenders came over here, and they never saw him. They never saw him, and he's got another.
Bro, Ujerk is just destroying them right now. This is so unplayable right now for the Mongols. Techno, he's run out of ammo in that MP9, and he's overrun. He's dead. Mazinho's nowhere to be found at all.
That's what I mean. Like this team gets this team is so much better when you have Ujurks and Arsdose with the rifles having impact and influencing the rounds. It's what we didn't see on Anubis, but we're getting it on Dust too. And you add on top of that, yeah, Saw is tactically outplaying them. We saw the fake from Story outside of long A that allowed for a B hit. Now we're seeing a good read of the situation from Ujurks, realizing if we kill one in middle who's pushed up and then you have it all boosted on Catwalk, there's a big gap, a big opening in the defense that I can exploit.
And they've been very decisive when they see those opportunities. They haven't waited too long so the gap closes, that window of opportunity closes. They've been really quick to react to any opportunities that lie in front of them. And he's just being so clinical. That's a weird opening. Senzu's head just spotted. Op just rips it off, and then Ujurks the second kill. I've barely seen him. Yeah, I didn't. I still don't.
But it's so cool because like he runs all the way up and out middle to drop the smoke for the mid to B split.
Yeah.
And he knows that's what's going to cause the pressure. So then he just goes patient. He's like, I don't need to force the issue from here. They have to react to the pressure I'm applying.
3 players committed long here for the Mongols. It could end up being an absolute disaster for them, though, as if they lose multiple members just like that with no kills coming back, it might just be all over. 910 does get like 2 kills out of it, but the rest of the squad have died elsewhere in the lower tunnels, and we're now looking at Senzu alone with a scout.
Look at the way Saw's just at this point, they just control the tempo of this game entirely. Like all this action, they call a fast tactic, and everything's happened in the first 20 seconds. They haven't had to think about anything. They just they get the 3 kills out towards long. Because there was so much presence at long, you had someone trying to push lower. He gets picked off as well. And it's just Mongols playing at Saw's tempo, just getting busted open.
Senzu. Shot rings past him.
Oh, come on, guys. Give him a chance. At least run the gauntlet. You don't need to throw it. It's a scout.
They want 10. They want all 10.
Bomb has been planted.
10-1.5. There's no room to come back, really, is there?
No. You really have no mistakes in the second half to give. Everything's got to be perfect, and that's not the Mongols that we've seen today. Even in a dominant victory in Ancient, you wouldn't come close to saying that was a perfect map.
So the Mongols will play the loser of FlyQuest Big. That game is still going.
Third map has just begun over on the A stream. Next up here on the B stream is going to be 3D Max taking on 9Z.
9Z coming out the last IEM. They made a playoffs that
Dallas,
they were the upset team in Dallas. Now coming to Cologne, interested to see if it was a fluke. The 3D Max, they weren't even meant to be here. They replaced Bet Boom, and then they've come into the event, but they're off the back of an event win. So that's an interesting matchup there. There's a lot of questions to be answered.
And 3D Max had I will get into it more, they had a impressive showing at Pro League as well earlier this year. So they're starting to put together a pretty decent body of work for a team at their level. Final round of the first half. Mongols looking for two rounds.
It's not a lot of rounds.
Not enough.
It's more likely we see Seoul get 11. The old XM at 10-14 comes out on the B-bomb site. And a slower round this time from Saw. The dribble smoke comes out of the B tunnels. Ooh, Senzu. Needs to be careful here. Mazinho's close by. That grenade pulled. Perfect timing for Mazinho to swing out, and it's a triple. Out of nothing to a 3K. That's fantastic work from Mazinho.
It's maybe a bit naive from Saw to think that that one player was going to be the only presence.
No, you can't lose this, Mongolz. You can't lose this one.
You can.
No, not like this. Arsdose comes back in, gets a double. And we're at a 2v2 again. Arsdose maybe a little overconfident in that fight. He goes down to 9-10. So Roman with the 1v2, and he won't stop the Mongols from getting their second round. But this is one hell of a comeback needed from Mongols. It is absolutely looking like Saw are going to close out this series.
Well, well, well. 10-2 for Saw. They're looking at closing out their opening series here in the play-in stage of IEM Cologne 2024. Looking good doing it, and they've had everyone show up tactically looking good. Jerks and Arisdose has arrived, and that's why you see the scoreline the way it is. Just so much power on this Saw team, showing what made them such a dangerous squad at different stages throughout this year.
Yeah, it's nice to see them return to this kind of form, and we'll see how long they can keep this up for. But a win versus the Mongols will be a great way to kick off the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. They have not given themselves any room to recover from a pistol round loss here, Mongolz. So if Saw collect this first round, it is all over. That is a great start. Techno jumps around the corner, instantly annihilated. And this devastating display is about to come to a close.
Ooh, that's a goose you don't like taking. Time to back off the aggression. You've given yourself an advantage. Now, they don't have long control, and they've backed completely off catwalk. Oh, this is a really awkward timing for this transition.
Story getting ever closer, takes one step forward and ends up putting his own foot in his grave.
It's almost like Saw put themselves themselves put themselves in a position. Oh my, I can't even speak.
Go on, Jason.
They've put themselves in a position where they're at a disadvantage.
Yeah, there we go.
God bless. It's day one. It's going to improve.
You're gonna warm up. You're gonna warm up. It's like game 3 or something so far.
What the?
Okay, Roman pops the head of Senzu. Has he got anything else left in the tank here? Roman goes back into long. Attacks in towards Mazzinho, who's losing health rapidly, but turns out the Glock is a little superior in that fight. So a bomb is going down here from Mongolz. They've turned it back from losing the first player to now being in a 3v2 post plan. The Mongols have a chance here. They have to win the pistol round. Udrik's doing damage towards 9-10. Jewel Beretta is starting to rattle a couple of shots off. 9-10 goes down, and now it's Dosse. And he's getting ever closer. His teammate Udrik's with him, and that's the combo that has just not been stopping. It is Saw now up to 11, and the Mongols surely will soon come crashing down.
Can you believe it? What a 2v3. Tough shots to hit, but 3 USP 1-taps across that round. 2 from Roman. 1 at the end, I believe, from Jerks. A seesaw round that ends in a Saw victory. We said Mongols didn't have a mistake to make. I don't even know if they made a mistake necessarily in this round. Just brilliant shooting.
The Mongols will force by with a decent amount of weapons available thanks to the bomb plant. Galil's on 2, Tech-9s and Eagles. And it is a full commitment at A long.
A timing that Saw might not really be ready for. Out in the open, that's a big fight for Udrix to win. That delays things, that slows it down, allows the counter utility to stream out.
Roman waiting for his moment to pop out from beneath that smoke, and it's 1. Only 1. They're so close to taking a second kill on 9-10, but somehow Mongols have battled their way forward to the player advantage. That bomb plant is starting to come in, and a team kill, that'll go a long way in helping as Mongols take a 3rd.
I'm assuming Story thought that dink on his teammate came from the smoke, came through the smoke, so he just snapshot, flung his mouse across the mouse pad, and killed his teammate.
Yep. Rip. And it's a lot of rounds available still here for Saw. But I like the attitude here from Mongolz. The fight still in them. The 4 spot here, Saw.
Not necessary, obviously, with the lead.
But it would be.
But they just have so many rounds to play with.
Yeah, it's like you can do anything you want, really.
I mean, I know these are always one of the weird situations because it's like I know like the logic of having to double save is like we might as well force here, like we might as well in terms of rounds, but at the same time, man, getting your economy into some kind of disarray is one of the ways in which you can really let these leads slip out of hand. We don't have to really talk about that just yet.
But plant the seed.
It's just, for me, I'm always like, why not just play it conservative with the money?
There's always a little bit of hope that the 5-7s are going to come together.
Yeah, how's your hope doing now?
Don't worry, Jason. The 5-7s are going to come together to equal 12 for Saw as they're 1 round away from securing that. It's Blitz and Senzu. A couple of kills forward, and it's not the case. In fact, it is just 1-5-7 here for Muterus, and he goes down on the ramp. So 4 rounds locked in for Mongolz. And another step taken. Here's an eco coming up now for Saul.
And you have to assume the unarmored USPs, this will certainly be around for the Mongols to be up at 5-11, and then all of a sudden you feel like, you know...
They're nearly halfway there.
Yeah, not to try and paint too bright of a picture for them, but then you're like, okay, well, this was at one point 11-3, and now we're kind of like 2 gun rounds away, like 2 good rounds away from closing this gap and tying things up.
Wait till the guns come out for the first time here on the CT side, which will be next round. But nice, easy pickings for the Mongols.
It feels like Mongols, I mean, again, it was one kind of gun round, a half-buy round, and now against USPs, but they've kept it simple in these rounds, staying grouped up, hit long back-to-back rounds now just as a unit. Making sure they play the trade game. They might be feeling individually they're outmatched, which isn't a story that we were setting up leading into this, but individually they might just feel like they're off their game. So instead of focusing on individuals across the map and defaults, make sure the trade game is there. Make sure the trade game is strong.
Well, still smiling. Saw have got the M4s out. There's no AWP yet for the CTs. Long fight coming in. All for Techno. He had the better spawn. He goes for the shot. And there's double op on the T side right now, Jason.
Interesting.
And switched out.
Yeah, he has an AK-47 he can swap out to.
Blitz just clearing close double door. Now, we've seen a lot of aggression on the CT side throughout this series from Saul, but they don't want to do that at this point in the game. And so Utrecht's just standing behind those double doors, catches a glimpse of his opponent on the other side, and he'll get the opening kill by spamming down through the wood.
This is where it almost gets hard, though, because I think even with an advantage, at some point it feels like Saul's going to want to make a play to have some information. They don't really have utility to stall things out is the hard part. But 2 players parked at the B bomb site, they're just content to play this standard defense. A lot of Molotovs, though, and this ult from 9-10 can get nothing done. Doesn't even get a shot.
Uterus on the double. It's now falling apart for Mongolz. 12 rounds about to be put up on that board. And Mongolz are 1 round away from being knocked out on down to that lower bracket. And we've got Saw coming in with, this is going to be an upset straight away. I mean, Mongolz have been picking up steam, picking up form over the last few months, and Saw have been having the opposite. They've been losing their form, losing their steam, and they've come into Cologne looking sharp.
Well, Roman said during the last season they did get a little bit tired. They weren't used to the schedule, to the pace of being involved in more Tier 1 events due to some solid performances. But they're coming into this one rested and prepared. And at least for this opening best of 3, it's showing.
Bullets goes through those mid doors, right to his demise. Opening kill collective for Saw in what they hope will be the last round of this series. User's got a dink on the transfer. That is just wild. But they're giving him chances. They want to close this quickly, and they're actually doing the opposite right now, Saw. They've handed it back over to Mongolz. A chance once again. But Roman goes aggressive through that short smoke. Senzu's down and out. It's just Techno and Mazinho left in a 2 versus 3. When a lot of time still left to play with for the 2 remaining Mongols.
Techno mentioning Molotov nade combination, still presence on Catwalk. That up on Story helps to shut things down, and indeed, it is going to be Saw taking this series. A dominant map 3 victory on Dust 2. Even Roman is just like, why challenge? You can't win.
And they're just bombarding him with fire, keeping him back in the lower tunnels. They'll even throw a smoke in. Techno's just...
Oh, it's the worst feeling.
Where can I go? What can I do?
What am I supposed to do? I have to go for this, but all right, cross your fingers. Jesus, take the wheel. 13-5. Saw takes an opening series victory against the Mongols in an upset to start IEM Cologne.
and Saw come in. We're excited to see how they're going to be able to perform throughout this competition. They're a team that maybe people have written off coming into the play-in, but this is a statement performance, taking down Mongolz in a 2-1 fashion, closing out the final map 13-5. That's hella impressive for the Portuguese.
And for me, I have to appreciate you jerks, Arisdose, like a quiet first map. Obviously, second map, they were completely bodied, but those guys showed up in such good form on Dust 2, and you can see the different level and the increased danger in this Saw squad when those two guys are on top of their game. They made Mongolz look a little bit foolish here round after round.
It looks like Mongolz are going to have a matchup with FlyQuest as it stands. That game's still going with Big and FlyQuest, but that lower bracket, well, it's already Mongolz down there, and that's not where they want to be on day one of the play. And this is a team that come to Katowice, they come to Cologne, and they get surprising results. They are the upset squad, and this is not the start they're used to.
They're experiencing the reversal of what they kind of had, where previously it was they were going to praise them for huge upsets. Now we have expectations for them that they're not meeting, and they don't have that. Regardless, we get to chat with the winners. We get to chat with Saw. It's Roman standing by with Shocks.
I have Roman here with me after what an incredible victory to kick off Cologne. I talked to Matthias before, and he was saying, yeah, it's been hard for us sometimes to adjust to some of the Tier 1 competition and the nature of the competition, but how important is this that you get to win over a Mongolz who are expected to be huge favorites in this matchup?
I mean, they're a great team. They have a lot of skill. They've been playing really, really good. But we felt like in practice, we've been improving a lot. So we felt like we could win the game if we were on a good day. So today I felt like we were on a really good day, and I felt like we were just better than them.
Yeah, a really good day. It did look like it. You adjusted so heavily going into Dust 2 as well. And I'd love to know what you think were the biggest points you had to keep in mind to make sure that you could have, I mean, a dominating performance on Dust 2.
I'd say that we felt very calm during the T side. We were very calm making decisions, and we just let the game flow. That was basically our goal this map, and everything went really good, so I'm really happy.
All right, can I ask you about, I think 3 of you have the pillows? Oh, yeah. Why is it?
I don't know, I've been playing for so many years, and I just played really high, so I like to look down to the monitor, so I need the pillow to get a bit higher.
Okay. I get it. I needed to for my back, but that's okay. Thank you so much, Roman and Saw. What an incredible victory to kick off Cologne. Over to the desk.
It is the upset of the day, and it's only the first game. I mean, a dominating victory on Dust 2 to close this out for Saw. Blair, what happened to your boys?
Well, I mean, speaking of pillows, I did actually catch Roman and Muteris in the elevator coming down, for the event in the hotel, and they saw them carrying the pillows, and I guess they just wanted to put Mongolz to sleep, because that's exactly what they did on this map. And I gotta say, the fashion in which they did it, they looked like easily the better team. We might talk about the fact that the Mongolz individually, they might be superior, might have the better, sharper players, but overall, Saw looked so much in control in the first half.
Of course, but if this is the level that we're going to be expecting from Mongolz, it's going to be real rough for them out there, even though that they potentially might meet FlyQuest. But of course, Saw, we spoke about the 3 guys, and those were also 2 of them stepped up at the last map, made it very clear that they were the better team.
I do want to give a bit of credit to Barry, because I think that what we're seeing is a more cohesive Saw, a more prepped Saw, and I think that it makes a big difference coming into a competition like this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, if you just go back to and watch half the rounds on the T side, the way they structured it all together, it's not like Mongolz played bad CS, right? Initially, a lot of the rounds were being controlled completely by Saw. Their protocols are really, really good, and one thing which I loved we saw from them, no pun intended, is what we were critical about on Ancient, where there was a lack of cohesion when they're going for different plays around the map. You'd see the amount of times they were abusing the B bomb site, right? It was just so well orchestrated. The guys pushing from tunnels and mid to B takes and whatnot. It felt like a very different team altogether. And again, Dust 2, it was a map where we did touch upon saying that this might be favoring a Saw a little bit based on the recent results, and it shows here.
I'd like to get Bubsky to break down around, but first we have to do our US Air Force Aim High. The player that made all the difference for me, you specifically saw that in the first map as well. I mean, he was the difference maker for Saw.
Yeah, and it was the most important map looking in hindsight, right? That was the only real close one, and I think he is one of the players that has had the biggest downfall together with Saw, right? They had a rough period after the Major and the Pro League and all these sort of things. Now they're standing on the biggest stage again, and they're actually proving that this is not a fluke. They're actually able to re-innovate their playbook to some extent, playing a good game of Counter-Strike against Mongolz, but this guy was the difference maker on the first map, and that's what all mattered.
And you might even look at the numbers on Dust 2, for example, right? And be like, all right, he didn't get too many kills as Arisdos, and Ujux and even Roman kind of running away with it, but he really didn't have to do much. And when it came down to crucial moments with the AWP, when he was presented with the fight, he was coming out on top 90% of the time. So yeah, absolutely for me, looking with the context of the entire series in front of us, Story for me is my Infos High MVP.
Completely fair. Obviously, Mongolz, we did speak about this before we started, about the sort of up and down results we saw leading into the player break, not being as consistent as we'd like all that time on the road, maybe struggling a little bit with that?
I was struggling a little bit with that, and also I feel like the map pool, it's very top heavy, if you ask me. There are a couple of maps where I think they're very, very solid. Ancient comes to mind, Inferno, but then I look back at their nuke and how they completely capitulated against Fury in EWC, for example, and then look at it as Dust 2. Again, they just completely disappeared, right? So I feel like their map pool right now is going to get exploited more and more if they progress further in the tournament, because the middle of the pack map pool right now looks extremely weak for me.
Let's go back now. Obviously, Babsky, you mentioned that there was a specific round you wanted to break down, which just kind of showcased what we've been talking about with Saw taking this victory.
Yeah, we talked about Barry, right? I think this is what he loves to do as a coach. I think I have a round on Telestrated that'll just show you how close they play together and how they actually take space on each other's tempo. So we have the start of the round. We have Story starting off at the mid round. Pretty basic. Doesn't see anyone. You actually think he sees him, but he doesn't see him. But he's not scared of the orb. He's not seen it. At this point, he goes forward, gets Sensu. And at this point, many people would be like, okay, let's go to take space. But here, Ujux, he waits. He continues on the default that Barry potentially told them about. Gets the flash, he's full blind. At this position, he gets the information that 2 players are short. He immediately reacts by going out mid and make it seem like we're doing a B-split and then faking it, going into the corner. At this point, they're trying to find out where is he. Oh, they've just faked it. Look at this. They need to retake mid and he's just staying there. Gets the round easily and by this they win the round.
And just these small little plays. We saw 910 as well pushing through the smoke. The number of times we saw Mongolz desperately looking to get a trade where a trade is nigh impossible to get, right? They were forced to go for these plays. And I love this play. It's a very simple thing altogether, but the fact that they're not overthinking things, they know when to slow down, like the flash coming in for the lower tunnel's peak, for example, and then when they need to speed it up, there's a lot of trust and faith being placed on each and every one of the individuals, saying, if you think there's a window there, go for it. And there's just a classic textbook T-side coming out from Saw.
I wanted to ask about upsets, but I'm going to hold that in because I was thinking, like, now that we don't have best of ones, are we going to see a lot of upsets? And look at that in the first stages, even without the best of ones, we're still seeing the upsets. But that's for us to talk about in the next game, which is coming up right after this break.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
What we see here is the beautiful trophy of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. But to get a chance to win it, you of course have to make it here. And unfortunately for BetBoom, some of their players were not able to secure a visa. So the spot went to the next team on the ESL World Ranking, 3D Max. And I've got Maka here, who is probably really happy to be here. I know you played here in 2021 under different circumstances. So tell me about getting the last-minute invite.
We were not expecting it to get it. It was like super late, so super happy because we managed to win the Sky Sport, and now we can get a chance to prove it online again, so happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people are looking at that. Can you repeat that success? Now, your first opponent, 9Z, is, I want to say, favored because they've also been doing quite well. What do you think will be the key in that match?
I think it's all about confidence and composure, I think, about this match. So it's first match, so we'll see.
Bon chance.
Is it weird that I just always fangirl every time Shox is on the screen? Because holy hell, it's Shox. I love it when she's saying Counter-Strike. And obviously chatting to 3D Max, who is a team that, surprise, they're suddenly here. That's going to be a little bit stressful in the back of their heads because nothing worse than just getting thrown into the mix, right? Zero prep, you just got to rely on your skill.
I mean, it's the best thing to happen. You said the words, right? I think you are sitting there in your basement, wherever you're playing, right? You play the online.
Of course they're in the basement.
I mean, yeah, basement, the
You play in your basement?
I did for the most part of my career, then I moved out of my mom's house. But at some point you will realize you will be given these sort of chances, right? And this is a very good moment for 3D Max. They just come off a streak in India where they had a great tournament, beating out teams like the Mongolz and so on, winning those trophies, coming back to Europe with a lot of points, a lot of experience, and now they're sitting on a great stage.
And yeah, I mean, like, surely, I mean, obviously, as you pointed out, you know, we would be with BetBoom not being here, they got given the invite, but this is such a golden opportunity for you to try and cap off what's been a grind for them, right? They've been playing all the CCTs, the Pineapple Cups, all of it, winning the land in India where they destroyed Mongolz in the final thing. So they're, for me, the one team coming into this with zero expectations, and they should really not allow the occasion to get to them, right? There's no pressure. No one's gonna fault you if you struggle a little bit and fail over here, but considering the form they're in right now, I can see 3D Max pulling off a miracle here, honestly.
No one's going to fault you, but we are going to discuss it if you lose on the desk, so keep that in mind. On the other side, we have 9Z, and we thought it might be fun just to change things up a bit on the first day and talk a little bit about the South American contingent that's arrived here in Cologne and where they all rank in the bigger scheme of things. So walk me through some of the teams that are here and how we feel they'll do here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, we got like these 5 South American teams right now, right? So obviously just ranking from high chance, so no chance to making it, of course, to the second stage right there. We can just start off with the first team, like Pain Gaming, right? Yeah. Where would you put them? I think for me, they're like between a maybe and a decent chance.
I'd say they're one of the better teams coming off this region. The issue with the South American teams, generally speaking, is that we watch them, but they only play in their league for the most part of the year, right? Yeah. They did have that Fire League tournament coming over there, where they had the chance to prove they're against likes of Fnatic and so on, but they are probably, in my opinion, without 9Z and Fury, the third best team.
For me, MIBR, it's a very similar conversation to be had, but I feel for MIBR, I haven't really seen much from them, honestly. Even
really? I would put them in a low chance.
Yeah, I think they're low chances.
Low chance, yeah. Okay, kind of in between.
Low to no, if I'm honest.
I don't have to erase button, but yeah, let's move them down a little bit over there, and then of course we have, after that, Furia.
Furia?
Or actually, no, let's go Imperial first, right? Imperial, I mean, there's a big change that happened there.
I mean, they constantly in this rebalancing of, like, then they have Fallen, then they have somebody old, they get Taco in, they get Taco out. Like, they're constantly in this pace of trying to figure out what should be their starting 5. They're recycling old players. They should probably go with a new approach of trying to find new talent within Brazil. I think MRBR has done insanely well with a guy like Insani.
So, low chance?
Yeah, I think MRBR...
Decent chance.
What, decent?
Decent
for Imperial?
They're not even showing up there. Did they show up? I can't even see the logo.
Wow, everyone...
Their logo changed black. So.
Yeah, well, that kind of...
Everyone disagrees with me, so to the point that we're not even going to get their logo.
Let's talk about Fury real quickly, though. I don't think we've seen enough yet so far, and we saw them basically play one map throughout the entirety of what happened in Riyadh, but I like what I saw.
Yeah.
I like what I saw. And when you have K Serrato in that team, and Yuri also looking pretty good, and Skull's feeling comfortable... I'm ready to be depressed again, but I'm putting it up there. Yeah, a little bit on the.
I mean, we finally agree here, Blair. I'm with you on that.
And the team of the hour, 9Z.
Very much the same.
Really? You're on a high to me?
I mean, you have to consider.
Look at the results.
Yeah. I mean, they did well at the Fire League, but they play so little European Counter-Strike, right? They stay down in Dallas, they play great over there, they played the Fire League, but it's very rare that they come over to Europe, play against the best teams. They're dominating their region to some extent, but Furia, they have international experience. They also made a great substitution in the form of getting Skulls in. Don't forget, Skulls, before shipping out to Liquid, that was a shithole. He was one of the best players in Pain.
I will say this as well. There we go. Just putting an arrow down there. Yeah, my brain actually goes on a low chance for me as well. I feel for the side of of 9Z coming in, they have moved to Europe. That is something they've done very recently as well. Not just boot camping, they've moved to Europe, right? And in Spain, basically Madrid. Now for Martinez, obviously that's great, he's back home. For the rest of the team, look, there are going to be a lot of factors coming in, but they've taken this gamble. They're like, listen, we want to be not just the best in our region over there, we want to really move up the ladder. We have the right pieces. We've shown what you could potentially do in Dallas as well. And remember, when they lost to G2, it was a very close fashion in the semifinals. They have the experience on the stage as well. So they've taken a big gamble moving everyone, all the other South Americans to Europe. The thing is, homesickness can be a factor. It's some of the intangibles. Hopefully hasn't affected them yet.
When you say homesickness, though, think about it for 9Z. Like, I think they've got a mix of I think Argentinian and different players. Spain is as close to home as you're going to get. Everyone's speaking the language.
That's a whole different continent. Come on.
It's a different continent, but I do think that it is a little bit more of a...
It's easier. Slightly.
The point is, if you took South American teams and threw them in Serbia, I think they'd be pretty miserable. Nothing against Serbia, but I just think Serbia.
All right,
so
why don't you like Janko? Go on.
I love Janko. I'm terrified of him, so I'll say whatever I have to make sure that he knows how much I love him. But the point is, I think that Spain is as close to home as you're going to get from a weather and a culture point of view. Not that any of that matters, though, because we're here in Cologne. It is Germany. Now they've got to perform, and they're going up against a team that, as much as I said, Theory Max is coming in with no prep. 9Z hasn't had a lot of time to prep against the opponent either.
But that's the thing for 9Z. I feel like they're a team, again, who have higher aspirations overall as a team, as an organization as well, right? So for them coming in 3D Max, sure, they've had like a day and a half to really, prep for it. And it's not like 3D Max don't have any data for us to work with. So I'm sure they've done the prep work and whatnot. But for me, 9Z coming in is their mentality. They're coming in here not to pull off an upset. They're a higher seeded team as well. They're here to make it to the next stage. And today, this particular matchup for me is them just taking care of business.
And let's also just be honest on the other side of 3D Max. None of these players are new. Many of these have been inside the tier 2 to 3, tier 4 scenes for forever. Look at Marcus' history. He's been a part of this roster and this combination of French players ever since like 2017. Now they're actually in an organization where they don't even have any sponsors. They're publicly going out to ask for funding to some of these tournaments. But they are at a point where we can realistically expect them to put up a game against 9Z.
Really quickly though, if we talk about 3D Max and what they did at the Sky Esports tournament, obviously convincing win, but also more importantly, we know from what we saw online, it wasn't ideal circumstances. So they handle pressure very well.
They handle pressure very well. I'm sorry, I'm just going to have to segue into this map veto right here. Now, Nuke is a map both these two teams love to play, and I kind of expected maybe Ancient getting picked by 9Z and Nuke being a decider, where both the teams are like, yeah, screw it, we're going to play Nuke, we both love this map. The fact they've allowed Nuke through, which, yes, 9Z very, very comfortable on that map, but it's usually 3D Max's first pick as well. And I'm looking at his map pool, I'm looking back at 3D Max dismantling Mongolz on Anubis and Ancient as well, and Nuke coming in too. Suddenly, if there is an upset potential here for the French side, this map pool could be it.
I mean, sometimes you're kind of lucky in the ways of your map pool plays into the ways of the opponent, especially if you're a little bit of an underdog, right? You can get away with doing a little bit, not having to force your own picks, right? You can make the opponent sometimes do it because they want to actually play to their strengths. I think they're in a point, 3D Max, where we can actually think realistically that they should go to 3 maps. I mean, I think people underestimate 3D Max because it's been a part of the tier 2 scene forever, and 9Z is this exciting project. 3D Max just won an event within India. I know there were circumstances, there was like horrible internet tables.
Dealt with it so well.
Exactly, and there was so much more experience in India from all the other teams like Glaive and Inns and all these sorts of guys. They handled that and managed to win. Now they're home with a good feeling about like, okay, we can play proper Counter-Strike, and now they're facing against 9Z. I would say this is a very 50-50 matchup on form right now.
I agree with you 100%. Obviously, I will still edge the way of 9Z. I think I've seen more from them on bigger stages of late, right? But again, coming down to like recent form, 3D Max on a bit of a streak, so to speak, right? And for a sudden 9Z, again, moving continents, trying to really get ascend to the next stage. They are still a work in progress. They haven't really arrived at the final form. The question here for me, Sam, is the fact that, whatever form they're in right now, are they ready for this? Because the pressure is on. The pressure is on. We've only seen an upset take place just half an hour ago, to my heartbreak, so
I mean, this is also the Cinderella story of 9Z, right? They started off, I mean, everybody was blown away. Okay, they can play Counter-Strike, these guys at Dallas, wow. And now we've set the bar kind of higher, right? Now they need to perform. They need to show that those points they accumulated from those events are worth it. Now they're standing against really good oppositions in the form of Tier 2, Tier 3 European teams. They did also have a great showing at Fire League, winning against the likes of Fnatic. But this is the biggest stage. Do they want to advance? This should be the first step.
Babski, for these Tier 2, Tier 3 teams and these players, as someone coming from playing as a professional, how important is it to be at events like IEM Cologne, these play-in stages for you as a player? Because this is, not only is it good for your team, but as a player, this is your opportunity to be seen and spotted, right?
Yeah, I mean, especially when you don't have the strongest of orcs, let's be honest, right? If you can be that guy to be a particularly interesting one, then you can maybe get scouted to a bigger scene. I know that's not the main goal of coming to a tournament, but that's a side effect of playing well, right? Maka right now is having a really good stint at his tournament at 3D Max. Imagine like a good team would want an Arbor. He would probably be one to look at.
I'm glad you brought up Maka as a point of topic, because for me, this fight, I don't want to distill it down to a very simplistic thing, but watching Martinez going up against Maka is going to be very, very exciting in itself for me, because obviously, Maka, he's doing everything with his team, right, as a star opera as well. And then you had Martinez and how 9Z have structured the way they play this game around Martinez and what he can do with the AWP. When they picked him up, they did spend a decent amount of money as well. So yeah, offers us all battle. That's what I live for.
Jed, you want to know something fun? Fun fact about me?
Not really, but go on.
Go ahead.
Well, now you've ruined it. Dinko is my favorite, but it doesn't matter.
No, it's not. Stop lying to yourself.
No one cares.
You're my favorite too, Sam. Appreciate that. Don't listen to Bly. And yeah, didn't hear your name, Jason.
I didn't hear my name either.
No. 9Z versus 3D Max, though. This is a game I've been looking forward to all day. I think this is going to be a really interesting game. You've got 9Z, who in Dallas, obviously, were the upset squad that no one expected. They start on the B stream, and then suddenly they're just taking big names, and they find themselves in the playoffs. Now, 3D Max, a team that weren't even meant to be at this event, getting a last-second invite due to visa issues for BetBoom, and now they're here against 9Z in the opening game, and we're considering them potentially favorites. So this could be a really fun game.
A cool opportunity for 3D Max, because they have had a step up in performance, a rise in their own form. So the fact that you get this kind of, out of the blue invite to Cologne to build upon that is amazing.
Well, let's see if they can put it together.
They've had wins recently over the Mongolz 2-0, Cloud9 2-1, Fnatic 2-0, Bleed 2-0. They've been doing some good work, 3D Max.
Porkasad, man.
Yeah.
He's in there somewhere.
Porkasad.
Double Julies here for 3D Max. Exercise and Maka using them. They get unlucky. A slow pistol here from 9Z.
Yeah, really slow. Looking for all the aggression that we saw in the last series, and there's nothing close to it. No one's even moved for 3D Max since they set up in these positions. 2 in middle, Maka behind the doors. Drop down, hit the B bomb site, here we go.
And the only player here is Joko. He's further back, playing from K, so it's a retake setup inside of this B site. They do have a kit for the retake. 9Z leaping into the bomb site now, not seeing too much.
Almost too passive.
Yeah, it feels kind of ridiculous. There's not a single fight yet. Guys, this is a violent video game. Please get into the violence.
Also, 5v5 retakes are not that fun.
We're here for the violence. And here it comes. Retake at 10. Hwasu Peak on the double. Make it 3. Okay. A flurry of frags. And yeah, they win every single fight. So that was weird, Jason. That was a strange pistol.
Yeah, I think 3D Max just kind of got caught in a situation where they're just not actually providing enough resistance on the map. One smoke for a 5v5 retake, not enough. That's always going to be a really, really tough affair. You're going to get bailed out by incredible shots, and unfortunately, they all go the way of Hwasu Peak. So 9Z up 1-0.
So Bly was mentioning Maka there on the desk, and I mean we've seen so much of Maka over the years. He's had some crazy amount of teams he's played for. He's played since 2017. He's played for Ozerv. Don't even remember those guys, but he's been in 3D Max before, back in 2018 to 2019.
He's been around the block.
Yeah, and he even played for Falcons for a while. He's always been a player with potential.
Journeyman, I think they call him.
Yeah, that is definitely
The app term.
Well, the B bomb site is clear, and Max has found that out with Buddha. Although he's gonna meet a horde of CTs.
Quite a bit of money opportunities here, but the USP is taking out his own teammate there, Maka. But the rest of the squad are picking up kills now too. So Mac 10 collected, Khalil in the hands of Joko, and that bomb plant is going down here for 9Z.
Khalil's not a bad find if you can keep it for the next round. Save some money in the next buy that's going to be coming out for 3D Max as they saved in this one. So second round for 9Z. They're on the hunt at the moment. Looking to take this Mac 10 away, and they will. Dink doesn't matter. Joko's so far away in T-spawn with this Khalil, he should be just fine. So we'll get the guns out for 3D Max in the next.
We get to vibe out to this music.
I'm into it.
Yep. If you guys didn't see at home, but Jason's got some sick moves for this one.
I was dancing.
A routine.
I was dancing.
2-0 for 9Z. Moving to Europe is a big one for 9Z though, because this is a team that had some decent results when they lived in South America, but they would be few and far between and we wouldn't get to see them that often. But if they're living in Spain, that means they get to practice in Europe so much more, right? So this should really elevate the performance and find consistency for 9Z, in theory.
In theory. That's the key part, is in theory, because I mean, it can be just as, it can have such a negative impact too when you've made all the sacrifices to try and pursue this, and moving across away from friends and family and not seeing that improvement is going to be very frustrating. And obviously trying to build upon what the semifinals berth they had at Dallas.
Yeah.
Close affair with G2. Got a little tech pause, a break in the action. I think that FlyQuest big game is still going on.
That big FlyQuest game.
Yeah, FlyQuest brought that one all the way back.
I said to Harry, I went to after our map finished, I walked past their casting setup and I went, oh, 10-2 to big. Time for them to choke again. And they looked at me and went, nah, not this time. Yeah, it's happened.
It's happened. It has indeed happened.
It has happened.
It's there.
I almost can't believe it, but it looks like Bigger's still going to get it.
Well, now you're just really trying to jinx it, aren't you?
Yep. All right, looks good. Headset's back on. Heard the words okay. Or the word okay.
Way to go, referee team.
Yeah.
Tech team.
Got the job done again. Tech issues really messed up the second map of our first series.
They did a little bit, didn't they?
We've seen a fast call come out from the Mongolz after a long tech issue. We'll see if that's the...
I don't think there's enough gun rounds really established for it to be anything too crazy, to be honest with you.
Rush,
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Huaso Peak's got the Mac 10. Galil on Buddha. That Galil is saved over on Maka on the other side of things, and we get started into the first gun round, round number 3. Stylistically, already very different from the Anubis in our first series. Much more measured.
We have like the first 20 seconds of the round. No one's died.
No aggression anywhere. Actually, the A bomb site at the moment completely given up by virtue of a smoke deep in A main exercises, calling their bluff and saying they won't challenge it. And he's correct at the moment. That allows them to have 3 defenders at the B bomb site, 2 defenders in middle for the moment, as they try and piece together what 9Z's doing across the map.
Huaso Peak. Rattling bullets into the position of Exercise, who now is having to deal with a threat on both sides, goes into the open, gets taken out. And that's 2 players up here for 9Z into the first real gun round. Max, well, he destroys Gravity. 45 seconds remaining in the round. 9Z up 3 players, make it 2. Thank you, Jocko. Straight through that smoke. So they're into the A bomb site. Bomb will go down shortly. And now Mac is on a long flank around the backside.
Yeah, but I think this is more a flank to get some exit kills. I don't think this is anything you actually go for, because Joko can't get involved in any kind of significant fight that could turn the tides. So I think if you're here with this Galil, you're just sitting around, you're like, let me grab one of these AKs on the exit. I hear the footsteps. Not aware of his...
Well, the idea was there, the execution, not so much. It is 3-0 for 9Z, and 3D Max's money is not in a comfortable spot to get a buy back. Again, you'll see some upgraded pistols perhaps here. But this is very comfortable from 9Z, a very controlled game. Nothing too crazy.
No, and they'll love the way that first gun round went. I mean, some free upgrades as well.
This is the map pick of 3D Max as well.
Maka has the ult. That's virtue of the saved Galil. Had the money for it, so looking to surprise this 9Z attack. They wouldn't expect an AWP on the field, surely.
Jocko tickles his toes in the fire. He's going to join up with Gravity.
Op is rotating back around to the B bomb site. Clear line of sight in towards B main as well, but the pistols are starting to get a little bit antsy with that pressure being applied from Dark and E-Box.
The bomb is not in a position to commit anywhere just yet. So there's still plenty of time left in this round.
And this is where 3D Max, if you want to get this, you have two options right now. You need to get a piece of information with a bit of aggression or a play with these pistols so you can find out where the AWP needs to be positioned. Or you can just say, screw it. Let's all gamble to a bomb site, and if they go to the other direction, we just keep the AWP alive. But at the moment, even more so than making a play that could win the round, it's keep the AWP alive is the high percentage play.
But look how well 9Z forced this rotation over. They made it look like the A play's coming in. Now they're going in for the B execute. So looks like it is going to be that save AWP option.
Yeah, 3D Max, I forget which player was close up towards the mid double doors, pushed up towards the mid bridge and heard some footsteps going back to the A bomb site. So I think he called for the shift and where they wanted to stack exactly just by virtue of that intel. And obviously hasn't panned out. Good deagle shot, but that's probably all you're going to be writing home about.
Very effective calling from 9Z, staying in control.
I don't know if this op should even be getting involved.
No, really shouldn't even show it's available.
If you're 9Z, I feel like you hop on the hunt at this point. You're like, oh,
they have an op?
Yeah, the op's there. Let's roll, baby.
And that's exactly what is happening. Sharks in the water, swimming towards them now is Maka holding on to it. Takes the hand off Buddha. It doesn't look like the op is going to be put under enough pressure as they're all coming in from a comfortable side. Unless Maka peeks, and he does peek out to a kill this time on Hwasa peek. So AWP saved over, at least that's something, but it's a 4-0 start here for 9Z on the T side.
Yeah, looking good. Only one real gun round to speak of. We'll get the second one right now. But no issues, no hiccups, and no signs that this offense is going to let one slip away. Timeout, as you can see, called in by 3D Max. Talking things over, trying to get on the board early. Still without a CT round, and don't want to be in too big of a hole when they begin to fight back. Martinez has had an easy game. He's a big-time player for 9Z. He has 0 kills, 0 deaths, 0 ADR.
Wow. But now he's got the AWP out. This is where it's all going to change.
Well, it's not even criticism, you know? It's just like he's just gotten to relax.
He's got to relax, warm up into it. And now the fun part for him. Brings out the AWP fade. Well, it's not so tough on him, you know, moving to Europe. He's getting to live in his home country. So that's...
Yeah, he's like, I love this.
Yeah, sweet. This is a great deal. Thank you. And now look at this push from Exercise Aggression. Martinez maybe not loving life as much as we expected in this round. He gets taken out. The bomb does hit the ground, and now it's problems for 9Z to figure out. And their first real problem they've had to find a solution to. Ripping off Lucky off the top of the rugs.
And this is like 9Z. They chose to move forward and continue with their tactic into the B bomb site and kind of ignore the extremities, which has given more of a chance for a player like Graffiti to just be a cockroach. Just like, try and find him. Where's he going to be? Good job from Max.
Exercise. Ooh, gets taken off those stairs. Buddha drawing it back. Now it's just Maka stuck in middle. 39 seconds left. Maka takes out Buddha out of the round. He had to send down into the water. He had the right read. He was so close to taking DGT out of there, but couldn't quite muster the shot.
Oh, I got a question for you, Dinko.
Oh God, where's this going?
It's going for player pronunciation is the category that we're going with today. Gravity or gravity.
Maniac somewhere over here. Le gravity. That's what I'm going for.
That's pretty good. But you have to commit to that now for the entire match.
Oh, no, no. You never commit to a French accent.
At least give me the half. 7 rounds left.
Okay. Well, if he does something crazy, he's getting it. How would you say it, Jason?
I would say gravity.
Gravity.
Exactly. But it's spelled differently.
Yeah, it's spelled wrong.
That's why I asked you. It's the whole point of the conversation. You've given me nothing except for a French accent.
I know. Well, I thought it was decent.
It was pretty good.
Now we're going to get into Les Miserables. This is a very miserable start to the round. 9Z just disciplined, slow, T-size. They are not wanting to make too many mistakes at all. And this B play out into Buddha, and lying in wait is the Buddha AK. He's got Jocko charging with him, and Hwasopik is here with him. And it's a nice little shutdown of that aggressive maneuver the 3D Max threw into the mix.
I think it's really cool because like coming out of Dallas, we don't get to see 9Z too often at the big events, right?
True.
And coming out of Dallas where they made the semifinals, they had that great run, they got the automatic berth to the semis, didn't have to play a quarter. You're kind of like, can this happen again? Like, is this legit, or was this like a good run? Was this like a pop-off where they just looked really good for a particular week? And now you pitch them for their first matchup in Cologne, a very winnable game. So you kind of get to see they're not outmatched to a crazy degree where they're just going to get wiped out of the server. They have a team that they can beat that's within reach of them, and let's see what they're coming in with, and so far so good. 6-0.
I know, it's the opposite. They're outmatching their opponent by a significant degree. That's been very dominant so far from 9Z. 7-1 on Max, 8-3 on Hwasopik. And it's not slowing down. 6 rounds in a row.
Damn, they're on point and focused and not forgetting any details, clearing every corner.
Hey, you're 3D Max. You don't want to throw this invitation away. You know, you don't want to come into Cologne, all this hype around you, just want an event, and then just get absolutely destroyed on your own map pick to kick off the first map here.
Yeah, well, they've already burned one time out trying to get back into the swing of things. This is the next gun round, so we'll see how they do here, but a second time out might have to be burned if all of a sudden 9Z is just looking at such a dominant lead. Money's starting to build up for the T side as well. Aggression is the answer.
Hwasopik gets taken out by Lucky, and he continues to hold Mouse 1. He gets the second in the bomb. It's a favorable roll to his feet. Oh, this is a great start for 3D Max, the best start that they've had.
And with this, good pick. I was going to say with that positioning, I don't know how 9Z is going to get back into the round, but that's a good first step.
That was so unbelievably fast from Martinez.
Yeah, but you don't have the resources, do you, to watch for this kind of a push? DGT?
Oh, get your gun out. Here he comes, Jocko right into it, and DGT is aware of that possibility. Grenade lands right onto La Gravity, and they've taken him down to 61 health. I told you, Jason. I'll keep trying. As to 9Z, it was a very comfortable start here for the side of 3D Max. Lucky gets you a double kill. And the bomb. He still got the bomb.
Yeah, but Martinez gave you a swiftness with that AWP. Holding that angle, ready for the peak. Pulls Lucky into the fight. Flashbang is out. Exercise wins the battle, but Martinez, he's been fast all round. Oh no, he misses that one. But DGT's coming in from behind, from the A bomb site, wrapping around middle.
Exercise starting to try and figure out where could he possibly be coming from. Is this a possibility? He comes in from camera. Now he knows. Molotov goes in. Exercise can't stand there forever, and DGT gets rid of him. Now it's a 1v1. 14 seconds left. As DGT sprints through those double doors, it has to be a kill, and he can't get it. He can't even get around the corner. Great utility being put in place. And the blanket of fire prevents him from running towards that fight. And it is going to be the first round for 3D Max here on Anubis. It's all picked up off the back of Lucky's opener, then Exercise making sure that the late work is done.
Yeah, but still a fantastic round from 9Z. I mean, 3v5 into like essentially one-on-one. Not a winnable one-on-one, but you've gotten to a situation where you've taken 4 players down, you force them to rebuy, dent that economy. Martinez is a beast with that AWP, just one missed shot at the end. And 3D Max can get their first round, 6-1.
Instantaneous dark smoke being thrown out by 9Z.
Not aggression on the map, but an aggressive stance from this 3D Max defense at the A bomb site. 3 players at A, Exercise and Lucky, pushed up in towards A main. They want to fight for this space.
Here comes Exercise, aggressive maneuver, spamming down through the wood. Not quite going for the Mazinho play, but it's DGT on the double headshot. Exercise and Lucky were trying to get something aggressive, and it just doesn't work out for them.
Is Maka going to push as the 3rd player? No, he just smokes it off, backs away.
But no, I don't want any of that
smoke. that doesn't look cool.
DGT just massacres his teammates. And now Hwasopik is taking control of middle.
And you can see how measured it is from 9Z, just getting into position, applying some pressure, but not committing, not fighting, not going down until I just start talking. But I mean, they're making this defense move. If the defense wants to get back into this round, they have to take some risks, and 9Z is looking to punish the risks they select.
Now Max has been spotted. Maka will deal with that threat. Here comes through middle. He's doing a lot of work here, Maka, considering he was over towards the A bomb site a few moments ago.
And that's the call right now from 9Z. DGT's like, that's Maka. He was at the A bomb site. He's now in middle. Bring the bomb in. I have control. I've gained extra space. And the rotation just now coming in from CT spawn. There are 2 kits. No utility. But 3D Max can test this at least initially. If they can find the kill on DGT, it might be their trigger to move forward and go for it.
DGT steps into the open. Good kill on Joko. Starting to get a little bit too far gone now, so they realize, yep, gotta tuck out of here, gotta get away. And that is the 7th round for 9Z, so 3D Max win their first round and then instantly lose the follow-up with no real chance at extending or stringing them together, so 9Z in full control of this T side.
It's nice that you get to save some of these weapons, but you're getting to a point where you're going to have to start just committing to fighting for rounds. Even in those unlikely low percentage 3v3s, it would be more of a commitment because you just need the rounds on the board. We're almost at that point. And 3D Max have a decision to make here. They have these 2 saved weapons. Economy's a little bit busted around that, so what do they want to buy up on the next 3 players? They probably could have forced and had a relatively strong buy to battle back, but they've gone the conservative route.
Exercise. 5-7 close by. DGT's got to deal with that problem, and close quarters against the 5-7 can be pretty scary.
But the presence there of a 5-7 is like the indicator that they're challenging again for this part of the map. So he just backs off. He's like, no, I don't want anything about that.
Flash is good. It's really good. Uh-oh, banana gun, and he goes right into the fight. Lucky steps up with his instead. 5-7 doing good work. It's 2 kills picked up. A lot better than their previous attempt in the last round. So 3 versus 3 established off the back of that. And once again, there is a 3rd A player, and it's Maka. But he's held behind the smoke.
Just for the moment. When it clears, as he go for the peak, it looks like 9Z going to stay passive, want to stay looking for those kinds of plays, which gives gravity. That's the one. The time to move up and find a pick. It's got to be a wrap to the A bomb site through middle. 30 seconds left on the clock. And Maka's pushing out so far now that if they do take this turn to the A bomb site, he's well out of position for a plant.
Look how much util they have as well.
Yeah, and they'll have time to get someone into A main. At the moment, though, they just don't know how clear it is. They might not want to risk it. So staying and keeping control of the upper ledge of the beach choke point of camera. And 3D Max have to go for this.
The smoke is a little worrying though, because that does allow them to actually walk out as a corridor of cover for 3D Max to get closer to the side here. Hossapeak is aware of that, and he's watching it like a hawk, knowing that they're coming through it. There's the smoke fade away, and oh my goodness, they fall apart in the post by 9Z.
Yeah, there weren't any comfortable positions. Every position that they were going to play in was going to be exposed. One of them was going to be exposed to 2 angles, and that's exactly how they're punished. Not a wide enough angle on towards camera. Easy freebie cracks it open and gets things started. Good win for 3D Max in a round where they made the conservative decision to go down to 5.7s instead of forcing up for SMGs for rifles.
And they also delayed the defuse long enough to get the AWP there as well. Timeout taken here for 9Z. They were first used. Starting to feel like their grip is loosening on this first half.
Still got plenty of money to work with to get back in the swing of things and not let this get too out of control if you're 9Z. Then 3D Max just haven't had a clean round yet. The 2 rounds they've won, 1 player survived and 2 players survived. At the moment, they'll take it.
Max go back to more standard CT setup. Not starting with 3 A players.
This time the aggression comes from B. They want to clear out outside this bomb site. And it's a good timing. Nobody's home. Buddha had just shifted position. Still, though, 3D Max is putting emphasis on middle due to the utility. The default take utility from 9Z. Now getting a couple players back into the 8 bomb site. A third is shifting over. A fourth is nearby. A battle looms for 9Z.
Max is charging out first. Gets that battle going. First kill is his. Finishes off his initial prey of Exercise, and he's committed into the bomb site now. Maka chimes in with that shot. Gravity comes back. DGT making sure that this number game stays even. In fact, he puts it forward in favor of 9Z. And now with 40 seconds left, that bomb needs to start thinking about getting planted. But Hwastopi comes in and secures it without a need for a bomb plant. Double kill to close, and 8 rounds back on that board for 9Z.
What a disgustingly late timing on that lurk, on that flank from Hwastopi, but all credit over to DGT. He's the one who really cracks this open. Max provides you a nice opening, but DGT coming in a little bit late with that double kill keeps that bomb site secure and keeps 3D Max at the disadvantage. It sets him up for the Hwastopi flank. 9Z just got all the answers, man. That's essentially 4 defenders at that bomb site, and they're able to overcome it.
If you're 9Z, you're starting to think, what can we do? You know, we have 4 players in the site. We know they're coming at us, but we can't do anything about it. Mac has got the AWP out again. Again, it's weaker weapons around it though. MP9s, DUL, P250.
And there hasn't been enough resistance or stopping power from other members of 3D Max to allow that AWP to get into play ever. I haven't really seen the CT AWP have a whole lot of impact.
Going for a B play here. Aggression from 3D Max. Steps being heard. Buddha peeks up, decapitates Maka. That's the AWP down. Second kill is collected. Now let's swing out from Exercise. That's an unexpected result. A double kill in the MP9. But Martinez is punishing any further aggression. Exercise falls down, and now it's a 2 versus 3. 9Z hold the player advantage for now.
Well, they know Joko is over at the B bomb site picking up the AWP. They hear plenty of information out of Lucky at the A bomb site. And almost a round-winning kill from Buddha.
Oh, Buddha. He eventually does get that kill on Joko. And now Lucky drifting back over to Temple as the bomb makes its way in towards A. Lucky is thinking about the possibility that it still goes over towards that A side of the map.
This is dangerous.
This is very dangerous.
He's alone.
He could
He could just push forward. Martinez cancels the plant, now confirms to his teammate to come and help him. But Martinez is now down, and with 20 seconds left, Lucky finds himself in a position with cover. He's got plenty of cover. He can make this so uncomfortable for his opponents right now. Lucky was close to it, but Max hits the headshot, and things got a little scary for 9Z, but regardless, it's 9 rounds.
I think they lost themselves a little bit on that map. That round, they might have been trying to be a little bit too cute with such an advantage spread across the map, and no one ever kind of joining up with Martinez with the bomb. He goes solo. They thought this kill on a Joko would pull Lucky away convincingly to the B bomb site, but he had the good read and almost pulls a little bit of magic out.
This Martinez battle against Maka is cancelled by the smoke. Maka sticks around though. Maka stays in position and DGT just annihilates him. Maka couldn't even see him.
Holy hell.
Rough. Just so rough. 10-2 is very likely now with that opening.
And just a quiet lurk. They've done a lot of executes, a lot of set pieces. This one is just walk out, losing a player, but DGT is good for the trade, good for the headshot, as he's been all half. 14-4 for DGT to power 9Z. And it's looking like they're going to have an 8-round lead at the half. No kits, 1 flashbang.
Buddha down, 3v3 again established. 2 Molotovs left for the T side. Huasu Peak to remove the gravity. And now we're looking at a close at 10-2 in the first half. 9Z have come to Cologne. They have come to play. It's 10-2 over 3D Max in the first half. The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne day one rolls on, and we've got a 10-2 scoreline. 9Z playoff makers in Dallas, now here in Cologne, 10-2 up. Very exciting stuff for 9Z. Not so much for 3D Max. I think this is a team we had high expectations for based on winning an event recently, coming in with a last-second invite. We thought they could be a real dark horse here for the play-ins, but so far not so good on their map pick, Jason.
No, I'm not good at all. They got rolled over tactically, individually. DGT's hitting a crazy level right now at the moment. No one from 3D Max even in double digits, and it's continuing into the pistol. Maka gets dropped emphatically. Convincingly.
All of those words.
Certainly.
And now Buddha, well, he's hoping he can get some kills, but Hwasopeak keeps stealing them away from him. Hwasopeak on for 4, Max will close to prevent the ace. But 11-2. Is that both pistols that have just melted away? Like, 3D Max have had the situation that happened twice. They just didn't get a kill in the first pistol round, right?
Nope, not even one. And once again, it happens. What are you supposed to do though when he hits these shots? Look at these ones too. Like, he's not even really getting a chance. They're focused on his teammate at pillar.
Dude, there's one thing not winning a pistol round, but not getting a kill in a pistol round.
True.
That's next level. Well, they obviously have one option, and it's to force buy, throw everything they've got into it, but unlikely to amount to too much.
No, I mean, you're just going to be in a string of force buys until you lose or until you get going. But I mean,
until you lose, Jason.
That's not even like textbook. That's a bad play from DGT, right? And like a round like this, like why go for that kind of a push against the pistols? But it's just everything's working at the moment.
16-4, he ain't stopping. There's another one from DGT. He's just
He's
mobile killing machine.
Yeah, he's hustling. A main, back to middle. MP9 from Max is going to chew up one. You know DGT's coming, and Maka's ready for it.
3v2. That's actually a good outcome here for 3D Max with a minute left and the A bomb site open. They'll put that bomb down and have a 2v3 post plant. Martinez will be the first to arrive.
Yeah, but the double, I mean, I don't know if I'd call this a flank, but the double flank in theory through A main, even if you get Martinez, would you expect Hwasopeak to be right behind him?
Definitely not. So it's all about spacing them for 9Z of when they send these players in or how they send them into the attack. So Maka instantly gets annihilated. No longer matters how many players are coming in from that position, as Lucky is stuck at heaven with 3 lives to collect. No peek out to the fountain and gets shot from 2 sides. Buddha's the one to close it. It's 12-2. 9Z are just so impressive right now. It's great to watch.
Yeah, even in that situation, like, you know, like Buddha's calming, like I'm gonna swing off camera on your contact. Like I'm waiting for you guys to find out where he is, and then I'll make my decision from there. But everything's working. Good communication seems to be flowing from 9Z.
See what a little bit of EU practice does to a team, Jason. Just bring him over here. That good Spanish sun. It's just working out so well right now for 9Z, and well, won't call this one over. Easy. Easy indeed.
Damn, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Get into it, boys.
Nuke is up next. That feels like 9Z will be very comfortable over that.
I mean, I think anything is going to feel like 9Z is going to be comfortable after watching by this map.
True. Very true. Well, 3D Max have 1 AK, 2 Galils, 2 Mac-10s.
The God buy.
They need God right now to pull this one back. They are in the cathedral, or close to it at least. Grenade. Lands towards the top of the stairway. Second coming in now. Lure them into a false sense of security, thinking that grenade's already used up. They take a few steps down, and then the follow-up nade comes in a few seconds later, and it's a lot more impactful.
There's a double peek towards A main for 9Z as well if anyone swings into it. Hwasopeak wants the deep fight. They don't overcommit. Didn't get the clean look, the clean kill they were looking for, and preserve their lives for the moment. 3D Max has taken this very, very calculated and cautious and slow.
This is a nasty setup.
Unless they have a flashbang.
Then it's going to be rough for them. Time is starting to tick though. 45 seconds remain in the round. The bomb is currently positioned outside of the A site. And it wants to attack. Now the flashes come in. Martinez trying to slow them down, keep them at bay around that corner. Martinez swings into the open, exercises one. DGT replies with that M4 back. Max is doing a good job at defending camera. That allows DGT to stay focused on the fight through main, but eventually both of them go down. And now the plant coming in from Maka. Changes his position up because that main flank is coming in now. And this is a 2v2 that 3D Max can win.
Wonder if they heard something. It's a very quick timing for Huaso Peak. Lucky sliding in, not ready.
Not ready at all, but Maka certainly is to turn towards camera. Now looking to remove Huaso Peak from this. Time is starting to tick a little bit as Huaso Peak climbs up the fountain. Maka survives on 3 HP. And it's 3 rounds for 3D Max.
Yeah, it's not going to feel great, though. It's not going to feel good in any way. That was very, very tested from 9Z. But good trading for 3D Max, and they have a 3rd round, their first of this second half. But yeah.
I mean, it's one. I mean, what it's supposed to do, you know?
I got nothing. They
gotta win some rounds. Yeah. Make the scoreline look a bit more respectable. You know, that old cliche of not getting blown out.
Well, it's almost like the one we go to all the time to make it feel significant in any way is play yourself into the next map.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like the rest of this map is a warm-up.
I mean, look at all the rounds played, and we're about to close this game out, and this used to be one half of Counter-Strike not so long ago.
True.
Gravity in mid. He'll go down after 1. It would be brutal to lose against this buy, though. Here comes Martinez. Oh, Maka, he's sharp. He's starting to warm up. He's looked better over the last few rounds here.
Well, I mean, it's the T side, right? So he can be a little bit more of the aggressor. On the CT side, you know, when 9Z's working the map and you never know where they are and they're taking it slow and taking map control, you're not really always sure where to be positioned. And they got to dodge his AWP a lot in that first half. 9Z with this MP9 and M4 just saying, come B, we're here. Go A, we save. And it feels like they're going to end B because nobody's shifted from 3D Max. Oh dear.
Well, this could be it. Could be all over if these 3 weapons can stand tall for 9Z. 15 seconds, that's all they've got. 3D Max charging in, trying to keep themselves alive here on this map, but 9Z, they have been absolutely merciless against this squad today. With 5 seconds left, there's no more time unless that bomb goes right down, but it's stopped. It's cancelled. DGT survives, and it's a 13-3 victory for 9Z. They've come to Cologne, they have conquered map 1, and they are looking to take 3D Max down in a 2-0 fashion to close it on Nuke.
Well, I mean, 9Z came to play, that's for sure. That was a very dominating performance, and I use the word dominating because it was also on 3D Max's map pick play.
Yeah, that was just a vulgar display of power coming out from 9Z there, right? Again, the map pick coming in from 3D Max Anubis, it's a map we touched upon how they've destroyed Mongolz on it, just a month prior over in Mumbai in India, but here it was just 9Z running away with it, starting on the T side rather, getting off on the right foot, and we could see, if you watch the game, right, it felt like for 3D Max, they just ran out of ideas. They're like, all right, CT side Anubis, we need to be more proactive, we need to take the fight to 9Z, not give them space, but when you do that, you need to have a game plan behind it. You just can't have individuals pushing every single angle, because for 9Z, the protocols were solid. They didn't have to do anything too crazy. They just held the line, and individually, man, it just looked like they were the better players there in the server.
I mean, this is how you kind of start off the game, right? You have your team speech outside. You probably talk, we want to be proactive, guys. Don't let us just stand on side. We also did see it earlier, right, with the Mongolz, where we saw they were way too passive. So they probably wanted to dictate the pace a little bit more, wanted to push a lot. But we saw so many scenarios from 3D Max, 5v3, 5v4, where they keep pushing in scenarios where there's no need for it.
Yes.
It almost feels like they were scared to play the defaults, because this map is obviously very hard often to play on the CT side, and you want to force the duels early, but they did it way too much.
And I felt like they also started doing it a little bit later in that half, where the initial first few rounds are going the way of 9Z, is starting to snowball, and the money starting to build up, and a bit of panic setting in. All right, guys, we can't allow this to be like a 10-2 half. We need a few rounds happening here. But I felt like they just weren't well drilled enough in trying to get space, right? Trying to force 9Z to expend a bit of utility to get that map control. And look, I don't want to take much away from 9Z. I think they played an incredible T-side right there. And once the first half was done, for me, the writing was on the wall.
In the second half, though, 3D Max, were there glimmers of hope, or am I just grasping at straws?
You're grasping, but there was a little bit of hope. If we look at Micah, I think he has some moments where you can actually see that this guy is the best player on the team, right? But there was no chance, even if Micah had the best series of his life, there was no chance for them to actually win this Anubis. But I do think one player that could potentially get a little bit of his stardust was DGT.
Yeah.
One of the best things to come out of South America since Yuri and Casarado, all of a sudden just showing dominance. Like, he didn't fear 3D Max. You could just feel it constantly swinging on angles where you would kind of feel like, oh, wait, this is a 50-50. He just took him all the time.
Oh yeah, 100%. And especially when you're looking at his team and looking at some of the individuals right there, right? Like DGT able to find so much impact on the T side. And again, when we spoke about his game, I personally said I'm looking forward to Maka and Martinez going up against each other. Martinez didn't really have to do much. I think he got like 6 kills or something in the first half. As DGT just basically taking matters into his own hands. And look, it's really hard to break down a game like this, right? Looking at the score, 21-6, man.
Yeah, and the thing about this region is that we see many talents come through, right? We see Insani, we see all these guys, and they get a lot of hype down there because they play obviously in the local scene, and then they get over to Europe, and then they do a little bit worse. But this guy has actually, once he had the chance, both at Dallas, also the Fire League, and now here at Cologne, not Katowice, and he's still proving himself worthy of this, right? I think he's a player that they really need to lock down on a long contract, because this guy is essential for this project.
I mean, they do that quite often in South America. I mean, you had Casarado and Yuri signing a 3-year contract as well, but 100% agree with you. And the good thing for me watching this 9Z, this opening map especially, for me, if you look at the Mongolz, for example, coming in today, right, they're one of the highest seeded teams, and the first map, very back and forth affair, rough opening, so to speak, and eventually losing in that game. Here, 9Z, they just came in and looked like they were in cruise control. It's like that run we had in Dallas wasn't a fluke.
Definitely not a fluke. I mean, but now as we move to their map pick, because that is the thing, I mean, this is the thing, they're going to be playing where they're the happiest. Considering that, do you think we're going to still see that?
I feel when we saw New coming in, I did touch upon the fact that this is a map that both these two teams really like to play. It's a first pick for both these two teams. And when 9Z picked it, I had my questions about it. I'm like, why do you want to play a map where 3D Max are comfortable as well when you have on paper the deeper map pool? But now, on hindsight, after how the first map transpired, I feel like it's a statement of intent. They're like, it might be a best map, but we're just better on it.
This is also the issue of like being a smaller team, right? You play all these online tournaments, you come to the bigger events, you give so much data to the opponents, right? They have a coach who can just probably pick out like 20 demos to watch from, and at the same time your playbook is relatively thin because you don't have a lot of time to practice, because you keep playing the CCT, you play some random tournament in Serbia, like you keep going, right? And it's just a never-ending cycle. They need to break it. And it does worry me we're going on a nuke, which is a more tactical map than what we just seen in the form of Anubis, and they're gonna also start on that map.
And what worries me for me is, like, I think obviously it is going to be 90 starting on the T side. It's their map pick after all. For 3D Max, look, a nuke, you know how it plays out. You need to have a little bit of aggression. You just can't be playing default, or else 90 are going to bleed you out. But the aggression we saw on Anubis is the textbook of what not to do. Hopefully on nuke, they have something better to show here.
Do you think that they'll tone it down? Or in the panic?
I don't think they should tone it down. I feel like they should continue to pressure 9Z, but in a cohesive manner. Work together instead of individually just pushing everywhere.
I also think they had moments where it was like, okay, I can see the idea, they get an entry, and then you would feel like, okay, this is good, now just fall back. But they didn't know how to like hit the brake. They would just keep going, and then they would force like the duels into a guy like GTT, and they would just constantly lose it.
It's like all my Faceit teammates over in Asia.
They play Faceit in Asia?
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, man, you haven't played Faceit until you played the Mongolians, I'm telling you that.
Bro, I played against Blitz, Messinho, and 1920 on Dust 2. They
How did that
rushed
feel?
mid. I lost 13-5. They rushed mid every single round.
There we go, see?
Okay, so I'm going to completely go off a tangent here because I wanted to actually talk about this in the previous game, but we ran out of time. So we've obviously analyzed what happened there on Anubis. We're going to see what happens on Nuke, but let's just jump back to Mongolia specifically. Blair, why the hell do you have so many fantastic Counter-Strike players up and coming? All these young kids are just popping up all the time.
I mean, it actually goes all the way back to, this is like years ago, right? 9 years ago when we had the Mongolz, where Mara was still the coach. We had Silkenberg and Machine Gun. They took down a certain Chad, Sponge Birchall, and IEM Taipei. The first Asian minor, by the way, qualified for the major right there. And from what I heard, that actually inspired a lot of the kids back then in Mongolia to be like, oh, this is pretty cool, because we were featured in newspapers and everything. And I think Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia, they have this like really good land culture, like a cafe culture. And I have to give a lot of credit to Mara. I feel like he seems to have the pulse on who is the right, because every time I pick up a new player, I'm like, who the hell is this kid? Turns out to be the best player they have. Although, that being said, it's been a rough day for them.
It has been a rough day, but I thought that was really interesting. And the thing was, I wanted to have that because we've spoken about this off, and there were two ways to go here, because like you mentioned, it is always a little bit difficult to break down a game like we just saw. And I thought what I was going to do is make you freehand draw for us so Babsky and I could judge you. But instead, what we decided to do was talk about, I've just actually been, production says that we should make Blair showcase his drawing skills.
Oh, no,
right
I'm good. We throw the break. I'm a shy guy,
You're a little bit shy. Babsky, have you seen his drawing skills?
I mean, I saw he draw Batman, right? I did the Stickman with the 9C on top, and then he did like a full scheduling of like Batman.
I could probably try doing a 9Z versus a 3D Max.
Here we go. Let's have a little bit of fun.
You can clearly see over here, that is...
We have a pool here.
No, that's a...
With some mustard on.
That's a baguette right there.
Okay.
3D Max right there. And this massive fist coming in right now. That, ladies and gentlemen, is 9Z. Take it away.
It wasn't the way I wanted it, but we got the artwork in the end. I love it. Well done, Blair. I'm sorry I put you on the spot like that. We're going to go to a break, and when we return, we'll find out if his drawing can come true.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
You were falling to I can't get through. I think we lost connection. I think we lost connection. I think we lost connection. It's just a lost connection. I really thought it might be love, but you seem intent on giving up, so I guess we've run the course on us. I've been screaming, but nothing's going through. And all this feeling, I guess it's lost on you. 'Cause now I'm bleeding, but baby, what's the use? I still can't get through to you. I think we lost connection. Cause I've been going, but you stopped picking up. Thought you were falling too. Guess I just tripped you up. And without warning, you went and pulled the plug. And now I can't get through to you. I think we lost connection. It's just a lost connection. I think we lost connection. White noise down the telephone, lights on, but nobody's home. I guess I should let it go. It's just a lost connection. I really thought it might be love, but you seem intent on giving up, so I guess we've run the course on. I think we lost connection.
Welcome back to Cologne. It's Intel Extreme Masters Day 1 here, and the play-in is off to a fiery start. We've got 9Z up against 3D Max, Jason, and so far it's been a one-way street. It's been Einfahrt.
Yeah, that's good for you. Yeah, I was gonna say it hasn't, like Cologne in general started out with a fiery beginning, but this series itself feels like it has not yet begun. Like we've only got one team in the server at the moment.
Yes, it has certainly been one-way completely, and we're hoping Nuke can maybe be a little bit more exciting. 3D Max certainly are hoping for that, and they are indeed fighting for a good start here. 9Z on the T side, this is their map pick. They're hoping to continue what they started over on Anubis.
Well, let's see if 3D Max's defense can provide a little bit more resistance here. Dooley's unexercised, Dooley's unlucky as well. But Waso Peak was a monster, and 3D Max have yet to get a kill in a pistol round.
That's a wild stat line, but true. And they're looking for their first. They're getting close to it. And finally, Maka gets the first kill here for 3D Max in a pistol round. And it's still looking better for 9Z. DGT, they're pushing in towards him, and the Glock handles business.
Dude.
Not a problem for DGT.
What did he have for breakfast today? He's killing it today. This is incredible performance. Lucky and Mini, they now know it. 3 players spread around the map. They can work them whichever way they want. Now, there was a couple rounds in the previous map where 9Z kind of worked themselves into a dangerous position, especially even in 3-on-1s being spread like that, but this time, obviously, they handle it just perfectly. Just fine.
3D Max not going for the force buy just yet, so we'll wait and see. They do eventually go for the buy. So MP9s coming out on the majority of players here. Maka will save
Nothing, actually. Last second purchase. He decides to go with the 5-7. Leaves $700 left over. Looking to be potent in the second round for us. 9Z start with a couple, rather 3DMax start with a couple players heading down lower. They're going to be walking their way up towards Secret. You got Chev and J-Raz, the God Squad on the Observant today.
What's up, Chev? What's up, Jay? There we go. Max gets you an entry. Takes down Lucky. Now swinging it a little bit wider around the Molotov. It disjoints the attack, and now all of a sudden 3DMax have got some things going in their favor.
3v2. They've got the player advantage, but how long can they hold on to it? Because DGT is still here, and he has been the bane of their existence time and time again, but not this time. Exercise brings him down with that 5-7, and the force buy works out for 3DMax.
Yeah, they actually are able to challenge at the point of attack when 9Z is turning into the upper bomb site. That Molotov in towards Mini split this attack in a way that didn't allow anyone to back up Max as he came through. And it just all aligns perfectly. They pounce on the flank. And 3DMax have got something going in their favor.
9Z buying back though. They've got their own force buy. It's all about Tech 9s. We know how potent an upper bus can be with these weapons. They're not committing to that just yet. And that's a bad start here for 9Z. They've lost Max through the smoke. Now Vasopeak now in an uncomfortable position outside. He's dueling against a rifle and actually wins the fight despite taking the initial damage. Lucky stayed committed, hoping they could finish off his prey, and now they want a taste of it. Maka goes outside, this time finishes off the job.
And just constantly re-smoking door the whole time, so DGT's been locked out of getting involved of anything. He might have wanted to test and see if there was a seam he could slip through with all that attention outside. And instead 9Z is going to have to rotate around. They've got a Molotov and 2 flashbangs. No chance of recovering a rifle. But Secret is an easy cross. No one from 3DMax addressing the lower bomb site until just now. Joko just dropped from ramp room. How deep does he want to go?
"35 seconds. Eventually 9Z are going to burst through these double doors or through the control room window. And Joko has positioned himself in a real nice spot, but he gets insta-kill by Buddha, who just clears him out with that Tech 9. Now the bomb goes down. Now 9Z back into a fighting situation.
That's got to be so heartbreaking.
It's like, I've made the perfect move. I've won the round. Boom. Instantly headshot. Here's DGT as well. That Tech 9, ooh, not getting the intended result initially, but Maka, remember, he's lost half of his health, so that Tech 9 doesn't even matter. DGT hits the headshot, and 9Z bounce back with a force buy of their own. Oh, Joko, he definitely thought he had the winning move.
It felt like it. I mean, he had a great timing. He had his pick of whatever position he wanted to be in. What an incredible round from Buddha. He just zoned in on that so hard. Of all the positions in that lower bomb site,
You're coming out, you're not looking at rafters, you're not looking at ramp, you're not looking at dark, you're just the backside.
It's just like, you know what? I'm zoning in. I got a feeling.
Yeah, I'm locking in.
I can feel it in my plums. Timeout used from 9Z. They want to make sure they don't let another low buy slip away. At the moment, it looks like 3DMax want to invest. Gravity's already got a MP9.
Joko's got a big old dig. It's always rough though when you're in the CT side and your economy gets into this position.
And also, like, we talked about the pistol rounds on Anubis. Obviously 9Z winning both of them, and 3DMax not even getting kills in either of them. They didn't have a single good start to either one of those halves, obviously, in that kind of a route. But once again, like, you reverse the second round, you're on, like, you're once again going to have a very slow start, a hole to dig yourself out of to begin this opening half of Nuke.
They don't look like they brought their shovels. Maka, somehow he doesn't get a kill. That's crazy.
Yeah, very weird. Joko's under pressure. He's going to drop down 24 HP. I'm almost surprised that 9Z's not kind of pursuing him a little bit more with a bit more gusto. but this has been their kind of their style throughout Anubis, was slow and calculated across the map.
Lucky waiting with a 5-7. They come in towards him. That's the bomb drop. That's it. Rolling to his feet. And this 5-7 opens up the afterburners. Buddha around the corner getting peppered from behind now. Lucky eventually dealt with. DGT's patience pays off. Joko comes back up and DGT deals with that threat. So Exercise now left alone in a 1v3 in lobby. There was a chance there for a moment for 3D Max.
Gotta say, like, through these first 4 rounds being played on Nuke and obviously all throughout Anubis, like 9Z's offense has such a good feel for when it's time to be patient and let the other team make the mistake. They're so good at just kind of hitting the brakes and saying, you know what, we got 20 seconds we can burn here to see if you're gonna react in any way. A little bit of attention and fake towards the lower bomb site. DGT should go down. This should be Exercise able to grab this M4.
Unless he creeps up behind him. And DGT slowly slinks towards him, gets that kill locked in, and it's another victory for 9Z. Money was invested in the last round, so 3D Max do not have a buy here.
They can do another half buy. They invested completely in the last round with MP9s and Deagles. You could go for like P250 armor, 5.7 armor, maybe some utility if you wanted because the losing bonus is building up. But yeah, that winning the second round, losing the third round has thrown their economy into a bit of a weird place. Won't even have rifles until round 6. Which always sucks.
Yup, especially since it's going to be a 4-1 start here for 9Z. Overwhelming them with the ramp push. They manage 1 kill. Lucky steps up with another. But dealt with by 9Z. Now Gravity's left alone. He's out towards Garage outside. And this is going to just be a moment before 4 rounds get added to the tally of 9Z.
All right. Well, hasn't been a whole lot to talk about on this map.
Mongolz obviously lost the initial game. FlyQuest lost theirs. So that's going to be a matchup going down. They're big able to take a win, just about beating out FlyQuest on that last map. They had a 10-2 lead and they won 13-11.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
No.
But a win's a win.
It is.
Grimbo said in his tweet, I believe.
And we've got Heroic versus MIBR going down on the A stream as well. So plenty of Counter-Strike action to follow throughout the day. We've got 8 best 3s total. Been through 2 of them. And at the end of this, we'll be halfway through the day.
3 of them. No, you're right, 2 of them.
No.
I can math.
Well, this one's... this looking...
Okay. Pull it out of the hat, Dinko. Save me, bail me out here.
Yeah, I'm trying. You know, this one looks like it might be a done deal,
okay.
But you never know. 3D Max might have some life in them when it comes to the rifles, and we're hoping that's the case. As Maka brings out the AWP.
Yeah, give him 1 rifle round before we make that conclusion. Okay, nope, I take it back.
Yeah, let's end it. GG, go next. No, of course not. Still very early days in this best of 3.
Yeah, I think after this series, obviously still ways to go in Nuke, but I think you'll hear from 3D Max that this was not the best day of Counter-Strike they've ever played together. How's DGT downstairs already?
Oh, smoke blows open. You thought Maka was surely going to get a kill.
Yeah, but DGT, he's already stopping the rotations. Okay, but they've got no one to stop ramp room, so it's Gravity and Joko who actually slide into the bomb site. They hear these footsteps. Oh, they're ready to battle.
Maka in the darkness. Shrouded in its cover. Buddha cutting off rotations outside. He stands at red. And now it is starting to look like 3D Max will collapse as Maka can't retreat. Oh, they haven't checked him. He hasn't taken a shot. Now they see him. Now they deal with it. Max actually just spins on that. Martinez follows up with Lucky. And Maka thought he had a kill locked in. He got spotted by 3 different players, and there was the 3rd player that actually took the shot to kill him.
That pathing is just the worst for what Mako is trying to do. Trying to get 1 as they're above them, and maybe with that positioning, you can get into some safety for the reload and swing back out, but everyone just leapfrogs him into the site. 9Z can do no wrong. And I guess the story, I think, you know, I think we're expecting more resistance from 3D Max, so it's hard to make like a huge claim. But if you're looking to see if 9Z's playing Counter-Strike, you know, in Dallas, that can be replicable, we're seeing good things. Everything's positive at the moment. Really good in the mid rounds with pausing. Really good at reading the map and exploiting rotations through some nice fakes on Anubis. Really slow and calculated. It's not cheese. It's not like individual heroics, although there are good individual performances.
I mean, it's just fantastic to see more of 9Z. We never really get to see them all that often, and then suddenly back-to-back IEM events. They're showing some good performances here. They look stumped right now over a 3D Max. I mean, they probably felt pretty confident coming into the event. The fact that they've just won a tournament.
Yeah, they should be coming in here on a high.
Yeah, and they've come in, and I think that first map was maybe a reality check or a confidence denter. And they haven't had a good start here in Nuke, so it's not like they're pulling themselves out of that pit of despair.
Yeah, potentially knocked out on their feet at the moment in this series. See if they can start clawing together rounds to bring this closer for the second half switch. 1 M4, 1 MP9, upgraded pistols.
And yeah, straight through the smoke, Martinez gets rid of the ramp defender. It's completely open now. Maka, nice little play from him though. He sneaks in the back of Max. Gravity pushes forward, and a couple of kills now going in favor of 3D Max. Important trading from DGT to keep these numbers even. And 3v3. An exercise commits into the lobby. Hwasupeak stops that from becoming a problem.
That was a really nice save. DGT was completely blinded out in the open trying to find some kind of safety, but now very well aware of the danger coming from Squeak Door. Maka and Lucky. 55 seconds for them to put together this 2v3. But outside of the upper bomb site, 9Z have their complete freedom on the map. They'll just be quiet. No information given away, no indication of what's coming, no indication they're headed to the lower bomb site. Lucky and Maka will just have to save these weapons. Another round they just simply cannot fight for. And hope that the extra economy from the saved weapons can help them out down the road.
Taking a look at the rest of the playing for today. I mentioned some of those matches. We got a Brazilian brawl going down. We got Furia versus Imperial. Then you got Pain versus Liquid.
Yeah, Liquid's got to go through all the Brazilians.
Yeah, that's rough.
To make it out of the play-ins.
It's not easy.
No, especially because, I mean, Furia showed some cool things at EWC as well. With Fallen firmly in control of the tactics and the in-game leadership. We only really got to see them on mostly one map.
That was Nuke.
It was Nuke.
So hopefully we get to see a little bit more. Maybe they got a second map in there coming into Cologne. There's best of threes openers. Now the buy is back for 3D Max. Plus, there was a couple of moments there in that previous round where even with weaker weapons, they could have found themselves in a competitive position. So they're hoping this gun round will be a little different. Smoke goes down towards main. Buddha gets down the vent, barely alive, but gets down the vent regardless. His teammates are dropping with him, and this is a commitment down in the lower bomb site for 9Z already.
And Hwasupeak's just heard the footsteps up in lobby. They've heard him as well.
Oh, Jocko. Oh, he's still ready.
I don't think actually Hwasupeak did hear it. I thought it certainly had the information, but now it's all on Martinez as the sole lurk for the rest of this round.
Yeah, this could get a little rough for 9Z because Buddha's low. Martinez is outside, and he needs to win this fight, which he does so definitively. Maka is down and out.
And Martinez as well. There has to be another player around him. Martinez is making it look easy. So stylish on those outside kills.
They have to save.
And yeah, they've already lost their chance, their foothold in this round. So they started with the advantage. Martinez draws it back alone, and we're now looking at 7-1. This has got to be one of the most frustrating days of Counter-Strike the 3D Max have played.
Yeah, this is getting horrifying now. 9Z, back-to-back maps, having their way with you. Their T-sides have been way too strong. A lot of it, Maka and Lucky outside needed to find a way to clear him together. Martinez played that exact same spot on a lurk previously in this half with the lower bomb site take. But when you go 1 by 1 like that, not only have you lost 2 of those individual fights, but that's a lot of resources outside that go to waste when you have an advantage in the post plant. You have a 5-on-4, but 2 of them go down to 1 player away from the site. 3D Max, I'd almost like to see them. They've gotten. I think they're getting a little bit stressed. I mean, I'm sure they're getting a little bit stressed. That's an understatement.
Yeah.
But we're seeing a lot of pushes, right? A lobby crunch. Previously, it was 2 to 3 players coming through door. Now that they have this op out on Maka, I'd like to see him just play like a little bit more of a standard round and let the op maybe get someone to red box if you want to have some aggression. You don't need to be overwhelmingly aggressive, but aggressive enough to stop 9Z from at least getting that first stage of map control. And even if you go back to Anubis, Maka was the only player in double digits for 3D Max, and he got that mostly in the second half. There's not enough stopping power individually right now on these CT sides.
Well, Joko is going to be playing in towards Secret. He'll peek out behind the fire that his teammates put in place. Max looking to be a disruptor outside, but he's forced back behind red again. Now here comes a fight. Joko needs to step up with a headshot. Nails that one. Maka. He's at the ready utility coming around and nails the first shot, drops on down, gets out of there. Much better here from 3D Max.
Yeah, this is perfect. You've taken a scalp every time they've tried to progress forward. They try and take Secret, you've got a free kill. Try and take Ramp Room, you've got a kill and an escape for the AWP. Now, you just cannot lose this round. It's just, it's a rule of life that you cannot lose it. But they've lost track of Max outside, didn't realize how open it was. Puts a lot of stress on Maka's op.
It's not a traditional all-being position either, and there's a kill down the vent. Martinez clears out Maka, and you said you can't lose it, but it feels like their spine is about to be ripped from their body. This is a disaster for 3D Max.
They have to save again.
Oh my god, I can't believe that they've lost this in the way that they have.
The 3v5.
Graffiti, yeah, he's going for this. He's going for a play.
I feel like Exercise is already like, I can't come down vents. I can't go for this.
I'm stuck.
But they have to because it's 7-1.
Yeah, you want to start winning rounds. And so they drop down the vent. Max has got that kill, as we knew he would get.
Yeah.
And Graffiti is just, he's got to get out of there.
But they've just, out of desperation, he was forced into that play. But more than anything, you can't lose that 5-on-3. Everything you get as designed. And then it all goes away. You forget one detail. In the 5-on-3, no one's got eyes outside, and Max is able to get a free lurk and just create chaos.
Gotta see it again. Like, what was the Joker doing up the stairs, though?
Well, he mollies it and backs away, and that's fine. Maka gets this kill and drops down. That's fine. You just, that rotate from Joko, that's the part, where he loses it a little bit. You have to be aware that Secret is a danger.
Just mentally, now they're stewing in it because 9Z have gone for a timeout. Oh, that round is where communication starts to break off. You imagine that if there was a moment to ignite frustration, that would be it.
All right, well, after losing a round like that, I kind of become speechless. So let's see what we've got in these last 3.
Grenade's gonna land on Lucky. And the fire too. Not so lucky, it would seem.
And with that Molotov being extinguished, 9Z can just kind of announce to the world, yep, they had an aggressive stance outside. Someone was at red box.
Well, it's taking their time here, 9Z, but the utility.
Well, here's the thing. They're gonna do like a fake executed upper. It's gonna feel like a double pump, but the main push is gonna come outside. So the question that we have to keep our eyes on is how does Lucky move in transition, and how?
Oh, he's gone back in. He's spotted as well. He just sits backside and he gets into main, so he doesn't get caught. 9Z get down into a secret. Jocko's in the vent already. He's hearing the steps come out. He catches one player with nades in their hands, and Jocko gets that second. Nice and clean from Jocko. Even treading on the upper bomb side. Maka to take Max out of here. And it's just Martinez left with 30 seconds left. No bomb in his possession. It's a much better round here from 3D Max.
Yeah, I mean, the idea worked to get them down towards secret, but plenty of sound cues picked up by Lucky playing in his position at mini. And 3D Max is able to rotate a couple of players down lower. Joko with his double kill.
Oh, makes a noise in the vents, and I would have had a free kill there on Maka, but time is the problem here. 5 seconds. Martinez goes down, and it is now a second for 3D Max. So doubling the scoreline. Realistically need to get every single remaining round in this half now.
Yeah, and nothing they can do is going to make this half look good for 3D Max. So it's about carving yourself enough space to have that miracle in the second half, to have that comeback happen. Unlike on Anubis, where it was just like you have no mistakes right out of the gate. Now it's kind of like, now you have some space to work with. Round by round, they say. 2 remaining and no money issues for 9Z, and a change of pace fast towards the upper bomb site. Do they want to drop down vents? It's been successful a number of times, and Buddha gets it going again. DGT joins him. Joko to defend, and he's got control of control side.
Buddha spots his head. Tries to flick that AK up. Can't quite land the headshot. Now here's the steps coming down from Maka. That sniper rings out. There's the fight for Joko to go and deal with Max outside of those double doors. Gravity's arrived down lower too. Decon and the cleanup. And that's a lot better again from 3D Max. This is starting to look quite nice.
And I mean, look, we've seen this round play out. Like, this is maybe the 4th time we've seen 9Z kind of run it, maybe the 3rd. And usually it's Swasso peak on a lurk and towards lobby, Martinez outside on a lurk. But if you get down to that lower bomb site and don't deliver like a strong blow to take control and get that bomb planted, there's no chance for those lurkers to have any kind of an impact. And that's the risk the tactic runs. And you see kind of the bad end of it this time around. He just rolled his eyes. He's like, how many nades you guys got?
It's like an infinite utility belt.
He's just like, come on. Like, I'm just trying to take a fight.
The round is over now. Martinez is a really high view model, man. It's like halfway up his, like it's at his head. It's wasted real estate, but much better here for 3D Max. Last round of this half. A4, considering how this half has started, A4 is not the worst. Like it's doable.
Well, you'd feel good as also ending the half
streak
on a streak. Yeah. If they were to get this one, it would be 3 in a row. All right, Max outdoor, this time towards the upper bomb site. They've kind of shown that vent drop. This time they want to change the point of attack. Good trades coming in, still doable.
Smokes are up. Main covered off.
Where's that bomb? This is precious time, allowing this flank to come in all the way around. Max has finally got it. They've got another set of utility. 3 smokes and a Molotov.
Grenade lands onto DGT. 42 health left. Lucky. Oh, he catches Martinez looking the wrong way, so it's a perfect kill to start to step up for this retake. Last round of the half, they've got to go for it. 9Z just sitting inside of the site. DGT goes back into the hut, catches out Lucky inside of lobby. Now leaping through that smoke is Maka because they know time is ticking and their chances are fading. Jocko picks up the kill on DGT, leaving it all on Max. And he is looking to secure a 4K right at the end. And that's exactly what Max will get. It's 9Z with a 9-3 lead, and they are looking very likely to 2-0 3D Max.
3D Max with their backs against the wall, down 1 map to nothing, down 3-9 after the first half. Pistol round's going to be all important, and notoriously, they have been terrible at pistol rounds today. They've gotten 1 kill across 3 pistol rounds.
Yeah, it's really not a pretty sight right now for 3D Max. Well, we got to hope for a massive turnaround here. This is our wild card invite. Team that just got in due to visa issues and...
Apologies, 2 kills.
2? Okay, saved, much better. P250 here for Maka. Flashbang in his hands. Everybody else on Kevlar. And the Glock. Apart from Gravity, of course.
Looks like they want to split into this upper bomb site, let the P250 duel outside, find a way to work your way in, but GGT just continues to be too sharp. They might have to pull the trigger on this execute before they really want to.
Yeah, gotta go a little early. And here they come through that door. Martinez, Joel Barretta's pulled over. He hasn't really even had a chance to connect yet. Buddha from the back of the site. That is exactly what Buddha likes to see. 3 kills laid out in front of him. Max comes forward and, well, they got 2 extra kills in the pistol here, but it's no closer to winning the round. It's 10-3. 9Z just dominating 3D Max.
And I don't know what you're supposed to do if you're 3D Max. Like, there's no real good answer here. You didn't get a bomb plant, didn't even come close. So you want to force buy in the second round, but missing that extra bonus money to help make it a bit more dangerous. They might actually just decide to save this and go for rifles in the next.
Well, that's all they're doing. There's a Jocko Deagle.
I remember a Jocko Deagle.
When?
Why'd you have to do that? Just trying to meme, just trying to have a good time. It's going to be this round. This is going to create the memory. This is going to be a core
You had
memory.
a flash forward.
Yeah.
Max looking up on main. You could stop these pistols and just dropping down and causing a few problems for DGT. Martinez got dinked. He's down to 3 health already, and now DGT looks up on top. 2 early kills for 9Z.
As if a Jocko Deagle gets a dink to 3 HP.
You remember that?
I will remember that.
You remember that moment, that's for sure.
Oh, I'd be so mad.
Under a minute. And no real chances. Quasso Peak's already on silo. This is the true mark of dominance when you're just on top of the silo as a CT, firing hell down below. And it's now 11-3. So we're getting 1 real good buy from 3D Max, and if they lose it, we're calling this one over, Jason.
Even if they win it, I might still call it.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think you can get away with that. There we go.
It's been a really, I mean, on a more serious note, it's been obviously a very off day. I would say
big
for
off
3D
day.
Max. Like 9Z might have gone on to win this series regardless, but there's a better version of 3D Max out there in the world that we're not seeing today.
Yeah, the problem is in that lower bracket, you're going to play the loser of MIBR Heroic. Max with the double, headshot, then grenade. Jocko keeping numbers even. In fact, he extends 3D Max into the lead on players. They walk right into the MP9 that nearly gets away with a double kill.
There's a lot of overconfidence in this round from 9Z. There's a lot of ego in this round from 9Z.
Yeah, it's just like, well, let's get it done no matter what. But they might even still win this round because Quasso Peak has a low HP exercise in front of him that he's just eradicated. And Lucky has been having a very tough time today. He's 5-12. This is his moment. This is Lucky's moment. He will win this 1v1.
I remember a Lucky clutch.
Well, there's utility available for Quasso Peak, though. Oh, Lucky. Ooh, Lucky. Fire hasn't hit him. Hasn't made any noise, so Quasso Peak thinks he's gone into height, and it's worked out really well there for Lucky. He's picked it up. 3D Max with another round.
Good start, but you're not going to get gifts like that. That's the one. If you're like the leadership figure in 9Z, you're looking down the line. You're like, all right, boys, we had our fun. We didn't need to be swinging for all these fights. Didn't need to be standing out in the open for all these fights. Didn't need to try and have that kind of an ego. Let's just close this one out.
A little fumble on the ladder. Outside smokes trickle in here for 3D Max, and they're going to use them quickly. They're not making any secret about their positioning either, and that has cost them a life. Max is able to track the sound on the other side of the smoke, and gravity goes down, so they've lost the first player. And Martinez, ooh, kind of an opportunity to perhaps extend that, but he goes down to Jocko.
Yeah, but that forces a big shift in the defense. Hwaso Peak has to leave ramp room and go down towards control side, which means you no longer have eyes on ramp room, so that lower bomb site is compromised. Max is outside to make sure they can't turn in towards Mini. And this will be a near... Oh, the aggressive push, though, to the hold. 3D Max finally with an advantage, playing it slow, and still not winning the fight.
Oh, exercise. Holds off DGT. Max, they run right by him. In a strong position at the back of the garage, 43 seconds. Maka walking out, Buddha's in the open. And 9Z losing members left, right, and center.
It's way too loose for 9Z right now. Like, the positions they're playing are ego positions.
Oh, well, they still could win it. They could still win it. Exercise is now stuck in a sandwich, and Hwaso Peak takes them out of there. 12-4. I think with the performance, they may have earned their ego, but they are destroying 3D Max. And it looks like this one is just a few moments away from being over.
Yeah, you just want to be careful though. I mean, if you're 9Z, like going into some of the, like let's say you qualify, you make it to the next stage of the tournament, like the teams are going to get better and you're going to get punished so hard for some of these positions. So you want to make sure that doesn't turn into some kind of a habit, some kind of a consistent thing.
Yeah, you're practicing bad habits.
Yeah, don't do that. It's easier to form good habits than it is to change bad habits.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. You read that book?
No, that's personal experience.
Oh, okay. It's just an observation rather than a way of life.
A lot of personal experience.
Gravity's down to 44, so not exactly the ideal start here for 3D Max. Losing a lot of health. And they're going to cross red. There's no smokes up for the cross here. They want to fight Max. They're going to go dry.
He's got a hot hand.
Yep, and Max holds down all three. That is so ridiculous. How can you even fight that? 3 players peek him and he kills all 3. Melts them in an instant. It has been a very good day at the office for 9Z.
Oh, they're going to be celebrating all day today.
22 kills, 8 deaths for Max. And now 1 kill away from sending 3D Max down into the lower bracket here. Lucky creeping his way out of Hut. And it is an impressive performance from 9Z here in Cologne. Their opening game at the Intel Extreme Masters definitely has raised a few eyebrows. I think 3D Max coming into this were expected to put up more of a competition, but 9Z just toyed with him.
I think everyone was expecting them to put up more competition, but if we focus on 9Z, like the whole thing about them is, can they replicate Dallas? Was that a flash in the pan? Was it a one-off performance? Was it a good week? Or is this something we can see consistently from them moving into the future? And yeah, weaker performance from 3D Max than you expect, but you can only say positive things about 9Z because they look good individually. They looked good tactically, good control, good communication. The team was on the same page. So it's all looking very, very nice for 9Z. And I mean, the individual performances today, DGT on the first map was spectacular. Buddha had some good performances. Martinez and Hwaso Peak had their moments. But on this second map, it was Max.
Yeah,
That was just
Max
an
was
absolute
nuts.
monster.
Yeah, really. Even that last round, that's just the highlight. Those 3 kills out towards red were just something.
You don't see a triple spray down in fights like that very often.
That quickly and that cleanly. It was really impressive. Looking forward to seeing more of 9Z as they try and continue their heroics from Dallas into Cologne. We will see 3D Max in that lower bracket. They will play against the loser of Heroic or MIBR.
Yeah, and 9Z is obviously going to get the contrasting is going to get the winner of that series, and they're going to get to relax for the rest of the day, start looking at the series. They'll probably head over now and just watch, the tail end of this second map that's going on that just started, not the tail end, the actual game itself. And they'll just start preparation, and again, like we'll get to see a cool test in the next matchup of again what they can bring, because qualifying through the play-in stages is fantastic. It's not going to be enough to show us that Dallas was was something that they're going to have in their pocket.
Dallas is also a shorter format, right?
Yeah.
You can get into the playoffs faster.
And they got to skip straight to the semis.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, but here in Cologne, it's one of the big ones. You got the play-in, you got the group stage, and you got the playoffs. Well, we've got a chance to hear from the winners down with Shocks. Or rather, we've got the desk, Jason, instead.
Indeed.
I like to troll Dinko, it's fun. So there we go. We're coming to us real quick so we can have a conversation about what we just saw, which was the super dominating performance from 9Z. They looked super confident, but I mean, is Dallas the fluke play? Is this the 9Z that they're going to show us that once again they can bring in those results? Can we even tell from what we've just seen?
I guess you could touch a little bit on it. You can tell a little bit, at least the fact that they didn't really break a sweat here, right? I think that's a good sign overall. Coming into this, we already kind of painted a picture that for 3D Max coming in, last minute call up and all of that, they really weren't really prepped, so to speak. But we did touch upon the fact that 3D Max have been looking pretty decent recently, playing a lot of games, winning a LAN as well. But 9G just came and just swept them aside. And that's what you want to see for a team where a lot of people, like you said, they're looking at them, looking at Dallas Run and being like, it was a bit of a fluke. I don't think so, at least based on this little sample size.
No, and the issue for me personally is I go through that match and I think before I step into this arena, right, is that this is surely going to be like a 50-50. 3D Max show themselves like tier 2 Counter-Strike in Europe. They're constantly faced by these teams. They practice against way better opponents. All of a sudden, 9T steps inside this one and just dominates them from the get-go, right? There was no point in this game where you ever feel like 3D Max had a chance. The miscommunication on 3D Max was terrible. Like, there's so many moments where you kind of just blew your mind of what they're doing. I'm not sure if they were like unprepared or like too much stress coming into the tournament.
We're gonna stop you right there, because I think before we delve into what is going on, what I'd love to do is find out exactly how 9Z is feeling after their debut.
Well, that's exactly what I'm going to ask Max. Felicidades. What a start here at IEM Cologne. Tell me about how important it is to get such a good start for the confidence of the team in this really, really important tournament.
Yeah, thank you. And it is very important for us because in the last tournament, the start of us, it was a little bit shaky, so it's good it's a good feeling now.
A lot of people are looking at you as possible underdogs in Cologne. Of course, there was the games at Dallas and the good results overall. How do you feel about the fact that the pressure is maybe a little higher because people are really seeing how good you guys are?
Yeah, better for us, actually, because it's better for us that they think we are the underdogs, but because we come here and play the better CS we can.
You're adjusting, of course, to the life in Europe. What do you think has been kind of the biggest adjustment or the biggest challenge?
Yeah, it's this time in Madrid. It has been amazing. We love Madrid. We love the weather. It's so hot, and practice here with the best teams in the world. It's all the difference.
Okay. Wonderful. Muchas gracias y buena suerte. Okay, back over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shocks. I mean, Babski, back to what you were talking about, though, and we can jump straight into this, is 9Z, the dominating performance over 3D Max, and whether or not, just to remind the viewers, whether or not that can now be replicated against maybe tougher opposition.
I mean, that's the question, right? And 9Z had at least done their preparation. It felt like they were clear favorites from the get-go, even before the game we spoke about. Realistic chance for 3D Max to make an upset here, potentially throw 9Z in the lower bracket. And the thing that I love about 9Z, I think most teams, when we think about the South American team, like they're very brutal, very dependent on individual skill. But I feel like 9Z had a plan from the get-go. They wanted to play structured Counter-Strike. They didn't stress in mid-round scenarios, constantly used their util, were really good teammates.
I'm actually more surprised that they're in Madrid and they actually, spend more time practicing instead of going outside and enjoying the weather out there. But yeah, they're putting in the work. And I have to give credit, I completely agree with you, never really looked stressed, even though I have to say individually, everyone looked way more sharper than anyone on the 3D Max side. It could be nerves, could be the fact that maybe a little bit of ring rust for 3D Max and a lack of games in the past few days perhaps, but they made so many mistakes. And you'll probably highlight, maybe a couple of rounds. There's one round in particular we can touch upon here, which is round number 3, by the way. And this is after 3D Max, they won the second round, which is the forced buy. They have all the weapons to work with here, and then 9Z, just with the Tech 9s, just with the pistols, are able to steal it away. And maybe we can zoom in into the telestrator right there. There we go. Oh, it still does. Anytime now.
We'll do a little swap around, I'm sure, at some point.
Oh, there we go. Probably, yeah, there we go. Perfect. I'm just going to play this one out, right? We just play this one out, see how it plays out. And you can clearly see the initial duels. 3D Max, they're going to get the first kill through Squeaky. One of the players is going to be taken down. I think it's going to be Mako, or I think it was Gravity, who gets a random bullet through the smoke. He gets the kill over there. There we go. Gets taken down. And now an ugly fight outside. This is what I'm talking about, individuals, right? I'm not sure how Hyosopi gets this kill with a Tech 9 at that range over Lucky, but still, a trade will take place. And now it's a 3v4. And this is what I want to highlight. If you look at the way the CTs are playing their positions, I'm going to play it out a little bit more. In a 4v2, they give so much space. And now for 9Z, this is a good call coming out from them. It's like a 3v4 scenario. They have no utility, and 3D Max are not expecting them to go outside with a lack of utility. What is a call? The call is the two players to push from outside, and look at the CT setup. We have Maka here playing in such a passive position, watching for the mini push. Two more players upper. And now the ramp player, who's all by his lonesome, he starts feeling a little uncomfortable, as he should. 9Z should not be allowed to get so much space here. Absolutely not. Now Joko is feeling very uncomfortable, and he tucks himself into a corner. That's his mentality speaking right there. Instead of playing a more proactive angle, and he can take us through the rest of this. Babsky.
Yeah, and I also think one point that is just clear, right, before that we saw outside, he's so ready for the inside play. Mega takes a position where he only covers gate, and that's because Lucky lost that duel against Husao Peak early in the round, and he expects them to come through main and do the A split. But there, as you said, they do the underplay and they go down to Joko. But this angle, Joko, I'm not sure how they're actually so ready for it, because it's not the most common one. Instantly strafes out, gets the kill, and at this point it's almost just a save, right? Because it makes no sense to try to go for a retake in that scenario.
Yeah, and these sort of mistakes, miscommunication, and presumptions coming in from 3D Max, we saw time and time again on the CT side. And again, these are unforced errors. These are mistakes that they're making on their own. And again, this is not a 3D Max I saw recently, right? So I don't know what was really lacking here, but hopefully, heading the lower bracket, they better wake up, or else this one's done for them, honestly.
You mentioned there about the mistakes that 3D Max was making and how 9Z was able to optimize those to their advantage. I think that was definitely the case. But also, on the other hand, they had these individual star players. Of course, our US Air Force aim high up now, DGT, like influential players that were also allowed to create space for the team.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the fact is, DGT had continued his streak here on Nuke, but of course we have to touch upon Max as well, who was having a very comfortable time. What's surprising for me is, considering the ease with which 9Z got this win over 3D Max, we didn't even have to see Martinez do much, right? He was kind of quiet overall, and just goes to show that even with some of your star opper not really having to pop off, the fact that they make it so easy in this game, it harbors good for them as the tournament will progress.
As you said, harbors good, though. I do have a little bit of a controversial question, Babsky.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes with 9Z, I feel like there were moments where 3D Max didn't necessarily optimize things that they were doing, and I worry that a more experienced team going up against them is going to take advantage of that.
I mean, let's be honest, they played like dog shit. Like, 3D Max was really bad in this game, and they are gonna need Martinez to step up against better opposition, right? If Martinez is gonna have a game like this against whatever, let's say a Falcons, Eternal Fire, they are gonna be pushed more to the limit, right? DGT, best thing to come out of South America for my money since the uprise of like Kisarato and Yuri, but they need him to be as good as he was today in all their games. Right now they have a really good chance to actually advance to the next stage, because this performance was very decisive.
There we go. We've recapped 2 games already here on the first day of the play-ins at IEM Cologne. Babsky and I are leaving the building, but MacMate and Darth Mike are going to be joining Blair to take you through the rest of the day. So don't go anywhere. Lots of incredible Counter-Strike coming, and it is all to play for because everyone wants to dominate in the Cathedral of CS.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipeline. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. Counting up coins for a soda can, and there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024. It's time for my debut on this desk and a Cologne debut as well for a lot of players and one very special analyst here. We got MacMate all the way from Australia joining us.
Hey, how are we?
How was the swim?
Swim was good. I didn't realize Germany had an ocean, so it took a little while to find it. But
You had to come in through the Rhine and everything.
Had to go through like past England and stuff. There's the channel, the English Channel.
Oh yeah, you went up.
Swim up through that.
Up around.
Big swim this time. It was crazy.
Well, it's either that or it's like through the Arctic. So he doesn't like the cold, as we've learned.
Yes.
You got to keep him nice and toasty.
What do you mean?
Well,
it's too hot here. I thought it was going to be cold, man. It's like sweaty.
A little bit of anything. You're dressed for it. You're dressed for it. You're ready for it.
Came ready.
We're ready for the fun because this should be a little bit of a fun matchup. It's another new contender, right? In alternate attacks, a team that hasn't been to a Cologne in a very, very, very long time. 5 players who have never been to a Cologne before, and their reward for doing so is they get to take on the 1 seed in this first stage. They get to take on Complexity. So alternate attacks, Complexity. How are we feeling about this one, Blah?
This one's it's going to be a quick one. Mike, and that's going to make you sound happy because obviously Complexity are completely going to choke and get
I don't know what you're talking
destroyed
about.
by
I've
all
never
attacks.
displayed bias
I'm
before.
kidding. Look, for Complexity, I think the entire conversation with this particular matchup, in all seriousness, for me, is going to be how quickly and efficiently a Complexity going to dispatch of alternate attacks. Because this team, it's too up and down, baby, and I'm not a fan of it.
All right. Before we get into that, though, I want to reel you back in. Let's talk about attacks, right? Because they are the team, they're coming through the German qualifier. They're coming through. They're not really expected to make it to here. They're a team that hasn't fought this level of competition before, that's not regularly in these kind of tournaments. The organization hasn't been to an S-tier tournament since, I think, 2016. So it's been a long time for this team, for this squad. It's never been a thing for these five. What is that like, coming into a squad like this, coming to an event like this, coming into a matchup like this, Mac?
Well, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of pressure. I was talking to them yesterday. They all seemed like, chipper, very energetic, very excited to be here at Cologne. But they also said that they've never played a LAN at this level of competition. So there's probably going to be a bit of pressure felt by them today. Complexity coming in as first seed for this stage is just... It makes it a little bit questionable for them as well because they're going to know it's first seed. But if you've been watching Complexity lately, you guys know, you're on the Complexity bandwagon. But this is more of a situation for me where if alternate attacks play well against Complexity, it doesn't necessarily mean alternate attacks are a very good team. It means that Complexity might be having some issues.
Well, but the other thing for attacks, right, is with no expectations, with nothing that they need to do, they have every opportunity to impress. Everything that they can do. If they win a map, if they win a series at this event, that's huge for a squad like Alternate Attacks. That's going to propel them forward, Black.
I feel, 100%. Like, if you're looking at alternate attacks coming in here, I don't think they should be putting any pressure on themselves, right? No one's expecting anything from them. No one's expecting them to even make it close against some of the teams they might have to face up down the line here. And for them, with no pressure in, it's your hometown, just have fun. They're a team, if I had to create another tier list over there, they're here just to enjoy the scenery, have a good time. Just have a good time, boys. Make it a little competitive. Have some fun in this server. But listen, let's be real about this.
No expectations, just fully no expectations.
No expectations, but if they do anything, it'd be tremendous. And to hear how they're approaching it, we caught up with Hyped.
I've got Hyped here with me from Alternate Attacks, and it's obviously awesome to see them at Cologne. I saw your Twitter and how excited you were. So what has it been like arriving here, doing media day, seeing all the other players?
Beautiful. I mean, it's basically for four of us, it's the first time on a Tier 1 event. And I already also have less experience. So we're all excited, pretty hyped up, and yeah, it was great.
When it comes to the German teams at Cologne, I think people will agree that you're the underdog coming in, right? So what is the goal of Alternate here in Cologne?
We just want to show ourselves to the world, basically, that we are a good team. We prepared a lot for this tournament. We did a lot, and that's basically it. We want to play a good CS and show the world that we are capable of playing these events.
Love it. Your first opponent is Complexity, and that's, of course, a completely different beast than the teams you've been playing recently. So how are you going to try and adjust to the fact that they will, obviously, they have tons of LAN experience and that they're going to bring that into the server?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, we're the underdogs. We don't have that much to lose. We can just play our own game. We prepared quite a bit for them. And yeah, we'll see how things work out. And if it's good, it's good. It's bad, it's bad.
I love it. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe you know how it goes. Dankeschön.
Dankeschön indeed. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Who's to know until we get into the server? I don't know. I've never seen this five play. I'm very excited to see them play live here at Cologne.
For people, if you really have to try and identify one of the players you might recognize on this team, it would be Hyped, right? It's a big academy team, has been around for a while as well. But yeah, I won't lie, even for me, these are very fresh faces overall. And I do like the fact that Hyped mentioned in an interview that their expectations are pretty tempered. There's not much pressure here. Just show. They've been putting a lot of prep. Just show what you've done. That's it.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what they're going to be able to do against Complexity. If things go well, it's probably because their map pool is quite large. It looks like they've recently started to pick up Nuke again. They're playing all 7 maps for the last 3 months, and that makes me curious as to where they're going to be going for Cologne, because Complexity coming into this, they're going to have their map pool, but are they going to try to play their best maps, and what even is their best map at this point? There's all these questions.
I feel here's the problem when it comes to the map pool. I feel like, overall, like Anubis, for example, it's a map that they like to play, but do you want to pick Anubis against Complexity? Probably not. That's a problem here. The map pool, it kind of matches up a little bit, and unfortunately I have to side with Complexity when it comes to who's better on any of these maps.
Well, we're a little early to be talking about the maps, but let's talk about Complexity a whole lot more. And I know you guys are Doomer immediately, but come on, they won a trophy before the break. They finally won a dang trophy. Complexity coming in to the end of the season. That victory at ESL Challenger Jönköping. I was lurking in the background of that shot. It was exciting to see. It's their first trophy lift since 2020. It's their first LAN trophy since I think 2010 as an org. This is a difference maker.
It's kind of depressing, isn't it?
It's exciting now! Come on.
I was there at Sydney when they almost won. That was...
Okay, look, you can see me in the back. You can see me in the back. I
can see... Oh, yeah.
Far left, smiling face.
Like a little sad, like a little sad thumb sticking out. Look,
I was so happy.
Credit to the win. Yeah, but they took down the Falcons, who was actually playing pretty decently. They took down Aurora in a 2-1 fashion, and taking an MIBR and everything. But let's be freaking real. What happened after that, Mike? Go on. Hit me.
They haven't had the greatest time.
How was EWC?
They haven't had the greatest time. That one was rough. They did better at Blast.
They did do better in Blast, and that's the thing. We saw the best and the worst Complexity, and that's what I can't put my finger on. Like, on any given day, on any given hour, I don't know which Complexity I'm going to get. They lost to Heroic with a stand-in, then they had a bit of a labored win over OG, where they lost the first map, mind you, where they had an IGL standing in Thomas for OG, and then they destroy Heroic, make it close against Spirit, and then get dismantled by the #1 team in the world. I don't know what his Complexity team is, apart from Elite, who is the best rifler right now, you know, one of the best in NA. That's it. That's all I know.
It's just one of those things where we just need to see Floppy, we need to see Grim playing their A game, and when that happens it's a bit random at this point. I feel like, you know, sometimes they'll play good, sometimes they won't play good, but I'm looking at those three in the middle. You got Elise, you got JT, and you got Holzerk, who have been doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Complexity lately, so you just need the other two to start to find their form again, which they did have at the start of CS2. They were playing fine. It's just now things aren't working out for him, and it doesn't make sense because I feel like there's a lot of sharp individuals in this team, and the map pool where it is at the moment is heavily favoring really mechanical players.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the videos, I like the fact they've actually banned out Vertigo right there, because Mirage is a common permaban for both the two teams, right? If you're Complexity, you're not taking any chances. You're the favorites here, you have more to lose. Mirage gets taken out of the equation. Alternate attacks with Inferno, fair enough, it's a map they do like to play. I think the second most picked map, if I'm not mistaken. Anubis Complexity. Here's the thing, this is what I like for Complexity. It's similar to what Nines did earlier. It's your best map, just flex it, pick it, you're the better team.
Alternate attacks going for CT on Anubis as well is bold. You know, some teams, I'm okay generally, I'm alright with it.
But if it snowballs, oh baby.
I haven't seen their CT slide on it. That's what I'm worried about.
Well, we're going to see it. We're going to see it, and we're going to see some beautiful faces, or at least hear some beautiful voices here, because it's time for Scrotters to take it away.
Yes, woohoo, yippee! Thank you, Mike. Thank you for the energy. Thank you for the belief in Complexity. You can always rely on Darth Mike to get excited about North American Counter-Strike. They've lifted one trophy, Complexity, in recent times, and guess who's in the background? Darth Mike. Can you believe it? Always a part of the win when NA's in the server. Thank you, gentlemen, for your breakdown. I recall at the beginning of 2024 when we walked into Katowice for the first stage of that event, and we watched the hometown heroes of Rebels beat Cloud9. Felt unfathomable before that event went live, but now here we are on the doorsteps of Cologne, and we're in a similar state, Mo. The open German qualifier winners of alternate attacks up against Complexity, and a wounded Complexity at the moment. I think they could pick this scab off the server.
Oh, interesting.
Let's see what happens.
I mean, why doubt anybody at the opening stage of Cologne? We don't know what is going to happen. We've already seen Saw take down Mongolz today, and a lot of teams are powering up. We've already heard from the interview that they put in a ton of prep specifically for Complexity, and of course, they're here to play Cologne. It's the event of the year for them, and the biggest event that they played in so far.
Nothing down banana, so we get the top mid fight, and that's where Floppy pieces together a couple kills. Alicia's right here with him. Sure, we get the balcony drop out for alternate attacks, but headshot's looking real clean. And unfortunately, Perks stuck into the pit. He has CTs swarming all around him. Molly to try and get out here, but it doesn't look like Library Fight's going to offer much. So let's talk about Complexity, starting a map with momentum, perhaps.
Yeah, we're going to see if basically what kind of Complexity that we get. I mean, there's just no expectation that this is going to be a difficult match for Complexity on paper. It's just that we want to throw the papers out because it's supposed to be, we're supposed to see, we want an underdog victory. Like, that's what we want, right? And even if it's a map, even if it's a few great rounds, that's what we're looking for here for alternate attacks. But as was also said in the interview,
pregame with shocks. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe not.
Yeah. Quick little techie here. We'll get through this one. Nice to see. I like that. I like that our analyst has ran back with the literal Complexity Challenger trophy lift. You see the way Elige grabbed that trophy? Like he's been waiting a little too long to get his hands on something like that.
Sometimes that's hard. You see a player that has been playing for so long that used to win so much, grab a trophy like that, and it's like when Furia won Espu,
I was just about to draw that parallel. Yep, go on.
It just, you can tell how much it means to them, even though they know in the grand scheme of their career, it's not the biggest win that they want or expecting, or they're looking for a major, but they won the event, that's the bottom line. And so it's a smaller event, but Complexity, you kind of need to build momentum somewhere, some kind of confidence, and that win maybe helps. I don't know. But
another, unfortunate parallel to draw from the whole Furia Espo is that they finished this season with a trophy lift, as did Complexity in 2023, and then Furia kicked off the following year with, again, a bit of struggle, some disappointments, and Cole find themselves in that same thing, right? So that probably like relief and jubilation of finally having your win, a win. Doesn't matter where or when, it's a win. And yeah, let's hope they can turn that one around.
And Furia are the team to make a roster move, and I think that's what makes them interesting here at Cologne, whereas Complexity are the team that are sticking to their guns and trying to beat their previous results. But so far, it's been more of the team that we still recognize, a team that's capable of taking top teams the distance, but also a team that fails often enough to close out in those best of threes at sort of any stage. It's really difficult to tell exactly how far the team is going to get. And we just casted a lot of their games at the Blast groups, and as Bleb brought up, we got everything from a disappointing opening to heroic, who were playing with the coach, to getting revenge. And
you got everything you do and do not want out of Complexity.
Yeah,
back to start that one. So a little rough, but I think some adaptations from Cole as well. I've heard that Floppy is maybe playing a little more aggressively nowadays.
Oh yeah?
Howie Snake was talking about it. He was telling me all about how, Floppy, he feels like Floppy has found maybe some of that confidence. He's bursting out of his reserved self inside of the server and trying to put himself forward in maybe what is this kind of turbulent time for Complexity. That was his assessment of Cole's recent changes. Again, roster hasn't changed. One of the longest standing rosters now. You've had Elige for over a year.
Yeah.
Well, if you're not going to change the pieces, maybe you have to remold them. And I think that's maybe what Floppy's trying to bring to the table in 2024.
Well, we know, even though there were dark times on Team Liquid, Elige was the longest standing member of the roster. He was somebody who was inseparable from the logo for a very long time. So surely him moving to Complexity is not a small move. In his head, it certainly wasn't a small move to everybody watching. And I'm surely he's fully intent on trying to make the sort of relationship work on the team to achieve what he achieved before. I can't imagine for Elige that him as a competitor, I just, every time I see him lose a round, lose a tournament, you can just tell how much winning means to him. But he's got his work cut out for him.
I think that, if I'm Complexity as well, you look at the tenure that he brought forward on Team Liquid, that commitment to the project, the commitment to the organization, and what he was able to succeed with. And it's just sort of, for me, it's a guarantee that if you want to, you can work with him for long periods of time. And if I'm Jason Lake and I'm Complexity and I'm looking at Elige, let's be real, he's one of the best in North America still to this day. He's got that in him, and as you've alluded to already, right, fierce competitor. So in my mind, I kind of give Elige what he wants. If we do continue to go down this road where the Complexity formula doesn't work and maybe roster moves do have to occur, again, down the road. We know at the moment, re-sign contracts, this is the Cole for the time being. Clearly Elige has to still be your number one within this project, right?
I set on, Shanghai to, I think, dictate what happens next, because so much rests on that. Even just monetarily for any team. That's not even a bad thing to say. That's just the reality of the game. There's just so much that comes down to majors, whether it's prestige or to be able to stay afloat. And I think that, in justifying a team like this, especially in trying to keep Elige's interest, trying to make sure that the better parts of the team are working very well. if you don't get a good result at a tournament like Shanghai, a tournament like this at Cologne, these are going to be your biggest reflection moments. Everything else, like, you know, we just did blast groups, and a lot of people and players will use it as a way to warm up into the season, and that's actually very sound, like a sound way to do it. And it's a forgiving format. You get some good matches versus top teams.
Right.
And you can take losses there as long as those are like learned losses. But Cologne, it's like, no, there's no learned losses anymore.
No. They've gone through that.
Full performance.
It is, you know, there is this duality to it. Let's say it is still a you know, learning experience and a good warm up and practice to come into Cologne off of the back of groups. But my fear as well for a complexity is that once again they end that event in Copenhagen with a very depressing kind of loss in round 24 on Anubis, for example, in their final game.
Your guaranteed overtime round.
Yeah, I almost get concerned sometimes where I'm like, oh, you didn't just use this as a warm-up into Cologne, but oh no, because of the nature of that loss, you have now almost stunned yourself coming into Cologne.
Sure.
Right? It's like, even if you don't succeed as per your expectations, come at an event like groups where you're just using it as this runway, well, what if it backfires in that regard? You know, what if it chips away at some confidence you guys were building or some chemistry that was finally kind of going in the right direction, and then right before coming into the event that truly matters more, oof, you've actually taken a step backwards.
Yeah, just in terms of performance, there's always a balance that you have to strike between like learning and confidence. And I think that like you can afford to lose because that's when you are going to make improvements. But if you lose too much, you can't even see the path to victory. Then even the games that you would have won on a confident day, you don't have those anymore because you're no longer confident. And I think that's why in terms of performance, you see things come and go in long strides, like over the course of months. You know, you build up confidence, it lasts you a few months, right?
Right, yeah.
You see a team like FaZe, and they're at sort of their weakest point since like mid-2022, but they're still FaZe. So, you know, they've got some confidence helping them with putting together some decent results. As we are ready to get back into the game, it looks like into round 2.
Shall we?
Shall we? We shall.
Should we?
We should.
Then let's. Pistol round for Cole. Confident fight out of the pistol round too, right? Just to kind of re-jog everybody's memory. What, 2 players prying down middle, clean headshots. First out of Floppy, followed by Elige. Yes, Alternate got this attack out the balcony, but stopped in their tracks from that point forward. So I'm going to be kind of keeping a close eye on some of the setups and plays of Alternate attacks, just because Hyped seem very adamant that the preparation came in was specifically planned for Cole, as it should be.
Yeah, and Hyped, I mean, he's got to be the most, I think, experienced player on the team, having played with Big.
Yes, sir.
And really, I don't know, I was a big fan of his, to be honest. I wasn't totally ready for him not to work out on that main lineup, but he was quite an explosive player. He went for it very often. And maybe he just needed a little bit more time to like create a groundswell of experience to get ready for the chance. But I can see the potential for sure. And then sort of like how ZTR is built up and went to Metasport and
has rebounded as, you know, he's gotten older. Nobody can overstate the value of kind of the academy pipeline. And I do respect Big for kind of giving more academy players chances.
True.
You know, not every academy team ends up serving their main roster, but Big take a different approach. Big impact from Cole down at the base of Banana. We all saw it coming. Unarmored Glocks. Nobody's trying to peek or pry out anything. So Complexity, I think, are coming into this game. Surely Complexity are coming into this game to stomp Alternate attacks.
Yeah, I'd say, like, you know, if they let 6-7 rounds go by, I think they'll be slightly disappointed because they've got their eyes on a deep run period. They are trying to get as far away from that loss to Navi as we saw a couple days ago, and Alternate attacks can't be the team that steps in their way. They can't be the second and biggest upset of the day.
So we get it. First guns out from attacks. Again, we're going to get this bottom Banana MP9 control. Now, that's 2 MP9s on Banana. There's no support from any of the M4s, the 2 that are on the field. See if JT struggles if he ends up having to take a shot.
They throw a very early arch smoke without seeing anything in brackets, but this actually works out because Cole don't have vision here, even though Alternate attacks don't know about it. So let's see how this affects the map. I think they're just going to walk back to B. This pressure is correct. This could be like a read on how they play mid-control. But there's still 2 CTs here at the top of Banana.
Well, reads are what we're looking for with this T half. Execution, the harder part of the battle. Ozek not giving any fights just yet. We do get that third piece. Elige moving over to join the B site. He's moving in with a flashbang. And of course an incendiary as well. So if that exec can move forward, but it's a big if. Alternate attacks double back with that deep smoke over towards Library. They've isolated Elige's rotation back in, and he's still not biting down on this. But we do get the banana push as the T's are starting to hit. This little bit of a delay maybe.
JT.
From the T's, yeah, it gives JT time to get behind them, so attack is compromised. Hold's looking strong. Halzer gonna tuck in case Floppy needs him, and he will. Floppy the first casualty of the defense, but then they get that arch control. They've cleared out the site, down to 8 seconds. This all got a little frazzled with that JT flank, but they've equaled it out. And from there, Elige comes in, gets himself the clutch in the 1v1. That's a solid hit from alternate attacks, considering that it was starting to go south and it was red right before it comes into the site.
100%. I'm very surprised that they found all those trades. And yeah, to be frank, they set up the map in a way where they kind of got the rotations they were looking for out of complexity, but they just didn't move in time when it was time to go with a follow through. And that's when you saw the JT flank create the 5v4. And this is where, you know, the trouble begins, because they get worried and they're now pushed into a site hit. They know they're getting flanked and they've lost a man advantage, but you know, they fight their way through this. So that's pretty impressive. But Elige, you know, he does all the work. It's 3 kills to get that final trade and the clutch. And I think this is a moment where alternate attacks both show, you know, sort of like how imprecise they are, but at the same time how much fight they potentially have, and also that they show some preparation as well.
Yep.
They did take a risk by going for bracket control without seeing anybody, but it ended up being the right read. And you do have to trust those.
And the replay there too, we see how Arrow ends up shutting down JT's short flank, so nice little bit of rifle work from him. You know, there's a lot of eyes set on alternate attacks right now in this matchup to learn if they're gonna kind of pull any punches at this event. Well, who's got the hardest hands? Funnily enough, we see Arrow, who just picked up those 2 clean headshots, come into this one with the solo AK, so he trucks through, and it's JT to hold back the first player, but AK changes hands. Great trade frag out of Perks with the Tech 9. This is a great chance to overwhelm Grim. The banana splits a little bit slow. It gives Grim a chance to reposition into the back of the site as opposed to playing front coffins. He knows now that he is outnumbered, is about to get swarmed. Challenge from the coffin side, pistols pushing through, but it's a second strong trade, and now a second rifle in the hands of the attacks.
And they're all playing right side site right now. CTs don't know it, and they're also not coming in from B. Hypes will probably take first contact here. Ooh, be careful.
Yeah, keep that gun out. Second peek comes through. Trades continue to look good. And unfortunately still just losing numbers. Perks could line up 2 frags for the clutch. Floppy's coming at him and he wants to play the bomb. Bails back around the coffins. Over top goes Floppy, and he will clutch to keep Complexity winning. But these are real openings for alternate attack so far.
Extremely close. They go 1 for 1 on JT and CT and hit that split on the B, and Grim only gets his 1 kill. If he gets 2, it's probably a much easier retake, and it still remains a very winnable situation here for alternate, but still a nice try considering they come in with 1 real strong gun. And once again, their prep leads them to an open choke point. They run through their own arch smoke, and the rotation onto the site is correct because they smoked Moto to influence the CTs to turtle up. And so again, like the IGLing that's happening right now, I think is getting the most out of the situation, but they would wish that the game plan is being met by just slightly better frags because they might be up a couple rounds.
A lot more early aggression up Banana, and that utility's paying off already. Suddenly Complexity's defense has to scramble back into the site, call for the rotate to come over.
I like to see alternate attacks not going quite as quickly as they did this last round. I think they do have to kind of try to condition Cole again. They're going to be a bit more suspicious about fakes and things like that based on what we've seen so far. And I think they're going to be a little bit less gullible about rotating. But that also means that this is when you can go forward with a straight sight hit after some time and not overplaying your hand by trying to put pressure on both sides of the map. because like say they retook bracket and then went over to B, and Complexity would be super suspicious, probably reclaim it. But if they don't do anything, maybe they just sit on their hands. Where's the 5th player on the map? I am so...
It's boosted.
Oh, boosted, okay. I was like...
Got a little fusion summon going on in the back of the site. Front. Ooh,
got the smoke.
Yeah. CT smoke thrown in the middle of the site here. Elige threw down a smoke to play in front of it. Just looking for that climb up orange. 20 seconds, they get 2 kills. 3rd player's down.
Okay.
3 players stack inside of B, and not one puts forth a frag.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta get kills if you're Complexity. It's a nice one from Alternate, and I actually like how they kept it simple with the B site hit. I mean, you can have 3 players stacked in the site, but to be honest, like the B site is just, like, I think in that situation, if you were low grenades, you'd play more of a stacked position late into the round and hope the exec comes in, you stop it. But when you have numbers and you're going up against a lot of utility, T-site hits on the B site are just so powerful with the mollies that come down that it's not really that easy to just pick your best spots and sit and hold angles. Like, you are going to get God flashed, you are going to see mollies come to the back of the site like we just saw, and it's not a given that you're going to instantly win. You also only have 2 riflers firing off at the same time when your 3rd one's boosting, so it's not as if you're there with 3 players, and because they know it was a boost, they're ready for a 3rd one to swing out. But I mean, the expectation for Complexity is still to win in the situation, just based on firepower alone.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe a little awkward because Elige is so fixated on kind of punishing an orange climb up, and it doesn't look like we had anybody go for it. So his angle kind of gets nullified just by absence of targets. But either way, it all gets swept out from beneath them and alternate attacks on the scoreboard. So considering we had those 2 back-to-back single survivor rounds for Complexity, and then alternate attacks come out with just this clean B hit, keeping majority alive, T-side's got a good chance to come alive now. Look at this, Desert Eagle for JT.
Yeah, there's just so much stress on this round for alternate attacks. It makes up for, as you said, the 2 losses that they had just because Cole only had 1 player alive. So let's see if they can capitalize on the situation.
Would be a perfect chance for them to show us what they've got on their map pick with the preparation.
But they have the op on A holding Halls. They're not coming in from both sides on Halls. Oh, but Halzerk misses.
Yep, and he gets tagged for half. Floppy goes down in Boiler. Elige also empty-handed yet again. 3 players on a bomb site, and yet again, not one of them puts forward a kill.
Yikes.
JT's rotate with the Deeg will stop Ozek from going deeper. Maybe he can save an AK, but that's the slimmest of silver linings here for Cole.
This is quite certainly the site that they wanted them to go to. The approach was not that great from the Halls where they were both coming up the stairs. Halzerk, we didn't see it, but he missed a shot on a player he was holding. Then they also had Floppy inside of Boiler to go ahead and go for a 2nd kill if Halzerk got his first one. That's the idea. And Elige would catch mid if they decided to come up mid. But the first domino falls in Halzerk. Then Floppy gets caught off by the 2nd because they don't have that 2nd player dominance anymore. The distraction is gone. And, well, it all falls apart. And, 3 players down on the site, just like over on B, no kills back for Complexity.
That is a worrying parallel in back-to-back rounds. And suddenly, for 4 players on alternate attacks who have never played a Tier 1 LAN, that is a sigh of relief. That is okay, this door is open. We are not going to get raffle stomped.
And I would be believing in the game plan big time.
Yep.
Those alternate attacks, I mean, even the rounds where the calls didn't work out, they had the right idea. They just moved a little too slow on 1 round, didn't frag out enough on the 2nd.
Curious to see if they pick up tempo. We saw that 1 fast round with Tech 9 splits. Mac 10 was looking for something, and such little resistance on a B site. A smoke grenade that goes up. Surely this can be that welcome invitation to just swarm a site, but I think alternate attacks have been playing nice and slow in some of these setups. Just make sure you're not jumping into a pistol stack. Whether or not you thought you would get such an early opening into the map, don't throw it away, boys. So double smoke exec, JT. He's gonna be dealing with the Mac 10 in a moment.
but now they still don't know if there are more players, so a little cautious, a little hesitant. J2 does a good job to set this up. Smoke there for the cross means Elijah's D gets nothing, but JT nails a second through smoke. Definitely doing enough on his own this time. Things start to get frantic here for alternate attacks. Sure, pistols not in the back of the site, but you know the whole pack's coming.
Yeah, and it's Perks. He knows this round comes down to him, as they're going to wrap around construction. They're not coming B right now.
Freeze into the front site. We get Grim's Famas looking for a target. Hype hits his shot, reaching out for a weapon, so you know there's another pistol trying to get this gun going forward. Everybody here for alternate attacks in the post plant, posting up a frag apiece, and that is exactly what you hope for. JT goes above and beyond, and it's still not enough to get anything after that.
That's huge, and you can hear them. You know, they're 5 fingers on one hand right now. That's a great round to have in the pocket. I mean, this is JT getting, 1 kill here. It's like, okay, a little scary, but also they know it's pretty much a full save outside of that, and they know they're not running into a full stack site as soon as they get that bomb planted. So the second one is where things get hairy, and they start seeing, oh man, this could be a disaster. But instead, they land on their feet. So
great post plant positioning as well, right? Backside anchor, crossfire with Banana. Nobody caught with a nade out, just clean. Picturesque as far as 3v5 post plants go, but burn forward this round, Ozek. Thinking he'd have a fight to win. Now CT's want a little more, and it's a great interruption there. Elige sets up Grim to succeed, and now that you've got 2, go play your bomb site.
Yeah, that's true. Now you can peel back big time. Full turtle, rotator spot, sit behind smokes.
Turtle.
And let alternate attacks make their next move. But like, we've seen them not get a single trade on a bomb site with 3 players.
And if that happens here again,
that would be the 3rd time.
3v2 post plant, perhaps. Halzerk. Ooh, tuck behind tall box. I wonder if this lets Perks walks out in a second. Obviously, once he does exit the door, he's going to be concerned about Pit, but we'll see if Floppy can stop somebody in the process. It's going to be tough to predict this angle come the balcony exit, but they do get 2 and 3.
Oh my god, they get 1 kill? Wait,
no
1 kill.
Way.
Trying to stop that site hit.
Floppy catching somebody off guard from behind the truck. The fact Halzer goes down in this off angle, then they find the flank. Oh, 2v5.
No way they're going to 2v5 complexity.
Yeah, they are.
I mean,
Tied game, boys.
I mean, we see tragedies for complexity in like big matches versus teams like Na'Vi, Imperial, stuff like that. But
where's the Darf cam now? And we can't get too ahead of ourselves, of course. Complexity.
Yeah.
They will fight tooth and nail because God knows they need it.
They've had of their 3 site hits last 3 times alternate attacks have come onto his site. Complexity have killed 1 player.
I want to see this. Oh, Halzerk swings out. So obviously suddenly far more predictable. He tries to swing out. And Perks goes back, catching the flank too. I mean, Perks MVP of the round, no doubt.
Yeah. They are 1 for 9 on kills in site defenses right now.
Oh, Nelly.
In these last 3 rounds.
And just like that, Complexity's recent wounds reopen.
Halzerk's having a nightmare start. I mean, he with the op in the hall setup, he has kind of missed a couple of times. He doesn't get a kill here. Not the best position right now. And it looks like alternate attacks. They'll finally get a completely vacant site. They've run into the stack site a couple of times and actually just chewed through it. Now a moment of respite.
JT going to try to just send it to Coffins. We saw him do good work when he was here alone with the M4, but yeah, burned off an angle. Not even really any chance to spam away. So bomb plant guaranteed in a moment. Arrow going to plunk that bad boy down.
And this will give alternate attack the lead.
On the T side of their map pick.
No luck involved. In fact, it could have been even worse. 2 of the rounds lost were
true.
Clutches, 1v1s.
This could just as easily have been a 7-2 score for attacks.
That's not even factoring the ecos that follow those rounds. This could have been a 13-0, Connor. 13-1. We have to give them the pistol.
Good cover here from Hype. Bomb will deal with JT. See ya. And with it, 5 alive, so well earned. Alternate attacks get an easy one. Open sight there for the taking.
The opening matches have a specifically high amount of preparation, of course.
Of course, yeah.
Especially for the underdogs coming into this. Complexity know there's a tailored game plan waiting for them as they enter the server, and they have to fall back on their own game and their protocols and their individual skill. But when those don't come through, well, we have a situation that we have now. Now they're staring at the face of a team that is pretty damn well prepared for them. They're fighting hard to win these rounds, but they're actually coming out ahead. And I don't know, some of their individuals are just not there right now.
We talked about how Complexity were going to be powering up and practicing over the last week. Well, you know what alternate attacks were doing that entire time? Glued to the monitor.
Watching their game.
Analysts in full effect, dissecting and preparing. And so alternate attacks looking to pick flesh from the bones of Complexity. Ozek opens up. Kill to Grim is nice, but Elish does push down bottom mid. And Ozek's going to walk in, give up his back. This draws Hyped into the same problem. Easy double for Elish. And not to mention softened up by JT. So that's what we needed, right? Elish stepping forward as...
But it wouldn't be the first time that 3 players come onto his site.
Why'd you say it?
Don't drop a kill. There's a nice one. Oh, actually, this is a bomb plant. 3 players running back through B.
What? He mollied his bomb off. Bomb is sitting inside a boiler. They think there's going to be a fast flank.
They don't even believe the site's open right now.
Yeah, well, maybe still worried about Elish because he was bottom mid.
I feel like Perks doesn't get away with this. Let's see. Oh, they are ready for him.
Good trade. Now the bomb drops down with the smoke still up. He will replenish that. You got Elish 2 kills deep. He just dives the bomb site, trying to apply pressure, trying to assert himself, and they'll do so. A little bit delayed. Worried about Elish, I think, in the back line when really he had exited B to wrap around with the pack. But still, the fact that they exit out, get the entries into the site, and plant bomb, it's still good things to say about alternate attacks.
I mean, it was a 2v2 there for just a moment, so.
Off the 2v4 from Elish's very confident mid-push. Hyped, fed to the wolves there. But Elish definitely coming through with big impact. 2 kills at the bottom of middle, and also coming through that arch trade successfully. So 2 more rounds to play before Complexity take to the offense.
So for Hyped, we're looking for, explosive rounds. His individual level coming into this match has not been one of the standout players.
Ooh. Nice. Good fadeaway there for JT. You're not getting away.
He's like, why me, man? You shot the op.
Take what you can get. Looking maybe to fixate in on Floppy. Not going to find the opera here. Halzerk's on short, trying to support Floppy. Good spot. Drops the incendiary. That's going to turn them perhaps into the AWP, which has been trained on this angle. So good utility usage from Floppy to get Halzerk into the playmaker's position. He will not whiff. Can't manage the second, but Floppy's here to trade it. Still concerned for Balk with support in sight off Elish. Swing off box is great, and then Hyped comes through with his trade. It's a 1v4, tough spot, and he lands his second shot, but Floppy survives thanks to the bricks. And it's Complexity back to the lead.
Also, already quite a tumultuous half. Maximum potential here for Complexity to hit 7 rounds. But we're going to have alternate attacks buying anyways, so full strength here as we end this half. And it's been a very interesting one and very promising scenes here for alternate attacks. They've shown us good stuff, shown us why they're playing Inferno. And it's not a very easy veto for them, knowing that they like to play Anubis, but, so do Complexity. So they have a lot to be proud of so far. Let's see if they can tie it up.
Arrow's waiting for some kind of mid-aggression, hoping Elige would try it again, but he takes a different route. JT gets clipped, but there's more mid-fights where that one came from. Floppy just serving up such a wonderful distraction here for Elige. Sure, you're down 3v5, but what can Elige get back the timing? But does this open a bigger door to go and flank Banana? But the thing is, right now, we still have Arrow holding that flank, right? Because there's no eyes on middle, he's anticipating some kind of a push. Not from T-Spawn, but they're still keeping eyes on this.
He's not watching this. Oh, he hits the flick anyways.
Very nice. And suddenly this one feels real dire. All that time, Elige thinks he's got them.
Are they still going to go B? This would be a mistake, right?
We'll see.
Halzerk, we get some redemption here.
Nades over the top.
Oh, Halzerk.
Freeze catches the opening kill. They'll find A open. Grim comes through with 3. Takes half his health and damage, but those headshots are clean.
It's a potential 1v5.
Hyped, grabs bomb, gets out. He hears him on the escape. But as he's running, Grim doesn't chase.
I mean, Grim, they're not going to come B. There's no chance. You're the only man left.
Maybe he's worried that as the bomb runs away, the second player was with him.
1v5, man. He's waiting it out, but I guess he's giving himself a real chance to play.
Wastes no more time, does come through the mid approach on a walk. And T's have given him this gap. Low health as well for Perks to work with, so Grim's timing could this work out. We get the eyes turned back from Hype, now holding for the short peek, and the Boiler player trying to hunt him down. Sure enough, alternate attacks here to close it. A flick that deserves the replay, but we'll be back with the second half as attacks post a convincing T-side start. exciting opening half here from the hometown heroes. A well-prepared alternate attacks take Complexity the distance on their T side of their own map pick. 6 T rounds on Inferno. Definitely something to be proud of if you are attacks. And I think just some of the preparation that they kind of referenced, I think was on display in some of those hits.
Yeah, there was words and they backed it up, and we saw some good calls. We saw like decent firepower, and we saw a number of times where they had no advantage coming into a site and yet didn't even drop a player. So unfortunately for me, there is still the slant of, oh, Complexity screwed it up a bit, but this can make it even worse as alternate attacks are potentially going to get back into the lead. A 5v3 on the second pistol, and the T's in Complexity scrambling to make up for these 2 losses. Ooh, that'll help.
Yeah. Floppy gonna be rambunctious off that one. We get Perks back sight, 12 kills deep in this map. Then he falters, 3v5 queued up here for Cole. You thought you had it in the bag, as Complexity did on multiple rounds, but looks like alternate attacks, very aggressive attack down Banana to start this pistol, just floods Floppy forward into the A site instead.
I love that.
And his 2K critical alongside Halzerk's.
Arrow actually going for this. Doesn't keep his dualies, goes to the USP just for a chance to not have to reload and walk away.
How gentlemanly.
He's got that killer instinct. He believes that he can win, but eventually he's probably want to go back and get these guns or catch the rotations out or something.
Just trying to piece up Complexity a little bit, you know, hit him with the jab. But a very nice, very important recovered 3v5 from Complexity to take a T-side pistol.
Looks like Halzerk just needed a bit of warm-up in that first half.
Floppy comes through, insta-pop on Ozek. Good cleanup from the Glocks. And that's Cole with a lead early on.
Yeah, 2 apiece. That second pistol could have moved Cole into full tilt.
Oh boy. You know it's on a knife's edge. All right.
Uh-oh.
Coming in with a plan. 5 burning players.
Oh, wait a second.
A second frag. They keep on pushing. Halzerk's here again to clean up. All's good, but he does have the bomb. That could have gotten very sketchy if they get away with another USP kill. Liege just has to breathe through the internal rage that is 5 burning CTs at the top of Banana in an incredibly unorthodox stack. But I like it. Come in with a plan. If you don't have a plan for any sort of round, all sorts of rounds, then you're not trying.
I've got a really bad joke. It would be like a Darth Mike joke.
Okay.
But you could change their name to alternate B stacks.
Get out of here. I bet you Darth loved that.
Yeah, he's probably smiling.
It is good to have Darf on the B stream with us for this one. Him and Mac, I think, you know, we're going to have Blez realist opinions. And then we're going to have the real energy of 2 guys who find the silver linings in everything.
Yeah, true.
Darf's going to be like, yeah, but to give up 6 rounds on CT side means that they just have to practice here on defense a little bit more. And a little more practice goes a long way here for Cologne. Woohoo, yippee! First gun round. And this gun round, just as critical, as the second pistol. Hype's gonna miss his shot. That opens a door for JT to swarm. Oh, he doesn't bite down on the MAC-10 jump! Oh, beautiful track from Hyped in the action. Right in the thick of it, that attack gets stunned. Do they transition into the immediate B hit? Because Hyped has come over to support. They'll pop the nade, and Freeze holds it. See ya, Grim. Couple more shots. Just zinging by, and Freeze overwhelmed, but still Complexity have to know the timing has afforded more defenders to get into position.
Yeah, they didn't read everything there on the site, but they must know now that there are at least 2 in place. So Perks has to be very careful. He's had a great game so far, and he'll get his, at least one. Halzerk up to the plate, 11-9 after getting a lot of kills now in the second half. It was a 1-6 start onto the rifle, and he'll spot one. That's actually beautiful. Tons of pressure now on the CT side.
It's also a bit of a nervous Ozek not having the best of starts, and so for him to try and take this fight, ooh, Halzerk piecing it together, but he'll lose his head.
He's chipping away at them.
Yeah, Ozek kind of let him in. Nice bait on the jump into the site, just enough to kind of scramble Ozek and force him to play a 2v1 retake instead. That's Halzerk getting the bomb down, giving himself a chance, but just not lining up the following headshots.
They were really stiff about this attack. Like, it didn't feel like they had a plan for the op being here, and so they just came through using their players as resources to jump across to try to bait a shot out and miss. Basically betting on him being bad, and that wasn't the case. He obviously had 3 chances to shoot. He hit 2 of them, and those were on the fallback. So, I mean, Complexity gave him a chance to win that round because they were so committed to this B split.
Looking to assert that op a little more here. Deep angle down mid, but careful as that smoke cycled slowly. There was nobody behind it. They're going to go for the boost. Freeze taking an AK peek down Banana. Oh, but he's kind of fumbling the jump up. Got a little weird. It's okay, he gets the position he wanted. And he'll spot a Liege up close. 5v4 for alternate attacks.
Yeah, great spot to play.
And a well-timed peek out of Hyped. 5v3, dwindling utility, lesser weapons. Not looking good for Cole, but they do hang on to a bit of Banana control. Maybe they get lucky if they try to just swarm through Freeze.
This is crazy. How much money is spent on this round between both teams, and now alternate attacks are up 5v3.
Arrow gets active. Just continuing to cause Complexity to bleed out here in round 16. We are staring a tied game in the face. Still no secondary player to come support the B site, which you'd think you would in a 5 versus 2.
For sure.
But Freeze, seeing the utility, knows it's coming his way. Boils down to maybe him stopping it himself, and sure, waste no time. Topple Grim, force this down onto Halzerk. Then the support comes over. Big push from Banana, op included. He knows he's got him against the wall. That MP9 gets dealt with. But Halzerk, down to 6 HP. Stop. What?
6 health.
He's got the bomb. It's going to be a sprint for the A site. This is a 1v5. They tried to swarm him, and Halzerk is going to put this bomb down. Oh my lord. A little inexperience shining through. Instant attack out of Freeze. You've given him in the op. A second shot. It's a straight up 1v5.
He started 1 and 6. Missing op shots in the first half to 16 and 10.
Welcome to the big leagues.
He wants his picture on these posters. I thought Grim's one chance at a 1v5 was going to be the peak of this match in terms of clutches. And Halzerk somehow made this happen.
MP9 and op stuck in the corner. Oh, and then all of a sudden, you've got pistols back for alternate attacks. Those are the kinds of rounds Complexity are supposed to lose, not win. Deeg comes out. Oh!
Not like this, man. And we just saw, after that, he was stone cold, right? No reaction from Halzerk after winning that round. And I think there is just quite a bit of bitterness that has been built up over the course of this match. And I don't think anything except for winning matters anymore. Not that anything should prioritize
USP for Hyped. Look at the 4-player stack, dude. Everybody here's for alternate attacks. Ozek gets the P250. USP into the holes. Recovery mission, full effect. Arrow still has tall box held, and Bomb is sitting top mid. Look at the deep smoke. They've written off the possibility of him being here. But Arrow, does he make a move? They're starting to double back. He gets his damage in. Now they're on high alert. It's more damage versus JT. Floppy starts to recover. And Ozek's P250 into an op. He's got Floppy up on Graveyard. You've got JT stuck in sight. Ozek getting closer, and Floppy puts it down. It's never a dull moment with Complexity.
Just doesn't click. We almost got back-to-back unbelievable rounds, but narrowly avoiding disaster are Complexity, and with that, somehow stabilizing a little bit. I mean, it really could have been a lost game if Halzerk doesn't win that 1v5. If this eco comes through for alternate attacks, and I mean, who knows if this is the end of the antics. But for Complexity, at least now they're in double digits. My God, what a game of CS2.
One of the games of all time. And it's only getting started. Quick attack into ult mid. Get a Liege to try to spearhead this move up. Banana, utility burning, and instant rotations coming out from alternate attacks, throwing a third body at it. The utility strong here for the defense, and they give themselves another round with man advantage.
What an absolutely zany game. We didn't even really get to see the reactions of the attacks players after losing that.
Yeah, they probably looked as depressed as Halzerk.
You know, after winning it.
He didn't even blink.
Yeah, there's it.
Nice attack here from the defense, but they're throwing it away. Oh, they try to go for another peek. Sometimes it boils down to timing. They tried to interrupt a hit that was being put in position, tried to write off Complexity's preparation for an assault as opposed to a passive defense, and instead that 5v4 gets turned upside down and Complexity secure their 11th.
The most relaxing round so far here, most comfortable win for Complexity. But yeah, I mean, in terms of spirit, like I get it, like with the rounds that they had lost coming into that point. I mean, we talk about how this is a failure for Complexity if they don't crush this game. They still have alternate attacks at that like 7 rounds mark, but I think right around there is where it doesn't even feel as much like a win anymore, considering the competition they know they have to fight if they're going to get through stage 1 into, you know, get to playoffs at some point. But like, they just can't celebrate anything anymore. You know, they just need a big win at this point before they can start smiling again. I feel like the energy is very, very low for Complexity.
Because we said it before this game even went live, right? Even letting alternate attacks touch 6-7 rounds.
Yeah.
That wasn't going to be what they wanted. They were here to stomp.
Yeah, we got to stick to that. You know, it's like and you could see it on their faces. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. Like, I've never seen anybody so disappointed after winning a 1v5. Like, that might be a world's first.
I don't know if anybody on the team celebrated.
Yeah. Like that, you know, that could be a team that's locked in or pissed off, and it's impossible to tell which one. But we know.
Yeah. I have a hunch.
Oh, man. Try to end on a high note is the goal.
Yeah. Honestly, if they just sweep away what's left of alternate attacks here on Inferno, we get to Anubis, they get to have that stomp, then, you know, it all begins. We have to be real. There's been some hiccups here for Complexity, some slow starts in the individual department, but simultaneously, they were under a magnifying glass in terms of preparation from attacks. Survive the first scare, stomp out the embers on map 2, and get your Cologne started. That is the Complexity goal at the moment. But any round, every round, could go south. That much we've learned.
I mean, they've garnered full respect out of Complexity. Alternate attacks have done a bang-up job of winning the unlikely rounds in this game and have them playing, you know, very standard, very carefully, crossing their T's and dotting their I's. Oh my God.
Nice timing peak, but Grim's got that quick trade. Desert Eagle overwhelmed. Perks back sight. Floppy coming through with some saving grace as the trade train from Complexity chugs along
into the A site, 12th round secured. And if you weren't here for all of these rounds, and you just look at the score, you're going to think, okay, yeah, Complexity, just another day, you know?
Hey, alternate attacks, not bad.
Hey, you did all right, kid.
I would pay big money for a comp video.
Yeah,
for
me
comps,
too.
I need to hear.
Yeah. To be a fly on the wall when Complexity rewatches some of these rounds.
My gosh. But now they're just winning.
Good.
Last few rounds, just winning. This one's a little awkward, obviously. Small timing here where Halzerk dies, but
could have been much worse.
Could have been much worse.
As we've learned with some of the other ones. So, can Cole shut it down in the straight-up gun round? I think for their sake, it's just about just get out of here as fast as you can. Step outside, big breath, dominate Anubis. Whew. And Elige gonna make sure to kick off round 20 with a comfortable 5 versus 4. The utility doesn't even get him out of the corner, so he's ready to go for his second fight, and he'll get that. It's gonna be Freeze to try and pick up slack. Peek coming towards Hype, though. He's been good at holding the line. Grim's caught that second B kill. That's going to be the open door. Yes, simultaneous with the bracket attack. That's going to keep two players kind of hard stuck in a site. Their arch rotation scrambling for the B hit. And it is no doubt inbound.
This couldn't be worse here for alternate attacks. They have no idea what's happening to them. Full B split incoming. Alzak is not going up against 5 players on Banana. There's a full arch split.
Yeah.
And his 2 players on A side are just crossing their toes hoping that it's a fake. They're going to just probably walk in behind him, right? Oh, Complexity don't even believe he wouldn't know about this yet, so.
Smoke it off. Extra cautious. Can't afford to drop the ball. And it doesn't seem like they will. It's a challenge out of the gate from alternate attacks. It's a well-oiled T side with a few zany moments sprinkled in. But ultimately, Complexity knocking on the door of a map 1 win. And it's good to see some of the individuals turning it up a notch. Halzerk, who started one of the slowest players of Complexity, piecing together a 1v5. Let's just hope for their sake. As said, they can move from Inferno to Anubis and try to get that dominant win they're looking to open Cologne with. Hyped, desperate, has to move this one forward. They talked about their preparation coming into the series, and I think that prep was on full display. They backed up the words they had to offer to open this one, but Complexity meant to be cut from a different cloth. Recover in the opening challenge of this one, and now we get the smiles. Now we get the relief, because the challenge of Inferno is over, and it could be the stomp of Anubis up next.
Life without reason is no life at all. We are taking over. We can change it all. We can change it all. We can change it all. We can change it all.
A first map gone awry for the German underdog in alternate attacks, but Complexity cruising to the finish there. What did we see in this one, boys?
Cruising. I'd say more like just sputtering along. And
I don't know about cruising. I was never worried.
Listen, I want to give credit where it's due. I felt like alternate attacks coming into this one, they should have just been completely destroyed by Complexity. Complexity getting off to a very hot start as well. I believe it was 4-1 to start things off. But that T side, there was some really nice protocols being put into place. They were able to kind of dissect that CD side of Complexity. And in all honesty, that first half made me feel a little uncomfortable for the NA side.
Yeah, I was getting very excited for alternate attacks. I was like, well, Germans and...
They were loud as well.
Yeah, they were getting really loud down here.
Yeah. First, like 3 or 4 rounds that they won, I mean, you would have thought they won the trophy.
Exactly. Like, getting loud is all about it, though. You know, you want one of the biggest events you've ever played at. You just want to be getting loud. You want to have the good spirits going, and that's exactly what they did. And the amount of gun rounds that they started doing in that first half, you got to remember, it was 4-1, and that was with Cold not only getting the pistol, but then they only converted 2 rounds after alternate attacks got started. So that's why in the second half, I was waiting. If alternate attacks managed to get that pistol, then we'd be in a different ballgame. Then there was like 2 more incredibly crucial rounds that ended up going to Complexity, but it could have completely changed the game.
I mean, speaking about crucial rounds, right? There was one in particular that seemed to change the fortunes in that game.
Yeah, I know. I mean, obviously everyone saw that, the Halsey 1v5. But listen, this was, again, a very well-played round, actually, from alternate attacks, where we see Johnny Jabbers trying to catch a timing, sneaking through the smoke. There was a gap over there. He gets taken down, and everyone gets completely wrecked. And that's the thing with alternate attacks. When it comes down to when things are going according to the game plan, they look very, very cool, calm, and collected. But this 1v5, and as much as I want to give credit where it's due to Halter, he played that as well as anyone else could. That was such a big crap your pants moment from alternate attacks. It gives so much respect to him. You can just take a look at how this one plays out, right? 1v5, he gets the first kill. The 3 players coming banana. The moment you know where he is, you swing together, guys. You swing together. You give him so much space. He gets control of the situation, gets the 3rd kill as well against the AWP, and then, yeah, the 4th one, picks up the AWP, gets the bomb down, and he's got his weapon of choice. He's got the bomb down as well, clutches it out. Great work from the Norwegian, but also, they didn't win a single round after that.
Yeah, and I think this demonstrated something that we saw from alternate attacks a few times, where they take some early advantages, they have some really nice setups, and then they get a little too eager to maybe try and put things away, a little too aggressive, and play back into Complexity's hands.
This round in particular, I don't know if you guys remember, but Rush versus Order, I think it was IEM 2018, could have been 19, and it was just like 1v4, exact same setup, and Rush managed to tear them apart. So it's NA versus people in that position, seems to go really, really well for them. But on your point as well, there were a few more rounds where they did manage to get that 5v4, but then they'd go aggressive, and it feels like online that's something that works a lot of the time as well, flashing back in, keep on pushing the aggression. But here at LAN, you know, when you've got that little bit of inexperience, rather than sitting back, rather than holding angles, they're swinging in, and with Complexity playing anti-flash, just always ready for what was thrown at them, were able to get across the line in a lot of those rounds when they were a man down, and that is how they made it through the map eventually.
I do have a few, criticisms of the Complexity side as well. On the T side, we saw initially when it was a bit more back and forth, they were trying to really force matters, I felt like, too early in the round. Take your time. The way Inferno plays, and this is, everyone knows how this way Inferno plays out, right? You try and bait out a utility, you try and force the CDs to use up whatever they have, and then you go for a concerted hit. Instead, we saw towards the B bomb side, for example, where the CD still had like 2 or 3 smokes remaining, a minute or remaining on the clock. They're going for full execute, and they still have utility remaining in the belt, but they're like, no, we're going to force the matter. It wasn't, and it also wasn't a situation where they're like a 3v5 or something. They still was like, man advantage, that's about it. So a bit of, the panic button getting smashed when it doesn't really have to be. So again, a few question marks, but end of the day, they get the job done. Map's over.
I do want to say some nice things about attacks, though, because we do still have a series here, right? And I think that the first step when you have such a dramatic underdog as alternate attacks, where they're coming in, they're ranked down towards like the close to 100 in the world rankings as opposed to close to top 10. pound for pound, individually, they had their moments. They held up. That's the first question. Are you just going to get run over? Is someone going to drop 30 and just sprint into every site and kill you? No, that didn't happen. They played a game. They showed us some of what we'd like to see. They showed us some of that preparation. And they showed us that as individuals, at the very least, they can hang. The question is that going to help them going forward? Because we've got Anubis on the dock here, Mac. What do you think?
It should. I liked what I saw from Perks and Hyped in particular. I'm looking at the opening kills. Hyped doing a very good job at getting those initial openings. It was just the conversion rate in those 5v4s that was an issue. But onto Anubis, it could be a different ball game. None of us have really had a look at their Anubis, so we don't know what to expect. But Complexities has been shaky in recent history, so I'm still feeling like there's a chance we could go to 3. I don't know what the chance is. I'm going to give alternate attacks like maybe 30% chance to win, but that's still big when you're coming in as an unknown factor.
Firstly, I'm going to be so pissed off at Complexity if it goes to map number 3. That's number 1, because Anubis, it's your map, it's a map pick, right? You picked it as well. You're trying to flex on the side, on Attack, saying that, hey, we're the better team right now. Number 2, Attacks, I do believe, opted to start on the CT side on Anubis, which could be problematic. Because now, listen, if you win a pistol, you get like 3 rounds early on. Oh, that's pressure's off you comes the second half, right? But if you lose the pistol, things spiral out of control. You lose control of the economy, and all of a sudden you're looking like a 10-2 half favoring Complexity. And from then on, man, it's going to require some insane tenacity to come back into it. So yeah, hope that CD side pistol works out for them.
If alternate attacks win this somehow with a reverse sweep, I'll take them all out for kebabs.
That's a heavy offer. That's a hefty offer right there. You know, Mr. Big Bucks over here offering you kebabs if you pull off probably the upset of the tournament.
What does it say no? What is it like? No, thank you. How do you feel about that? Or did you just reject your offer?
I know that they want to go out. At least for Huros, I know a few of them will.
All right. I'm going to reel this back in here. We don't need to debate what's going to happen because I do have to ask. You guys have been a little bit down on Complexity in the pregame and even after that first map. What do you want to see from Cole to give you more faith going forward here that they're going to make it to the next stage?
Consistency is key. And at the moment, they lost their keys. And I don't know if they've made their way into the car to make their way into the second stage here at IEM Cologne. And I need them to find their keys and open the car.
I've been critical of Grim and Floppy so far for quite a while right now, and then you have like moments where like Grim pops up, Floppy pops up. But if you look at the way, if you're talking about inconsistency of Complexity, how up and down they are, it goes hand in hand with how inconsistent these two players in particular are. JD's fragging well above where, punching way higher than he really has to punch. Leech is a Leech. Holds up, we see he's still consistent. There's a reason he is still in this team, right? But Floppy and Grim, at some point, you need to find you need to find some consistency. I'm not asking them to drop like 25 kills in a map, but their flow needs to be a little bit more higher, even in some of your worst games. And as long as they fix that, they could be a threat.
So when I send them build in the floor to raise the ceiling, something about...
I don't know much about buildings or
maybe?
whatnot. Just play better, you know what I mean? Get more than 15 kills a map.
There's something in here. Who are you looking at? Who impressed you with alternate attacks?
Alternate attacks?
I liked Hype, man.
Yeah, Hyped. I feel like...
solid.
We have a conversation about AWPers, and like AWPers these days are hard to come by a really good one that's good on the AWP, right? Even you saw Holzerk doing well there, but a lot of those kills weren't actually on the AWP. It was just on rifles. You know, that's just an Inferno thing. But Hyped just seem to be getting openings with the AWP, making it look like it's a viable weapon, which can be, but on LAN, I don't know, man. I'm just trying to figure it out.
If they're able to get the economy going a little bit and have the AWP in his hands, I want to see him all around the map, right? Taking his opening deals, that's exactly what it did in Inferno, and I feel like that might be the X factor if they're able to pull this one off.
Well, we'll see if they can find that X factor, or if maybe they'll be looking a little mortal. We'll find out if we're going to get a map 3 after this break.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the site. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Shout out Complexity every time for keeping us on our toes. And now we got to make sure that, of course, they close this out, Mohan, because nothing is guaranteed. It's Counter-Strike. Nothing is guaranteed.
No, it gets hot and spicy sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't.
Ugh. Other times it's just sweet paprika.
Ugh, that's tough. And Anubis, it's a great map for Complexity, but it's also a map that Alternate Attacks want to see. So it's just a matter of like form, I think, when it comes to what we see and how deep the prep goes for Alternate Attacks, who put together a great first half on Inferno, but apart from getting close to winning rounds in the second half, sort of let the Avalanche come down on them. So, okay. You know, after we saw them play Anubis last, I'm sure Complexity have had some more conversations, but the fundamental issues are still arising, obviously. See how it feels today.
Lots of game tape of Complexity out on Anubis. Should be no surprises in store for Alternate Attacks. Double wall of smokes up inside of the B site. That'll be your bomb plant. Does Hype get out of there alive? We've already got 2 CTs deep and dark, so all in Alternate Attacks from Long A. And their post plant is 4 players on Long.
You have to be ready to double swing, basically.
Right?
I mean, CTs need to tap. There's a
Molotov here for Freeze. He chucks that in, and that gets them off the defuse. That'll burn a little while longer, and considering there's no kit here, CTs feel like they gotta go. They'll get in it. And Grim finds 3. Another Molotov. Freeze then kills them as they double back. Grim gets his. They've got to dive into the fire. They got to get on that bomb, but this is close.
Yeah, that's extremely close. I couldn't really tell.
Double molly post plant? How close? Oh,
they got it!
The double molly post plant fire from the heavens.
Yeah, well done, Alternate Attacks. Oh man, I was looking at this retake and I'm like, okay, no smokes here for Complexity to block them off, but they are totally prepared for the situation. Even a smoke for the plant would have ended this round.
Oh, I love the fact they're coming in with something different. I mean, you know. You don't need aim when you got the brains.
I was looking at trying to look at the disappointment over there.
Soak up their frustrations.
No Olaf Meister defuse right now. That actually would have made the difference if he made it to the bomb.
That was like a Hugo Byron B-site ancient type post plant. Fun stuff. Shout out Alternate Attacks, man. Absolutely making the most of their
not gonna lie, you don't even
presence here at the first stage.
You don't really see like teams in Tier 1 use strats like that. It's like
try harder.
Yeah, try harder. There's always a situation. I mean, it's never like, you know, you don't want to game plan fully for it just in case like there was a smoke. You want to be ready for both options.
Yeah.
But to have that ready, why not? They got into the site with so many players alive. They pulled out perfectly. Everything went to plan.
It's just fun. It's such an evil way to start the T side, you know? So just crank that knife in Complexity.
Oh, careful.
Arrow's gonna spam away. Floppy's pistol was in the pocket, but it's the Arrow 2K to alleviate the mid pressure. He can chuck away the Galil, grab the up. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought it was an AK. They hang on to all. Oh, nice shot at a JT. Never underestimate JT's dig. Don't do it. Oh, the M4, but the flash. The flash is great. Arrow's on for an ace. And as he just tucks tail to dive that A site, that flash, if not for that flash, that M4 just skewers 2 more Ts.
Could have still, even blind, was right around them. Very close call. I kind of want this ace for Arrow, though. I feel like it's a shame that he's not going to hunt this one down, but he's got his eyes on this win, man. That pistol round inspired some confidence. And Jason brought up an interesting point on the Mongolz game, and that's
That's Jason Moses O'Toole.
Jason Moses the Tool.
Yep.
This Cologne is now a point where the Mongols are no longer the underrated, cutesy team coming out of Asia, getting a big win here and there. They're the team that are now ranked higher than most of their competition at the event. And there are expectations for them to win. If they had lost to Saw, even at Kato earlier this year, or an event at big IEM last year, it would have been okay. Oh, they lose to Saw. But you know what? Maybe I think this team's pretty good. Maybe they could still take it to a big roster. Maybe they could take down a Complexity.
Yeah, sure.
But now the expectations are so much higher. A team like Alternate Attacks, they're in that sort of Goldilocks zone where they're just like, well, everybody wants us to win, and yet no one expects us to, right? There's a certain amount of power that comes with that. Complexity are also the team that are like the Mongolz, ranked higher than all of their opponents, but the form does not represent that. And they've got the bitterness built up. They've got the expectations higher than are realistic. And they're the team that just, they want not to lose more than they want to win in this game.
Ozek leading the charge. We're getting through the first pistol. Desert Eagle spam out from heaven. That nade's gonna do a ton. Blech. Poor Floppy. Not to mention Grim, right? Meant to be the savior on the M4. Well, he got more pressure where that first one came from. He peels the second player off the site, but unfortunately it's the pistols around him that just all come up empty-handed. JT's Deeg again, it gets a chance, but Perks turns. And with a second, he'll clean the board. That is alternate attacks to the 3-0 T-side start.
So I'm just curious what your power ranking is in terms of teams you think will win this event, like overall.
Sure, I've got, you know, let me just throw them out there in no particular order, right? Let's
No, try
in order.
In order of like most likely to win.
Most likely to win, I would say still Spirit. Maybe a little boring, but I think, you know, the only team to win 2 big events in the last season. I would put Na'Vi up there because I love the formula, and it just seemed like Liquid had their number, but I can't write them off. I wish I could say Mao's 3.
You're not feeling it.
I'm not feeling it just yet, man.
Big event for them to do that.
I'm gonna chuck a G2 3 Mao's 4.
Ah, damn. Okay.
Liquid 5. Grim back plat. Ooh. Nicely done. Hanging on. Getting a multi-frag rolling. Dark Peak. Ooh, you devilish man. Elige coming through the smoke.
Flash is there.
Just as the T thinks that he's got a chance. Just, you know, he gets his moment of reprieve. Oh, I've cleared the bomb site. Toodly D.
I've done what I'm supposed to.
Yep. You thought you'd have your moment to catch your breath, but it feels like Elige has had that kind of pep in his step. We saw it on Inferno with the bottom mid push, with the alt mid flank. You know, Elige is definitely, as he should be, throwing himself in as the playmaker.
I mean, he plays fast, and that's something I always give credit to him for. It's like, lots of players have inflated stats, but Elige is just such critical impact all the time, and it's because he's getting the upfront kills early in the round too, which are a little bit harder, a little bit easier to die to, and can provide you some more like sort of parabolic stats as an entry fragger. But with him, he's just so consistent in that position. It's really just rare to see. Especially it's just year-over-year consistency with him. That's just so amazing. I mean, he's right up there with people like Nico in terms of how consistent for how many years. Lots come and go, right?
Right.
You know, we don't know. I mean, Donk seems like he's here to stay, but we got players like Exile and lots of individual rifle talents that have just shocked us, even for a year straight. And then, you know, but there are very, very few. I can't even think of too many more besides Nico and Elige who have really stood the test of time like they have. Besides maybe some of the other Liquid riflers, maybe Twist and
a little bit of NAF.
And like even players like Rain, for example. So it's incredible how long they've been good, but they have kind of vast periods of inconsistency as well.
Okay.
But I think that Elige has only had sort of one small one, and that was just when Liquid were totally falling apart.
Yeah, when it was time to go.
But apart from that, like, like this would be the situation where he'd have every excuse in the world to not be the player he was in 2019.
And yet, he continues to dish it out. Trying his absolute damnedest to bring American Counter-Strike back to the top of NA. Looking to Floppy for maybe some more aggressive moves today. A more aggressive lurker is what he has been labeled by some as of late. Being that A anchor and potential A flank means he could have his work set out for him today. JT, half health due to early damage. So him and Grim up inside Dark. Wait, as we do get alternate attacks inching forward. Now, Bomb's still sitting at the top of mid-stairs, so it's not like there's a commitment coming in just yet. Hyped doubling back forward as he loses his Canal player. Freeze also toppled out in middle. Arrow's going to smoke off camera. What kind of option does this open up? If anything, I think more of a fake than any sort of commitment. He'll double back to try and join hype, and we'll see what this 2v4 has left to offer.
You see, when you take over mid control, you put a smoke on camera, it puts pressure on the B player to come back and watch the timing. So for a moment, that site's weaker, but they're actually tailing back towards spawn because they want to save. There's not much chance they can win this. So this is the first time we see Complexity beat them down with just protocols. And that's actually very promising because Inferno was just like nothing but disaster and like really classic CT positions with numbers. And I am happy to see it. It's fair to say that after first map in an event, it could be a warm-up. Unlike for Halzerk, it was a disaster class in the first half into a big recovery. But now they can like genuinely smile a little bit because I think this is the easiest round that shows how much better they are than alternate attacks, at least on paper.
It feels like 2 years now we've been watching Complexity try to become like masters of Anubis. So I think no surprise when our analyst broke it down. This come through in the veto is just a statement for Complexity that even despite some heartbreaking losses to Na'Vi just mere days ago, their Anubis is still fine and dandy. Watching this mid boost get thrown up. Could it catch a Liege on timing? He throws a frag grenade and then peels away from the doors. They're going to leave that gap. And sometimes we watch Complexity, I think, leaving this gap in mid and just banking on their opponents not kind of coming through and kind of vacuuming up the control of it. But Arrow, I love this. No hesitation. Even as the smoke was up, walks through blind, even through the doorway, and he gives himself a chance to just kind of scramble Complexity at the very least. Kill would have been fantastic, but it's still a good spot. It sets hyped up, pushes him in. 5v4. Now they can flood, right? They're banking on these two weapons to get the job done. Halzerk off of the fountain looking for his second serving. It's a Liege to come out with a double. Halzerk gets two, but it's a Liege with the triple. Yeah. Instant transition once he gets pushed off of Temple through the CT spawn and back into the fray.
Yeah, and he was the guy who get tagged down to 27 like really early into the rounds or however much damage it was. And he left the timing inside a middle. They were passively watching it on this camera gap, which is a normal setup to have, but alternate attacks with not much to work with decided to go with a low telegraph play, quiet in through mid, and gave themselves a chance to make something hairy happen. But unfortunately for them, they couldn't kill Halzerk fast enough, and that just gave enough time for a Liege to use him as a distraction.
Wanted something hairy, but instead you get a Hugo.
That's not the bad version.
When life gives you lemons. I think really cool positioning there from Halzerk too, right? You know that middle's compromised, and he just really nailed the timing to a T, using the pillar, allowing for the split to come out and catching both those players off. That's what opened the door for Halzerk to go big. That's what opened the doors for a Liege to go bigger. JT, a couple pistols here to hold him back. Saw one at a distance, but we do still have Arrow a little bit closer, so we'll see if things get weird here. Finds the third piece of this long setup. In fact, it's a Liege who's drawn into the fray. JT just dishing out the headshots. Triple kill from him. And a smoke on Temple. Sorry, Freeze, your flank's been found out.
Yeah.
Grim's going to be hard locked on it. He'll take one to the forehead, but, well, bullet gets deflected, and alternate attacks. They'll have to wait for a fourth round win if ever they get there.
So, of course, we're cold take them. No surprise, alternate attacks are going to start on the T side. But with everything in play so far for Cole, it's a closer scoreline than we saw last map, but it's a much better start to the map, straight up. Alternate attacks still are going to need a much better T side, it looks like, to be able to pull this one out of the hat.
What else is in that hat?
We had... I don't know, actually. I mean, while we had some good rounds in the first half of Inferno, they have some stuff to be proud of 100%, but it's also tainted with, you know, the thought that, like, Complexity were clearly not at 100%.
Sure.
And, yeah, there has to be that other side to the story.
There's no denying they pounced on the slower kind of individual level of Halzerk back on Inferno. We saw him peek that tall box one time when they were pulling off the 3v5s. But it's a different Complexity here on map 2. In the background, you can see Heroic wrapping up. That's an MIBR victory in a best of 3.
Oh, on the third map.
Brazil. with more Brazilian Counter-Strike to come, once we're done here on the B stream, what do we have, Mohan? We've got Furia versus Imperial.
Wow, they really tossed their salad. 13-7 on the last map.
Hit it with the ranch.
Damn, Insani had quite a series, actually.
Good.
Very consistent, almost 20 kills each map.
Yeah, wasn't long ago we saw the Insani IEM debut.
That was at Kato last year.
Yeah, I believe 23.
Yeah.
Time flies when you're having fun. Next thing you know, you're 30.
Still having fun?
Yeah, every day. Just with a little less hair.
I heard that Optimism tapers off around 60.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well.
So I think I personally got until 65.
Okay.
Yeah.
Elige op.
Elige, who knows how many years he's got.
Give me the Elige op. I'll never complain.
He's going to be consistent to the end.
Perkz hoping to catch something going down on A, but it's a hyper-passive Halzerk hold from heaven. Because Perkz senses this opening, maybe you can get past him. Miss shot from Halzerk, suddenly maybe bomb goes down perhaps. Arrow's mid-utility, probably going to keep Floppy a little preoccupied. Or whatever happens, happens. Hype comes through with the headshot on Halzerk. Now Floppy's got to go over towards A, still try to deal with the mid-play. You've got Arrow locked. Oh, and then Hype grabs the opt, and things go from 0 to 100.
Dude, the amount of bad things that happen when Halzerk just misses a shot.
The amount of bad things that happen to Complexity. Womp womp.
That was actually kind of comedy because you heard the op shot and the kill feed was just a Deagle headshot.
Let's cue that one to the replay, shall we?
Oh man.
What an entry that must have been. And then you let him get his hands on the op, and then he just goes ahead and takes any retake possibility. Not to mention, Floppy tries to get active top mid. If we want to talk about slow starts with Halzerk back on Inferno, Floppy's 1-6. And JT just died after the round expires.
Ooh.
So that denies a save. Only Elige's op is kept.
At least for JT, he's got 6,100.
Let's see it hyped.
I mean, that was just raw. That was so raw. That's just kind of a no excuse moment. You gotta hit that, right?
Yeah, or else.
Or else.
Nice steamy shot of Depresso.
Dopio.
At least for their sake, it is a buy around it. Sure. JT maybe would have had more nades, but here comes the full-blown exec. Floppy trying to get the incendiary down, but oh man, they are right into the thick of it. Halzerk under pressure from Ozek, who sweeps through Fountain with the double. We see them trying to throw grenades, but it felt like it was a couple seconds too late.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're playing in spots which are not like optimized, where they're almost on top of each other. No one in heaven. They weren't really ready for that. No early information, and I think another op shot missed the first one. So at least we got the second kill, but no kills from Floppy either. And that's, you know, you said the 1-7 or 1-6. I didn't really see many of his deaths before that, but now, you know, this is a very clear one where he needs it. The A site gets toppled. Here's your opper.
Make it full time.
It's just one of those things, right? It's
think
just,
about that.
It'd be great, probably. It would be, and he's really aggressive too, which would be pretty sick to watch. But
it's just so mechanical.
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean?
He would be probably really consistent. He's really smart and everything.
Elige, the Zywoo of North America.
And a simple sort of, with the attitude and everything.
Oh yeah, okay, that's yeah. Although, he makes better YouTube videos.
yeah. Well, his are actually on YouTube. Yeah, but no joke. Alicia's YouTube channel is up there, man. It's awesome. Him and James.
Yep.
They're the reason I stopped doing demo reviews. I'm like, I have nothing to offer anymore.
Yeah, sure.
They're so advanced and so
Yeah.
detailed. I mean, they're just such fantastic resources.
I mean, just honestly, a shining example of somebody who can play the game at a very high level, but then also express their expertise and teach alongside it, right? Teaching is a skill set, and I think it's one that Elige very much holds on to. Always fun to hear him kind of break down the game that we all play. Some better than others. So, doors ajar, alternate attacks. Here's a more aggressive stance coming out from Complexity. Frees up the mid-rotate too, because they see nothing there. But if the B site falls before, well, they'd have problems. Luckily, Grim hangs on with the double. We do get that peek out of Halzert from Temple. He hits his shot, but it's not lethal. Uh-oh. B site under wraps.
Yeah. Grim didn't really need to commit off of zone flash. But okay, Halzert wins up
That
versus
helps.
the op. Halzert, however, one back.
And he switches into the big green, so the cannon seeing its use here, and we see why. Floppy, he's taken out of the retake. Elige, the next victim.
God.
Hot swap to the op, and Ozek ends them. It is indeed attacks with a 6-4 lead.
Okay, two things. Did Grim need to flash for himself and then re-swing?
No.
Did Halzert need to fall back to a new position when he just got the kill on the op?
No.
So right here, I'm wondering, couldn't he have still provided value just holding the angle?
Yes.
Okay. And then that's it. I wonder if there was a better way to hold on to that, considering they had a good start, basically, to holding the site. It would have taken some utility and time to dislodge Grim from another swing. It's like you just want to go above and beyond in that moment. And now they're at the wishing well.
Everyone wants to be the hero, Mohan.
Yeah. Me too, I get it. I would have swung too, I'm just not saying it's a good thing.
That's why we're over here with the microphones. They took our keyboards away.
Who would have a swing?
Yeah.
He doesn't have the makings of a Voss City athlete.
Floppy trying to hold off with just the 5-7, but you know, now it's the weaponry that's been taken away, and oh man, this was brutal. Alternate attacks coming out with 5 alive. Ye old Grim, all that's left over, and that A site's got a bomb inbound. This is an excellent T side so far.
Yeah, no
Makings
kidding.
of an 8-4 half. Hyped puts the last man down.
God.
And they are tapping back in to the momentum they held at the beginning of Inferno. 2 strong T-sides from alternate attacks, and regardless of outcome in this series, I think they've given us something to talk about. They've given us moments to be proud of. And again, at least for now, that door is still open.
Man, I was ready to give Complexity so much more credit for the start of this game. They fall apart a little bit later now.
Ah, a plot twist.
Yeah, they like change it up a little bit. Keep you guessing.
Yep. New road, same destination.
Yeah, that is the frustrating part about.
Ouch.
Ooh, nice nade.
A couple times JT's been hit by that. They talked about their prep. Close swing on Floppy, not gonna happen. There we go, his second and third kills of the half. Can they come back in a 3v5? Slim pickings. Elige hangs on to his portion of the map. Everybody putting forth a good look. A patient, dark play from JT cues up the 4th casualty of alternate attacks, and Arrow's bomb is back in T-spawn.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit farther away from it by the second as well.
Ignore your problems.
But the CTs are going to be watching everything because they don't know he left the bomb back there.
Just ignore all your problems and try to swing elsewhere. It's a 5th one for Complexity. It's a map they love to play. And so their T-side after the break should be where they thrive.
A peppy Complexity out of the gates. 11 kills for Elige and Grim. Those two rifles put forth, but an isolated A bomb site at times. Floppy, Halzerk had their shortcomings, and we see alternate attacks piece together a 7-round T-side on Complexity's pick of Anubis.
And it's not all just numbers. It's quality CS. It's going up against a sort of good start from Complexity with their recovery. It's a pistol complemented by good rifle rounds as well. So very, very promising. I still not sure, like after watching Inferno, I would say Complexity have a very, very good chance of just still closing this out. But quietly surprised once again by what they put together. Careful on these CT sides. These 3 players on Complexity T side, that's enough. We saw the pistol brought to us between Floppy and Halzerk on Inferno.
All about that dark action. Flashbang to get the angle, post it back up. Floppy was the king of the T-side pistol on Inferno. It's what got that map wrapped up. And for the moment, he is chasing down CTs. He's going hunting to the B-bomb site. We're going to get Complexity erecting the wall of smokes, but a gap on left side gives Freeze a chance to swing. Good thing Halzerk covers. A challenge for Hyped, as he has to just lean back and allow Perks to get into position. Now we've got backs turned to him. Halzerk comes down, caught off by the Berettas, which will clean up alongside Hyped. Attacks with an 8th off of pistol.
They're pretty excited because this is a different situation than Inferno. It's not that 2v4. It is going to be a round 1 to help them keep momentum in what is already a very solid first half on Anubis. Nice enough for Complexity to get the bomb down, and I think it's still going to be muddy waters here for alternate attacks, or Complexity are going to buy up, and it'll probably be a pretty hefty one. This also forces the amount of full amount of money out of alternate attacks. Not going to be able to MP9s and build up an economy. And Hyped is going to get talking to the boys. Looks like Complexity already know what they want to do with this round.
I like the parallel you drew earlier today about ZTR and Hyped and kind of being an academy player that we see get their chance on a tier 1 team, kind of, I don't want to say get fully scapegoated, but just not make the cut per the standards. And then, well, here we are. A big opportunity for alternate attacks in Cologne. Hyped, kind of being the man that's taken up the mantle, the only player with kind of tier 1 LAN experience, the guy who's doing the interviews and kind of becoming the face of this. So, boys become men in the Counter-Strike server. Hyped is on that trajectory. Let's see if they crumble under the pressure, because that's really when things get tough. Sometimes it's when you have that lead. You trip over your own shoelaces. Ah, damn it.
Drat.
I have been thwarted.
My IGL says I can't peek anymore.
Yeah. He gives away the M4 at least, so not only do you get tagged by a scout, but now you got to play a FAMAS.
Get team-moded instantly.
Ooh. You're not the main character this round, my friend.
Uh-oh.
Freeze rattles off.
Careful, but reloading Freeze.
Yeah, good thing he tucks back, just in case they were there to pop. But Complexity a little more patient about it.
All right, so here's that timing created. I mean, Freeze, it's nice for him to do this, but like, yeah, they actually don't even care. They're going to go ahead and make it scary for the CTs who have rotated over this way.
Loudly.
But they're actually faking it. The play right now is Grim coming back to A. Are they readying the split in time? It looks like the fake's going to be perfect. They're biting on the camera smoke.
Yep.
Complexity are creating the map they're looking for.
Perks would have to go above and beyond. If he can cut off Floppy, if Floppy comes in a little too soon, then maybe the camera players can't deal with him.
Be first.
And JT instant on the rotate. They catch Freeze back in storage. Ooh, that's a sign of a very strong T side.
That's what gaps do.
Yeah.
Like that's a moment where you can be watching passively with camera, but then you're subservient to the smokes that come out. If you get cut off on that info, you were last spotted falling back through camera, they have an inkling that it might be a 3B setup, then that one smoke is going to screw up your whole map. So they had no choice but to scramble a bit, because if Complexity had just gone forward with a regular split towards the other half of the map, no problem. Like they know they've got two surrounded. But that is the tough part about this map, though. It's like, when do you passively spot? When do you stack? And when you go for mid control, because the CTs don't have aggressive ways to keep it late into the round. So oftentimes these late mid timings are really the difference maker for good T sides.
So a very strong second round here from Complexity. Losing the pistol, no problem. Buy in with Galil's, that scout tag I feel like also kind of...
It helps.
Yeah, turned away Atax's opening moves. Now they're talking about a free M4 upgrade. Everybody survived.
Oh man, when I see Elise shaking his hand like that, I get worried if he's getting RSI or something.
No.
You know, then when you get tendonitis, it starts burning.
If there's anybody who I trust to kind of have like...
protocols?
Yeah, and also just like a really good preventative injury routine.
Like a $3,000 automatic ice pack.
Yeah.
Perfectly timed.
Like one day Jabby will sit up straight. Oh God.
Yeah, but Elise also... You know, he just does so much training and everything.
That's also fair, yeah.
And so it's like, yeah, that can definitely be an injury that affects you.
We're getting old, man. Some of us are getting old. Get out of the way. Donk's coming. Starting to wrap around this B site. The bomb's getting into position, but this is a gamble stack from alternate attacks with the two M4s
it's a
in
really
the
good
right
one.
side. Molly forces him out. JT traded out. That's both the M4s down in dark. Now dealt with. Just the pistols left, one of which on jail. You found the last player, and the bomb's going to disengage. Halzer dives around the corner. Freeze can go take an M4 instead of the Galil if he wants it, but he's not getting further from this position without any fight against Floppy. Floppy locking it in. Halzer punches in the digits. Complexity looking to make mincemeat of that little lead ATN once had. Still have, but, you know, turning
It
tides.
gets littler.
Littler. Stuart Littler.
What was your favorite childhood movie growing up?
Small Soldiers.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Small Soldiers. One of the most, just the best. I recently rewatched it. Holds up incredibly. You ever watched Small Soldiers, dude? The Plight of the Gorgonites?
Is that an animated movie?
No. It's CGI. And IRL. It's IRL and CGI.
Oh, is it Adam Sandler?
No.
Is it the with like toy soldiers that come alive at night?
Yeah, it's called Small Soldiers, and they come alive all the time. It's about a toy company that puts military microchips into their toys, who are designed, half of them as soldiers, to eliminate the Gorgonites.
Got a vague memory of this. Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, it's a story about the underdog coming back and winning.
Oh, so you're feeling nostalgic lately?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Turned 30, had to
grasping on everything.
Yeah, please.
No, I've been going back and enjoying things.
I hope we don't hit an iceberg.
Is that from the movie?
It's the closing line.
Yeah, and if you want to know what happens if they hit it or not, you got to watch.
Spoiler, there's no iceberg.
That's a big spoiler, Connor, because I really didn't know.
That's called Titanic. Oh, spoiler. There's an iceberg there, too.
What a twist. You were just making up the line. It wasn't even from the movie. And you did it in the Forrest Gump voice, which is the craziest part of all.
Well, while in memory lane. Why that you just leaked into my brain? Ooh, just pistols. We're supposed to be able to goof and gaff, but there's an AK.
Yep.
Run for the B site. We saw them get ahead of the exec a round prior, but just not have the tools for the job.
No connecting site smokes just yet.
They're getting in. They're getting in. That AK's down on long. USP in the corner. They're the rifles.
What's happening right here? They're just out of utility, basically, so they have to swing on this.
The
ball has not crossed.
They throw it. Floppy's got the safe plant. They can isolate the fight on jail. They know that. They try to take it to Grim, but Grim is prepared for him. Perks didn't go swinging alongside his teammate, so now he's got to find the 1v2.
2 kills so far.
No kit. It's going to be a tough one, but they came in with majority pistols, so already good damage. Come on, bud. Ooh. Grim on the same spot. Floppy's yet to move a muscle, and Grim's got him covered. Locked in is Complexity's 8th, and as anticipated, the T side ties up quick.
Yeah, you spoiled it. The lead's gone, like you said, even though we didn't know if that was going to happen, but it comes down to this, first duel into spotting some players, and this is sort of a curious situation where I think their most important site smoke is not there. I don't know if it's because the anti-eco, they want to like duel it out, but it looked like they ran out of utility a little bit sooner than they expected. But they do have the duelers. They do have the duelers available to bail them out.
Duelists.
Heart of the cards. Why'd you laugh at your own setup? You knew it was coming.
Alish making quick work of long control. Careful perks. Oh, he sees it. Excellent. Hangs on, but more where Alish came from. Missed up shot out of Halzerg.
Shot Halzerg. That's when bad things happen.
Ollie goes in front of this.
Grim is not.
Oh, down he goes. Look at the swarm here from alternate attacks. They just jumped on that A site like there was the full commit. Luckily, they've still got an anchor in place, right? Long control over on the opposite side of the map from Ozek. He sees nothing, so they'll stay here. Kind of 2 mid, 2A, anticipating complexity maybe coming back for second servings.
Is there already a call here for Grim to just peel back instead of try to cheat over towards camera? Or maybe, I mean, expecting probably that his teammates get at least 1 kill in the site. That's fair. The lurk, though, still potential for it. They bifurcated the defense. There's a chance that this attack goes well if Grim gets his.
And he does.
And now they actually are going to go back the other way, but do they think there's another player? Hyped. He gets his second player.
12th frag to the board.
Oh my God, they're walking it back again.
Then the Dark Peak trades for him. Floppy's got to sprint it now. If you haven't done enough to keep everyone corralled, he's got to be confident that he can dive into the site, at least get into the safe side. And he sees that it's close. They're going to try to get him down, and they will. Arrow anticipating the fake. Alternate attacks rock that boat back and forth, and its complexity kind of taken over. Crashing waves on the T side. CT's back to the lead.
That became a hard situation to read on this side of the map. The extra player, as Grim got this, they got both kills within it. Maybe if they killed Alish and Halzerg with 2 different people, they would have known. I'm not sure, but man, the amount of rotations back and forth almost worked out in an interesting way for complexity, but alternate attacks, kept their guns out while the sun was out. Made sure to not allow for one of those rotations to cause a mess. So the way this round starts is Alish sort of creeps into the angle that Perks is holding, and it's a very honest duel won by him, who again has had a solid map overall. I think the closer a team like alternate attacks gets to the finish line, the more time you give them to think. The slower the rounds.
As we kind of saw them get outplayed on that A site once. But this one's looking like a full B committal. Arrow. Oh, very dangerously close to the front runner. So the perfect entries from Halzerg. Almost stopped by Hyped, but Floppy's here to help out. It's a big burst and a drive-by UMP.
God, it's literally the perfect exec. But it's a 2v3. And I don't know. They're going to try. I mean, it's MP9. It's so far away. And they just want to maintain the money. So they're going to get out of here. Complexity win that off of a perfect call, and it's a contact play. They have sort of a mixed buy. They use low utility, and I mean, literally, they're in position to get the molly down on spotting anybody, but they're really hoping it's maybe an op swinging out wide or a rifler taking 1 peek, not 4 guys hugging the wall, ready to explode on you. Even with a full spread, that molly, well, it's not going to be a full spread as soon as they release it when you're that close.
Yep.
It's just not going to do that much damage.
Should never stop moving. That first frag was all about just getting as much space as possible. Look at him go, gunning for it. And then good on Floppy to make sure that things don't get completely stuffed by Hype. So, oh man, look at the ramifications that round has. Obviously 2 weapons saved for alternate attacks, but...
It's on op, right? No? No, I thought they dropped one. Okay.
You're seeing things, Mohan.
IEM. I just got new glasses, too.
Oh.
No refunds.
Trying to make the most of the M4 with the perch in B.
Bomb is kind of eyeing up long A control alongside Halzerk. But Complexity want to play an early timing into the B site. Doing a good job of keeping people stacked. Pistols found out. That's 2 confirmed. Nice shot from Floppy. Actually, he was the man in the back. All the while, we get that bomb leaking into the A play. So really nice kind of, you know, 2-pronged attack from Complexity.
Yeah, that's a hard call to deal with.
Yes.
The last round was such a simplistic maneuver into like a double fake at the same time. It's like a nice one here for Complexity. That's I do feel bad for alternate attacks. They're getting full strength. Cole now coming in on T side.
JT digging deep, putting together the master plan.
Forcing them to work map control on both halves of the map and have perfect communication just to make sure they don't fall for anything. But now it's like, what's coming up next? I think the main thing is definitely Dark Control is getting taken way too early from alternate attacks, and this is a round where they don't have that much to work with, so it's not too bad. But I think after the 2 saved guns, they've got a full buy, but it's still with just a concession of a 1 MP9.
All right. Hyper-aggressive B setup at the same time as Ozek getting the Elige frag. Shocking that he gets away with one there. Felt like he was blind and getting pummeled. Arrow not going to be able to escape. He turns his back, and Floppy makes sure that there is no retreat allowed. We go 3v3. Alternate attacks goes for the double A setup. Freezes eyes, drawn back towards mid. Suddenly, things get quiet.
And even if they think there's 2 players here on CT, it's actually pretty easy to isolate them because they have to watch camera. I think they know Freeze is around here. And no smoke means Floppy puts pressure on, and it's really perfect. They've got info on the second last player.
But that second to last player is putting up a fight, and he's got support. Oh, Freeze doesn't need support, but it does get in position. An ace demanded a Floppy, 4 kills for him. And with 13 health, he hunts the duel, anticipates the peak, but just can't put that last man down. Attacks tie up.
Nice try. But, you know, even better round there from the heavens. That's a really good hold and very tough to do, and it starts off with Ozek getting blinded and killing Elige to kick the round off. Freeze. What a hold, man.
Hell yeah.
That's a hype moment.
Good. Well-earned round. Keeps this game tight. A swift reminder, any results possible. And a welcome sight to see that alternate attacks have come to play. Be all too easy to write them off here in Cologne. Stiff competition. Elige awaits somebody overstepping. It could be Freeze. Man of the last round. 2 opponents facing the door. They find him. Oh, but he gets both!
Oh, okay.
Freeze hangs on. Elige peeks through. Man advantage to the defense. Ozek cautious. He's got to be.
Had a great round just now. They got to be very careful. But they dodge, avoid getting the rotation kill. Some final nades coming in. We're down to 3 flashes here for Complexity.
Floppy's looking to get active in middle at the same time, but this also leaves the door open for Perks to start his flank because Floppy's already surpassed the bridge.
He's coming in down from beneath. Like, this is a full stack to the wrong side now.
They're going to have to run. He's found the open path, but because he's already under the bridge, he can't stop them. They have to run, and it's deep temple control. Floppy able to open that door. They're going to get onto the site with mere seconds left. Bomb to be planted, and alternate attacks tasked with a retake with MP9s. They have to call it quits.
Wow.
JT just outmaneuvers. Finagled our alternate attacks. Complexity back with a lead.
There's so much utility invested to the point where there was literally 3 flashes left and 3 Ts outside of both sites, and they used all of that distraction just to get Floppy up through middle And he comes through with so much X factor. That 2K spray down on the rotations. If he didn't get both kills, they don't have enough time to get to the site and plant. That would have been too much resistance. That's brutal. But the player with the MP9 rotating through canals is the one who makes the mistake.
Sure. Kind of gets too close.
He was hoping maybe that Floppy was the third player who was in dark already when they were going to split, but he was just too confident they were going to commit.
Yep.
And they left that kind of big gap inside of middle and just hoped that Complexity were going to split with it, but they have been using it so often.
Because even if he doesn't catch Floppy, still just maybe catching those two other rotators as they start to sprint. Could have stopped Bomb, could have slowed something down. But
Yeah, if he stayed in the site.
All three, oh, sure.
Yeah.
Just straight up the site itself.
Yeah, stayed in the site, watched the flank, played in heaven, or rotated a different way.
Okay.
Yeah. Then if he rotated out through spawn, then he has a chance to come back. And any little bit would have stopped them.
So many what ifs, could have been.
Oh, yeah.
But this is when the pressure is at its peak for the likes of alternate attacks. Going tit for tat with Complexity on Anubis. They're only one round away, but then you remind yourself you're playing with majority pistols. If it's not Arrow or Perks here in round 22, then it's Complexity to secure OT. Deagle finds a bit of damage. Freeze trying to make the most of it after already getting that 2K last round to kind of set up attacks to close the round. Liege takes the helm of the Dark Control. We've got Bomb floating back in water, so let this long player also get into position. And it's looking like a rinse and repeat of a round we've seen prior, where the three Dark players kind of keep the pressure up, and maybe Bomb ends up walking into an open A. Bolstered by the last round, where we see CTs peel off early. Halzerk finds Freeze. Good mid-kill. And again, that pressure's on. There goes the A rotate, and he does it loud again. So Floppy sees that as an opening, but we do get Perks coming back along the wall. Still, though, gives away enough audio for Floppy to get hyper-aggressive, right? That aggressive lurk that just takes so much control, coupled with the utility, keeps alternate attacks out of their bomb site. But a nice P250 tap from Hyped. He tries to stretch for the AK, gets a little antsy, and has to call it quits. This is Complexity's 12.
It is. Now it is alternate attack saving up for this next moment. So unfortunately for them, they don't allow themselves to tie up, maybe even get their money back on its feet early, but they're still looking to go for the full strength buy in round 23. This half has all been about Floppy, you know, finding leads, JT setting up those moments, but that aggressive lurk that I think you brought up, you know, that he opened up in that way, that initiative has basically served them massively in having options when their site hits have failed.
Yeah, I asked Maui Snake this morning, kind of like, what have you thought about Cole as of late? You know, he's a fan of the team, a friend of the team, perhaps. Say, keep your eyes on Floppy. I hope it's just kind of, you know, indicative of maybe some more confidence. And we have seen these confident plays into the A site to get both 11 and 12 on the board for Cole. So, can they close is always the question with Complexity. Smokes down at both entry points to the B site. Attacks wanting to put a third member inside A ahead of time, but this also couples with a gap in the defense in that mid. Man, you put a smoke down on camera, everything becomes a question mark for the CTs, but luckily for them, that's not a problem just yet. Minute to the clock, more util down.
Defense banking on 2 more smokes and an incendiary, but we get, of course, Complexity steps closer. Bombs in tow. They're going to peek, and they both go down. It's kills across the board for Cole. Chance here for Ozek, looking to shine. Freeze looking to bolster him. Already out from Temple. The 2 are here, but Freeze gets cleared, and Complexity who've gotten themselves into the B-bomb site. It's 40 health between Complexity and a 2-0 win over top of Alternate Attacks, who absolutely brought the level of competition to the server today, who claimed they had done their preparation and proved it, and on an individual level had given us a hope between rounds to rounds. Ultimately, Complexity survived this test, but it's still that disheartened, disheveled Cole, as maybe it's not as easy as they'd hope, but a close is a close for Complexity.
Yeah, you've got to be very impressed with the level that they brought. And for Complexity, it's a sigh of relief. The fact that they have got past this with strong second halves at the very minimum. And even in the rounds where Alternate Attacks won this time, they were a bit more formidable. I think Complexity over on Inferno, there were just too many tragedies that took place to really take solace in the victory when it should have been a very one-sided game. And what can you say? At least you know that Complexity on day 1 are not the team they are on day 2. And even though they are just coming off of a tournament recently played, you're still going to expect a lot of progress from them. So Alternate Attacks will not be the biggest upset of the day. That still, so far, I think, goes towards Saw, who pulled it off versus the Mongolz. But they've got our attention.
Yeah, our attention and our praise. I think that this is a level of Counter-Strike Alternate put forward that makes things interesting come day 2. So back to the drawing board and back down into the capable hands of Efya.
Indeed, Halzer, congratulations. That's a win, and a win is a win, and I think it really goes for this one against an absolute underdog, but it was hard fought, it looked to me. They came with their homework done. What were kind of the challenges in this best of 3?
I think we did some mistakes as a team, and that made us lose some rounds, and they kept rolling. And I mean, they're not a bad team for sure. They can definitely do some upsets there, so it was nice getting a 2-0 win there.
Yeah. Was it nice getting the 1v5?
I mean, it's just one of those, you know.
Happens every day.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah. To highlight another play, I want to talk about the beginning of Anubis as well, because obviously Anubis, you want to close the series out 2-0, and then the first round you should have very much won. Grim dies then in the end, and they can't defuse. How did you make sure that you didn't get tilted right off the bat?
I mean, they had a good pistol round. They have 2 Molotovs, and we have no kits. Not much we can do, really. We just one of those rounds, and you have to go next, I guess.
Yeah, and go next, indeed. Now, of course, there's a lot to say about Complexity, about how you guys are evolving, and about how you're doing when things aren't going so well, and how the rounds evolve when you have to communicate when things aren't going well. So what can you say in terms of the work you've done there, and what we can expect for Cologne?
I mean, we're working on it every day as a team. I mean, that's one of our weaknesses. When we don't do well, our communication gets bad. So that's something we are working on every day. And I mean, today on Inferno it was better, and on Ubis it could have been better. So I mean, if we are playing at our game and communicating how we want to, I think we can definitely do very well here.
Okay, a win is a win. Thank you so much, Halzer.
Thank you.
A win is a win is a win, indeed, and a 2-0 win feels all the better, even if, on a round-by-round basis, there might be some things you want to look at if you're Complexity.
I think we can just take it as a win for both the teams, in all honesty, right? For Complexity, I could see the choke coming from a mile away. I could see the tilt setting, and I could see them feeling, once again, the same old Cole of old, but they're able to hold on, they're able to close it out. And so a couple of cool rounds coming in. For Attacks, I'll just say it. I'm very pleasantly surprised. I didn't really have too many expectations coming into this game for them, and I felt like, sure, you might have a few nice pocket strats, a few counter strats or whatnot planned for Complexity, but even in rounds where it came down to 2v2s, 3v3s, they played very, very solidly, and yeah, basically showing a lot of tenacity, and despite the loss here, I think they put up a very, very good effort.
Yeah, I think, look, for me, it's the saying, you win or you learn, and both teams won and both teams learned, right? Alternate Attacks, there were so many points where they had man advantages, and they just got too ahead of themselves, might have gone a bit too aggressive at certain points, and then things just go wrong really quickly. But it also comes down to individual performances from Cole, able to get back into it. And even though they won by 3 rounds on Anubis there, there's a lot to take away moving into the next parts of the tournament, because that was not clean. They had to lose a lot of openings as well in individuals, and then off the back of that, it was like alternate attacks were just able to expose a couple of their weaknesses. And when a team that's coming in arguably as last seed, you know, just as the invite, that's where you start to need to get a little bit worried.
Yeah, you do indeed. And there were some rounds, a little topsy-turvy here. I think you've got one in particular you want to show us, Blah?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to, like, you know, give some props here to alternate attacks, right? We're going to play this round out, and just before, just prefacing this, attacks have just been doing this deep swing. I'm going to just highlight this real quickly here over the radar. You will see them going for the deep A main smoke around here, which allows them to, you know, get a lot of space and attack this A bomb site time and time again. Now we're going to see a reaction coming in from Complexity. You're going to see the aggression coming out from the CTs here. You're going to see 2 players, 3 players are actually pushing up towards A main, trying to get control. I'm just going to pause here for a real quick second. You can take a look at once more at the radar. They're going to be playing ahead of the smoke being deployed by the Ts. They're going to be playing aggressively, but this is a switch up coming in from the side of attacks. Instead of just condition them towards A, and now, despite the reaction coming in towards the A main from Complexity, the hit is going to be coming in towards B. It's going to be a fast B hit coming in from the side of attacks. And yes, the trades were kind of back and forth a little bit, but it did catch Complexity off guard. They weren't ready for this fast hit coming from attack. So just to highlight the fact that, in all honesty, the first half, despite the fact that Complexity were able to make things competitive overall, attacks were conditioning them. They seemed to be ahead of them a couple of the rounds. A lot of prep coming in. And in all honesty, as you pointed out as well, Mac, a few of the rounds, these man advantage positions, if they played a little bit smarter, we could have been seeing map number 3 coming in, and I might have been very disappointed for Complexity.
What I've liked as well watching alternate attacks, especially here on Anubis, if not out here is watching, there's been a couple of nice little pop flashes I've seen them throwing that has enabled them to go for those aggressive plays, especially, I think there's one in particular, we probably don't have a replay of it, but it's nice little underhand flash from mid doors over into like A main water area, and then you can push from both dark or E-box, whatever you want to call it, and A main at the same time. It looked really good, so I'm putting that in my playbook.
And we can probably, you know, roll the next round as well. This is, again, a very cool call coming in from Complexity later on in the second half as well, the contact play. And this is something we're talking about in the green room as well, right? You can see the buy from Complexity, UMP, Deagle, not that great, and look at the contact play coming in. This is why the CT Incendiary changes. It doesn't really do too much damage. The moment you spot the player, you hurl it Incendiary, it's barely going to tickle the players charging on in, and good opening kills with the UMP being found, and a 3v2, you just have to save looking at the economy.
There's a lot you can learn from that round, especially if you are alternate attacks. Like the guy with the molly probably shouldn't be playing so close to B main. Obviously he's playing there to get the sound cues, but if there are no sound cues, that's the perfect counter. You're just up in their face and then you're able just to run into sight. So unfortunate situation. I liked what they were trying to do, taking the canals control, but Cole weren't in canals, so that's Counter-Strike.
An important lesson for everyone at home as well. The CT Molly, it's a fiction. It's a joke. It can't hurt you. Just run through it. Just run through it. It's fine.
Not all the
time.
time.
Real anymore.
Yeah, most of the times, yeah.
It's been so nerfed, it's crazy.
It has.
This is like one of the bigger tournaments we've seen since it's been nerfed, by the way.
And it's also because, you know, absolutely, right? We haven't seen too many of these teams play, and I feel like even myself, for example, I kind of forget that it is different from how it was earlier, right?
Yeah.
And this is clearly an example where you can't play that anymore. We've seen it on the A bomb side as well, on the same very map, where you're kind of jiggling towards the A main position. You spot a player out, you throw the Incendiary, it's barely going to do any damage. You're just going to get run down, and you are going to be caught out with your pants down, switching into a weapon. So that's what happens.
We're like wild animals, us Counter-Strike players. We see fire and we just go and run, even if it's not that dangerous.
Again.
You know who was dangerous? You know who was dangerous today? Our Air Force aim high player of the match. It's Mr. Johnny Theodosia himself. It's JT.
Man's got 7 opening duels won in Anubis as well, so that's part of the reason why he's here as the aim high head-to-head MVP. But also, frag and IGLs, man, they are almost a necessity at this point of the game. It feels like if you don't have them, you're just behind the 8 ball.
And the thing with JT is obviously a great performance coming out from him as well. He is one of the most sacrificial IGLs as well. He's going to be running in first, but the key difference between him and someone like, let's say, Snappy, for example, is he's actually being the entry fragger instead of the entry frag most of the times, which is nice to have. And when we talk about the individuals and Complexity team, we saw Halzerg have a quiet game, for example, quiet start. Elige obviously going to be delivering every single time. He needs that one other consistent piece. And we're looking at Floppy, man. I'm looking at Grim. They're not really delivering every single time, but JT, he does it. Time and time again.
Look, I'm saying there's even the Elige odd game. It doesn't happen often, but there's the occasional map where he sort of has a quieter one. That's the thing about Complexity, is like it's so hard to diagnose their issues because it feels like the issue changes constantly, unless you're named JT, and then you just bring in it day in, day out.
Once again, NA getting bailed out by someone from, not from NA.
He's been there long enough. He's ours now.
Ah, shut up.
We're claiming him. We've had him for like
He's from the wrong
6
hemisphere.
years?
You can't do that.
Sure, and I'm
6
Danish.
years?
All right.
Look, there's nothing
AKS
more
is next.
American than adopting immigrants and claiming them as our own. It's what we do. It's what we do consistently. And complexity, it's what they do to find success, and success they did have. At the end of the day, they are now just one series away from making it through into that next stage, from continuing their journey here at IEM Cologne. I know there were some signs of concern, but this still does feel like a Cole team that absolutely should be making it through, right?
Yeah, I mean, they showed good signs, and I know when you just look at the results, right, they're going, oh my god, it was so close against alternate attacks, but if you actually watch the game, I think Attacks played a really good game of Counter-Strike. They had a good game plan going in, and have to give credit where it's due to them, but for complexity, they didn't fumble the bag. They got it done, and now it's just above, you know, what does Buzz say? Above and beyond?
To infinity and beyond.
Infinity and beyond. Well, I don't know about infinity.
What does Buzz say? I was like, Astralis? What are we doing here?
Throwback.
Hey Joe, look, for me, I think it's a pleasant surprise how alternate attacks played, but as I said before, the inexperience is shining through in a couple of those moments. So if they're able to tighten that up, maybe a lower bracket run is a possibility, but going up against Cole, that's a good experience to kick things off here at Cologne.
I will say as well, right, this is the kind of team that is so relatively inexperienced in these kind of stages where you do expect every map of Counter-Strike that they can get could just be a leveling up experience.
Yeah.
And they do get another chance in the lower bracket, and we're going to find out their opponent here, because if I'm not mistaken, the bracket sets them up against the loser of this Eternal Fire Falcons game that's going on over on the A stream right now. And look, there have been weaknesses for both of those rosters, so if either one of those wind up down there, it's not an impossible task to see an Attacks pulling off something, maybe at least pushing them.
Even if they, even if they wind up losing the next game against whoever the loser of this particular matchup is, if they can make it close like they did with against Complexity right now, I think they can walk away with the heads held high, but more importantly, lots of lessons learned. Again, the biggest event this particular 5-man unit, or even individually, have ever played as well. I think a couple of rounds being won over there.
Sounds like it.
They're loud. Dude, listen, man, I just want to say I love this setup. You can just hear everyone just popping off, being loud. You love it.
It's only day one as well. I was talking to Chad before, and I was like, "Oh, is it always like this?" And he's like, "It's always like this." And he's like, "Tomorrow it's going to be louder because it's eliminations on the line."
If you're wondering about where we sit, you can kind of see it up in the rafters there. So we can just look down onto this hall and check out who's getting loud. And with 2 games going on as at once, sometimes you don't actually know which game is having the pop off until you can tell which language.
Especially when the Brazilians are playing with the 3 Brazilian teams, you have no idea what's happening. All you hear is "Vamos!" And I'm like, yeah.
And some other words.
I'm excited
some
to
other can't say on stream.
I want to see how loud Imperial get, because I haven't seen them at LAN. I haven't heard them at LAN, rather. You know, Fury, we know they get loud.
Oh, Imperial's loud.
Brazilian team?
Have you seen some of the guys in that team? They're gonna be loud, baby.
I don't know. By the standards of Brazilian teams, I feel like they might be a little bit more calm, but that's not really saying a whole lot. They're still getting loud. We're going to get loud because we've got more Counter-Strike to go today. That means there's more fun to be had, more excitement to be had here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. We'll be right back after this break.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
tight gap. It's Woxic with that high sensitivity. Will he be able to find that pixel perfect adjustment, whether it's required? We'll wait and see. Madden are not going to consider the sandbags, but Wicardia, the risk of this is
hello.
that... Yeah, okay. You get cleared from that angle. No, never mind.
Well,
Madden.
if they had extra mollies, Alex, maybe they could have used it on sandbag.
True. Mad just was too disconnected from the pack.
And that's sometimes where you have to drop the firepower, go for the Galil so you can get the util, but they've all gone for AKs, and you want to get an AK in your hand in the half.
This would be huge from Dupree. Wow, such good awareness, but the bomb goes down to Zentares. The ramp player is Ladder. And the other one was hiding behind sandbags and I didn't clear him.
I went for a play, it didn't work. So up next is Nuke. That's going to be Falcon's map choice. But Eternal Fire are currently 3 on the trot as far as Nuke's concerned. Not the best
in the
of opponents.
Okay, right. But still wins. Eternal Fire saying they're more comfortable here. Back in the familiar environment that they had in Katowice.
Sounds to me like some teams have just arrived, Alex. I can hear monitors being set up.
Where do you put your black equalizer, Chad?
Here on the PC they provided in the hotel. I've left it on 0, and I love the contrast of colors.
It does look nice. I couldn't agree more.
360 hertz monitor, I really need to invest. I'm still in that 240 lifestyle.
I've been living that 360 life for a while. Woxic secures 12.
And that's a 1080 from Snappy as he falls down the side of the building.
Oh, dear.
It is Pain Gaming setting up directly below us. Big Yazera sitting in the middle. He's got Young Buck Snow next to him.
Yeah, there's a bit of talk in the town about this Pain Gaming roster. Forever a little bit of a disruptor. I'm intrigued to see if Big Yazera and his boys are going to have a chance to do some damage to Liquid. Of course, Liquid fresh off of making quite the strongest of debuts over at Blast.
Yeah, them and G2 coming out of the break with roster changes hot.
Hot. All right, well,
it's a homage to Freakazoid.
Yeah, we hot. Glocks, that's someone else.
I think that's Dazed.
Yeah.
Or Mo.
Yeah.
Or is that Chicken Coop?
Oh, that's Mo. Chicken Coop. Dazed right now.
And confused.
And Snappy pushes in and doesn't clear Madja. Despite the flashbang, Madja still gets it. 3 versus 3, all to play for Falcons. This feels like it's a lost cause with the bomb already delivered to the doorstep of Wicardia. He dumps his util, and yeah, the boost might be your only option, but I think the CTs might be pre-aiming that. Look at Woxic's position. He knows that's the only real possibility while the smoke is up. His eyes are locked on that, so they're wise to think twice. They'll cut noise and hope that it sows some seeds of doubt.
There's another incendiary on Zentares, but he's gone a little bit of a looky-loo, trying to lock the door. So drop down the ladder. If he pushes too early, he might actually give them another rifle to work with.
Yeah, they've got 35 to work with. Now, knowing the bomb is front B, it's... Oh, Woxic spotted. That's going to leave Zentares completely overlooked. And it looks like Vertigo concludes in 13-5 scoreline. That is dominant from Eternal Fire. The Turkish side doing damage. And Zentares at the front of the pack. 24 frags. An unbelievable total for just 18 rounds of play.
fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa. Doing my thing, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the mind is on. Man, I don't play, I'm on the way. Beast mode, King Kong coming today. Obstacles, try delay. Crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, on a wave, from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters here down in Cologne. We're in the walls. We're in your walls, folks, and we're here on your desk. I'm Darth Mike. We got Bleh. We got Mac, and we're ready to talk about the Brazilian battle right now because Furia are taking on Imperial, and at the end of the day, there can only be one to advance in the upper bracket. The other one will stay in the event, though.
I mean, the other one
there could be two.
Other one's not going to really advance at the end of the day either, so you kind of mess that one up.
You never know.
You never know.
They're going to go down.
Here we are.
Stay up.
Who knows?
On top, down below, down under. It's Mac. I'm great. How are you, Mac?
I was the one that had the caffeine during the break, and I'm not that buzzed. What's going on?
You know, got to bring a little bit of energy into it. Speaking of energy, we are going to need a little bit of that from these two squads, right? Coming in strong. We have a Fury that's been looking improved since their latest changes. We have an Imperial team that has maybe had some more struggles of late. What do we make of this one?
I mean, obviously, Furia, just looking at the name value right there, you have to pin them as the favorites here, right? Also looking at the history of these two teams. For me, Furia, though, it is a promising prospect. I saw them EWC where, sure, they only played, seemingly only nuke right there, but they got the job done. They were looking very good. And with Skulls coming in with his debut, with his new lineup, I think they're looking solid overall, if you ask me.
Yeah, Skulls' transition was surprising. Whatever happened, his addition into the roster just made everyone, turn over a new leaf, just start to really find some form. And they looked like a whole different team. At least at EWC, we'll see if that's going to be able to transition here into Cologne. But look, a solid showing, that lower bracket run that we saw, even though, as you mentioned, it was all just nuke. Everyone was performing, and if we get a Fury where everyone's performing like we know that they can, then they are a very dangerous team.
And then one thing which I really liked what Fury did was you could be forgiven for them, a new player coming in, just played some of the shit roles in some position you're not very comfortable on. Instead, what it did was it told Cello, hey man, you got to play something different. Nuke, for example, as you touched upon, he's like, you're not playing floor anymore, you're not playing the upper bomb side anymore, you're going to be playing towards ramp. Cello did that, and it made Skulls feel comfortable. And every interview I've had with Skulls is Skulls saying, I feel so much happier here right now.
I do have to say, a little, my heart goes out to Cello just a little bit, because he used to be on teams where he was the star, he was the focal piece, and it feels like on this Furia roster, every time something changes, it's just like, hey Cello, buddy, we got some new spots for you, we got some new roles for you, you're just gonna move just a little bit, you're just gonna move a little bit.
Look, I'm looking at him to be the voice of the team, the loud individual screaming behind us, because he's usually the one doing it, right?
Yeah, he's got the energy. Speaking of energy, I think Imperial's going to need to find some new energy, because we were looking back at their results, and it may surprise you. I don't think this Imperial roster, or really any Imperial roster for a long time, has actually ever beat Furia.
Yeah.
It's like a long history.
Looks like it.
Yeah. And that's kind of rough. But then again, I feel like a lot of these Brazilian... Yeah, go on.
I just want to say, I'm pretty sure the only time that they have seen, you got Dallas, what was that, 2022?
It's a long time ago,
That was a long time ago. This is
the 2024 one, that one I watched.
Think
that was like February.
This is super different
Imperial
lineup.
It's very different lineups. And speaking of lineups, I do want to touch upon, we've spoken about the lineup change for Imperial coming in, right? But we really haven't really gone in depth, because you go back to the Henny interview where he gave post getting removed, and he was like, I wasn't expecting to get removed. So I do wonder, obviously we don't know what really transpired right there, but clearly they're like, this isn't working out.
Yeah.
But is the op change going to be the difference maker? I doubt it, in all honesty. And it's not like Troy is a bad opera, so to speak, but I feel like fundamentally as a team there were more issues they had rather than just the opera not doing his job.
I feel like, all the statistics looking at Try, I haven't seen him play, but I'm keen to see him play and see what he can do here on LAN up against Furia. I'm looking more at No Way, Descenti, through the RMRs when they did make it through the RMRs. They looked like they were the key pieces of the puzzle, and they had some very nice storylines coming from Brazil as well. I think it was No Way was the one that was the streamer that ended up just being good enough, got picked up by Imperial, and then managed to make his way to a major. Man, that's like a crazy storyline. And since then, they haven't had a huge amount of games or internationally. It's all been domestic, so it's good to see him making it to an international stage again. And now we can finally see what they're capable of on the world stage again.
We can indeed, but looking at the other side of the coin, we're kind of wondering what this Fury is looking like, and to find out what they might be feeling heading into this matchup, we caught up with Fallen.
Fallen, it's time for the first game of Furia here at IEM Cologne. I know a lot of people are very excited, and also very excited to see how the integration of Skulls is working in the lineup. So what can you say about how everything has been evolving?
Hello everyone, happy with the first tournament we played together. We're able to go to the playoffs and pretty satisfied with the first result. And now we had a little bit more time to practice. Let's see how prepared we are for this one. And so far, having a lot of fun and enjoying playing with him, which is the most important. And I think the results will come with time.
Okay. Is it a case of that you're now everyone is trying to make sure that he is comfortable in the first place and you figure out the rest later?
I would say that it wasn't too hard for us to really get in his comfort zone because the roles he's playing is the ones that he likes the most. So for him, it's pretty easy to switch and help us the most. And I think it's more about us finding the groove and you know, finding the way to play that fits everyone so we can get the practice and get the results we want.
Speaking of getting off to a good foot, it's kind of a Brazilian party in this part of the bracket. 3 of the 4 Brazilian teams that are attending are in this part, and you're starting versus Imperial. First up, what do you think of the fact that it's kind of happening a lot now that, unfortunately, the Brazilian teams need to knock each other out? But how do you feel it's going to go versus Imperial that you may send to the lower bracket?
I think it's fun that we got a chance to play them in a big tournament. We don't play with them that much, to be honest. I think the other teams are playing themselves a little bit more than we're playing them, so it's always fun to interact and play with them. And I think that it's going to be a great matchup. I think they have been playing well. They have great players. I have been very close to them. I have played with them in the past, so I know their qualities. So it's going to be intense. Yeah, let's hope for a good match and hopefully we win.
Good luck.
And hello to you as well, Fallen. I mean, certainly he's intimately familiar with Imperial, the organization, the players, everything about them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to touch upon what he mentioned there as well. Like, if you look at EWC, the results they had over there, sure, they weren't able to, you know, go for a deep run to the playoffs, so to speak, but he did mention how this is just kind of a testing ground for them, so to speak, with Skulls coming in and integrating him into the lineup as well. So all in all, it was pretty much a success for this Fury lineup. But right now, you know, the main test is obviously going to the next stage. I was actually surprised he mentioned, like, you know, I don't really play them that often, so I do wonder, do they not scrim each other a lot? Because that could be interesting then.
Maybe not. If you're domestic like that, sometimes you just try not to play the other better teams in the region to avoid that kind of thing.
Also, I do believe Fury wear boot camming quite a lot in EU as well.
So they don't spend a lot of time.
This is going to get interesting, honestly. Even though it's a Brazilian derby and things can get messy right there, the fact that it is a bit of an unknown quantity, and even for Fury, we've only seen them play like, what, 2-3 maps tops?
Yeah, no, it's not a big sample size. I do want to touch a little bit more on the X factor for Imperial because I think Try definitely could be that. We got a chance to just have a few words with him outside in between the matches, and he was talking about, I'm happy to be back. It's you know, I think the words he used were he was anxious to play the game in a good way, right? Like excited and eager to get back into the throw of things, to get back into the action, and that's a really good place to be for someone who wound up benching himself for health reasons.
And also when Try came back into this team, replacing Henny right there, he slotted in just before the IEM Rio qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken. And listen, he hit the ground running. He was, you know, highest rated player for this team in the past couple of online tournaments they played so far. So Try has had absolutely no problems whatsoever starting back into the team.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what he's going to be capable of here. You know, under the guise of Vinny, who arguably he's got a lot of experience, right? He can shed a lot of that experience onto the younger members of the lineup, and that's when things can get extremely interesting. He also has the insight into Furia. You know, he's played with a couple of the members there, might know some tendencies, even though there's tendencies.
Student versus a teacher,
huh?
A student versus a teacher, Fallen versus
a little bit of that.
Should be interesting.
Padawan stepping up. I mean, look, if I know a narrative arc, at some point the teacher has to overthrow the master, right? That's how.
Wait, the what? The teacher overthrows the master?
Oh, sorry. The student overthrows the teacher. You know, jet lag.
I have the high ground.
Like every NA team.
Yeah.
But no, honestly, I'm actually very curious to see. I know we still don't have the map veto coming up here, but I'm actually very curious to see where the maps are going to go. We had a quick chat with a couple of the players from Imperial, and listen, for me, Furious Nuke, I just want to touch upon, I'm 100% sure it's going to be coming out. It's a map that looked really, really, really good on. I'm talking about when they took down Mongolz, they almost took down Mongolz as well in that very map. I think it went all the way to overtime, if memory serves me right. But the thing is, they're not testing any other maps. We saw in Mirage, where they beat Mouse, they lost Navion. I think they'll played one Inferno. We have no idea how Dust 2 is going to be. We don't have no idea how a couple of other maps are going to be. And we don't know how they're going to switch up Skull dispositions on these maps, because there are a few roles which will be clashing, especially on the CT side.
How do we rate Fallen's AWP going into the likes of a Dust 2 if we see it?
I don't know, because I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen his team play it. So Ancient Anubis is going to be the usual bands coming. Dust 2 pick from Imperial.
Your favorite map,
You're about to see it.
This is a bit of a surprise. I thought Imperial would just go with Mirage, but I guess they want to throw a bit of a curveball here. We haven't seen Furia play Dust 2 yet.
Yeah.
So this is kind of uncharted territory for both the two teams, and more importantly for Imperial, they have really no data on how Furia plays this map. Nuke pick coming in from Furia, no surprises there. I don't know, maybe... What are you thinking here?
Well, I don't know. Furia's probably going to win Nuke. They've got many refs on it now. So we'll see if it's going to be that 2-0. It's going to be a bit of a litmus test there on Dust 2 to see how everyone's feeling here at Cologne, and that's what we need to focus on. Imperial, they've gone into it knowing that Furia haven't shown that playing card yet. So we're going to be able to see if Imperial are going to have the better fundamentals. Dust 2, a map which can really expose basics and who doesn't have the good fundamentals.
I do wonder for Imperial, the fact that they've kind of, just picked Dust 2, which means Fury are obviously going to be banning Mirage, right? It's a map where they look a little rough against Na'Vi and EWC, although they did get the win on Mouse. So it's a lot of faith being placed in a Dust 2. Now for Furious Dust 2, here's a question mark for me. I'm looking at Skulls. He's a long player. But that's when he was playing for Liquid.
Yeah.
If it comes down to the Sphere lineup, Yuri plays long, and he's replacing Kai, who's a B anchor. So is Skull's going to be playing the B anchor position, or is he going to be replacing Yuri's spot towards long? Couple of questions there. I'm excited about it.
I know that 9Z, right? I'm going to assume Imperial are scrimming 9Z because similar region, also landlocked over there for a lot of the time. And 9Z's Dust 2 is crazy. So who are they scrimming? Are they scrimming Imperial? Is Imperial's Dust 2 going to look just as good as 9Z's when they came out at Dallas and just tore everyone a new one as soon as that got added to the map pool? That's what I'm kind of hoping for here for Imperial.
Smells like a 3-mapper here, Mike.
Smells like a 3-mapper.
I can smell that too.
I like it. I think also our first map in this pick, we've got a little bit of time, so we'll dive back into it. Highlights nicely, something you two have mentioned. Like, what does Fallen Zopping look like on Dust 2, and what does Tri-Zopping look like? Period.
That's it. Head-to-head, who is going to get exposed, who's going to have the better performance. AWPs have been extremely influential so far. Teams that can pick up that double AWP as well. You know that Furia have been able to do that from time to time, and Dust 2 is a map where you can enable that.
I feel like, obviously pound for pound, just pure AWPing prowess right now, I would have to go the way of Tri, obviously, but I was pleasantly very surprised with how impactful Fallen was in Riyadh with AWP. Sure, he wasn't top fragging when you had Kesarad and Yuri just popping off like their skulls having a good time, but he was more than handy, more than good enough to get the kills he really needs to, right? He's not going to be the flashy opera of old. He's a little bit older right now, getting on with the age, but still a very reliable pair of hands.
Look, I'm just saying, the professor has taught a lot of courses before on Dust 2. I know we've got the shiny young opera and Tri, but sometimes experience shines.
Yeah, although, is he ready for the new box? Huh? That's a difference. We haven't seen too much of that.
I'm actually waiting to see someone. I'm sorry, just someone go for the the avant-garde, the VP smoke, where they smoke off the boost and use that as a retake. We haven't really seen too many retakes on the A bomb site yet. Using that could be interesting. Maybe we see that, because considering the Brazilians like the way they want to play, it can be a little spicy.
Yeah, it's also down to whoever has the better flashes in those situations, and especially if you're talking about retakes, who has you to left, what was going on the other side of the map. It's an open storybook that we need to write here, because Imperial, I'm feeling like they could have it. I think I'm a bit of a fan still from the last major, which is just a me thing. I'm sorry, guys, but Furia, look, they have infinite comfortability. You saw Skulls, he's just been smiling. Every time I've seen him here so far in Cologne, he's just been smiling. That level of comfort compared to when you saw him playing in Liquid, I never saw him smile that much. He obviously had a lot of pressure on his shoulders to speak a secondary language and then continue to perform in a lineup that was an experiment. But Fury is not that much of an experiment. It's almost like coming home.
Yeah, it does feel like there's a little bit of narrative connection between what these two teams are trying to do, right? Skulls was a player who was tabbed as potential prodigy level of talent after that stint in Pain. We were all talking about him, like, why is he not coming to a new team? Where is he going to move to? He goes to Liquid. It's like, this is the moment he can ascend as a Brazilian player on the international stage. Doesn't work out, but they say, we still like what we saw. We still like what he brought. We still like that talent. Let's throw him in a new experiment.
Another one I want to highlight quickly as well is Kesarado, right? I feel like at EWC, he didn't have those huge pop-off games that were necessary because he didn't have to. But will he be able to hit that stride again? Will he be able to
It's Kesarado.
That star level performer?
If I ever had to put my faith of my life in the hands of one player performing, this ever has been Kesarado. I have no doubt about it. But I just want to preface before we jump into the game, we have like 50 seconds remaining. Furious T-side has been some of the best T-sides I've seen them play in a long, long time. And I think they've been putting a lot of work right there. New T-side especially, it's never easy, right? So expect some very, very good, very clinical, very slow-paced style. It's like Fury of old, so to speak. It seems like everyone on the team right now is on the same page, and that is why
I like it.
I am going to go the way of Furia here.
Going the way of Furia. He's feeling it. He's feeling the prediction. Mac, you sticking with the Imperial?
Yeah, I'll stay Imperial, but I'm thinking it's a 3-mapper for sure. If it's
3-mapper.
Imperial. Yeah.
Takes the full run.
And a winning nuke.
I don't know where I lean, but I do think, until proven otherwise, Furia are pretty tempting to stick with the Panthers. My question, though, is we've got two wild cats ready to be let loose. We got Cotter. We got Mohan. It's Scrawny and Islanders. Take it away, boys.
Wow.
Okay, we got some pussyfooting over there on the main stage. 'Cause, gentlemen, we've got a man with his life on the line here, Mohan.
Yeah.
You heard it. Bless said it himself. If his life was on the line.
He literally said, if Caserado doesn't get more kills than he has deaths, Lord, take me now. That's what he said.
And I think that's what happens. Honestly, if Caserado flubs this series, I think we sacrifice Bled to Gaben, and maybe we get an operation.
We strike him down for an operation.
That's what I'm thinking.
Now we're almost hoping for the bottom frag.
His words, not mine. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are. The last best of 3 on the B stream for the first day of IEM Cologne. A Brazilian battle. And as I think Fallen so aptly put it kind of in the pregame, he knows them well. Fallen knows everybody.
He made them.
He is Brazil.
He is Brazil, and he pretty much is the reason that Imperial was formed in the first place.
Ooh, fast tunnel push. 3 players just tried to push up into the tunnels. And, well, if Imperial wanted a fight against Furia, they found one. Unfortunately, they lost them. Both sides of the split go down. And we have a very comfortable-looking Furia here in the pistol. No way, Jose. Should never be able to pull this one off. Gets his first one. Sits on 84 HP, smoked out of the doorway. A little peek towards the window with the flash. A pry from the T side. He hears the climbing of the boxes in middle. He's feeling surrounded. He's scared, and he has to concede because he knows he has no chance, Mo. It's Furia with the pistol.
No way. It's all in the name, baby. The most surprising stat about this match is that Furia have not won a best of 3 since June 2nd.
That's a lifetime in Counter-Strike.
And this is a best of 3 right here. Now, of course, the best of 3s they lost were to decent teams. Mao's, I mean, some good teams. But the best of 1s, they've had a lot more success in.
Woohoo!
Yeah, and those teams they beat were more around the level of Imperial, closer to top 15, maybe around top 10 on their best day. But Furia definitely still not proving themselves totally with this new lineup yet.
Very nice headshot out of try. Unfortunately for Imperial, there's more where the first one came from. There's only 36 health between Furia and getting dismantled on that long push.
It was actually kind of wild.
Because they felt so adamant in trading out on long, I'm willing to give it to them. Sure, you only got away with 36 health, but you only need 1.
That's right. And if they had like 1 player lurking, then maybe they lose. But they did it together.
Good trade train out from Furia. Skulls Furia just feels right.
It does. And a new coach in play just sort of gives them new perspective potentially. I mean, there's a whole bunch of new stuff going on for this roster. As Bled put it, he has been impressed with the T sides of this lineup. From my POV though, there's still so much testing to be due, different maps. And maybe Furia weren't going to anticipate the map pick of Dust 2.
But it's okay because everybody can play Dust 2. It's a classic. Now featuring a new box. Ooh, into the fight. Phelps decides to try and take a peek, but nobody there to shoot at, so he ends up just losing half health.
And look at this round. The utility disadvantage. The health now coming down. Imperial can't reclaim any space without physically going towards it, and Phelps does the jump up.
Yeah, making the most of the new position. It's not only a great way to climb into bomb sites, it's also just a strong angle, I feel like, as time has gone on. It's just one more threat for the elbow extension to have to deal with. Try with the trade frag. No way in sight. Double kill. Doesn't matter if you have lesser nades. Doesn't matter if you have lesser health, because it's 4 members up from Imperial as they nab their first round win.
Pretty incredible, because again, the only way they could have stopped that is with Phelps re-aggressing, and he found the perfect time to do so.
This angle, you know, this is
yeah, it's a
the
solid
product
angle
of the new box, and it really does give the 8 defense something more to work with.
It is definitely 100%. And I think like it's an angle, it's something that you can clear for sure. If you're coming up on the steps, you don't have to look at anything else, but it's still just a brand new spot that the CTs can stand in when normally they would be up on the top of the railing looking down the steps and then falling down. It's even more safe. So they really made an argument for being okay without utility in that moment. So it didn't affect them much.
Just lean on the bullets. But of course, D2, you can keep it simple. You can go all in on a B hit. You can just send these smokes over top, pressure your back player in Vinny, and hope to swarm through. Shall they plant the bomb? We'll find out. Vinny dodging flashbangs. He's swarmed, but he's got Descenti still to work with, and held from the car with 2.
Oh.
Then the fast window peek comes in. That's going to alleviate the pressure just when Furia thought they had it going. Yuri to the 1v3, toppled by Try, and that's 3. Alive Imperial.
Would this be a confusing result for you if Imperial won?
No.
No.
To me, it's like every time there's a Brazilian bonanza, good old South American head-to-head.
You ever had some British barbecue?
Yeah, you know, yeah, I sure love tomatoes and mushrooms.
Fogo de Mezzi.
I never write any Brazilian team off when they're playing other Brazilians because they play against each other domestically so often. Yeah. And I think that, you know, Fallen brings it up. Furia kind of plays the others less because they're just not in all the qualifiers. But
yeah,
it's just such intimate knowledge of one another.
It's all Fallen's fault too. Made all these guys.
Ah, damn it.
Taught them all a little bit too much.
Fallen's got so many people to shoot at, he doesn't know where to look, and the pressure is real here for Imperial. Tag for 99. Queserado back in with the scout, and
I can't even go that high. 99. Very close to death.
As close as he could be.
What do you think about a bleed out mechanic?
A bleed out mechanic?
4 HP, you bleed out over 40 seconds.
Nah, man.
It's not necessary, is it?
No, because then it's like, oh, well, then we'll introduce a bandage mechanic. And if you buy bandages at the start of the round, you can stop your bleeding effect.
You like Daisy?
No. Nope.
You can't disagree with that.
Don't play it anymore.
You
nope.
Do like it? Okay.
Ever since I froze to death that one time, I've never played again.
Oh, were you role-playing?
Nope, I just found a can of frozen beans, and I didn't have any way to heat it up. And then I realized, wow, I've played this game for 40 minutes, starved to death, and have to restart.
Speaking of heating up, is Phelps ready for this flash probably to come in?
Don't overcook these beans.
Yeah, they might be timing it. Here it comes.
Nicely done, but the pop-up from Xbox is a little better. So Furia well primed for the first assault, but queue up the second hit. Looks like No Way could try to make a move. Do they have flashes? No. So maybe he just plays counter flash, leans on Try's contact.
This might actually work out better because now no one plays anti and they are spotting from behind, but this smoke should separate them.
Trying to charge through right into the line.
Wow, that's beautiful protocols.
Excellent nade 2 from Try. And so man advantage established off that. Queserado going hunting in mid. Just made it past a very hot start from Try, by the way.
They might just jump into him now because it's so late.
10 and 2. But he misses the snap.
They want it to go B, but now I don't think they want to.
It's like, where isn't he? They do go back. He gets tagged.
Yeah. And they know the rotations are here. Furia are going to have to clasp their hands for this.
Ooh, good trade. Try still up and in the action. Nice double kill from him to close out the round. That's 3 on the round, thanks to the nade that finished the cat push. 12 and 2, 6 rounds in.
Damn, dude. That's our boy.
9Z.
We were the official 9Z casters with the Try iteration specifically.
Yep.
And then it became really about Max. It used to be about Try and Max together. And it was heartbreaking to see them split apart eventually. But, I mean, you can see that Try is that kind of player that he's going to be good no matter where he goes. Individually, such a talent.
Oh my god, he's not stopping. Just getting a...
Oh my god, he's killing everybody.
Jesus Christ! Somebody stop him. Nobody's going to stop him this time, you'd think. But that Tech 9 shows it's got a bit of teeth. Chomps on 2, and Yuri, ooh, taps No Way out of the round. Luckily for Imperial, Descente's their top ramp, and man, this is a very, very electric game so far on Dust 2. This is the kind of Dust 2 that I don't mind watching.
I've just been missing watching Brazilian teams play. That's what I've realized. They just bring such energy to the map. They're sitting below us right now, which is really cool.
Yeah, this setup here in Cologne, very fun. We're up in the rafters.
Kind of like perverts right now, just above.
Yeah, okay.
Watching the players.
Yep. Well.
Standing right over their shoulder, breathing. They're pretty far down, though.
We're in the rafters of the room. You look down, you see 8 different 5-player setups. You stand behind them. If you go actually check Sponge's Twitter, he posted a picture of it earlier today. He tweeted it of just kind of the top-down view. So do yourself a favor. The atmosphere here is electric. It feels like we are really kicking off the second half of 2024 because why? It's Cologne.
It's Cologne, and it's also the race to get good before 2025, where everything opens up and everything changes. Everyone wants to be good for that moment.
Nice kill here from No Way as smoke is opened. Cello gonna smoke the doorway. Fallen no longer able to peel anybody off middle, if there is, which there is, someone here. Fallen versus Try. 1-6, 13-3. Ouch. Fallen gets tagged up as he misses his chance. Nade almost finishing him, but 8 HP on an op still enough. Clearly. He puts down the young gun. Man advantage gone for a moment. Oh, Phelps gets dinked. That's not good for the A defense. Trying to hang on here, looking to tether with No Way. 45 to the clock as they burn the defender and kill the closest rotate. So
No Way doesn't want to fight this more.
Don't blame him. 18 HP will not stop the bomb plant. And it looks like after getting a little bullied these last few rounds, Furia may have found a way back in. All you have to do is kill Try.
And now Descenti has an option. He can jump up if he'd like to.
Yeah, call him Ascenti. But he decides not to climb. Instead, he just waits out that smoke, regains vision, sees nothing. Furia have gone very quiet in this post plant.
They're holding both exits now. Fallen, missing his chance. A little scary for him. He's low.
Yeah, he wants to go back right into the lying weights of Descenti. Who? He's got another chance on the players on the cross. Yeah, make it costly. 2 headshots.
And the op is over here to pick up as well. Damn.
Oh, that's one of those rounds where like, Furia, you win. And then you look at the state of them and they're just a pile of corpses.
But at what cost? Yeah. 3 players below $4,000 after that round ends.
Ouch.
And they're the ones. Wow, yeah. Doesn't feel as much like a victory now. It's still nice to get back into this, but that actually it jeopardizes the half. Wow. 5 Galeals after losing every player last round. Very nice pickup in that post plant. Exit punishing setup.
Oh, wow. Nice, dude. Try is just a bit of an animal at the moment.
And he's a Dust 2 player as well.
Clearly. Vinny's got the AUG. Vinny's still living in 2019. When he defined
But he was in 2019 and 2016.
Oh, fair.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Then everyone tried to be like him. But they didn't have the right teeth. Quesarado, it's like he somehow has no idea what's about to happen, but will probably be ready somehow. Okay. Almost.
Remember, Blez life on the line. Quesarado 3-8.
Yeah, he did make a big bet on Quesarado.
Said if anybody in the server could be relied on, if he had to put his life on one player's performance,
maybe he
was
meant
Quesarado's.
Could have pronounced it incorrectly.
Absolutely did not. I appreciate you trying to give your friend an out.
Almost the same amount of syllables. And
however, it just ain't looking pretty. And to be fair, I'll protect Bled too. We didn't know what Furia were going to bring to Dust 2. Imperial didn't know what Furia would bring to Dust 2. They had to bank on their own ability, and thus far, very good.
Very good. It does feel like a very interesting veto where Imperial, we're setting this up.
This round ends up being a little slower, but at the final 20 seconds, we're going to get that commitment up elbow. Bomb is on the second player in.
It's getting delayed and now down to 15. You've got 10 seconds to spare. Phelps is climbing up. He gets spammed down, but they just don't extend fast enough nor far enough. And time's definitely going to be a factor here. They have not been given a chance to plant. They get the kills. And if only they could have found Vinny. But all the kills on A. Vinny just tucks, waits, and in the nicest way Vinny does, he just lets the time expire, gets the job done, and kills one after time.
After time death. After all of that.
Flurry of kills from the T's coming up elbow.
It was all this utility. It was a molly.
5 seconds. At 5 seconds, they are in a 2v4.
And then a 2v1. It was all that perfect utility just to delay them until they were in the red. Molly, nade, flash, and an op shot. Imperial lasting beyond Fallen is just something I could not imagine. I just couldn't imagine it.
That's fair, but
the
you know what?
IGL is such a pleasant surprise.
That is, and also we always give them credit. Oh,
wow!
Phelps.
Didn't even see anything.
Clearing K Serato. We give them credit because Imperial are also one of the teams that trusted younger, inexperienced players. Right? We talk about kind of the Brazilian scene getting bogged down by buyouts. Well, Imperial found the solution. They go from one of the most expensive purchases ever in terms of making this legacy nostalgia Brazilian roster. You sell them off to Furia, and you buy young whippersnappers. And now those snappers are whipping. We got Imperial up 6-3, looking to hang on to the B site. Tri rotates in with his pistol for his 16th frag in 9 rounds. Comes through smoke and gets a second USP kill because seemingly he can do no wrong.
The confidence right there. He's asking for a flash to come in after he shoots his op with just a USP. Oh, and Phelps created a nice gap for himself with the full spam on the smoke. I don't think K Serato could see him back through it, actually. From his perspective, it didn't look like it. Pretty successful half here for Imperial.
And it just keeps going. Ooh, throwing a frag out in order to cover your fast approach so that you can go attack the doors. Tricky. Try. Ready.
Never hurts to try.
Skulls gets sidelined to Senti. Nice rifle work here. He's just going to welcome into the bush. He's got teammates coming out from CT spawn, though. Try takes down another. He is 19-6.
Oh! Damn, they are playing ferocious CS right now.
This is fun.
Try is all over the place, looking solid. I mean, all the setups look pretty good, too. It doesn't feel like he's the only reason they're winning rounds, even though he's definitely been a core part.
No, definitely not. I mean, we got No Way, Descenti. Again,
Try is such a good pickup.
The 2 young riflers alongside Try. Everybody putting it forward, right? If you have Imperial win conditions, you're looking at it.
100%.
Phelps, Vinny, take a back seat. Sit down, why don't you?
Ooh, K Serato. Blah.
Fallen. See ya. Kind of stuck between 2 Molotovs. Trying to turn from flashes and left on a silver platter for the CTs to scoop up. This is the final round of the half. A half that has, it's been, 9 minutes since this started?
Yeah.
Like, how are we?
Definitely not more than that.
How are we a half deep? Oh, good kill from K Serato.
I think he saw both.
I believe so, too.
Let's see how the AUG fares.
Yeah, that timing. Now he's thinking about the suicide push or whether another CT's coming, but No Way's also concerned about the possibility. It's a dangerous game of ring around the rosy.
Oh, they're killing the clock right now. Just keeping them spread out. And K Serato has the bomb. They're literally just waiting for this punish. K Serato is positive. He doesn't think that that his opponent knows he's here. No Way's coming in finally.
Oh, just as he turns. You're kidding.
Wow, you got to shoot, though.
He's going to milk this?
Look, right?
Oh, my God.
Oh, no. What?
Descenti comes in to save it. Tag on Yuri, too. I blame the AUG. Cello's on the recovery. He's got to climb back up that Xbox.
This round is definitely alive, though.
100%, but you do still have an anchor inside A. Try, of course, could be right here to end it. And the T's don't have any utility left. That nade from CT spawn almost ends them. Yuri, a single point of HP, and the only thing left between Imperial's 9th. We didn't know what to expect from Dust 2, but god damn, Imperial have brought that pace. Try again. I don't think so, Furia. In the face of Imperial's Opper, they have been bodied in the first half of Dust 2. Santino Regal puts up an impressive 21 kills in the very first half of the map. I mean, just outclassing everyone else in the server.
ADR through the roof with this guy, and yeah, he's not a brand new talent. He's somebody that he's just been bubbling up for a long time.
What's crazy, though, 19 years old, by the way.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We've been talking about him for 3 years now?
Yeah, since he was 16, he was opping on
what the hell?
9Z.
So, a budding career
ahead of him. 100%. That's a very stark contrast to Vinny's 1 kill, but they have 9 rounds.
Yeah, but Vinny's 1 kill got a 1v2.
That's true. Yeah, and they did a fantastic job on setups last half.
Yeah. And thank you both teams for just reminding everybody that Counter-Strike can be so fun. That was an electric half of CS. And I think something that maybe we sometimes only get when Brazilians fight Brazilians.
Yes. It's just too
all aboard.
Charged
More
electrons.
skulls. It's him and it's K-Serrato inside sight. They are getting swarmed. The Berettas, however, hold off long enough for that peek to come through from CT soon. No, sir, not fast enough.
Didn't help
it is
him.
3 players inside of the B site, bomb included. Yuri and Fallen on the retake, no kit included. And Try is locked in, looking for his 23rd frag.
He's not going to peek again.
He just keeps his little head tucked. Gives him a little hope. But guess what? I'm not standing back up. Vinny's got the window. Descenti. Oh, had the tunnels, but Try does go for it again. Now, they didn't know if there would be a tunnels flank, so maybe they were looking for confirmation. Once they get it, Vinny doubles his frags just like that. 3 here in the T-side pistol, pushing Imperial to the double digits.
Damn, they got here fast. Really nice dust, too, so far. They're making Furia look like chumps. Furia haven't won a best of 3 in 2 months. Everyone doesn't realize that because they've been winning best of 1s, but if they can't do it versus Imperial, well, that would be a step down in competition from the teams they've lost to so far, which are sort of like, okay, that's fine. You lose a best of 3 to Mouse, that happens. Not much of a game here from Furia thus far.
Yeah, I mean, again, their Dust 2 was this unknown entity. Fallen. Oh, love the flash here, gentlemen.
Oh!
Nice stuff. 2 for Fallen, 1 for Yuri. Oh! Then the recovery begins. It is Descenti versus Yuri, who still hasn't grabbed a gun. Oh, he's scrambling.
He just wants anything. Oh, he's got one.
That's big. He's got the AK.
Wait,
but now Descenti's got a pistol, and it works! How does the T get a USP frag to close once Yuri grabs the AK?
He doesn't even realize his teammate was out there, that he gave up a gun, but he hit the shot instantly. They didn't even react.
Make it make sense.
What a crazy round from all of these Furia players, all their pistol kills that came out were
just
shot.
10 fights, 9 deaths over here on long. Talk about a bloodbath.
This is a lot like round 2. They got so close to winning.
Descenti with the pistol. Back into the long fight. This is guns up from Furia. If they've got any fight in them in Dust 2, it's got to start here and now. Smokes in abundance on long. 2 CTs should be dead, but K-Serrato escaping with a single point of health. Fallen wants to take the angle, and he will dish it back the other way. Very nicely done. There's fights all over the place. Good luck observing this. Cello, he's trying to hang on. The smoke gets popped open. We go 4v4 at a minute 20, and things start to become composed.
Yeah, be careful though. I mean, in this situation, they didn't take Cat back, and Long is still in control of the T's. They wanted to retake that. K-Serrato lives on 1 health. Falling up above. And it is much easier now to retake Cat. You can do it by yourself. But Skulls, he's got to be the right corroborator of information here as he plays inside the B side, and
it's open though.
Fake util smokes come out. Oh, that's a perfect chance. Perfect timing from Descenti.
We were talking about Try so much. We forgot Descenti has very quickly climbed up behind him. Now 19 and 8. Again, the 3 win conditions. No way Descenti and Try. That core, that young core of talent brought forth on Imperial, currently propelling them to a huge outcome if...
They didn't plant yet.
If they close this. If they were planning on going for the post-plant long, that'd be one thing. But Try plant safe.
Oh my god, that's the perfect play.
From tunnels to B site, in with the attempted kill. And now,
how do you lose that?
Phelps and Try are going to have to queue up the close.
Oh my god, he didn't see that.
2 CTs very low, and Try's going to lock this one in. Surely. Skulls looking
Connor,
for the jumping headshot.
Keep talking, Connor.
It's just madness.
No shot. Oh my god, that flank was just like 100%. 100% flank, free kill, no problem for Descenti. Perfectly timed. He's definitely going to get the kill.
After that laser beam of a frag on Xbox 2.
Yeah.
Oh, Good job, Skulls. I mean, if there's anybody trying to put up a fight, it's the 16-12 scoreline of Skulls. A little Hail Mary here with the jumping attempt, but that's 12.
Might look back on this game as a veto win, as Imperial have clearly shown they're the more comfortable Dust 2 team.
This is my favorite map we've cast so far this second half of the year, dude. This is awesome.
Yeah.
We get the trades back. Imperial wanted a piece of Dust 2, and it was a good call, seemingly. Can they close out this 3v3 with advantage? It's just the fact that all these fights are stringy. Look at the radar. We have 3 separate 1v1s. That could have been, but Imperial decided to pump the brakes a bit.
Yeah, and it's up to Furia to like sort of try to reassess the situation. Oh, could have been a good chance. Descenti right now just does not miss, except for last round.
Oh man, 22 kills, 24 frags on Try, 22 kills on Descenti.
Incredible, incredible. I want to hold my breath for the next map because that's where things could definitely drastically change.
Right.
Again, if we find out that Fury got totally caught off guard. But what are we watching right now?
I mean,
perfect CS from Imperial.
I have tears in the corners of my eyes. This has been so fun to cast because it's just been so electric, so nonsensical. Now, Bled did say that Nuke was a 100% lock-in for Furia, but if his assessment of Cacerado is to go off of, Bled may be dangling from the balcony by the end of the night. We may need to sacrifice the man. It is goofs and gaffs and laughs across the board here for Imperial. They wanted Dust 2, they took Dust 2, and they did it in record time.
How about that try? Woo! He came out screaming.
Hell yeah.
In his return here.
You had a question, who's going to be the better op on the server? I think that was very emphatically answered there by Try.
Yeah, I don't think he left a whole lot of room for doubt, at least on Dust 2. I mean, he told us before he was eager to get in. Anxious in a good way was his words, and it's a damn good way.
Listen, I want to echo what Deloners and Connor were saying in the cast as well. Like, they've had so much fun, because this was Imperial not just playing almost impeccable first half right there, an impeccable game of Counter-Strike, but just overall so in your face. They look like the favorites there. It felt like, when we were talking about painting this picture about how they've never beaten Fury in the past, and like, screw it with the better team. They look clearly by far the better team to server here.
And look, we're talking about comfortability earlier with Skulls. He was the only one that felt like he was performing. Head-to-head between Try and Fallen, if you're looking at that AWP matchup, it's only gone one way. It's really only gone one way. And it felt like, that main core of Furia, that were the 4 that weren't Skulls, they weren't turning up at the moment. And we were saying, is Quesarado going to turn up? Yeah, never worry, he's going to turn up, right? At the moment, he's not turning up, so maybe they're just waiting for Nuke.
Look, Scrawny and Lauders are putting your life on the line if Quesarado doesn't,
Well, yeah, well,
keep offering you up.
It's just been my luck, kind of, hasn't it? But listen, I just want to also touch upon Try once again, touching upon Try. Listen, man, there was one moment in short, Dust to remind me of JW, if you remember, just pushing in, just like a speed demon through CAD, getting the shot on the player at mid, jumping in suicide, gets a kill,
Furia,
and falls back.
It was Fallen.
It was beautiful.
Lovely moments, and that's something you're going to see a lot more of now, because you don't have to invest that extra player to go for the boost. You can just run up the boxes yourself, invest many numbers there, still have someone watching through the mid doors, and
this is the kill. Standing in the flames as well, man. Love it.
It's beautiful. It was just
see it nowadays.
So much crazy things going on, and then even towards the end, Imperial were just not respecting Fury at all. Going for constant dry pushes all across the map, constantly catching timings, and not allowing Fury to even execute a game plan. It was just all Imperial, and yeah, after getting that pistol in the second half, there was just no room left to breathe.
It really feels like a role reversal, right? We were coming into this, previous iterations of Imperial, previous iterations of Fury. It's very much been Furia doling out the disrespect, not really giving the credit to their regional rival here, and this time it's Imperial coming in like, we don't care who's on the other.
And also for Fury, I feel like there's just lack of protocols. We saw the kill from Trice, but boosted towards short. Why are you peeking from lower tunnels without a flashbang coming in from mid? Like, these are basic protocols you need to have on Dust 2. So clearly for Fury, this is the first time we've seen this team, this particular lineup on the map as well, and clearly it was lacking.
No disrespect, but I did say Dust 2 is the map that exposes bad fundamentals, and we didn't know what Fury were going to bring in, and it feels like Fury didn't know what they were going to bring in. They weren't allowed to, and they really need to focus on that reverse sweep. That's the only way that they can get back in now.
And I think we got a little bit of time. We can just talk about the disrespect kind of being thrown by Imperial, the way Fury. Just have this round right here, and we just talk about how it will be just how aggressive and in-your-face Imperial are going to be for the side of Fury. You can see this long fight being played over here. Thumbs is going to get killed towards Quesarado. It's a 5v4. What did he do here, Mac? They push. They're pushing long. Is this the right round? Maybe it's
a round.
It's a round. Anyway, they don't push long. They go B. Doesn't matter.
We're still around as well.
We'll leave that alone.
That's
we'll leave
fine.
that for another time.
Anyway, they hit B, and they get shut down. You love to see it. Look at this. Completely shut down. And for Furia, it's just the response, right? It's kind of like a pull and push thingy, but they were so easily predictable by the side of Imperial.
You're up now. Roll it back so that people can see.
Oh, crap. No.
We didn't see the rest of it.
We didn't see the rest of it. Forget about it. We'll talk about it later.
That's a nice clip. That's a nice highlight. That's a nice one.
That's
forget about it.
But let's talk about it going forward, right? Because we had some nice signs from Furia at EWC, but we talked about the limitations to the map pool, and I think maybe we saw them here on Dust 2. We're going to Nuke. That's the one place we know that there's comfort for Furia. Time to sound the alarm yet?
Look, here's what worries me a little bit.
Yes.
I agree.
Going with the yes.
And the reason being for Imperial, obviously, they have a lot of tape on how Furia likes to play the T side. Furia are going to be starting on the T side, and we know how they like to play, but what impressed me a lot from Imperial here on their CT side is how aggressive in your face, not just individual aggression, well-timed executes, the utility was fantastic, the spacing was great, they're working in pairs, in tandem together, and if they're able to do that to stymie whatever Furia have in store on the T side, this could very well be a 2-0.
Look, while my Asian brother is on the desk with me, just remember back. Do you remember Lin Vision versus Furia? The chaos. Furia just couldn't stand up to it. And that's this year.
I know, but like,
this year.
I love how he just squeezes the Lin Vision, but I don't bring up Lin Vision.
Talking about chaos, they were talking about chaos in the cast, and Imperial are bringing that. If they can bring that and keep Furia like a little bit lost as to where they need to go, play with their protocols.
But what I really liked was a controlled chaos, right? Like we're talking about, for example, there's one round where they push 2 players towards long doors, for example. it wasn't just one guy just YOLOing in, right? It was like both of them pushing in, and even if someone dies, there were no rush to immediately trade. If they realize, hey, this trade's looking a little unlikely, be patient. They know how to slow things down. This is such a good-looking Imperial that I don't think I've seen in quite a while, actually.
So we're blown away by Imperial. We're excited for Imperial. Yeah. But maybe there's still some hope here. Maybe there's still some silver linings for Furia. Obviously, it didn't go well on Dust 2. But as we know, with the team making a change, making a transition, where things maybe haven't been going to ideal plans, we know there's comfort. We know there's comfort on Nuke. We've seen great things from Skulls on Nuke. Surely that's enough to get us a third.
We saw good things from Skulls on D2. You know, he's here. It's just a matter of everyone else waking up. And it's later in the day. They should have no excuses, you know? It's not like the early games. You haven't just woken up. You've had the whole day to watch everyone else playing or get your prep done.
Well, and they've been here as well, I believe. So
Kyusu's fallen off, no pun intended, for Furia. I'm just going to say it. Cello has been looking like a shell of his former self, right? He's been playing, for example, he's playing Ram on Nuke. It's not like he's doing a terrible job, but still a new role. And obviously, he's had like 3 or 4 reps so far. And I think that is something that Imperial are going to try and abuse, number one. Number two, on the T side, he has struggled. He's been barely getting any frags on the T side, especially for a player like Cello, who's aggressive in your face. You look at his opening stats, attempts, it's very, very low compared to his previous stuff. It's actually K-Serrato taking the brunt of the opening deals as well. So I feel like these role slight changes coming from Cello, he's been struggling to adapt even the EWC run they had, and it's continuing here in Dust 2 as well.
It's the downside of that kick the can of the roles that we've been talking about, right there, Mac?
I just want to say, it feels like if Furia don't open up with a pistol in one of these halves, we're just going to see an almost similar situation. If they can't get a roll on, if they can't find any form of confidence or any form of success on Nuke, then it's going to go south pretty quickly.
It's like no one really warmed up into this game. Like, even at the end of it, at least it was a little bit competitive, right? If we had like K-Serrato starting to wake up, and even if it was a losing effort, even if it was like, let's say a 13-7 or 13-8 scoreline, we could be like, oh, Fallen's woken up, K-Serrato's woken up. Everyone's still asleep, apart from Skulls is kind of still, rubbing the sand from his eyes.
Well, we'll see if they can kick them into high gear, if they can kick this into action. They do have a relatively new coach behind them, so we'll find out what kind of rah-rah guy he's going to be, and we'll find out if K-Serrato can save Blez's life. All that after this break.
Please!
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Today was the day that I learned IEM Cologne is actually a speedrun competition. And Imperial currently in first place. My God, that Dust 2 game was real quick. But there is still, of course, a question mark as to their ability to adapt to Nuke, a more known entity for Furia, where surely, for their sake, let's hope, they game into the series, they didn't anticipate Dust 2, they get smoked by a very promising try, and now they come in here and kind of set the record straight, right? If anything at all, Furia just have to make this game just show us that you can even contain the players of Imperial.
No, we have seen good Nuke here from Furia recently, and it's definitely the map everybody is talking about with this lineup, but I think it's also a map that everyone is watching for with Furia. I'm sure that Imperial readied up for this, and they showed they had a great veto to get into Dust 2 and showed us what they did with it. So let's see if they can once again put up this T side that's going to look good. But Descenti this series, man, he's been a force.
I mean, how's he do it? How does he make it look so easy? Topples 2 players outside, leaves Vinny to try and hold off down lower, and he will. Vinny's good for 1 inside the control. You've got the 2 last T's in sight.
Oh, Vinny!
How does he do it?
Vinny with 1 kill as the half ended on Dust 2, sitting beside his teammate Descenti with 21 frags. Just pops off now on Nuke. Vin Nuke.
I want to see these ones on sight, man. He reopens those doors. Bow! Nice, just crouches in. And who does he best there, Launders? Who was that last guy that he absolutely owned?
Serrato.
Don't forget about it. Right in, of course. Right in with a force. All they can get are the Tech 9. Skulls, right? That's not his fault. Quesarado walked in the fire. No victim blaming. Try.
Oh, the bomb. It actually gets by.
Okay, that's one thing. Downstairs into the lower sight. Cello looking to just punch in the digits.
Ooh, rare animation.
What are we watching?
They don't know it's here. They must know now it's not downstairs. Oh. Okay.
Things are weird, but he goes for the reload and jumps into the open as if not expecting another CT to be nearby.
No idea.
They're going to go for the retake with no kit. Cello, can you do this? He's got an MP9 to grab. He's locking horns with a player here. We get support going down in util. Cello not sure where the players got off to. Bomb is planted back. Sight. Descenti comes off. And he gets the kill, but
yeah, he's got it.
no, he doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't have it?
He bails.
And
And
the
that's
1v3?
Furia to win the following.
No way they won like that. Wait, was that 1v3 or 1v4 even?
1v3.
Oh my god. The bomb dropped in a 2v4 to lower, to plant. Then this happened. Cello, how
and also
have you
because the smoke is in the middle of the site and it didn't get all the way to the back
yeah,
site.
he could just try to stick it.
We're going to have a weird series, aren't we?
100%.
The good kind of weird. The kind of weird where you find out something about yourself in the middle of it all. Forced by right back from the opposing counter-terrorist forces.
Oh.
He doesn't see him. Yuri didn't see him in garage just now. Are you serious?
Didn't see him at all.
Even though he was fully on a screen.
Both of them didn't see each other. First saw Yuri at the top of garage, and now Phelps is going to be very careful, so. Oh, but he's peeking out a little bit. Yuri, if he clears this properly.
Senti comes up. Oh, misses his chance. Clean one from Skulls. Vinny hits a deeg.
Phelps, if you peek.
Vinny hits a deeg from hell.
They aren't ready for this.
They're stomping loudly into the lying weight of Phelps, who's getting tagged up. Still comes out. Yuri didn't see him. Yuri can't shoot him. And Imperial will bounce right back. What?
I miss Brazilian Counter-Strike so much.
Who, what, when, where, how?
It started with Descenti once again, man. He's the guy.
Give me the Vinny Deek.
Vinny Deek from hell, right?
Or from the heavens. Depends on who you were cheering for.
And last round they probably should have won. This round they probably should have just lost, actually.
Holy moly.
And Imperial pull it right back.
Va-va-va-voom. They go for the all-in force, and it really doesn't net them too much, but if they can catch Imperial slipping, this early back and forth could end up favoring Furia, but they've got to pull it off again. So with 2 players crossing to Secret, here comes the ramp hit. No flash for him. And so no way, only getting away with 1's not half bad. Here on Vent, we get Phelps holding, but the Tech-9 still,
Wait a second.
They still get through. With an M4 picked up on Fallen, Descenti throws himself down, but then he exposes the case Serato, and now we've got a 1v3. It worked again.
What? What just happened?
I'm going to take off my headset. You call me over when things make sense.
Yeah. Well, you might not come back because this was incredibly puzzling round. All right. Run and trade.
I'm exhausted.
But, I mean, all Furia have to do is just win the next round.
Yes.
And maybe it does all make sense.
That's why, honestly, this force back in, just go for it, because this back and forth, as long as you come out on top of it, could be really worth its weight in gold.
You get a bonus of 2 rounds guaranteed. Yeah. And that's always going to favor the T side. Oh my god, they both died!
What?
They ran and saved like 40 seconds ago and both died. Yeah, right. So now there's a chance that Imperial are going to counter buy because they're spending all of their money. What? They basically chose to die. Maybe they want bled dead.
CT's forced. Imperial forced again. They're in.
Oh, man. Yeah, because
2 MP9s, FAMAS, M4.
Look at the amount of money that Furia have. They've spent it all once again. All right.
This is unbelievable.
Welcome to Groundhog Day as we get closer to 13 rounds.
Step by step.
Total reset of the situation again.
1 step forward, 1 step back.
Miss nade. Miss mini smoke. And there is it's a suspicious amount of grenades here from the CT side. They're wondering,
what?
Phelps unspotted. You can't let a guy like this go unspotted because you know he's going to come forward.
Fallen's using the util. Cello's coming back.
You know he's going to keep pushing.
MP9 blindside.
Oh, he got 2!
You're again.
No.
With lesser weapons again.
No.
5 rounds back and forth.
Connor, last round they chose to die to the bomb.
Well, they tried to run.
They kept running closer to the explosion. and now they're 3v5.
Phelps drops loud. If there's a weak link, it should be Vinny's Deagle. Should be. We already saw him rip a head off from hell to outer red. He's got support and Descenti up in the rafters. There's always a chance Phelps comes flying back up ladder. They don't know if he went down there and then walked off into the B site. They've got no clue what's really being set up here. It's been so quiet for Imperial over the last 20 seconds. Here it comes, the walkout from Furia, bolstered even by Heaven. And as they come out, now that D gets to activate. They think back vent's cleared. Now they see it. This is looking like 4 alive. Quesarado baits him into the wide swing. 4 up, free AKs, and we go back and forth again.
Yeah, but this time Furia.
No bomb plant.
No bomb plant, and they go up against a lot of saves. Are they going to say uncle?
They're forced by.
They're forced by.
Let's go.
Yeah, because you know what? The last one they won basically off Tech-9s anyway.
Yep. True. Very true.
Honestly, if they win this round, though, you know, we got to throw blood in the volcano right now. Just for no reason.
This is the gift that keeps on giving. Exposed to the M4. Oh, trade frag from Fallen.
Well, 1-for-1 is how you do it.
Try has an M4 and he's shooting a Deagle from Heaven.
The rotation's a little bit laggy. No one gets in a position. Oh, MP9, he's been heard. No second player to layer up. 2 spotting.
Oh my god, trades again.
No way. They have vent control. These low rotations, they just don't know how to do it.
Vinny gets burned off his angle. That's some presence shown from double doors. Another set of legs out from control.
Straw's plant.
As long as Caserado holds on to vent, though, Vinny's given a bit more space. It's going to be a tough one for Descenti to rotate down unless the ramp players succeed first. That'll draw the vent anchoring Caserado away, and then only maybe can Descenti get in. But guess what? There's also no kit.
No,
and there's also no success coming out from the double up inside of the ramp room. It works again.
No way they won again.
Force buys every time. 5 rounds in a row.
There ain't no way they just won that.
How many people died of bomb?
Yuri and Skulls, he's dead, right? Oh, okay. All right. Oh my god.
Why was Try firing a deagle from heaven through the smoke when he has an M4 on his back?
I have no idea. He must have used all his ammo, right? There ain't no way, bro. Same hit, lower with the Tech 9s. It just works out again.
Just keep smiling.
But this time you get a buy-in from both sides because it's 2 guns saved from Imperial plus the last one saved. Full buy in the end.
We got there. All right, the first gun round of Nuke.
No, but every round is still going to be worth 2 for the winner if it switches.
Oh,
You're in this constant jeopardy. Oh my god.
And he traded. Jello wrapping around the smoke. Phelps has just turned back now. Smoke is fading, but
spotted.
Wow. 1 spotted, plus the util comes over from bottom silo. So that's 2 outside, he knows it. 1 committed to secret, the other could always double back. Sure enough, that is what's happening. Bomb heading to lobby, fallen low on the roof.
I would call a timeout immediately after this round if I was Imperial and just say, hey, let's start secret. Because their rotations to lower are so sort of confused. That they're a little late. Descenti could win this off of frags though, man. He has been so nuts when it comes to the aim. His peaks have been perfect.
Not overstepping a boundary either. Cello, as the Molotov pops, busts window, hoping that's covered the audio. But all the while, Descenti's just churning through this door attack.
And Fallen's just trying to bait, I think, to see if there's a ramp kill, but there isn't any. However, he can get to heaven.
Yep. And again, I think they covered the audio with the window, with the molly pop. I don't think anybody upstairs is holding. Maybe Try's got this angle held, but he'd be the only one. Yeah, okay, he is sat there, Mustang waiting, and Fallen slides out with 1 frag in the 1v4. It goes back again.
It goes back again, but this time, like...
This time what, Launders?
This time...
You're telling me they're not going to buy with an average of $2,500? You're telling me it's not going to happen?
They actually shouldn't, even though they could. They shouldn't before and they did win. They shouldn't.
Yeah, well, they are.
They are. Because this time, I mean, the CTs are still spending a lot of money.
7 force buys consecutive. No timeout at all.
No timeout. I was thinking that even on Dust 2.
Are there coaches?
See timeouts?
You know what I mean?
There actually are, and new ones.
Clearly.
I meant like fresh. But
I meant like,
inexperienced. Oh no. Oh my god.
7 force buys in a row.
Oh wait, the contact explode on ramp works again, and guess who's not rotating lower?
CTs. They try to scramble down the vents as fast as they can. Descenti, there's already a bomb plant going down. You know there's 4 sets of eyes holding for the... Oh my god.
They aren't even... They're so uncomfortable in this retake situation.
Popping the door open. Vinny looking for something. Ton of damage there for Fallen to try and deal with. Vinny's looking to get into the engagement. We've got a player coming from control. CT smoke off control side so that they can focus on Dumbledore.
They're walking away, aren't they? They're pretending.
They're trying to, and Fallen's going to hold them.
Oh my god, they won again. There's no way, man.
7 consecutive force buy wins.
They just contacted ramp, went lower, no second thoughts. It's the perfect call, Furia. Stop buying guns.
2/3 of the way through this half, and we have no consecutive round wins.
But that's insane. That is insane. Every single round that Furia win, they forced up into Tech-9s. And then got their upgraded guns and then lost. To a mixture of M4s and MP9s.
I mean, it's nonsense.
And if Imperial win again, and we do get to the point where this T side's good no matter what happens, but if Imperial win again, well, maybe it doesn't matter because they have the economic advantage and the other team should be saving, but then the other team still wins.
I appreciate your effort, but stop trying to make sense of this.
They're supposed to, at some point, for winning one of these rounds, get 3 rounds straight, right? Yeah. That's what's supposed to happen.
Well, unfortunately, the half is going to end before that happens.
And Fury are going to keep buying no matter what.
Because it's going to hit that point where it's like, it's the end of the half in 2 rounds. Might as well just keep buying. Can anybody do it? Missed off shot at a try. 2 very low players here for the CTs. This is looking like the best start to a round with guns that Furia have had yet.
It's got to be it.
But at the same time, it's felt this entire half like nothing's guaranteed. Ooh, smoke popped open. Very awkward here for the Ts, but they should be confident in knowing they've got the health advantage. Trying to slip into credit card. Phelps is more prepared for the upper peak, but Cello's getting dangerously close, and man, Phelps is coming back at this, finds him turned.
Oh, so awkward. Cello, what's he watching?
All that damage and first blood still goes the way of Imperial. We get the instant trade back out of Skulls.
And the op from Try is opposite vent. This actually is a hard position to dislodge with Squeaky open, but guess who's going lower again? It's the right call from Curio. This is where Imperial have had the most trouble.
Finally. Finally, we're going to get it.
Don't say finally.
I bet it all. I bet Blez life on it.
So lucky to not define that.
2 players stepping down lower B.
I bet you anything they could win a 2v2 retake if they find this one straggler upstairs.
Queserado, I think, is still on the lobby roof. Yeah, just holding back, hyper passive.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's no way. I mean, Descenti, sorry, there is a way if Descenti just goes vent.
Stomping around.
Oh.
He's still looking for it.
Going to try it? Oh my god, they actually might.
No. They call it quits.
Wait, why though? It's a 2v2 retake.
Yeah, but Launders, they only have 35 seconds.
What the hell is going on? Why would you let them win 2 rounds in a row though? You were about to set a record for most rounds traded back and forth.
Well, some people don't see the bigger picture.
I think it's too small here. This is more about the record than the map.
9 rounds deep, and we get it. Consecutive round wins for Furia. Essentially already guaranteed a solid T side just by nature of the back and forth 4-4 score. Now it's a little more locked in. Very impactful moment there from Skulls getting the double kill from main. An awkward little bait scenario going down in lobby to at least guarantee the exit, but that's 3 kills Skulls in round 9. Clearly the biggest impact player. And that save also gives them like such a weird setup in this follow-up. Like, oh, now you're not going to force? You got an AK and an op, and now you've drawn the line?
Yeah, so that's the thing. They say, Uncle, they're the one to give up 2 rounds in a row. That's what they couldn't get Furia to do. One spot, of course, they're going to go lower. If you're going to stack up, honestly, why don't you start there?
This time, no way.
Ooh.
Inside of the vent, gets the first kill, goes for the double door swing. Vinny comes down into Skulls, who's on high alert. Cello and Fallen going to come clear out this corner, and they do it well. Cello, nice kill, slides out, but Skulls is going to sit here on the ladder.
Got the gun.
Phelps grabs the Galil, and they're going to go save again.
Yeah, have fun with that.
All right, 6-round T-side for Furia. They got 2 more.
Oh, the amount of rounds where if they just had early rotated 1 lower, they would have just solved all their problems. Just played start the round with 1 clock. That was it. Entire game plan for Furia is Tech-9s to get downstairs and take advantage of the fact that Imperial uncomfortable rotating down lower. That has worked out way too well. Hilarious game so far.
A real hoot.
Try is 2 and 3.
Yeah, not quite the us 2 situation, but also only 3 deaths.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Zenti is 10 and 3. They're losing 4-6. What is happening, man? What the hell is happening? Oh. They all have better. They basically all have better score lines than Furia, and are losing the game.
It's 24 deaths on Imperial, 34 deaths on Furia. Wow. Losing 6-4. Numbers sometimes don't make sense.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, the only ones that matter are at the top of the screen. So. Nicely done from Quesarado, finding the perfect time to slide out. And Vinny trying to keep his head down, but gave a little too much space there for the Tease to punish. Try, can't get up the ladder. He's going to get locked in by Yuri, who ends up getting a double kill here in this one. And all of a sudden, you know, it really did boil down to who wins consecutive rounds first. It really boiled down to just Furia completely out-rotating Imperial, right? Getting down to the lowers so frequently. As back and forth as this half was, it did always feel like Imperial kind of left that door ajar.
Crazy, because yeah, it's like minute margins, obviously like 1 or 2 Tech 9 shots, you know, underplaying ramp on a round where it's a force-up, situations like that, and that's it. I mean, Furia are very fortunate to have put together the half that they did, but they also are the more experienced nuke team. Better wins recently. It's like the map they play. Imperial always have been sort of a weird CT team where their T sides can like be surprisingly good, even if they're... Oh man, nice shot from Try over top of the box.
Welcome back. Not quite the fireworks we had from Dust 2.
Wasn't he already 3 and 4? Or was he 2 and 3?
2 and 3.
Last round of the app. Try reconnect to the server. Fresh score line.
Ooh, Skull survives the op shot. Very mobile round for Try, and he's not going to give him any room to recalibrate, reposition. Nice support from No Way as well.
Yeah,
so everybody take a deep breath. Things seem to be returning to normal. Maybe a nice one for Imperial to just kind of sprinkle on top at the very end. Quesarado is holding for this flank. We'll see Phelps get stuffed as the shadow advantage is Quesarado's all day. 2v5 would be demanded of Furia right now, and we've got Vinny on the open A floor.
This will be quite difficult. Trying to get them to walk into fallen scope at the moment. Not happening. Vinny, his old teammate, holding for it, but a timing created, and oh, there he goes.
There we go, just sitting along the wall and waiting for them to come to him. If only that B site had been stacked earlier. 7 rounds to Furia. We'll be back with their defensive half in a moment.
What happens next? That's the question on everybody's mind. An incredibly zany map and a half of Counter-Strike. Dust 2 was the fastest map on record here at Cologne, I swear to God. And then this first one was so back and forth until finally Furia break through. And once they did, all looks good. So 7 rounds on a T side of Nuke. You'd think surely that's enough. But I'm a little hesitant to call it how it is.
Yeah.
Because nothing has made too much sense.
No, it does look like Imperial, though. They were gifted so many chances and then just couldn't close because of their discomfort on the map. So you think Fury have a pretty good chance here on CT side to just, you know, have a little bit of an easier half and a close. But it's just, there's no telling what's happening right now.
No promises. Queserado's dead. Tapped out by Try.
Careful testing Try.
Quick move from the Heaven player. No pressure on the ramp man. Just gonna wait these smokes out. We'll see what goes down, but there are still some nice pieces of utility here for the CTs, one of which was that smoke. I think Skulls was just in the vent and he got Goomba stomped by Phelps. Molly comes out from Cello at least. Yuri's been tagged in all of this. They take their time coming out into the B site, and then Fallen gets into the action, but a little too late. We've got Imperial making things interesting by picking up second pistol.
Very nice second pistol. An excellent split. And now we have to wonder what this means for the second half as we trade back and forth for the next 7 rounds.
Me, oh my. Blez gonna feel like a fool when Queserado's the lowest rated player in the series.
I mean, they're playing Nuke a ton. Like, Imperial's Nuke is actually normally solid. So, they're honestly 5-1 in their last 6 maps. Which is technically better than Furia, except Furia played better teams. But you cannot underrate the Brazilian practice. What we learned from Payne coming into the PGL Major. Yeah, and honestly, all of them, because they got us 7 spots at the Americas RMR.
Thank you, Brazil.
Thank you, Brazil.
Complexity, appreciate your efforts.
It literally just got 2 more spots for Complexity on Liquid.
Oh,
of course.
Yep, looking the wrong way. 5-7s, collected a second.
Again.
Why not?
Again.
Yuri sprays down Vinny. No. Oh my God. No kills. Okay, settle down, Joaquin Phoenix, dude. Oh my God. Nobody dies. Fallen survives on a single point of health.
Another force-up victory.
Wow.
But you know what happens now? It's Imperial by the Tech 9s, but they can't swing them like Furia did.
No, and then this time it doesn't work. And
this
then
time
Furia
it doesn't work.
Springboard themselves into victory here on Nuke. Blez correct about the 100% guarantee Furia wins Nuke. And we go to a third map where Mac predicted Imperial take the series.
Uh-oh.
Yuri can't fall back. The force buy does at least establish man advantage.
That was the script. I mean, just to be clear.
Was.
A
little improv never hurt anybody. Sometimes we like to riff. Cello on the ramp alone. Pinked. 98 damage. He hangs on, but he tries to stick to the fight with 2 HP. Lower's gonna get swarmed. The AK picked up here by Vinny, and he's thinking about credit card already.
He is. Only ran Fallen. He just giving himself up.
Oh, but he gets
takes out the wrong guy.
And then Skulls comes out from hell.
But the bomb is planted is like Furia. There isn't a chance now for Furia to go back downstairs. They can't go back and do this. It is going to be a save. Imperial did win the force buy. They did do what Furia did to them in the first half.
I mean,
they did.
It just doesn't have any order to it. This is chaos incarnated into a Counter-Strike server. There was no continuity.
This is the most force-up wins ever, right? In a map. Even though it's not a streak anymore.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
8, 9. Well, they have to
8,
count
9.
them weirdly because it's
9. This is 9. There are 9 rounds whereby the force buy has won. 9 rounds.
But that didn't count pistols, did it?
I did not count pistols.
Oh, okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Skip this. 8, 9.
Wow.
9 force round wins.
9 force round wins.
Over 15 rounds of
in
competition.
MR12.
Let's keep that counter going. You are witnessing history for all the wrong reasons. Descenti catches the first frag, fallen in with a trade. And it's a good day to put Descenti down because his impact has been felt across both maps. Leading the charge for Imperial again.
Don't tell me that Furia's rotations lower are going to be a little slow.
No sweating garage. Yuri holds off. Phelps just kind of steps right into the AK-47. No guarantee even that anybody joins the bomb. Vinny's managed to cross secret, but his other 2 teammates still stalled outside. And now there's 3 CTs glaring at them. But obviously Vinny doesn't want to get going alone.
Oh, they don't know how far across they are.
2 stuck on red. They're going to swing out. Garage player stops it, and it is just Vinny left over.
And it'll swing back one more time. Vinny, with the bomb, with some space, with the plant, and with the rotation coming in slowly.
Oh my God, he got offside.
He got offside. I mean, this is an impossible round to win. 1v4. There's too many players to trade. Vinny cannot win this round.
They've got a Molotov. They got a flashbang. 3 players to the double doors. Not one player comes at him towards Decon. They clear out control. The options become limited. They know he's over here. Molotov forces him to take a fight, and all is good. Furia 4 up, making sure that even though the bomb crossed, they did a good job of containing the other 2 Ts outside. 9-7. Wow. Things return to normal.
But this is, well...
Wasn't a...
That was Furia forcing back, right?
They had saved weapons. I would consider it a full buy. I think.
They had 2 saved guns. So...
Yeah. 2 saved guns.
Which is, well, most of those rounds.
Majority M4s. Yeah, break the glass. That's right. This is an emergency. I mean, honestly, if Imperial win this round, I'll shave Blez's head.
That's crazier when you... Oh. Imagine, Connor... Okay. That's crazier than when you offer it for yourself because, well, Blez's hair is majestic.
Mm-hmm.
And...
It's worth more.
Yeah, took longer to make.
But it's okay. It's safe. Cello locks this one in. Double digits Furia. All roads point to map 3. But with how nonsensical things have been, how about we just keep this going?
Yeah, why not?
Step by step.
You can never say never in a match like this.
Definitely an electric second map in the series.
Try is still 6 and 7. 18 rounds into the game.
On the losing team. 3 mollies. Last smoke is in possession for Vinny. But it does just feel like by nature of this back and forth game, you know, you're only 3 rounds behind. I don't know. Anything feels possible. That's, that's just been the precedent set here in Nuke.
And Imperial play Nuke a ton. They've won 5 out of the last 6 games. They have a slightly higher win percentage on T side. This game, it looks like Furia have been the better team in both halves somehow, but it's by winning with worse guns more consistently. Big rifles were a curse for Furia at a lot of these full buys. But mostly in the first half.
Flashbang and a few bullets, all that Yuri has to try and interrupt this. And unfortunately, he's just not on the money.
They drop a player back A site. Yuri just keeps trying to pop shots through, but Phelps is finding a lot of open real estate. The closer he gets to that B site, the little resistance there is. 4 players cross, and we don't get anybody from Fury.
No one has moved down. No smoke, though, here for the T side.
True.
They're going to have to run up the Astralis plant. There's no one back clock. They got to clear things out. 10 seconds! And they've gotten in.
Oh,
no way.
They jumped over. Fallen was more concerned about double doors. They let the plant go down, and that is a 5 versus 5 post-plant on B. That is a 5 versus 5 with only 14 damage dealt.
What? Descendi's out of this retake. Post-plant situation. But Furia, they've got to use the... Oh, they don't have any mollies. They have no mollies.
They have...
They're leaving.
A frag, a flash, looking for exits.
There's no way. 5v5. No one has died. It's a full buy.
Fallen finds Vinny on the exit. That is the only thing of note that goes down in this other than the round being added.
What is going on?
What's it? No.
Are Brazilians allergic to lower? They just hate going downstairs on CT side. Something about it.
And we keep going.
And we keep going.
Fallen 14 and 9.
Well, the bright side is Furia didn't invest a single thing. They didn't lose anybody last round. They just rebought utility, that's it.
Everybody being so economically responsible. Try opening kill. What? I heard 2 taps from Silo.
Tap from the top of Silo from Try. Swinging that thing like an op.
Pops Fallen's bubble. Descenti takes up lobby control. Of course, he's got no way towards Trophy hanging on. Guess what? There's nobody lower. Again, Cello is walking down the ramp now.
Okay,
There's
Cello.
no point of resistance for the players approaching the vents.
Like, let's see what kind of rotation Cello makes here. If he puts himself lodged into a strong spot or not. Like, as the time goes on, and he is going to clock, that's really good to see. The only question is, how are Imperial going to test him? They're making tons of noise. They're coming in from every angle. There's no one here on the ramp rotation to help Cello. He has the long-range fight.
There it is. First fight. I mean, from the position that he came. He rotates down ramp. Nobody else takes it up. The other 3 stand on A.
This is completely dysfunctional. Furia, I for some reason, when Imperial do it, I'm not as shocked, I guess. With Furia's reputation right now on Nuke, they can kind of take upsets. Furia, how can they make a move like this? One round where they let the bomb go down lower, no rotates at all. This round, Cello makes a good rotation. No one replenishes position on ramp. No one comes in to ramp to help fight control side so he can focus on control lower as well as decon. No support.
None.
No one's talking to each other. Can we talk to each other?
You know, they say communication is the key to good relationships. Somebody should tell Furia. The game goes on.
The game does go on.
Imperial within touching distance of Furia now. 1 round the difference. If nautical nonsense be something you wish, then rush A in the follow-up. Fallen ready, though. Op is just posted. Skulls gets a double.
Okay.
Yeah, they tried something a little cheekier. Looking for that aggression into A gets them absolutely shredded. Try desperate with the no-scope and the smoke. He's going to get spammed down. It's a flawless one from Furia. Turns out, as long as you don't go B, you don't got problems.
Honestly, like, what have we learned in this game? Just go B, right? Like, both teams. Go ramp, go outside. That's the best way to do it.
Honestly, it's reassuring that Furia have such a strong A hold because they just don't play B.
They don't play B.
And if you don't play B, you better defend A.
Yeah.
Which they have in this one.
I guess the idea was Imperial thought they conditioned them into, you know, underestimating A for a second, but
no, because if we learned anything
no
in the
lead in
first
flash.
half, it's that even if you lose B 4 rounds in a row, you still don't stack it.
Like, why isn't Fallen blind in this position if they're rushing A? Imperial will take their last timeout. I think this is where the coach comes in and says, guys, why would you go A? Since when has that worked for anybody? But it's a 2-round game now, so my hope is actually restored in Imperial. No matter how weird that first half was and ended in favor of Furia and the second pistol and everything like that, it somehow seems possible that they pull out the impossible.
Phelps trying to find the timing on the main, but nope. Cools off for a second. CT's fumbling around in heaven.
Wow,
Here we go. A forward position in lower. By God, we've seen everything now.
It's crazy. Phelps actually like kind of doubting himself, but there's actually no one here. I mean, he could literally walk into mini. It's the right play. There's no one here.
It's his own team smoke. He's going to slide out with it, so well-timed split.
The site is
site
open.
In total contrast to the round
no one
prior.
here.
There's one player up in heaven and skulls. Okay, Serato adds himself to the heaven tally just for a nade back site. We go into another 5 versus 5 post plant. Molly drops back site, nade to follow suit. That's no way. With negligible util damage against him, Descenti gives the cover, Skulls has the trade. That's heaven cleared. Late lobby flank, Fallen, the third piece of the puzzle coming in from heaven. But it's not working well. Everybody gets turned away on the retake. What? A 5v5 again on the opposite side of the map.
What were they looking for? There was no one in mini even behind the smoke. Like Phelps didn't even have to lurk outside at all. He didn't have to take mini. There's no one to take it from. It was open. He didn't get a kill. It was literally they just walked out upper, right?
Their A site defense goes from 3 players stacked at the start of it in order to completely crush a rush into 2 guys hanging out in heaven looking at their shoes. They were hoping Cello would come up from stairs and deal with anything outer, but he was so long and so slow to it because he has to walk, and there's nobody there to slow it down.
This is the most preposterous game, round by round, I think, of
one of the games of all time.
One of the games. Insane.
Zany CS.
And now we're so close to the finish line.
Anybody's game.
Yeah, money is everything here.
Double op setup here from Cello and Fallen. Yuri pressed to the base of Silo.
Really want to milk this one, you know, for either team, because if the...
Looks like Phelps is going to fall victim to this.
He should clear it still.
He does. Oh, it works. Nice. Set up by Vinny. He hears the op rattling off too.
Oh my God.
He wants to try to pressure Fallen.
Is this because the op? He wouldn't think it rotates mini,
right? Oh my God, they both follow through. They both walk through smoke, and the op is right there for the back shot. Fallen, goes deep. K Serato and Skulls, and then finally tries, able to come alive in a 1v4. Single kill. He hears the steps towards hell, but that Skulls primed on the top of the hut. 12th round secured for Furia.
Holy. That's another upstairs hit, this time assisted. It's so like you can't see what's going to happen from the beginning of the round. This round, an opening kill for Phelps, a walk into mini. Now this is a round where the flash is 1 second too late, but all that had to happen after Phelps gets his kill is they exec upper and then he walks through, right? When their attention is pulled apart. So they mistime it, and now it's it's a force up, but it's half the good guns here for Imperial.
Looking for the 10th force by win of the map.
And it's Imperial who want some more smoke upper. Or actually, it's just the ramp hit. That's the right call.
Missed it. He's going to have Phelps up in his face with the MAC-10. 2 missed shots. Can't afford that. Fallen got stuck on the vent.
Yeah.
Oh, the floor vent stunned him, but he still comes in with a kill. Phelps trying to hyperextend. And as Fallen reroutes towards Decon, Vinny closes the doors. Descenti pops K Serato. That was the decon player.
What's going on here? They can't plant the bomb?
Following the second decon player, the bomb's finally going to go down. The other two CTs are coming at this from the ramp. Overtime is still on the line.
Guys.
Yuri comes out, gets shredded by Vinny as the op exchanges hands, and we go round 24.
Where else are they going to come from? You just killed a guy as staring at decon. You don't have ramp anymore. Like, everyone is so tunnel visioned right there. You're like, where are they going to come from? What on earth is happening? This is so crazy. I mean, we deserve overtime at this point too.
Yeah, I've always wanted Counter-Strike to have more crossovers with different brands. I just never expected it to be the Looney Tunes. Because
you ever watch Team Rocket play CS? What the? This is like Hercule.
2 missed op shots at a cello. 10th Force Buy win of the map. 10 of them. Running out of fingers.
We're at the point now where you look at the guns on Furia and you think, uh-oh,
they're
this is
screwed.
scary for Inferior.
Yeah, like, who are you to think a double op setup was going to work in this map?
Oh, man, 2 kills back and forth.
It's OT or map 3. That's what we're shooting for here. Phelps gets gunned down.
Oh, my God.
Critical double kill. This was 3 MP9s. If you consider it a force, you can.
Yeah.
That's up to you. I'm done trying to call it and make sense of it all. We get Vinny and Tri combining and lower in a 2v4. Cut down by Cello. Tri able to connect 1 op shot, but at what cost? So much health shaved off. He's got a minute to the clock. And a very tough job. They get that double setup outside of the ramp. You know, if he goes pushing into them, trying to pluck a player off any portion of the map.
I mean, in this game, it would be collateral.
Yeah, of course. He's just going to go for the plant. They've got him stuck behind the site. They're going to try to peek him, and you better trade. Left side comes out, and down he goes. That's 13-11 Furia in a game with 10 Force Buy wins. Absolute lunacy throughout this second map, but 13 rounds is 13 rounds, and that means we go map 3. Folks, hang on to your seats. You don't want to miss whatever this is.
Pandemonium, havoc. I'm running out of words to describe what we just saw on the server on Nuke.
Fun.
Fun is definitely a word that I would use.
Experimental.
Fun for
Limit
us.
testing.
PTSD inducing.
I mean, you are two guys who love a little bit of chaotic Counter-Strike in your region.
Yeah.
This has got to feel familiar.
Listen, I've seen a lot of wild Counter-Strike in my time, Mike, but this one's up there. This one's way up there. And especially considering, what's on the line here. You win this, you're going to be up in the upper brackets. It's Cologne after all as well. You're talking about Furia, you're talking about Imperial, you have like Fallen in the server, you got Yuri in the server, you got Vinny in the server, and we just got sort of a plate of pretty much it reminds me of Tai Lu from 2015.
Yeah, well, you were talking about what was on the line, and apparently your hair and yourself were on the line, according to...
I never put myself up. I don't know what Connor
sacrifice.
I mean, human sacrifice.
You're still on the line. K-Serrano did not have that great a map.
Well, we still have one more map remaining. Thank God for that.
There's time. There's time still for K-Serrano to save Blez's life. But Furia definitely saved their lives in this one, and it took 10, if I'm not mistaken, 4 spies going across that map. I mean,
okay,
madness?
Let's break this one down, right? So the first 8 rounds were back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I believe only 2 T rounds were won on the upper bomb side, if I'm not mistaken. I think every single round.
I think so, yeah.
I think there was a line from Mohan in the second half where he said, "Are Brazilians allergic to lower?" And I don't think so. I think they got their fill of it in the first half.
I think they were allergic to playing the CT side well on the lower bomb side, maybe going for the retakes. It was ridiculous, man. I think they were like 11 rounds or 10 rounds in, and Try was 3 and 4. It was just like safe simulation coming in for Try. He was finding really no impact, and it felt like for both the two teams, they just don't know how to handle these ramp plays, outside plays. The lower bomb side was a textbook example of how not to play CD side nuke, but in the end, they got it done, man, Furia.
Look, credit where credit is due. We were saying that Fallen didn't really show up on Dust 2, but he definitely showed up there, leading by example, and also I think he top fragged in the end as well. He was doing a lot of the work, close range AWPing, long range AWPing, you name it, he was doing it. He was hitting pretty much everything. And then also adapting. He noticed in that first half, right, we were hitting up, wasn't working, then just started to go lower, and it worked for like 6 or whatever rounds.
It just kept going lower, and
crazy.
it never stopped, Mike. It never stopped.
If at first it succeeds, try again. Speaking of try, rougher go for him. Had utter domination on Dust 2.
Yeah.
Got his way back into the match by the end of it, but still looking a lot more mortal here on
I felt like for Try, he was playing, maybe it could be because of the map, obviously Nuke is a map, but here's the thing, right? You look at like world-class operators like Monacy, for example, and how they try to dictate the pace with the AWP on the map, just going everywhere, trying to poke holes and trying to prevent the T's from really setting up. He didn't do that on Nuke. It felt like he was playing way more passive, way more placid approach to it, and which is why half the time he was just saving the AWP, not really finding much impact.
Yeah, well, he wanted to make sure it could find impact, and maybe the game plan from Furia, like, we don't quite know it, but what if they were just avoiding him after what happened in the first map? You never know. For me, Try, I just know he's saving his power for that third because he just didn't want to waste it there. He thought it was a lost cause. Unfortunately, it wasn't a lost cause. If he did get a few more in that first half, maybe we'd be in OT right now. Think about it.
Yeah. I mean, listen, man, I could just keep going on and on some of the rounds they lost.
Please do.
I don't want to. I don't want to care about that. Listen, it's my fourth.
I've got something. So no way. There was multiple times I saw them just walk down towards double doors in lower halls. He's just there in the corner, and his reaction time was like a little bit slow. And all I'm thinking is he looking at the map? Is that what's going down? Did he just get caught off? Was he communicating something at the point? And there was just multiple times where he was holding angles, and it was either like a little bit of Pika's advantage or just the fact that he wasn't switched on in those crucial moments and losing bottom side and led to rounds.
And I think one round which really highlights for me is how completely bonkers both the two teams played was, I believe it was a 2v4 in the penultimate round of regulation, where for Fury it's like 2 players alive. The money is not in a great space for being a place for the final round, and they attempt to go for a retake, and they lose a player there. Now, fortunately, the MP9s and the Pistols get it done in the final round. They get the win right there, but some of the decision making when it comes to going for retakes or going for saves from both teams, absolutely mental.
I mean, I think Mac made a great point while we were watching that. Furia just knew they had to be in the 4 spy in order to win that final round. I mean, again, they were just studying the pace of play and said, it got to be a little scuffed here if we're going to take this.
It's listen.
That was a half serious point I made, but it was true. Every time
was true.
Every time they were on half buys or just low buys, it was just the confidence levels and the aim, the mechanics just all seemed to skyrocket in those moments. You could hear them. They're sitting here. Every single time someone started to get a couple of kills with the Deagles or whatever up against Imperial there, I don't know if it was Fallen, could have been Cello. One of them just started laughing out loud, like really loud. And
it's probably Cello.
Very audible.
I mean, listen, I don't have the exact numbers of the stats here, but I bet you, man, I'm not going to bet my hair or my life on this, but I bet you there are probably more pistol kills and like SMG kills than rifle kills.
What will you bet, though? What else can we put on the line?
What can we bet?
Hair and life are apparently already in the stake.
Listen, at this point, I have nothing left. I literally have nothing left. My house, I don't even have a house, Mike.
If you had a car here, you could throw those keys in.
Yeah, might as well take it.
Casino Royale with it.
I wish I had that one.
Look, well, we do have another game to bet on. We do have another game to stake our lives on.
Yeah, bet responsibly, boys and girls.
There's one more map. Please don't put your life on the line. What are our expectations after that, Nuke?
I think, look, for Furia, again, I really haven't seen much Inferno from the side of Imperial, but what I saw from Furia, which is an EWC against Mouse, if memory serves me, right? They got pretty kind of smacked around right there, but it is a map they're willing to float, they're willing to play as well, so hopefully they've done their homework here. Listen, after Nuke, all bets are off, Mike. I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be absolute pandemonium.
For me, Try has been better at long range with the AWP, and Inferno will allow that. You know, the lanes, they're a lot closer, and you can just get further back. I don't know specifically where he plays, or if he's going to be one of those mobile AWPers going towards like top mid, going towards top banana. But then that's also going to rely on, you know, knife round going their way. Pistol rounds, though, we can touch on that quickly. Every single pistol round so far being won by Imperial.
Yep.
That map would have looked so much better if Furia managed to at least grab one of those pistols.
I will tell you this.
And then converted. That's the key part.
Conversion, yeah, that does really help. But I'll tell you this, though. K-Serrado, this is the map. This is the map, Mike. This is when he wakes up. I don't think I've seen a series where K-Serrado disappears on a server completely.
Would you like to double down on that statement?
I will double down, Connor.
With your hair?
What are you throwing in? What do we throw? We got to watch here?
I'm going to throw my... I'm just going to throw my life away.
Yeah, screw it. Throwing in.
K-Serrado. Everything's in K-Serrado's hands. Let's go.
Everything's in K-Serrado's hands, but I know two guys whose capable hands will take you through this final map of play. When we come back, Scrawny and Launders one more time to wrap up our evening here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
We kicked off this best of 3 by telling you to prepare for the Brazilian bonanza. Well, absolutely insane. Nuke back and forth following a total dumpster fire of a Dust 2 matchup. I mean, that first game was lickety split. The second one made no sense, and now so as we lock into Inferno, I'm just ready. I'm ready for somebody to walk away as winners.
You said we're going to get a Brazilian bonanza. Well, now we're going to get a Brazilian banana, okay? Because of Inferno, baby.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I forgot Vinny's in the server and looking for a little bit of vengeance because there were moments early on in that, Nuke game where for sure Imperial could have stabilized. They could have stabilized the CT side by just simply defending a B bomb site for once, and from that point on, who knows if map 3 is needed. But alas. CT side for Imperial, 1 player in the boiler. Second set of Berettas waits top mid. That's 4 pistols on the A site. Oh, and it only takes 1 shot. Skulls obliterated. And with Phelps having that second set of Berettas ready, and if Boiler seems clear, there's a chance the Boiler player comes back. Now we're talking about the Beretta crossfire. With that smoke, though, they try to peek. They look for the fight themselves, and they offer up the response. Yuri to make things even.
Senti keeps this up. He's going to have a very special series. Try as well. 2 of them on Dust 2. Put up miracle performances.
Yeah, it's not often you see 2 players get an above 2.0 rating in the same map.
Crazy.
But that's what Dust 2 look like.
Over on the stream, actually, Xantaras had a 2 impact rating over 3 maps.
Holy moly.
Holy moly. We're not even in Sweden.
Ooh, Vinny. Inferno.
It's Inferno.
You know?
Yeah.
You gotta know. If you know, you know. And Vinny knows. Yuri able to clear sight by 1 body.
Oh, he got another one.
Of course, he's gonna take him down. Quesarado 2 kills in though, just like that. Blink and you miss it. Bomb to be planted. Try is his counterpart. Smoke starts to fade and Try is locked into Moto. Oh! 1v3 from Quesarado.
That was clean, man. That was clean. That's what you need. Said no problem.
Little swagger on that one.
And he's not one of the players who has had a great series so far, so this can be a stabilizer and the most important map if they ended up winning it. While it's on the line.
Yeah, honestly, if Fury are able to pick up a convincing win here on the 3rd map, I'll just chalk up Dust 2 to being caught off guard by the veto.
Second kill is crazy. Yeah, it's true. But at the same time, Imperial, almost like that nuke was, it just wasn't that impressive for Furia.
It left room for improvement.
Yeah, a little bit.
It left room for improvement.
Oh, man.
But if you're not improving every day, what are you doing?
You're perfect.
That's a USP dink for 11 damage. Go ahead, make sense of that. Yuri on cleanup duty. 2 kills to his name. Furia not wasting a moment here. 4 frags for Yuri in the conversion. 2-0. Furia. Triple Mac 10 though, right? And that's the downside of not losing anybody.
Craziest part about him.
Oh, 1, yep, okay. Go on.
No.
All right.
I didn't have anything that special to say. But these Mac 10s, I think that's a good sign for Furia who like to stay agile. Oh.
Ruh-roh.
Man, lots of roof smokes these days.
CT roof smoke. Definitely destined for bottom banana, but a little off the mark, so can't go for top banana control with that one. It's also scary because you don't know you miss it until you peek banana.
Until you dead.
So they don't try to flex.
Naf said all utility is on purpose, but maybe it's only in CSGO.
Oh, Cello, nice route around the balcony, but it feeds a bunch of bodies into the stacked site. 3 defenders ready, but an empty gun. Oh! And then the drive-by serves up the distraction. Quesarado capitalizing as Yuri draws the crosshair off.
That is such an important position, but it's still a 2v2.
It's about time Quesarado starts to look above and beyond the rest in the server. Blez life on the line.
Nice position here from Yuri as well. That one's going to catch Vinny slipping, and no way.
Not even going to try it.
Going to walk away.
Not even going to test it. They love to save. And that was a weird part about Nuke, too. There were a couple moments where I was like, should you be? Really? And here, Furia will take this one. 3 straight.
They're a hootin'.
Yeah.
They're a hollerin'.
There's going to be some energy this game. It's the final map.
You just see how annoying that route is from Cello as he falls down. Like trying to track that guy with a full spray.
Fallen is hyped about it.
Two rounds the difference on the second map. 2 rounds. That is only a couple of conversions when you have better weapons, and Imperial 2-0 this series. If Inferno goes Furia, man, Imperial are going to be beating themselves up. T. Molly forcing No Way into the fight. He'll be happy about that one. Establishes first blood, falls back through it. Man, advantage.
That's a perfect counter tactic. Like just as the swing is coming in, they realize when the clear is coming on Banana. So good use of the first gun.
Bro,
the only gun of the round.
Talk about leaving somebody stranded, though. We've got Vinny playing a USP as the solo B defender. That's it.
That is Vinferno, man. No one else could pull this off. We don't know if Furia are going to commit to B, but it really does look like they might. We'll see.
I mean, surely No Way has to rotate back. Like, any
no
sign
smoke coming in. Sure. I mean, honestly, man, if I was Furia right now...
All locked in.
Oh, so the plan was for Vinny to get everyone to help him by pushing down mid.
Well, now he's going to get the remnants of Furia. Descenti. Oh. And they pegged him with the smoke.
Oh my god, did he create a gap? No, it won't matter.
Completely forced off of it. There are guns to be saved towards top mid if they were to move that way. No lucky spray goes through, and so that is the 4-0 start to Furia. Good job by Skulls there against the wall, catching off what was looking like a proactive Imperial move.
I always thought that with this team there would be, well, with this new change, that they would just be weaker in the front, stronger in the back. Because I think like Skulls obviously adds a lot as a more passive player, sort of like Caserado, and like there is obviously a bit of a role overlap, but just in terms of like personality, it's certainly feels like they're going to be a more like careful, slower team. But apparently their T sides on Nuke. I mean, I don't know what to say because what we've seen so far, it shows us that they're still super unpolished.
Wow.
And not consistent. 2 kills at the end here for Fury to clean up. But Cello himself has been struggling on the T side, and
yep, true.
So a lot of things aren't really adding up or like making a lot of sense on paper. Things for sure they have been winning the nukes, whether or not they've been convincing.
Well, Furia's getting a little chirpy.
Yeah, they are. This map, they didn't really do it last map.
What's happened? What would everybody go outside and talk smack or something?
I guess there was no chance to win last map because they didn't win the first one. And now there's literally the first chance they can to win.
Now you're going to try to put him down, but poor Vinny gets swarmed by Skull's Mac 10. M4 goes back on the line to try and spray through, but they don't really come away with it. A lot of damage, though, on the remnants of Furia, but this is an interesting one. Cello is between 2 CTs. He's going to hear that fallback. But he doesn't know Descenti's gone deep.
Yeah, and it's so early, right? It's so early. Descenti, he's probably drooling right now because it's a minute 12, and he's about to turn the corner on T-spawn. They've got 2 people inside of B. He could literally line this up with a ruler if he wanted to.
Pull out the meter stick.
Let's bust out the protractor. Fallen is coming back to spawn. Descenti is circling the drain.
Oh my god.
And about to pop up.
Yep.
Ooh.
And he's not greedy about it.
And he said, stay in there. I've got 2 friends holding down the site and a lot of time left on the round.
40 seconds. Cello, you'd think, would have to go back to help, but Cello could also maybe go deeper. Fallen's going to just create the gap himself. So you've got a problem on ramp, but check this out.
That's
if
a
the
great
bomb
play.
can also get past, then suddenly we've got Cello already deep up into the A site, and honestly, Descenti can do nothing to stop Quesarado with the bomb.
Yeah, Try is not here at all, so they didn't even have anybody. They thought it had it guaranteed. It's a perfect play for Furia.
Awesome. Fallen smokes the ramp, crosses over, doesn't get exposed by the nade when it does clear, and Cello is so deep that Try gets caught off. I mean, Furia with a huge rebound in this round, but it's not over yet. We've got Fallen sitting on 30 HP, Descenti coming back from what was a flank in the first opening seconds of this round. They are locked in backside, both of them backs against the wall. And as Fallen waits for that balcony swing, he's going to have to hope Quesarado holds Moto. He will with the first one. There's a second coming. Fallen, instant headshot, pops up, and the trade's great. What an evacuation route.
Wow.
Emergency plans in place. Furia dodge the threat of the flank and go 5-0 on Inferno.
That was a nice move from Fallen. There was no path, so he created one. That play they committed so hard to because Descenti got this kill and stayed alive, but they couldn't anticipate that smoke to steps, which meant that Try needed to rotate back sooner. He needed to be on the A site.
Yeah.
Or Descenti needed to play in front of the smoke instead.
Or, you know, I even praised Descenti because he got one kill, fell back and smoked it, but in doing so, that's what reopened the door for them to leave. He could have taken that peek, lined up more than one shot, and tried to mow him down.
Yeah, well, they threw his smoke on Banana.
After he got the kill.
Yeah.
I'm saying stick around and shoot for more than one.
Keep killing.
Keep killing. Kill more, worry less.
Worry. Think less, shoot more.
You know, he's trying to do the right thing, like just pull one off, put a smoke down, slow him down, and then Fallen. Fast on his feet, that guy.
Uh-oh, Molly gets tied up on the roof. He's on the roof.
Not the first piece of util we've seen go south. Quesarado, though, nailed by 95 pieces of fragmentation. Be pulling metal out of his teeth. 10 force buy round wins on a nuke. If you were just joining us for the third map, I'll say that one more time. 10 force buy round wins on nuke.
If you are just too
11 HP between Quesarado and Fallen. Oh, this has the makings of an Imperial round win. That nade on Try could get a triple kill if Yuri's in the middle. But it's a big if and it's a big ask. Balcony currently smoked off, but will be a great avenue of attack if Furia want to head into A.
And they do.
They'll take the apartments first.
Yeah. No one in pit means it's a good move. I mean, if they try to jump into lane, it's possible they jump into pistols low HP.
Fallen's just walking out.
Yeah,
he's going to find so much open space. Considering he's low, now he can get over to the pit, and even better, oh yeah, as good as it could get. Cello and Quesarado unravel the forward A setup. Ooh, dude, the headshots are flowing. They can do no wrong. Even with such little health, Fallen and Quesarado still stand. 6
Brutal.
0. Soon to be 7-1.
Oh, it always is.
Oh, Yuri.
We haven't cast a Brazilian team versus Brazilian team in a while.
Correct.
And yeah, 7-1 is the destined
since the
score
major
line.
I don't think since the major.
Yeah, if we even got lucky enough to well, I guess yeah, maybe,
probably.
We didn't do the RMRs. That would have been for sure.
Ama, as Danes say.
All right.
Well, this round's as good as any to pick up if you're Imperial.
You can get the 7-1 in a couple of ways here, so Imperial could still win this round.
Oh, he lands it, but no kill. Skulls
hanging on for dear life. Fallen's going to pick up the front of the attack.
Oh my god, is this the move?
Oh man, is it ever! And Cello comes up with another entry. 2 players dead on the A site. That is a 7-0 start. And if there was a couple of ways to get to 7-1, so a couple is 2. How much is a few?
3.
Is several 7?
Yeah. Oh no. Several, I think several is 4.
Okay.
Actually, there is like one word for each number. So I like looked up, but I don't know.
It's in the name. Several. 7. Several.
Yeah, the thing is though, wouldn't you say 5 is several? If I give you 5 jelly beans and you were to tell someone how many jelly beans I gave you, you wouldn't say several?
I might.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But maybe I shouldn't.
But a few will always be 3, right?
That's fair, yeah.
And what about a lot?
10 or more.
10 or more?
Yeah.
6 jelly beans isn't a lot?
No, let's be real.
It's several?
Almost.
Many?
8.
Many is 8, several is 7?
Yeah.
Several is more than many.
Several is more.
Oh wait, no, is that
No,
true?
it's not. No, it's
Actually, that is...
several, I'm telling you, several means 7.
But a lot is not less than several.
Correct. That's why a lot is 10 or more.
Oh, 10 or more, right. If you're just missing name, though, for 6 and 5.
We'll get there.
Often.
Some.
Some? No. Maybe.
Gave me some jelly beans.
You're not crazy.
5.
Few is 3. 4 is what? Some.
Few is 3 or 4.
Giving it 2.
Yeah.
But it could be some. Could be.
Speaking of 4.
Hey? Vinny?
There was a number 4.
Oh.
On the t-shirt.
Oh, man, damn.
Our cinematic observers are killing it.
I kind of ruined that. Sorry.
Well, pay attention, would you?
I'll try more often. More some.
Right now, he doesn't even have a couple.
And Imperial don't have any.
Cello's already on top of you. Descenti, you were doing so good.
Oh my god.
Absolute MVP up until map 3, where now Furia take over the show. Off of the pause.
Ooh.
We get right back into it.
I should take those more regularly.
They didn't waste much time in this one. 8-0.
Oh, guess it's not Destiny. Not in this game.
All you had to do was convert versus Tech9s on Nuke.
Yeah, you wouldn't, and we wouldn't even know about this. We wouldn't even have heard. And by the way, convert any of 10 rounds once, and we wouldn't even have heard about this game. We ended that first half of Nuke with Imperial way better and more kills than Furia had, and yet lost because they saved so often with better guns.
I think Try was like 2 and 3 at the end of the first half.
You cannot leave this series without some regrets. 25. Tons.
Yeah. Man. We're getting flashbacks to Dust too, with how lopsided this one is. It's a bit of a smackdown in Quesarado. Not able to convert the second kill in Banana. Incendiary will keep this pack of 3 players back for now, but Vinny better be careful. Bullets goes both ways.
Ooh,
they're going to pounce on that.
Yeah.
He's falling back, acting as if there's more to support him, but now he's on the run. He's falling back with the perfect flash, but Yuri didn't eat it. And so it is a saving grace and a 9th round straight.
Ah, no way. They can't even go for this. Another site cracked open. It felt like the kind of round where Quesarado will get both kills on these entries, but what he has been doing so much work. I mean, Yuri's 13 and 2. Question is Quesarado going to prevent Bleh from getting sacrificed into the volcano before we shave his head off and get a positive KD with this game?
That's how he doubled down,
Because
right?
I think in total right now he doesn't have that many kills.
Let's double check. Bleh said he would finish the series positive.
Serato is currently sitting at negative 13 KD spread after the first 2 maps. He is 18 and 31, same as Cello coming into Inferno.
So he's +6 right now on this map.
Okay, that's not enough.
And he's negative 13 in total before this map starts?
He needs to go +7 more.
Does that count?
Several more frags without dying.
He must have at least several before we decide on Blez life.
Very brave of Bled to put his life on this game of all games.
On this game of all games?
We got a lot of Cologne left over. It's literally day 1 of the first stage.
Right, it's 10.
That's a lot.
That's foreboding. I don't know. That's like... That's the target for Serato. As a man on 9. 1 foot in front of the other.
I love my job. I love Counter-Strike. I love Brazilian CS. I really... Oh, Phelps, yes, yes, yes. Feel it. He senses it.
Oh.
Cello. Oh, he got his gun back, but he turned the wrong way. So, fallen opening pick is big, but it comes with a cost. 4v4.
Oh, man. But Imperial are so terrified that it will be a B ending. They're playing leaned towards B. They're playing an extra player cheating over. They're leaving halls open once again. Remember the walkout last time? Descenti, stay on full alert, man.
Every time.
You don't have that much support right now. Oh, the rotation's going to get caught. Oh.
Phelps doesn't die immediately.
Yeah, but he isn't in the site yet. So lane's going to be open. And now it's just Descenti in the site.
Yeah, he took that second step. A step too far. An ask too large. Descenti. Oh, he's hanging on for dear life, but Serato's got him. Skulls, great headshot in the back-to-back here to open, to close, and to force No Way into a save. We are talking about 10 rounds straight. That's a lot.
That is madness.
And 12? 12 is all.
After Dust 2, man, how is this possible? The calls have been absolutely perfect for Furia. They picked the right site, right time, good entries, but most of the time, like, the way they've walked out into something, it's been like the least resistance possible, where they like have the trades in place. It doesn't really feel like Imperial have ever tipped the scales in their favor, taken some unfair fights, gotten anyone flashed. And this map is already almost over.
Cello's just talking mad smack. He was yelling at them that entire save.
Yeah, it's wild because they had no chance of winning on Dust 2, so they were quiet as mice. Yep. And on the second map, it was just, you cannot be proud of yourself on that map, so no one was talking. And now, like, yeah, we're the best team ever. Like,
now you're number 1.
Now you're in top. How many freaking numbers are on this map? I feel like when 3-body problem seeing clocks everywhere.
The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? There's so many. And yet only 2 more to take for Furia before the flawless half. All their transitions off of losing players, everything's been so smooth. Buttery T-side out of Furia.
And not corny. Which is normally a very good thing to put butter on.
Damn.
Oof, and Phelps puts a little bit too much mustard on that one.
Yep, tough one, Phelps. He just oversteps it, and then Skulls caught in Descenti's cobwebs. No Way, hanging on. Solo B defender, dude. Just come and support it. Vinny's got to get over here to help. Even if the smoke goes down, you just need that M4 to spam, but never mind, hold on. No Way's thrown one out, which will delay things.
It's not too late to go back to the other side of the map, and that's actually what Imperial have to be concerned with. And Furia, depends how adventurous they're feeling, but they're starting to expand again. Not finding any flanks, however. And so it looks like Imperial are correct. The fight will come towards them. They want a raw dog battle here, and I don't know who's going to get the first kill, but that's what feels like the most important thing.
Allen's got an edge to peek around. MP9 front sight holds him back. Jumping player over Orange. Cello
Oh, he's got a second. And then Descenti's able to stop him, but at what cost? Half his health is gone. We go 2v2. He's going to try to dive the bomb. Oh, but he gets him after the plant, after the fact, and Quesarado queued up. Several more kills than deaths.
Here comes the slow crawl around construction, surely. Wait, no, but they're going to run out of time to do this if they go too slowly, and they just don't know where he is.
Try's got a kit at the very least, but he also shows his back, locked into the corner. Descenti versus Quesarado. 13-0 still on the line.
How is he so good at that?
Furia making fools of Imperial and laughing in their faces all the way to the 12-0 half. A single round remains here for Imperial to get something.
Even Fallen was standing up, just having fun with it. It's Quesarado all the way in this 1v2.
Anything at all.
Cello, good trades on the entries, and I thought that first kill was going to matter for the CT side. It didn't. 2 back for Cello, 11 now for Furia. And this turns out to be the speed run. And another roof smoke.
Yeah, not ideal, huh? Not when things are going from bad to worse. We get Yuri cleaning up Vinny, who tried his damnedest to get down Banana, but again, your smoke's not there. If there was a smoke in front of Yuri, maybe Vinny doesn't die. Oh, but no way, sends shots back. Man, advantage here for the CTs. Just get one.
I think this would be a good time to tell everybody that there was no chance it was going to be a 12-0 half.
You might be right. They've got the defense in place. They got the crossfire with Balk, but Cello missed shots. Descenti's dead. They've still got Try as the anchor. Oh, he gets cracked. Oh, and a fast move through top mid. Skulls rips heads off shoulders. And no way, blinded, dealt with swiftly. It's perfection out of Furia.
utter scenes here on map 3 of Furia versus Imperial. We are a single round away from the very first 13-0, aka all none, of IEM Cologne 2024. And off of the back of what was a masterclass on Dust 2 from Imperial, it felt like Furia were gonna get outshot today. But oh, how things change. 12-0, folks.
It means nothing. Because the 13-0 is not going to have 18 odds to 1 for Furia. Doesn't seem like people believe in this comeback. And we have learned this map that numbers do speak volumes.
That's
as we flew by the potential for a 7-1 scoreline all the way to 12-0. And now we have to sit back and observe as Furia sit on the site, turtled up, ready for an A-site hit with 4 players.
If they call the site stack right,
it looks like they might have. If Moto Smoke comes down, first kill happens, and the teaser, they leave.
Not yet. Fallen too deep, dies. We get that push through Moto, spotted, try finds one, Phelps canceled out, man advantage. It's down to just Descenti. Oh, 40 health. Oh, he gets his second. We had a Cacerado 1v3 in the first pistol, and now Descenti has to do the same to keep the hope of beating Furia alive. And rule number 1, you can't give up. He's got to try to find him.
And he is so scared because he knows of the Cacerado clutch. The dualies that await him. Any mistake that comes down, and all he can think is don't get egged. Plant comes in.
One frag, one headshot from the all-none. Descenti's still worried about the Apps flank, but as he exposes himself, he gets popped. Furia with a total comeback in this series. Smashed on Dust 2, nonsensical counter-strike on Nuke, and then a 13-0 to close. If you signed up tonight for this Brazilian bonanza, I hope you've at the very least had fun.
Well, we've definitely had fun. I mean, there's been everything in this one. A one-sided Dust 2 for Imperial, an absolute back-and-forth madhouse affair on Nuke, and now utter domination. The clean sweep coming out from Furia, a sight to behold. The Fangs looking sharp in this one, boys.
I really like the camaraderie being shown right here. You can see smiles all around despite being 13 down. But if you didn't see this, you would have thought Furia were just hurling. I don't know what the hell they were saying there, but they're having a great old time, completely decimating Imperial. But yeah, whatever questions we had of on Inferno got swept aside there by Fallen.
Oh, that was good. Just seeing the chats as well. Vinny and Cacerado, big smiles, just like looking at each other in the eye. It's just so much respect between these two teams, and it's great to see because there was a lot of words being thrown around. And
it's all in good fun. It's a competitive game. I mean, when you see Fallen standing up like that.
But overall, yeah, like I think everyone woke up in the Cacerado finally having a map as well. Yuri was looking unkillable, and that was just impeccable and absolutely brilliant T-side being showcased by the side of Furia. And yeah, all smiles all around, and even the vibes are looking very, very, especially at halftime, everyone just cracking jokes right there.
The vibes were immaculate, and here's a guy who might be responsible for those vibes. We got the coach of Furia City joining us here. That one's got to be fun to watch as a coach.
Oh my god, we were on the other side not long ago, against Navi, EWC, so I mean, it was insane, like really good map by us, like the energy was really high and everybody contributing in their own way, and yeah, it was a really cool map.
I actually have a quick question about Nuke, right? Because Nuke was, that was a hell of a map right there. Just explain to me from your perspective when it came to especially the lower bomb side on both sides, right? The 4 spies being one, like what was really going on there on that map?
Oh man, it was intense. Like T-side, we had the feeling that whoever won 2 rounds in a row would have a really good streak, which happened to us, fortunately. So CT side, we decided to ignore the lower bomb side for the first rounds, and it didn't pay off, as you guys saw. And we kind of started to think a lot about it. trying to not to fall for their mind games, you know. So we lost a lot on the lower bomb side. So what if we defend there and then they hit upper? So we were
a lot of mind games there.
Yeah, we were on a strange spot for the rest of the city side. But I'd say we made a really good job of saving our weapons when they hit lower. Yeah. So that made a big difference. And even though we didn't do a good job of defending the side, we did a really good job of saving the weapons when they hit there. And yeah, we won.
That was an intelligent choice. You didn't like it. He doesn't like it when people save because
too much saving.
It's not entertaining, right?
It's so hard to retake that, man.
I know.
Look, for me as well, what was the difference? Like Dust 2, it looked like you guys weren't expecting that, or were you just not expecting Imperial to be so good on Dust today?
I would say both. Like, we were expecting them to pick Mirage, as they normally do, and it's a map where they have a really good win rate at. So we were expecting a Mirage pick, but we knew those two could come. But still, they played a lot different than what we expected. It was heads off to them because they did a really good job there. The way they played is really hard to play against when you're not expecting that. We like to run our default style and slow Fallen's style, the way he likes to call. And then they come like breaking our default.
Pushing in long doors, for example.
I believe their long player didn't even play at long for the first 3 or 4 gun rounds because he was always hitting us on short. So it was weird for us to play that map because they surprised us, not only with the pick, but also how they played.
Well, was there any switch up on Inferno, though, right? Because obviously on its T side, you kind of ran away with it. We saw some aggression coming up from them on the CD side as well. But what was the difference on Inferno? Were your protocols, do you feel the protocols were much more better on this map as opposed to Dust 2?
Yes, I think that, yes. And it's also a map where we control it a lot better than Dust 2.
Yeah.
It's a heavy default style map, and we thrive on maps like that because of the way Fallen calls. And on Inferno, it's hard to pull off aggression after aggression with CTs, you know. Dust 2, you kind of have the option when you can go for mid aggression, short aggression, and you just mix that up the entire half, basically. And sometimes you don't even get punished by it the way they did. And Inferno is a map where I feel like we control the things a lot better because of how the map is designed and how Fallen calls. So we have a really good banana player on Caserato that makes it a lot easier for us on controlling the entire map. And Skulls and Chalo, they're doing a really good job on controlling apps and things like that. So I feel like Inferno suits us more stylish. When you say about style, Inferno fits us a lot better, yeah.
Yeah, all right. That's awesome. I got one more for you as well. We were talking earlier in the pregame how many reps you guys had against Imperial. Obviously, you're both from the South American region, but you guys spend a lot of time practicing over here, boot camping over here. Do you actually have a lot of scrim time against Imperial, or do you really not play them that often?
I think we never played them in scrims, actually. Never played them. Tournaments, yeah, we meet them every time, but in scrims, never played them, yeah.
That's interesting, yeah.
Cool. I've got a question for you. It's about one of your players, your newest addition, a guy you were very excited to be working with again. Yeah. He's our Air Force Aim High player of the match. I'm talking, of course, about Mr. Skulls himself. What was he bringing today that you'd like to see?
Oh my god, man, he's so calm, and he actually was the first player to bring those vibes really high on Nuke. He was communicating really good, and he was doing a lot of the things he's supposed to do. He was doing it to perfection, so made it a lot easier for us to concentrate on our roles because he plays like a support style on T side, and when he's doing what he's supposed to do, the map becomes a lot easier for everybody. And I think that he did a really good job of bringing good vibes and doing his part really well. So that helped a lot, and he hit all of his shots. I think on Inferno, I didn't see he lose a single fight against those guys. So yeah, props to him. Really good series by him.
Absolutely solid showing from him. Now, for me with Skulls, not only that, is he just like this rock emotionally? Because you have some emotional and loud individual on the team. Is he kind of like the guy that's sort of just like always calm, happy just to bring it back and like really evens out the whole chemistry of the team? Is that like where he fits?
Yeah, he balances the emotions out because we have Cello and
Cello was loud.
Yeah, specifically Cello, yeah.
Cello and Cello.
You really, this last map went nuts. Like, it was really cool to see and really nice to watch. And it's cool, yeah, he's so calm. Not only playing, but also as a person. So he's always the guy that calms things down. And surprisingly, he's bringing the vibes up when we need it from him. So it's really cool having him as a player. Yeah.
What about for you? Coming into this project, obviously, you're comparatively new to this particular, tier of Counter-Strike, so to speak, and you have a project where you have someone like Fallen, people like KSRAW and everything. How are you feeling slotting into this job? So far, looking so good at EWC and of course over here as well.
I feel really good. I feel like the time we had together with me as an assistant coach really helped getting to know the guys and getting to know how everybody worked and how they think about the game, especially Fallen. I had 18 months with them before becoming the coach as an assistant coach. With Fallen, I had around 12 months, 1 year. So that time was important for me to getting to know them better and getting to understand how people act, how people think, and how things work within the team. So that time made it a lot easier for me, and it's looking pretty good. I feel really comfortable working with them. Working with Fallen is easy. He's such a great leader, and he's a really down-to-earth guy. It's also really good to work with the new staff we have. So we are building something really good here. I have that feeling, and I'm feeling really, really comfortable working with those guys. Yeah.
I've got one for you as well, just to build on that. Going from an assistant coach role to a head coach role, what's the difference in responsibilities? Because you've got a lot of self-sufficient, very experienced players on the team. So where do you sit? What do you feel?
I have a lot of challenges in that position now because I have to balance trying to not impact too much because, as I said, I have a lot of self-sufficient players, so I need to give them space, and it's good when they work by themselves because they become more aware of things in a way that's not only me or the staff bringing things, so they help a lot with that, and it's fine to let them have that space because, like I say, I like the result when they have that space to do things like that because they are always on board with how we are playing. And man, it's a good thing that we have. I have their confidence in their trust because with the new staff, we have a lot of people working together. But having their trust and being able to bring new stuff and also mixing with what they build together, it's easy to work. It's easy to work with that. Yeah.
Lovely. Well, I'm going to jump in here because eventually we do have to let you go, and I want to show you one thing before.
I had one more question.
Blatt was making a lot of bold statements in the pregame between the map, staking some things on the performance of one Mr. KSRAW, and it was a rough start, but much like the character we've put him on, when you needed him most, he returned.
Oh, he's there.
Here he is, Superman, especially on Inferno. Some of those magical moments from the guy. KSRAW's an X factor, man. What is he to you?
Oh my God. So the clutches, sometimes I don't even believe it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like watching him play, it's like so natural, Things just we say inside the team that he's really lucky because things just happen in his screen. We are watching him during clutches and just happens. I don't know. Things just fall into place.
Yeah.
And magical happens sometimes, and some magical things happen. And today, some of the clutches he won, I was like, what's happening? Okay, so.
Unbelievable.
It just manifested.
It just happened.
Manifested indeed, makes his own luck. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Guys.
Congratulations on the win today, and
thank you.
best of luck going forward.
Thank you.
We'll let
guys.
you go now. Celebrate with the team this dub, and we're going to go celebrate with ourselves and potentially our beds, wherever we might go.
Celebrate ourselves, all right. Okay, Mike, is that what you get up to after the days?
That's what we get up to here at the Intel Extreme Masters. It's time to wrap things up. It's time to wrap up this day. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back bright and early tomorrow with more Counter-Strike action. Good night, everybody, from IEM.
Yeehaw!
Up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or flight, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight. Dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I'll find my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous. Dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match has got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Trollocs win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.